Chapter 363. The scoundrel faces his fate. The moment Nangong Rou heard Yun Ruoyue's name, her body trembled violently, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her once fervent heart. To her dismay, he had mistaken her for Yun Ruoyue, her greatest fear materializing before her eyes. In just a brief span of 2 months, he had fallen for Yun Ruoyue. What could she do? It appeared he would only deign to approach her if she was seen as Yun Ruoyue, even as she became a mere stand-in for Yun Ruoyue. She had no choice but to swallow her humiliation and feign adoration. It seemed that only by embodying Yun Ruoyue could her desires be fulfilled. While she called out for the prince, her heart bled silently. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose outside the grand hall, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps and the clashing of blades against the ground. The noise startled Nangong Rou, and she urgently heard Danner exclaim, "Your Highness, the prince is already in bed with Madame Rou. You cannot enter. Get out of my way. If he is engaged in some sort of activity with Madame Rou, I shall slay him." Yun Ruoyue's voice rang out in fury as she pointed a cold sword at Danner. Danner, frightened, quickly retreated a couple of steps, pleading, "Please calm down, Your Highness, spare us." Mo Li and Mo Zhu followed closely behind, both wearing expressions of alarm. The princess was so enraged that she had barged into the prince's chamber with a sword. What if she provoked the prince? They sensed their inability to restrain her, the precariousness of their own lives hanging by a thread. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's voice, Nangong Rou felt a surge of shame and anger. She was on the verge of consummating her marriage with the prince, and now this wretched woman had appeared once more. Their wedding night had already been tarnished by her presence. After finally managing to drug the prince successfully, he had finally agreed to be with her. And now this shameless intruder had come crashing in again. This woman had instilled a profound psychological trauma within her. Chu Xuancheng had initially regarded Nangong Rou as Yun Ruoyue beneath him, deftly loosening her belt, when he suddenly heard Yun Ruoyue's furious accusations. A jolt of realization surged through him, his mind rapidly clearing. When he looked down, he discovered that it was indeed Nangong Rou beneath him, not Yun Ruoyue, and his reason swiftly returned. Just as he intended to distance himself from Nangong Rou, he saw Yun Ruoyue storming in, sword in hand, her fury palpable. "Chu Xuancheng, you scoundrel, come out and face your doom." Yun Ruoyue stormed in, hurling her indignation at him. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. Could it be that she was jealous of his intentions towards Nangong Rou and had come to confront him? In the past, he would have resented her for such jealousy. But this time, he found a flicker of joy within himself. Did this imply that Yun Ruoyue harbored feelings for him, prompting her jealousy? "What brings you here?" While he felt elated internally, Chu Xuancheng maintained an outward facade of aloofness. Upon finishing his words, he stepped away from Nangong Rou and calmly moved to the foot of the bed. He was grateful he had not fully undone Nangong Rou's belt and relieved that Yun Ruoyue had arrived in time. Otherwise, he would have been unable to face himself. Because he had just mistaken Nangong Rou for Yun Ruoyue, this was unfair to both women. Nangong Rou glared at Yun Ruoyue in anger and retorted, "Sister, your jealousy is rather excessive, isn't it? You are well aware that I was in bed with the prince, yet you dare to interrupt us. If word gets out, are you not afraid of being labeled a jealous woman?" Chapter 364. The Princess Consort's attempted murder of her husband. Once a woman is branded as envious, she is subject to widespread scorn. Enough of your nonsense. You should leave. This is none of your concern. After berating Nangong Rou, Yun Ruoyue turned and brandished her sword, coldly pointing it at Chu Xuancheng's chest. "Chu Xuancheng, I ask you, why did you conspire behind my back to prevent me from seeking a divorce?" Chu Xuancheng was taken aback, so this was the matter at hand. He had assumed Yun Ruoyue was merely jealous of Nangong Rou and had come to thwart him. To his surprise, he had misjudged her intentions. He cast a cold glance at the sword directed at him. Such a weapon posed no threat. If he wished, he could easily shatter it with his internal energy. Yet, he refrained, fearing for Yun Ruoyue's safety. His gaze sharpened as it darted to Mo Li and Mo Zhu behind her, causing Mo Li to quickly lower his head in resignation. "Your Highness, I am at fault. I apologize." At that moment, Chu Xuancheng comprehended that he had been betrayed by his own subordinate. Such an occurrence had never transpired before, not even on the battlefield. To his astonishment, Yun Ruoyue had garnered such loyalty that with a mere inquiry, Mo Li and the others divulged secrets to her. Given their capabilities, it would be impossible for even the emperor to extract information from them. He realized they had intentionally let her in on the details. Enraged, he felt smoke rising from his 7 orifices, his complexion turning dark. Upon seeing Chu Xuancheng's expression, Yun Ruoyue understood the truth. Pointing her sword at him, she declared sharply, "No wonder you accompanied me into the palace. You intended to stage a performance to thwart my petition for a divorce to the emperor. You resorted to fabricating false reports to prevent me from presenting my terms for divorce. Truly, you are a despicable man." Nangong Rou, upon hearing this, realized that Yun Ruoyue had indeed mentioned her terms for divorce to the emperor. Was the prince obstructing her, which had thwarted her attempts? Thus, she had not initially sought conditions to secure Princess Chang's freedom, but rather, after being rejected by the emperor, had reluctantly opted to assist the princess. Now, she had further grounds to sow discord between herself and Princess Chang. What saddened her was that the prince was unwilling to let Yun Ruoyue go and was secretly sabotaging her efforts to divorce. It appeared he had genuinely developed feelings for Yun Ruoyue. Just the thought of it made her heart twist with jealousy. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at the sword's tip and spoke icily. "Yun Ruoyue, do you intend to murder your own husband? Who gave you the audacity to brandish a sword in this prince's chambers?" Yun Ruoyue, undaunted, let out a cold laugh. "Murder my husband? Do you consider me your wife? You are aware that I wish to part ways with you, yet you dare to obstruct me in front of the emperor and even compose such a clandestine missive, casting suspicion upon me. You have truly placed me in a perilous position. You deny me my freedom, and I am prepared to face you in mutual destruction today without fear. Sister, quickly lower the sword. How can you treat the prince in such a manner? You are committing an act of insubordination. Do you not fear the lashes that may follow?" Nangong Rou interjected. Upon finishing her words, she was suddenly infused with strength. Taking a swift step forward to shield Chu Xuancheng, standing tall and defiantly facing the blade, declaring with a face full of indignation, "As long as I am here, you shall not harm the prince. If you wish to injure him, you must first trample over my corpse." Yun Ruoyue immediately scoffed. "Rou, are you jesting? Does Chu Xuancheng require your protection?" Chapter 365, Frustration over Iron's Inability to Become Steel. "Rower, come here. This is a private matter between me and her. Do not interfere." Chu Xuancheng pulled Nangong Rou behind him, casting a cold glare at Yun Ruoyue. "Since you have married me, irrespective of life or death, you are forever mine. Without my consent, you shall never leave Li Wangfu, nor shall you ever contemplate separation. You are shameless." Yun Ruoyue retorted, her teeth clenched in anger, a wave of unquenchable fury rising within her. "We share no affection. I do not like you, and you find me insufferable. Why must you make my life so difficult? How can you justify this to your rower?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Rou's expression indeed turned sorrowful. Yet, after biting her lip in indignation, she graciously replied, "Sister, I am fine. We are both the prince's women. We follow our fathers at home and our husbands after marriage. I will obey the prince in all matters." Yun Ruoyue felt a deep frustration towards Nangong Rou. This woman, pretending to be virtuous at such a time, even siding with Chu Xuancheng. Did she not feel a twinge of jealousy at his unwillingness to separate from her? "Rower, you both should withdraw. Allow me to speak with her." Chu Xuancheng instructed Nangong Rou. Nangong Rou understood that Chu Xuancheng had fallen under her influence and did not wish to leave, not wanting to grant them the opportunity for solitude. Otherwise, her painstaking efforts would merely benefit Yun Ruoyue. Thus, she shook her head. "Your Highness, I shall not depart. I wish to accompany you. Surely, there must be a misunderstanding between you and my sister, and it would suffice to clarify it. Rower, I fear for your safety." Chu Xuancheng, used to issuing commands and disliking defiance, spoke with an icy tone. Nangong Rou shook her head. "I am unafraid. Your injuries have not yet healed. I worry for you. I must remain to protect you." "Rower." Chu Xuancheng's voice suddenly turned frigid, and he instructed Mo Li, "Take the concubine away. Mo Zhu, guard the palace entrance well. Should anyone dare to intrude again, I shall hold you accountable." "Yes, Your Highness," both Mo Li and Mo Zhu promptly responded. The prince was clearly displeased and had issued an eviction order, yet concubine Rou still wished to remain. Mo Li stepped forward, addressing Nangong Rou, "Concubine, please." Upon hearing Chu Xuancheng's icy words, Nangong Rou trembled with fear. He had never been so harsh with her. He was undoubtedly furious with her for administering the drug. And now that he was angry, she dared not defy him further. What if he truly despises her? With a heavy heart, she bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, and bowed coldly to Chu Xuancheng, saying, "Since the prince does not welcome me, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and strode out with resolute determination. Her silhouette exuded an air of pride and isolation, clearly displaying her petulance towards Chu Xuancheng. However, he did not spare her departing figure a single glance, nor would he attempt to placate her. He was acutely aware that she had resorted to unscrupulous means to achieve her goals, even going so far as to poison him. Having trusted her implicitly, he had consumed what she provided without a second thought, only to discover she was plotting against him. Had her concoction been laced with poison, he might already be doomed. At this point, Mo Li and the maidservants had all withdrawn. Mo Zhu swiftly grasped her sword and stationed herself at the entrance of the chamber, standing sentinel like a guardian. Once everyone had departed, only Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue remained within the chamber. Chapter 366. You are this prince's antidote in the absence of an audience. Chu Xuancheng found it difficult to concentrate. His body began to heat up. Suddenly, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept toward Yun Ruoyue, filled with intense desire, as though he wished to consume her whole. A jolt of alarm surged through Yun Ruoyue. Why was he regarding her with such a gaze? What did he intend? He had dismissed everyone. Surely he did not mean to act upon her? You are correct. This prince has been poisoned, and you have arrived just in time. Chu Xuancheng's voice was deep and husky, laced with an alluring quality. Yun Ruoyue's hand trembled around her sword. Who dared to poison you? Do you not have an antidote? Chu Xuancheng glanced at the spilled silver ear lotus porridge on the floor, his gaze piercing Yun Ruoyue with ferocity. You are this prince's antidote. Upon finishing his words, he flicked his fingers coldly, sending Yun Ruoyue's sword clattering away. In an instant, he surged forward, enveloping her in a whirlwind and bringing her onto the intricately carved Wang Wali wooden bed. With a cry of surprise, Yun Ruoyue fell heavily onto the bed, letting out a muffled gasp. Before she could comprehend the situation, the predatory man descended upon her like a wolf that had not feasted in days, claiming his prey. Chu Xuancheng, what are you doing? You cannot possibly have been poisoned by Nangong Rou. If she is the one who poisoned you, you must have her provide the antidote. You cannot touch me. Realization dawned upon Yun Ruoyue as she recalled what had transpired here earlier. No wonder there were shattered bowls on the ground. When she had entered, she had seen Chu Xuancheng in an embrace with Nangong Rou. It appeared that he had been drugged by her, and they were about to consummate their intentions, only to be interrupted by her arrival. The thought of Chu Xuancheng wishing to be with Nangong Rou filled her with disgust, and she shot him a glare, saying, "Get away from me, you filthy man. Since you have been with Nangong Rou, do not think you can touch me." Chu Xuancheng's eyes turned crimson as he coldly replied, "This prince has not touched her. Your timely arrival is merely a manifestation of your jealousy. I am now giving you an opportunity. Furthermore, does the fact that I have not been with her grant me permission to be with you? Absolutely not. Even if you have not physically touched her, you have established a form of corporeal connection. You have embraced her, kissed her, and held her close. I, Yun Ruoyue, demand that my man may only touch me and love me alone, without the indulgence of concubines or divided affections. He is bound to cherish me for a lifetime. And you are utterly unworthy," Yun Ruoyue proclaimed with fury. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback by Yun Ruoyue's peculiar perspective. Is it not commonplace for men to have multiple wives? Indeed, she is quite possessive. Yet, a hint of delight stirred within him. Could it be that her jealousy stemmed from her affection for him? I am your husband. Although I have taken a concubine, in my heart, I have only ever touched you. Am I truly unworthy of you? Chu Xuancheng seethed. Yun Ruoyue was astonished to learn that he had only ever been with her. She had assumed that a man of his striking beauty and esteemed status would have had many women before her. To her surprise, his first experience was shared with her. Doubt clouded her mind. A man so handsome must have been surrounded by admirers. How could he have restrained himself from indulging in their company? With a frosty demeanor, she retorted, "Who knows if what you say is true? You once had Su Changshao. Perhaps your first encounter was with her. How dare you? My honor is not to be questioned. When I say I have not, then I have not." Chu Xuancheng thundered. "Who can say? Men have no proof of their firsts. Do you think I would believe your words? But in truth, it matters little. What is significant is that even if you have not touched Nangong Rou, your heart still harbors her. My man can only hold me in his heart. He cannot waver. Therefore, I must ask you to remove yourself from my presence." Yun Ruoyue exclaimed in anger. "Yun Ruoyue, I show you respect, but do not take it for granted," Chu Xuancheng retorted, his fury igniting. In a swift motion, he tore away Yun Ruoyue's sash and kissed her fiercely. He punished her by biting her lip, and as he ravaged her mouth, pain caused her to squint her eyes. Suddenly, she swung her hand, attempting to strike him. Chu Xuancheng evaded her grasp and seized her wrist, furiously declaring, "You wish to strike me again? Do you believe you will succeed this time?" Yun Ruoyue recognized that she was no match for him. Suddenly, she smiled sweetly, adopting a tone of flattery. I feel quite warm. You are also burning hot. Being in bed is rather uncomfortable in this heat. Perhaps we should go to the hot spring. It may be more soothing. Chu Xuancheng, the most heat-sensitive of men, felt his blood boiling, and the discomfort was unbearable. Fearing an explosion of irritation, he acquiesced to Yun Ruoyue's suggestion, scooping her up and leaping from the bed. With a light step, he carried her swiftly to the adjacent hot spring. Before long, clad in white, Chu Xuancheng arrived at the hot spring with Yun Ruoyue in his arms. Upon reaching the edge, he set her down and instructed, undress. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback, quickly wrapping her arms around herself. Undress? For what purpose? Are you not here to serve me? Chu Xuancheng remarked with a patronizing tone, raising an eyebrow and exuding an air of arrogance. Every woman in the realm yearned to be at his beck and call, and he had graciously bestowed this opportunity upon Yun Ruoyue. She ought to feel honored. Internally, Yun Ruoyue scoffed at the thought. Did this pompous man truly believe she was akin to those other women, eager to share his bed? With a smile, she replied, very well. But I must admit I am a bit shy. Might I request the prince to turn around while I undress? Chu Xuancheng nodded, understanding her modesty. Once he complied and turned his back to her, Yun Ruoyue wasted no time. She rolled up her sleeves, spat into her palm, rubbed her hands together, and with a determined bite of her lip, she forcefully pushed against his back, exclaiming, You deserve this, you arrogant fool. To her surprise, before she could make contact, Chu Xuancheng spun around with lightning speed, grasped her waistband, and together they plunged into the hot spring. With 2 splashes, they both fell into the water. Caught off guard, Yun Ruoyue found herself submerged, and the impact had separated her from Chu Xuancheng. It was then that she realized just how deep the hot spring was. Far deeper than she had anticipated, resembling a vast swimming pool. The critical detail was that she could not swim. As she fell, her body sank rapidly, and she was soon gasping for air, her lungs feeling as though they were being crushed by the weight of the water, suffocating her. Chapter 368. Missing as Chu Xuancheng hit the water, a massive splash erupted. He had merely grasped the waistband of Yun Ruoyue, and upon releasing it, she plummeted swiftly into the depths. The night was dark, illuminated only by a few lanterns, with no moonlight to guide him, leaving him utterly unaware of her whereabouts. Yun Ruoyue, where are you? He suddenly bellowed, pinching his nose, taking a deep breath, and diving into the pool. Yun Ruoyue had vanished, and a surge of panic coursed through him, his heart racing with an unsettling dread. He had once harbored disdain for her, wishing for her disappearance, yet in this moment, why did his heart ache so fiercely? No, she could not be in danger. He must rescue her. With that thought propelling him forward, he began scouring the depths of the water. Fortunately, the lanterns surrounding the hot spring provided a faint glow, guiding him in his search for Yun Ruoyue. He regretted having ordered for the pool to be excavated so deeply. Had he known, he would have opted for a shallower depth. After circling the pool multiple times without success, his anxiety escalated, and he trembled with fear, his heart pounding incessantly. Yun Ruoyue, you cannot die. If you perish, who shall I seek vengeance upon? At that moment, Yun Ruoyue felt herself sinking deeper, her attempts to struggle rendered futile by exhaustion. She was in distress, akin to a parched fish, dehydrated and scorched by the sun. It felt as though someone had tightly constricted her lungs and throat, leaving her devoid of the strength to call for help. Just as she sensed that death was imminent, a breathtaking figure swam towards her. Upon spotting Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng's heart leaped with joy as he hastened to her side. As he embraced her, he realized she had already closed her eyes. Instantly, he understood that she was suffocating. Without hesitation, he held her close and pressed his lips against hers, initiating the transfer of air. The warm spring water gently rippled around them as Chu Xuancheng rotated in the water, fervently giving her breath. After a considerable time, he noticed her eyelids fluttering open. He quickly withdrew his lips and lifted Yun Ruoyue to the surface. Coughing violently, Yun Ruoyue expelled a significant amount of spring water, gradually feeling better. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Chu Xuancheng, who cradled her anxiously. The worry and urgency in his gaze were unprecedented, almost causing her to doubt her perception. Could he truly be so concerned for her? Are you still in discomfort? He inquired, as he slowly moved her towards the edge of the pool. This sensation felt oddly familiar. He recalled the time when she had been kicked into the lake by Su Qishao, and he had rescued her then as well. He had held her in a similar fashion, bringing her back to safety. Back then, he had harbored intense hatred for her. Yet the thought of a life at stake compelled him to save her. To his astonishment, after all these years, this woman still could not swim, necessitating his assistance once more. Now able to breathe, Yun Ruoyue inhaled deeply. I feel much better. If it weren't for you dragging me into the water, I wouldn't have had such a near-death experience. It's all your fault, she exclaimed, her anger giving her strength. Chu Xuancheng, undeterred, lifted her effortlessly onto the shore, following suit himself. The enjoyment of their hot spring retreat had been disrupted, and even the heat enveloping him subsided due to the tension and the cool water. As chapter 369 unfolds, his body temperature returned to normal, and any primal urges towards Yun Ruoyue dissipated. The moment her body touched solid ground, a wave of security washed over her. She cursed under her breath, acknowledging her fear of water. She only felt alive when standing on land. Once ashore, Chu Xuancheng wrung out his clothes and approached her, bending down to scoop the drenched Yun Ruoyue into his arms in a bridal carry. Rogue, what do you intend to do now? She exclaimed, panic-stricken as she glared at him, her face paling in fright. What if he was up to some mischief again? Chu Xuancheng, unperturbed by her accusations, cast her a cold glance. If it weren't for my physiological needs, I would have no interest in your physique, which resembles a road that has been run over by a vehicle. Do you truly believe I am that desperate? What transpired earlier was due to external influence. I was not in control, in my right mind. Even if you stood before me unclothed, I would not spare you a glance. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh, expressing her wish that it were so. When you intruded into my courtyard previously to stir trouble for me and Feng'er, you were far from intoxicated. Chu Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback by Yun Ruoyue's retort, unable to conjure a suitable rebuttal. After a moment of contemplation, he felt compelled to preserve his dignity and pride as a man, responding in a frosty tone. On that day, I was overwhelmed by rage. My head spinning and my senses dulled. I could not control myself, so you cannot hold that against me. Is that so? Very well. I shall temporarily take you at your word, since you claim to harbor no interest in me. I hope you will not go back on your word and seek excuses to draw near again, Yun Ruoyue retorted mercilessly. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. Most women would yearn for their husband's affection, yet here she was, vehemently rejecting him. After her statement, Yun Ruoyue realized that Chu Xuancheng had already carried her back to his chamber. She noticed several male servants entering with clean garments in hand. They presumably knew of her and the prince's excursion to the hot springs and had come to attend to them. The sight of these men made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Her clothes were soaked and being held so intimately by Chu Xuancheng. She felt it inappropriate for them to see her in such a state. Chu Xuancheng, please set me down. I can walk on my own, she urged. He too was aware of the servants' presence and did not wish for them to witness such a scene, so he gently placed her down and approached the servants, commanding, "Set those down, and you all may withdraw." "As you wish, your highness," they replied, promptly retreating, well aware of their place. Once the servants had left, Yun Ruoyue breathed a sigh of relief and queried, "Why is it that all those serving in your household are men? Why not select a few maidservants? Do you perhaps have a penchant for other preferences?" The earlier situation had been quite mortifying for her. "How dare you concoct such tales about me?" Chu Xuancheng exclaimed angrily. This woman had become increasingly audacious, suggesting he had unconventional tastes. In any nobleman's residence, it was customary for maidservants to be in attendance, yet here, all were men. Did she not find that peculiar? "That is because I have no fondness for maidservants. They are always peering at me, each harboring ulterior motives. I have no need for their presence," Chu Xuancheng asserted. Yun Ruoyue chuckled softly. Typically, it was women who feared being observed by men, but in her case, it had turned on its head. Chapter 370. The portrait of a handsome man. Yun Ruoyue remarked, "Your chamber is devoid of even a single maidservant, which may serve your convenience, but it certainly does not benefit me. Just now, had there been a few maidservants here, I would have had assistance. Changing these garments is cumbersome, layered, and intricate. I truly cannot manage it alone, and this predicament arises solely from the absence of maidservants. Moreover, it is quite late, and I do not wish to summon Feng'er and the others to attend to me. I am not so delicate. I simply find it challenging to don these complex ancient garments." Cast a profound glance at Yun Ruoyue and remarked, "Do you lack even this minimal ability to care for yourself? Very well, I shall assist you." With that, he stepped forward, placing his hands on her shoulders, preparing to assist her in removing her garments. Startled, Yun Ruoyue glared at him in anger, exclaiming, "Stop. I can do it myself. I do not require your help." A smirk played on Chu Xuancheng's lips as he regarded her with indifference. his eyes sparkling like radiant stars. If you weren't so clumsy, do you think I would be inclined to help? Very well, proceed on your own. Turn around, do not dare to steal a glance. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue gathered a fresh set of clothes and swiftly retreated behind the screen. Chu Xuancheng cast a dismissive glance in her direction, asserting, I have previously stated that I am not interested in your rather flat figure. He then seated himself at the jade table, his tall frame exuding an air of aloofness. With a graceful lift of his hand, he poured himself a cup of tea from an exquisite cloisonne silver teapot, savoring it leisurely. Yun Ruoyue, hidden behind the screen, peeked through a crevice to steal a glance at Chu Xuancheng. Finding him seated by the window, sipping tea, she felt a sense of relief wash over her, reassured that he would not be watching her. Yet, as he sat there, he resembled a painting of a handsome gentleman from the Wei and Jin dynasties, his features strikingly beautiful, lips tinted like coral, a nose delicately shaped, and a visage akin to polished jade. His hair, dark as a raven, was elegantly tied back, flowing like silk. Each gesture he made exuded an aristocratic charm. His demeanor carried an air of solitude, his beautiful eyes often gazing out the window at the plum blossom tree, the pristine white snow, and the sparse remnants of stars in the sky, creating an impression of profound loneliness, as if he were the last soul remaining in this world. Observing his cold and indifferent expression, Yun Ruoyue mused that he must be a deeply lonely man. Such an aristocratic melancholy could not possibly emanate from anyone else. Beauty has its privileges. Merely gazing into the sky, he appeared both melancholic and enchanting. Had he been an overweight man, one might assume he was merely hungry, yearning for the moon above. After admiring this picturesque gentleman, Yun Ruoyue hastened to remove her own clothing. The ancient fabric buttons were numerous and complex, and for some reason, the buttonholes were too small, making the buttons rather difficult to unfasten. After several attempts, she found herself unable to loosen the stubborn button. Sweat began to bead on her forehead, and her movements grew increasingly tense. The more anxious she became, the more the button resisted her efforts. Eventually, her hands ached. Yet the button remained obstinately fastened. In her frustration, she contemplated simply cutting the button off with a pair of scissors. What troubles you? Chu Xuancheng, still sipping his tea, heard her muttering in exasperation and could not help but rise, approaching her coldly. Do not come closer. I am fine, merely struggling with this button. Yun Ruoyue quickly interjected as he advanced. Chu Xuancheng retorted coolly, did you not claim you could manage on your own? If you cannot even unfasten a button, do not blame me if you catch a chill. The button proves to be quite a challenge, yet it bears no significance to me. If you possess the ability, I dare you to attempt it and see if you can unfasten them. During midday, while Yun Ruoyue was trying on clothes at the tailoress shop, it was the proprietress who assisted her. Later, when she visited the jewelry store to select this outfit, it was those two maidservants who helped her dress, their deft hands fastening everything seamlessly. Yet, when it comes to me, why has it become so formidable? Chu Xuancheng approached Yun Ruoyue, raising an eyebrow and declaring, what difficulty lies in this? With that, he abruptly lifted his hand and unleashed a cold blast of energy toward her. A series of tearing sounds echoed as her garments were swiftly shredded into several pieces, as if slashed by countless blades, ultimately falling to the ground. What are you doing? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, still reeling from the shock as her wet clothing was obliterated by Chu Xuancheng's internal force, leaving her utterly bare. That despicable scoundrel. Frightened, she hastily crossed her arms, glaring at him in indignation. Close your eyes and do not dare to peek. How could such a boorish oaf strip her of her garments so brazenly? Had she known, she would have preferred to find scissors and do it herself. Disaster. She realized she had been completely exposed to his gaze, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, wishing she could pluck out his eyes. What is there to be ashamed of? This prince has seen it all before. Hurry and put on your clothes. Otherwise, if you fall ill, do not blame this prince, Chu Xuancheng remarked, handing her an undergarment. After observing her, he nodded in approval inwardly. You rogue, get out. Yun Ruoyue snatched the garment from him and, in a swift motion, donned it. Only after she had successfully clothed herself in the pristine undergarment did she let out a sigh of relief. That shameless oaf dared to gaze at her so openly. If you can manage to dress yourself properly, you needn't worry. This prince has no desire to linger with you, Chu Xuancheng stated. Yun Ruoyue shot him an irate glare. Although she had managed to wear the undergarment, the buttons of her outer garment remained unfastened. There were still many buttons. Yet they were considerably easier to manage than the previous one. Lowering her head, she turned around, hastily attempting to fasten the buttons. as though fearing that Chu Xuancheng might take advantage of her. Suddenly, a hand reached onto her shoulder, gently prodding her. Yun Ruoyue let out a muffled sound, and as she turned her head, she discovered that she was unable to move. Her body had stiffened, and aside from her eyes and mouth, no other part could budge. What sorcery is this? Surely, I haven't fallen victim to an ancient acupoint sealing technique? That wretched Chu Xuancheng. Uncertain if she could speak after being sealed, she opened her mouth and inquired, "Did you seal my acupoint?" Upon realizing she could indeed speak, she breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she could articulate, she still had a chance to confront Chu Xuancheng. At this moment, as he had her acupoint sealed, surely he did not intend to take liberties with her? That insufferable oath. Chu Xuancheng approached Yun Ruoyue, observing her hands gripping the buttons in front of her, through which glimpses of springtime beauty could be discerned. As he beheld this sight, his throat began to scorch and parch. "You impertinent wretch, what are you staring at? Release my acupoint at once, and cease your gaze upon me," Yun Ruoyue demanded, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she glared at him. If a mere glance could slay, he would have perished countless times over. "You are quite disobedient, thus I have no choice but to seal your acupoint. Should you utter another word of reproach, I shall immediately render you mute, preventing you from speaking altogether," Chu Xuancheng declared. "How can you be so shameless? What do you intend to do by sealing my acupoint?" Yun Ruoyue retorted, infuriated, feeling like a fish upon a chopping board, vulnerable to his whims. The sensation was utterly unbearable. Once she regained her mobility, she vowed to confront him. Chu Xuancheng cast an appreciative glance at Yun Ruoyue's form, swallowing hard as his voice took on a sultry timbre. "You are my wife. Do you truly believe I am limited in my desires? Were you not questioning my preferences earlier? Allow me to demonstrate that I am solely attracted to women, not men." With that, he reached toward her bosom. Yun Ruoyue gasped in horror. "Cease this at once. You cannot touch a woman without her consent. What sort of man are you? Do I require your permission to touch you? Whence did you derive such a notion?" In Chu Xuancheng's mind, Yun Ruoyue was his possession, his private property, belonging solely to him. He could do as he pleased, and the audacity of her words intrigued him. Yun Ruoyue trembled slightly, retorting, "This is a fundamental truth. I am a person, an independent entity, not your possession nor your private property. Without my consent, this is tyranny and coercion. Your actions are unlawful." Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "You speak of principles. From whence have you gleaned this wisdom? This is not a matter of hearsay. It is an inherent truth. The traditional notions of multiple wives and the subjugation of women as men's possessions are erroneous. You adhere to flawed beliefs, unaware of their fallacy, yet take pride in them. You are unworthy of the title of man," Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, her modern ideals clashing vehemently with Chu Xuancheng's antiquated views. Chu Xuancheng gazed at her in astonishment, as though observing an alien being. "I am one of the most esteemed men of the state of Chu, a prince, a national general commanding countless soldiers. How can you dare to claim that I am unworthy of being a man? If I am unworthy, then tell me, who in this world is deserving of that title?" Yun Ruoyue cast him a glare. "That is not my intention. What I mean to convey is that your disdain for women's intellect is fundamentally erroneous. You belittle women, treating them as mere possessions, handling them as if they were animals, which is unworthy of a man. When have I ever looked down upon you or belittled you?" Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. "Do you dare claim you have not? You did so in the past, even sending someone to lash me 20 times. "Humph, I have not forgotten that grievance," Yun Ruoyue retorted, her memory sharp. Chu Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback by her words. It dawned on him that he indeed had ordered her punishment, for she had disrupted his wedding night with Nangong Rou. Chapter 373. A man must exhibit gentlemanly grace in retrospect. He found himself less furious than before. Listening to her accusations, a wave of regret washed over him for administering such a severe punishment. 20 lashes were indeed excessively cruel for a woman. Nevertheless, with his pride at stake, he replied coldly, "Who prompted you to cross my boundaries?" His previous treatment of her stemmed from his perception of her as the daughter of his father's murderer, harboring intense hatred toward her. Now, however, he realized that his animosity had waned. Yun Ruoyue spoke icily. "In any case, the mindset that regards women as private property is utterly wrong. All individuals are born equal, regardless of gender. Men should embody gentlemanly grace, showing deference to and protecting women. You cannot coerce us into actions we refuse to undertake." This was the essence of her message. She aimed to redirect Chu Xuancheng's focus, dissuading him from harboring ill intentions toward her. What constitutes gentlemanly grace? Chu Xuancheng inquired curiously. Yun Ruoyue replied, "Gentlemanly grace means treating others with courtesy and respecting women. For instance, during meals, a gentleman should pull out a chair for a woman, and before entering a carriage, he should lift the curtain for her. Such small gestures reflect a man's gentlemanly demeanor and demonstrate equality and respect. Is that all? What difficulty lies therein? As a prince, I need not concern myself with such trivialities, nor should I deign to please women," Chu Xuancheng remarked. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily stunned. It was evident that she could not alter the deeply ingrained beliefs of these ancient individuals. No matter her arguments, their patriarchal mindset was firmly entrenched, and she had never intended to change him. "I do not concern myself with others. I only care for myself. My man must possess gentlemanly grace and respect me. Matters between spouses cannot be forced upon me. Since you lack even the most basic gentlemanly demeanor, we are not of the same ilk. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall ensure our mutual destruction," she declared resolutely. Noticing Yun Ruoyue's tense demeanor, Chu Xuancheng scoffed. "Do you truly believe I would do anything to you? If I wished to touch you, you would not even have the chance to utter a word." Yun Ruoyue's tone, however, extinguished any thoughts he may have entertained regarding her. With that, he deftly fastened the buttons of her garment. Once secured, he reached out and pointed at her chest, prompting Yun Ruoyue to exclaim as she realized she could move again. She hurriedly moved her arms and legs, discovering her body was quite stiff. Once she regained the ability to move, she quickly picked up her outer garment and donned it, deftly putting on her shoes and socks. With a furious glare directed at Chu Xuancheng, she thought, "Today, you have ruined my plans for divorce. Just wait, I shall not relent. One day, I will ensure our separation." With that, she stormed out of the palace chamber. Observing her irate silhouette, Chu Xuancheng coldly sat by the window, silent, resuming his tea tasting. Not long after Nangong Rou returned to the Yuru pavilion and noticed Mo Li had already departed, she took Danner with her, carrying some plum cakes, and headed towards the Yunxian pavilion where the Grand Princess resided. At that moment, the Grand Princess was conversing with Aunt Mei in the Yunxian pavilion. "Aunt, I did not expect that Yun Ruoyue would be so considerate. I thought once she rejected me, she would no longer assist me. Yet, she actually pleaded on my behalf to the Emperor. It seems we have misjudged her in the past," the Grand Princess remarked, taking a sip of tea. Her expression filled with emotion. Aunt Mei responded, "It appears she possesses a character that is cold on the outside, yet warm within. Let us not be deceived by her frosty exterior. She is indeed a good person. Henceforth, Your Highness should interact with her more to foster a deeper bond, which would be beneficial for your standing in the Li Wangfu." The traditionally proud Grand Princess surprisingly nodded in agreement. "Your Highness, concubine Rou requests an audience," announced the maid Qinger as she entered. "Rouer has arrived. Let her in," the Grand Princess called out, her affection for Nangong Rou evident. Nangong Rou lifted the curtain and entered with Danner. Upon entering, she took the food box from Danner and presented the plum cakes before the Grand Princess. "Sister, these are the plum cakes I made myself, using the plums from our estate. Please taste them and let me know if you enjoy the flavor. If you do, I shall make them for you often. You are thoughtful, Rouer. Given your frail constitution, you needn't personally tend to such matters in the future. Let the servants handle them." The Grand Princess replied after savoring a bite of the plum cake, nodding appreciatively. "Your skills are commendable. This plum cake is sweet yet not cloying, melting in the mouth. I find it delightful." Aunt Mei also looked at Nangong Rou with a pleased expression. In this royal residence, only Nangong Rou treated the Grand Princess with such kindness, and for that, she was immensely grateful. With Nangong Rou around, they felt a sense of home. After the Grand Princess had enjoyed the plum cakes for a while, Nangong Rou shifted her gaze, finally broaching the main topic. "Sister, are you aware that a significant event transpired at the Xuancheng Pavilion just moments ago?" "A significant event? What is it?" The Grand Princess paused, her hand frozen mid-bite, her expression tense as she looked at Nangong Rou. Nangong Rou's face flushed, her gaze lowered as she whispered, "It is not such a grave matter." However, Danner, standing behind her, interjected angrily, "Your Highness, the situation is as follows. Today, Our Lady prepared lotus seed soup to visit the prince, who intended to retire for the night with her. Just as they were about to retire, the princess barged in with a sword, shouting threats to kill the prince. What? This Yun Ruoyue, how could she behave in such a manner? Has she lost her senses? The princess raised her head in disbelief. The maid hesitated, saying she was unaware of the reasons behind the princess's fierce demeanor. Initially, They presumed it was due to jealousy over the lady's affections for the prince, which led to her destructive behavior. However, they later discovered that the motivations were far more complex. What reasons? The princess urged anxiously. The maid, frightened, replied. We overheard the princess mention in the grand hall her intention to negotiate a separation from the prince. To our surprise, the prince intervened, employing some means to thwart her efforts. Consequently, the emperor did not consent to the separation, and upon learning the truth from the guard, the princess drew her sword, intent on harming the prince. The princess was momentarily stunned. Had not Yun Ruoyue's condition in the grand hall been to secure her freedom? How had it transformed into a request for separation? The maid hesitated, then explained. Initially, the princess sought to part ways with the prince. But after being rejected by the emperor, she settled for requesting her freedom on behalf of your highness. Settling for second best? The princess's heart sank as the realization dawned upon her. How naive she had been to regard the princess as virtuous. She had evidently not considered her until her own plans were thwarted. Chapter 375. Reporting the situation, Nangong Rou seized the opportunity to interject. Elder sister. The princess cannot be that kind of person. Surely, she has always kept you in her thoughts, simply prioritizing her own affairs. I had no idea she truly wished for a separation from the prince. Does she really harbor no fondness for our Li Wangfu? She has never been like this before. Indeed, my matters pale in comparison to her own. She has clearly disregarded my existence. Her plea on my behalf was merely a token gesture, the princess retorted coldly. What grievances could our Li Wangfu possibly have inflicted upon her to warrant her desire for separation? I do not know. I heard that you were not always like this. Things changed after the prince married me and you arrived, Nangong Rou said, looking forlorn. The princess understood immediately, her anger flaring. So this woman wishes to separate from Xuancheng because of us? Is she truly unable to endure our presence? This is my brother's home. Should I not be allowed to enter? Who does she think she is to threaten Xuancheng? Calm down, elder sister. I wonder what could have upset her. The prince is so exceptional, yet she does not appreciate him. Could it be that she has developed feelings for another man? Nangong Rou said, quickly covering her mouth in fear. That is not what I meant. Please do not misunderstand. Rower, do not fret. You speak the truth. I harbor no resentment towards you. Previously, this woman was infatuated with Xuancheng, yet now she has changed. Is it possible that she truly has feelings for someone else? The princess replied coolly. Surely not. She spends all her time within the palace, without encountering any men. Could she be throwing a tantrum to provoke the prince's attention? Nangong Rou suggested, wary of speaking too freely about such matters, fearing that Yun Ruoyue and the prince might discover that she was the source of the information. She chose to deny it on Yun Ruoyue's behalf. It should be noted that she had always been adamant about marrying no one but Xuancheng. She could not believe that she truly did not harbor feelings for him. Surely, she was merely playing a game of feigned indifference. If she dared to toy with Xuancheng, this palace would not let her off easily. The eldest princess slammed her hand on the table, her face a mask of fury. Aunt May added, I never expected the princess to be such a person. I had thought her to be cold on the outside yet warm on the inside, which is why she treated us so indifferently. It turns out this is her true nature. Since our arrival at the Li prince's residence, she has never once come to pay her respects to the princess, nor has she shown any inclination to be close to her. The last time she dined with Princess Zhao in the courtyard, she didn't even invite us. It was clear she looked down upon our princess. The mere recollection of that incident incensed them further. They had been oblivious to this matter until Nangong Rou revealed it, leaving them in the dark. At this moment, they conveniently forgot that even if Yun Ruoyue were to settle for less, it would still mean trading the opportunity to impose conditions for the freedom of the eldest princess. Nangong Rou immediately chimed in, Aunt May, I can also grill meat. From now on, whenever you and the eldest sister wish to eat, I shall prepare it for you. Indeed, it is much more comfortable for us to be together. We have no need for her offerings, Aunt May concluded, casting an appreciative glance at Nangong Rou. Madame Rou is truly commendable, always considering our princess, far superior to that Yun Ruoyue. I genuinely respect the princess. She is my elder sister. If I do not honor her, who will? Nangong Rou affectionately grasped the eldest princess's arm. Chapter 376. Seeking a Taoist to exorcise evil spirits, the eldest princess tenderly patted her arm and said, Indeed, Rower is delightful. That wretched girl. Why must she be so scheming? It truly infuriates me. Nangong Rou rolled her eyes and suddenly inquired, Elder sister, last time you mentioned sending someone to find a master called Qing Feng on Baiyun Mountain. Have your people located him? Ah, that Master Qingfeng? It would have been better if you hadn't brought him up. Just the thought of him enrages me further. I sent someone to invite him to come exorcise the evil spirits for me, but upon learning of Yun Ruoyue's identity, he outright refused. He claimed that a doctor who can save lives would never be a demon or evil spirit, insisting that he only deals with true demons and refuses to engage in morally reprehensible acts. He even expelled my envoy. How could I not be furious? The eldest princess vented her frustration. Had it not been for Master Qingfeng's refusal, she would have summoned him long ago to rid Yun Ruoyue of the evil spirit within her. Nangong Rou was taken aback. Master Qingfeng was indeed principled, which explained his esteemed reputation and the trust he commanded from others. Elder sister, did you know he has a twin brother who looks exactly like him, known as Yun? I have heard that he possesses some abilities as well and is quite renowned. Moreover, he is humble and easy to converse with. Should we not send someone to invite him to take a look? Is there truly such a person? How does his reputation and character compare to Master Qingfeng? The eldest princess inquired. They were determined to find a master of high renown and virtuous character, for only a truly esteemed master could discern genuine evil spirits. She did not wish to wrong Yun Ruoyue. Nangong Rou let out a cold laugh in her heart, yet maintained a facade of composure as she spoke. Rest assured. Elder sister, I have dispatched Danner to investigate this Master Yun. He is the brother of Qingfeng, a man of impeccable character and high moral standing. Furthermore, he possesses a unique insight and is renowned for his prowess in subduing demons. Perhaps we should summon him? Very well, let it be as you suggest. Bring him here to ascertain whether Yun Ruoyue has truly been possessed by malevolent forces, for she appears to have undergone a complete transformation. If she is indeed afflicted by a spirit, it is imperative that we exorcise it. The princess spoke coldly. Seeing the princess's fury, Nangong Rou felt a surge of delight within. Clearly, her scheme had succeeded once more. After sowing discord, she departed from the Yunxian pavilion. At that moment, another maid, Xinger, approached with news. Madam, Qingfeng reports that the prince did not engage with the princess tonight and has allowed her to leave. Qingfeng, a servant in Chu Xuancheng's household, had recently been swayed by Xinger, tasked solely with observing whether the prince and princess shared a bed. He dared not divulge any other secrets of the prince. Nangong Rou breathed a sigh of relief. The prince had not touched the princess. Yet how had he managed to neutralize the poison? The concoction she administered did not necessitate intimate relations for its antidote. Other methods could suffice. It was said that the prince had taken the princess to the hot springs, where she nearly drowned, but he rescued her and then allowed her to depart. Qingfeng mentioned that the prince's temperature had returned to normal, indicating that the poison had likely been dispelled during their time in the springs, Xinger added. So it was. Nangong Rou narrowed her eyes coldly. As long as the prince had not laid a hand on that wretched woman, she would be content. Initially, she had feared that her potion might inadvertently benefit that vile creature. How had she almost drowned yet not perished? As the prince's affection for Yun Ruoyue grew, a profound sense of crisis welled up within her. No, she must hasten to summon Master Yun and eliminate Yun Ruoyue. Chapter 377. Blaming Jiu'er upon returning to the courtyard, Yun Ruoyue was greeted by Feng'er and Jiu'er. Recalling that it was Jiu'er who had revealed her intentions of seeking divorce from Chu Xuancheng to Mo Li, she shot a cold glance in Jiu'er's direction. Realizing the weight of the princess's icy gaze, Jiu'er immediately recognized that her betrayal had been uncovered. Her face paled, and she abruptly fell to her knees, pleading, "Your Highness, please show mercy. I did not intend to betray you. I feared you might truly seek a divorce from the prince, which is why I informed Mo Li." Hearing Jiu'er's confession, Feng'er and the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Jiu'er was the source of the information, explaining why the princess's divorce had not succeeded. Rather than reproach Jiu'er, they found themselves wanting to commend her. Yun Ruoyue seated herself, her gaze fixed coldly upon Jiu'er, exuding an aura of authority without anger. "I loathe those who betray me. Regardless of your intentions, I placed my complete trust in you, confiding my innermost thoughts. Yet, in an instant, you chose to betray me. It appears that my humble abode cannot accommodate a deity such as yourself." Upon hearing this, Jiu'er was overwhelmed with tears, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please spare me. Do not be angry. I acted thus out of my deep affection for you and my unwillingness to part with everyone. If you truly separate from the prince, you will leave us, and I cannot bear the thought of not seeing you again, nor do I wish for you to act impulsively. Once you sever ties with the prince, you will be regarded as a discarded woman, and what will become of your later years? My actions stem from concern for your future, fearing you may face uncertainty. With the prince, you can at least enjoy a life of comfort. What will you do if you leave him? My future is not for you to worry about. I have stated before that even if I depart from the Li Wangfu, I can sustain myself. I do not seek protection from Chu Xuancheng. Furthermore, he is a prince who lacks favor. Following him may lead to an even grimmer fate. It is better to part ways sooner, Yun Ruoyue retorted. Currently, Chu Xuancheng finds himself surrounded by peril, akin to a small boat adrift in a tumultuous sea, besieged by towering waves. He is ensnared by undercurrents and storms, at risk of being capsized by a single wave. Staying with him not only fails to provide protection, but may also ensnare her in his misfortunes. She is no saint, nor is she selfless enough to sacrifice for a man who does not love her. Jiu'er, in a fit of tears, implored, "Your Highness, the prince is fortunate and capable. He has always been clever and formidable. You would not suffer such a fate by staying with him. Perhaps he will discover a brighter path in the future. And if you were to part ways, would that not benefit another woman? A brighter path? Even if he finds one, I have no desire to depend on him. I wish to rely on myself," Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Regardless of whether Chu Xuancheng dons the dragon robe and becomes a figure of greatness, she would not regret her decision today. Witnessing the princess's unwavering resolve, Jiu'er realized her misstep and hurriedly bowed, her forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud, tears and snot flowing freely. "Your Highness, I realize my error. I beseech you for another chance. Please do not cast me away. I have grown accustomed to serving you, and I cannot bear to part with you. I am yours in life and in death." Chapter 378. Forgive Jiu'er. Seeing Jiu'er in such a pitiful state, Yun Ruoyue's heart softened. She felt a pang of sadness, recognizing that Jiu'er acted out of concern for her, albeit from a different perspective. Feng'er and the others, witnessing this, knelt and bowed, pleading, "Your Highness, Jiu'er acted without malice. Please forgive her this once. I believe she will not err again. Let her stay, please." "Indeed, Your Highness. Jiu'er is of good character, honest, diligent, and not one for idle chatter. Her intentions have always been for your benefit. We implore you to show mercy and allow her to remain. We cannot bear to lose her," Greener added tearfully. As the maids huddled together in tears, embracing Jiu'er, Yun Ruoyue sighed. "When have I ever said I would drive her away? Your Highness, does this mean you have forgiven Jiu'er and will not drive her away?" Upon hearing this, Feng'er looked at Yun Ruoyue with a face full of joy. With a sense of helplessness, Yun Ruoyue nodded, expressing, "I had never intended to expel her. I understand her intentions are for my well-being. However, I must speak candidly. Sometimes, what you believe to be for my benefit may not align with my own feelings. For her, life is indeed precious, but love holds an even greater value. If freedom is at stake, both can be relinquished. Freedom transcends all honors, identities, and statuses. The challenge lies in her inability to communicate this to Feng'er and the others. She does not expect these ancient individuals to comprehend her perspective. To them, she is a singular entity. In truth, her arrival in this foreign realm should have prompted her to adapt to society, rather than expecting others to conform to her." Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, Jiu'er was moved to tears. She looked up at Yun Ruoyue with tearful eyes. "Your Highness, you truly do not blame me? You have forgiven me?" Seeing the blood trickling from Jiu'er's forehead, Yun Ruoyue rushed forward, her heart aching. With a mixture of sorrow and reproach, she said, "Foolish girl, why must you be so reckless? I merely uttered a few harsh words to frighten you. How could you injure yourself so? Look at you, you've broken your forehead. How will you find a suitor if you are disfigured?" Feng'er quickly fetched some iodine to disinfect Jiu'er. Overwhelmed by the princess's concern, Jiu'er felt a wave of shame wash over her. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your forgiveness. I promise I will never act on my own accord to betray you again. Whatever thoughts you have, I shall support you. As for a suitor, I seek none. I wish to remain by your side forever." "Silly girl, if you do not marry, how will you ever experience certain joys?" Yun Ruoyue replied with a teasing smile. The maidens, upon hearing this, lowered their heads, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Your Highness, we have no intention of marrying. Your words are mortifying to us." Yun Ruoyue contemplated that they would eventually marry, and she desired for them to experience the joys of family life and child-rearing. She did not wish to confine them to the palace merely to serve her, for even if she cherished them dearly, selfishness was not an option. While she herself wished for separation and had no desire to remarry, that did not extend to imposing her will upon Feng'er and the others. Their choices regarding marriage would be entirely theirs, and she would respect their decisions. With the new year just 10 days away, households were bustling with preparations. Chapter 379. The Princess's Tree-Climbing Adventure. As the princess, Yun Ruoyue oversaw all matters within the royal residence. She instructed the stewards to commence preparations for the new year. The stewards procured numerous couplets and lanterns, which were affixed to the doors of various courtyards, enveloping the Li Wangfu in a festive atmosphere. One day, Yun Ruoyue and Feng were in the courtyard, toasting charcoal and crafting paper-cut window decorations. Lacking skill in the art, Yun Ruoyue learned from Feng and, after some effort, managed to cut out a small fish design. Suddenly, a fledgling bird tumbled from a tree, landing directly on Yun Ruoyue's paper cut, startling them all. "Miss, this little bird has fallen down. Look how tiny it is. It can't even fly yet. What if its mother can't find it?" Feng said with a face full of sympathy upon seeing the bare little bird. Yun Ruoyue glanced over and noticed that the bird was plump and pink, still devoid of feathers, with only its two black eyes peering out adorably. It opened its tiny beak, crying out for food, as if it were hungry. Up in the old locust tree, there was no sign of its mother. Perhaps she had gone out in search of food. "Feng, go inside and fetch some goat's milk. We must feed it before returning it to its nest," she instructed. Above them, nestled in the branches of the locust tree, was a large bird's nest, likely home to the chick's siblings. Feng hurried inside and soon returned with a bowl of goat's milk, presenting it before the chick. As soon as the chick caught the scent of the milk, it made an effort to stand and eagerly poked its beak into the bowl. Before long, it had consumed a substantial amount, its little belly swelling with fullness, clearly satisfied. After its meal, the plump chick twirled around a few times in place before contentedly lying on the window ledge, its round belly protruding as if it were napping. Yun Ruoyue reached out and gently tapped the chick, chuckling. "This little fellow certainly knows how to enjoy life. Feng, fetch a bamboo tube and fill it with goat's milk. We will find a way to send both the chick and the milk back to the nest, so its siblings can also savor our goat's milk. Miss, the tree is so high, and we don't know how to climb or use lightness of foot. How can we return the bird?" Feng asked with a furrowed brow. "What about Mo Li and Mo Zhu? They are skilled and can climb. Perhaps we could ask them for assistance?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. Feng shook her head. "They have gone to the military camp with the prince and won't return anytime soon. Should we wait a while before sending it back?" "No. If the mother bird returns and cannot find her chick, she will surely panic," Yun Ruoyue replied, glancing at the sturdy locust tree and realizing it would be easy to climb. "Feng, go fetch me a tall ladder. I will climb up and place the chick back myself." Horrified, Feng exclaimed, "Your Highness, please reconsider. You lack martial skills. What if you fall? We needn't involve the servants." "I can climb. I have done it before," Yun Ruoyue insisted, feeling confident that this was a minor task that did not require assistance. "What men can do, women can do as well. Climbing a tree is nothing. I used to climb all the time at my grandmother's house. I was quite the wild child, scaling mountains, catching fish in rivers, snaring eels and loaches in the fields, foraging for mushrooms in the forest, digging for bamboo shoots, and capturing wild rabbits and chickens. I have done it all, so I am not afraid." Chapter 380. The fall. Feng and Zhu looked at Yun Ruoyue with wide eyes, astonished by her strength. She truly was remarkable for wanting to climb the tree herself. "Your Highness, why not let me climb? I can also climb trees," one of the attendants offered. Zhu had previously confided in Mo Li about the princess's intent to seek a divorce, and had been feeling a pang of guilt ever since. Thus, she promptly stepped forward, eager to shoulder the risks on behalf of the princess. Yun Ruoyue replied, "There's no need for that. I am quite experienced. Feng, you and the others hurry and fetch the ladder from our little courtyard." Seeing Yun Ruoyue's unwavering determination, Feng and the others did not dare to oppose her. Several maidens hurriedly ran to the small courtyard and brought the ladder back. Before long, they had propped the wooden ladder against the old locust tree. Observing this, Yun Ruoyue rolled up her sleeves, secured the bamboo tube filled with goat's milk onto her back, and cradled the little fledgling in her hands as she began to ascend the ladder slowly. This scene filled Feng and the others with anxiety. "Your Highness, please be careful. If you can't make it up, I shall call the household servants and guards for assistance." "I can manage," Yun Ruoyue confidently asserted. Such endeavors are far more enjoyable when accomplished by oneself. It wouldn't be nearly as fulfilling if someone else took over. She yearned to experience the act of returning the little bird home and was eager for an opportunity to climb a tree, having not done so for many years. With that, She held the bird in one hand and grasped the ladder with the other as she ascended. Initially, she swiftly reached the top of the ladder. However, it was too short to bridge the remaining distance to the nest, compelling her to climb further on her own. Realizing this, she gripped the trunk with one hand while continuing to hold the bird with the other, laboriously making her way upward. In that moment, she discovered that climbing with one hand was significantly more challenging than with both. Seeing the princess precariously perched in the tree, Feng and the others were filled with concern. "Your Highness, please take utmost care. Do not fall. Do not worry. I am perfectly fine," Yun Ruoyue reassured them, just as she stepped onto a branch. Suddenly, with a crack, the branch was brittle and snapped under her weight. Ah! As she fell, she let out a scream, plummeting from the tree. "Your Highness!" Feng and the others screamed in fright, each extending their hands, ready to catch the princess. Just then, a figure clad in dark attire rushed in like a gust of wind. The individual was as swift as lightning. As Yun Ruoyue was about to meet the ground, he caught her in the nick of time. Due to inertia, he spun several times while securing her, their garments swirling elegantly, akin to two exquisite butterflies in flight. Ultimately, the man gently lowered the woman to the ground. Upon landing, Yun Ruoyue nearly dropped the bird but quickly reached out, grasping it with a startled exclamation. "Goodness, it's the prince. Your arrival was so timely. You were magnificent and so dashing just now." Upon witnessing the prince soaring in to rescue the princess, Feng and the others' eyes sparkled with admiration, gazing at their esteemed prince with awe. His swift and heroic intervention was truly captivating. The poise, the commanding presence, and the speed were all breathtaking. Yun Ruoyue had anticipated a disastrous fall, yet she was unexpectedly saved by Chu Xuancheng. Chapter 381. The great boar's hoof rescued at that moment. They had both descended to the ground, her form leaning gently against his embrace as he cradled her waist, gazing down at her with quiet intensity. This moment was truly exquisite. They exchanged glances, their eyes deep and profound, as if the world had narrowed to just the two of them. Nangong Rou, who had accompanied Chu Xuancheng, witnessed this scene and felt a surge of anger rise within her, her chest heaving as she bit her lip, jealousy flooding her gaze. She glared at Yun Ruoyue, consumed by an overwhelming envy, desperate to intervene and separate them. "Your Highness, is my sister all right?" Nangong Rou rushed over, her face a mask of jealousy, wishing fervently that she could transform into Yun Ruoyue. Upon hearing Nangong Rou's voice, Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue snapped back to reality, hastily stepping apart from one another. Yun Ruoyue, still shaken, patted her chest, realizing how perilous the situation had been. Had Chu Xuancheng not arrived in time, she would have either met her demise or suffered grievous injury, for the old locust tree stood rather tall. Casting a glance at Nangong Rou, she inquired, "I'm fine. What brings you both here? Such a fortuitous timing." Nangong Rou quickly explained, "I was aware that His Highness finished court early today, so I prepared a meal for him. While waiting for him in the front courtyard, I overheard someone mention that you were climbing a tree. Upon His Highness's arrival, we feared for your safety and hurried over." In truth, while waiting for Chu Xuancheng, she had overheard the servants discussing the fact that the princess was scaling a tree, prompting a deeply concerned Chu Xuancheng to rush over. Naturally, she followed closely behind and arrived just in time to witness Yun Ruoyue's fall. She was infuriated. Why could she not have fallen earlier or later? It seemed that the moment His Highness arrived, this woman chose to tumble down. Was it a deliberate act? Yun Ruoyue cast a calm glance at Nangong Rou, discerning her sincerity or lack thereof, without needing to speculate. Her primary concern now lay with the little fledgling in her hands. Holding the small bird, she lifted her skirt and prepared to climb the ladder once more. Seeing this, Chu Xuancheng swiftly pulled her back. "What do you intend to do?" "To return the little bird to its nest," Yun Ruoyue replied. "Allow me to handle it. Otherwise, should you fall, do not blame me," Chu Xuancheng declared, taking the fledgling from her grasp. He then eschewed the ladder entirely, instead using the strength from the ground to leap gracefully to the branch above. Upon spotting the nest at the tree's crown, he looked tenderly at the little bird in his hands, a smile illuminating his features before gently placing the fledgling inside. Feng and the others had never witnessed His Highness display such gentleness. They had scarcely seen him smile before, yet now he beamed. When a cold, proud man directs his smile towards a fragile little creature, the world seems to lose its color. Yun Ruoyue was equally taken aback by Chu Xuancheng's unexpected tenderness towards the small animal. Once the fledgling had returned to its nest, It immediately began to frolic with the other birds, radiating pure joy. She hastily remarked, "There is still goat's milk that needs to be delivered. Your Highness, could you please check how many little birds are in the nest?" Chu Xuancheng grasped a branch with one hand and peered into the nest, discovering 4 or 5 plump little birds, all eagerly gaping their beaks wide, embodying a picture of hunger. A smile spread across Chu Xuancheng's face as he exclaimed, "There are 4 or 5. His delight was evident in the gentle curve of his brows. Yun Ruoyue hastily extended a bamboo tube filled with nourishing milk, urging him, "Here, take this goat milk to feed them." Chapter 382. Hot Pot. Chu Xuancheng leapt gracefully down, his movements as light as a swallow's flight, effortlessly landing. Upon reaching the ground, he took the bamboo tube from Yun Ruoyue's hands and ascended once more. When he neared the nest, he halted, grasping a branch with one hand while carefully opening the tube with the other, slowly feeding the little birds the goat milk. The fledglings eagerly opened their mouths, greedily slurping up the milk, including the very first bird he had returned to. They soon appeared satiated. Once he had finished feeding them, Chu Xuancheng took the bamboo tube and leapt back down, executing the entire process with fluidity and grace, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth, captivating the onlooking maidens who erupted in applause. "The prince is so impressive. How handsome." The maidens gazed at Chu Xuancheng with adoring eyes, filled with admiration. However, Nangong Rou's expression darkened. She shot a cold glare at the girls, noticing their infatuation with Chu Xuancheng and wondering why Yun Ruoyue remained indifferent. If it were her, she would not hesitate to put any maid who dared to covet her man in her place. Yun Ruoyue, however, was oblivious to such thoughts. Watching the maidens applaud Chu Xuancheng, she temporarily forgot about the 20 lashes he had given her and joined in, clapping like a schoolgirl, her admiration for him rekindled. "Thank you, Your Highness. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have broken my leg," Yun Ruoyue remarked, giving him a thumbs up. Chu Xuancheng had helped her, and her gratitude was well warranted. Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, advising, "Next time, do not attempt such things alone. If I am not at the manor, seek assistance from others to avoid injury and the subsequent expense of needing a doctor." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. His words were rather sharp. "Rest assured, should I accidentally fall, even if it leads to my demise, I certainly would not use your money," she retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. Nangong Rou, finding the banter between the prince and the princess amusing, quickly approached, clinging to Chu Xuancheng's arm with a pitiful demeanor. "Your Highness, after a long day, you must be weary and hungry. I have asked Danner and the others to prepare a sumptuous dinner. Would you care to dine with me this evening?" In the past, the prince often dined with her, and she was confident he would do so again today. Simultaneously, she sought to flaunt to Yun Ruoyue that the prince would be dining with her, not with the supposed failed princess. Upon hearing this, Feng'er suddenly exclaimed, "Your Highness, today our esteemed empress has prepared a splendid dinner for us, hot pot. As the new year approaches, nothing compares to the comfort of indulging in a steaming lamb hot pot. The secret sauces and broth crafted by our beloved princess are exquisite, I assure you. You have never tasted anything quite like it. Would you care to sample our princess's culinary artistry?" Hot pot. Chu Xuancheng pondered, having enjoyed hot pot before, yet unfamiliar with the term de huogua. Indeed, it is the act of dipping ingredients into the hot pot. The hot pot prepared by our princess is unlike any other. It features a inyang pot, specifically designed and forged by a blacksmith, with a Tai Chi symbol dividing the pot into two. One side contains a mild fish broth, while the other offers a spicy concoction. Whether one prefers spicy or non-spicy, both can be savored together. It is truly delightful. Feng'er recalled her last experience with the princess, which lingered fondly in her memory. Chapter 383. The thickness of one's skin in an effort to unite the prince and princess. She hoped to persuade the prince to stay for dinner instead of visiting Nangong Rou. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. Such a hot pot sounded intriguing. His curiosity regarding Yun Ruoyue's recent culinary endeavors piqued. He replied, "Very well, I shall stay to sample this." "Wonderful. Allow us to prepare the ingredients at once," Feng'er exclaimed, clapping her hands joyfully alongside Jiu'er and the others. This would be the prince's first dining experience in Feiyue Pavilion. They were determined to host him splendidly. Yun Ruoyue, however, shot them a disapproving glance, questioning their need to vie for her affection. She was indifferent. With Chu Xuancheng present, she felt anything but at ease during the meal, and certainly did not wish to dine with him. Thus, she quickly interjected, "No need, Feng'er. The gentle consort Rou has prepared an entire feast for His Highness. How can we allow him to dine here with us? Your Highness, I believe you should go and enjoy the meal prepared by Consort Rou. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glare at Yun Ruoyue. Other women would be eager for their husbands to dine with them, yet she brazenly rejected him. He replied icily, I have dined with Consort Rou on numerous occasions, yet I have yet to share a meal with my princess. As per tradition, I must accompany my princess for at least one meal. Truly, there is no need. I would be quite pleased if you do not accompany me. Rest assured, I shall not feel envious. I will sincerely wish you both well, Yun Ruoyue insisted. Seeing that Yun Ruoyue did not appear to be feigning her words, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened considerably, his displeasure evident. Did this woman truly despise him to such an extent that she would reject him so openly? Nangong Rou, upon witnessing this, understood that Chu Xuancheng would not be visiting her that evening. Instantly, she shed her usual tearful demeanor and cheerfully remarked, Sister, having heard Fenger speak of your exquisite inyang pot, I too wish to taste it. Would it be permissible for me to remain and dine with the prince? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by the audacity of this woman. However, as the princess, she felt compelled to maintain her composure and could not outright refuse. At that moment, Fenger interjected, Consort Rou, this may not be appropriate. This is the first time our prince is sharing a meal with the princess, according to tradition. A concubine should not join them for the meal. You have prepared many dishes, have you not? If you do not return to enjoy them, what a waste that would be. Nangong Rou, indeed, possesses an audacity that knows no bounds, attempting to disrupt the harmonious world shared by the prince and the princess. Fenger was on the verge of asserting that, according to propriety, a concubine such as Nangong Rou had no right to dine alongside her betters. Yet, considering the esteemed position Nangong held in the prince's heart, she opted for a more tactful approach. The couple sought to deepen their bond, and the presence of a mere concubine was an unwelcome distraction. Upon hearing this, Nangong Rou's face turned a shade of green, her lips biting down as she coldly retorted, Sister, our lord is conversing here. A maidservant has no place to interject. This maid is utterly ignorant of the rules. Ought you not to discipline her? Perhaps a few sharp slaps would suffice. Yun Ruoyue swiftly shielded Fenger behind her, her voice icy as she declared, I believe Fenger speaks the truth. By the rules, you are a concubine, lacking the dignity to join us at the table. Without my and the prince's consent, you cannot dine with us. Furthermore, are you not required to accompany the eldest princess for meals daily, as an expression of filial piety? I presume you lack the time to dine with us, lest you offend the eldest princess, which I trust you would not wish to do. Nangong Rou's countenance paled at Yun Ruoyue's biting remarks. Chapter 384. The prince has changed. The princess's words were indeed harsh, yet they held an undeniable truth, rendering her speechless. Biting her lip in frustration, she suddenly exclaimed, Sister, speaking of the eldest sister. I almost forgot. Prince, the eldest sister mentioned that she wishes for a sense of home within our royal residence. She suggested that we, as a family, should dine with her this evening. As the eldest sister is like a mother to us and rarely visits, I believe we should heed her request. How about we join her for dinner tonight? If you enjoy hot pot, we could bring it along and enjoy a lively gathering together. Yun Ruoyue, upon hearing this, promptly replied, I shall not attend. You and the prince may go instead. Fenger, let us prepare for our hot pot meal. With that, she clapped her hands and strode towards her quarters, disregarding both Nangong Rou and Chu Xuancheng entirely. Nangong Rou interjected, Sister, do you truly hold the eldest sister in such disregard? This is her request. How can you refuse? Are you not concerned about being perceived as disrespectful to her? Regardless, I shall not go. Whoever wishes to attend may do so. Yun Ruoyue responded coldly. She preferred to remain in her own courtyard, cherishing her freedom rather than seeking discomfort at the eldest princess's residence. Fuming, Nangong Rou stamped her foot. Prince, look at sister. How can she act this way? Chu Xuancheng cast a frigid glance at Nangong Rou. The memory of her drugging him that night resurfaced, and his tone turned devoid of warmth. You may accompany the eldest princess. I shall dine with the princess. Nangong Rou's expression froze, akin to the aftermath of a cosmetic procedure gone awry. Her lips moved in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes. She could hardly fathom that the prince, who had always doted on her, was now so indifferent. He had never spoken to her in such a frigid manner before. This was a first. Once, he tenderly called her Rower, but now he had changed. Prince, are you still angry with me? The events of that day were indeed my fault. I am fully aware of my shortcomings. Thus, I prepared a sumptuous dinner as an act of contrition towards you. Nangong Rou, with a pitiful bite of her lip, appeared utterly adorable. However, in the eyes of Chu Xuancheng, her demeanor took on a different hue. He spoke coldly. You and the princess are both my wives. I have always favored you, often neglecting her. She has healed the Empress Dowager and saved my life. I ought to dine with her. Rou, when did you become so unreasonable? In his recollection, Nangong Rou had always been humble, courteous, and never one to contend with others. Upon sensing Chu Xuancheng's doubt, Nangong Rou was immediately flustered. No, she must not allow him to question her loyalty. She still basked in his affection, and it was imperative that she performed well to avoid his disdain. What would she do if he truly grew weary of her? She quickly replied, I apologize, Your Highness. It is merely that I care for you too deeply. Then tonight, I shall accompany my elder sister for dinner, and you may dine with her. Perhaps another day, you could share a meal with me? Reflecting on how Nangong Rou had been caring for the eldest princess since her arrival at the palace, Chu Xuancheng felt a pang of regret for his earlier coldness towards her. Very well, I promise you. Choose a day. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take my leave now, and I hope you and my sister enjoy your meal. With a gentle smile and a graceful curtsy, Nangong Rou exited with a tender demeanor. Chapter 385. A hot pot together. As she turned away, the smile on her face vanished abruptly, replaced by a countenance filled with resentment. The princess was gradually usurping the prince's affections. It seemed her plan must be set into motion without delay. As dusk fell, the atmosphere in Feiyue Pavilion became lively. Feng and the others had lit numerous lanterns in the courtyard and kindled a fire, illuminating the entire area with a brilliant glow. In the center, 2 pots of a hot pot were set atop the stoves. At this moment, the charcoal burned brightly, and the pots were filled with a medley of food, soon bubbling and releasing an enticing aroma. Returning from the military camp, Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and Feng Qingyang were drawn to the delightful scent. Upon seeing the prince and princess seated before the stove, ready to indulge in hot pot, their mouths watered in unison. Your Highness, how could you enjoy such a feast without inviting us? This is truly excessive, Feng Qingyang exclaimed, fanning himself with his small folding fan, his face alight with desire. Mo Li and Mo Zhu licked their lips, swallowing hard, their wide eyes fixated on the 2 pots, resembling famished souls reborn. Observing this, Yun Ruoyue hastily instructed, Feng, quickly fetch another stove and prepare an additional hot pot for Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and General Feng. Yes, Your Highness, Feng responded cheerfully. The other maidens, Jiu and Deng, joined in to assist, and soon the courtyard was bustling with activity. In total, 3 hot pots were arranged in the courtyard. Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng at one table, Feng and the 4 maidens at another, and Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and Feng Qingyang at the last. As everyone took their seats, Feng Qingyang inquired, Your Highness, may I ask how one is meant to enjoy this hot pot? Before him lay an array of exquisite dishes on a stone table. Each dish contained a modest portion, artfully arranged atop layers of fresh lettuce and ice cubes, which cradled tender tripe, succulent duck intestines, and rolled slices of meat, all adorned with wisps of steam rising from the ice, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The unfamiliarity of many ingredients piqued their curiosity. Upon noticing that none had experienced modern hot pot before, Yun Ruoyue cleared her throat and explained. This is known as Chongqing hot pot, specifically the Yinyang pot, with one side mild and the other spicy, accompanied by sesame oil and dipping sauces. Simply immerse any ingredient you desire into the pot, cook it briefly, and savor it with the fragrant oil. It's truly delightful. Is that so? Let us give it a try, responded Feng Qingyang, already rolling up his sleeves in eager anticipation. Mo Li and Mo Zhu, 2 famished gentlemen, began devouring the food with abandon. Unconcerned with the conventional etiquette of hot pot dining, they haphazardly tossed their chosen ingredients into the pot, briefly boiled them, and hastily dipped them in sesame oil before devouring them. Ah, it's scalding. It burns. Mo Li exclaimed between bites. Wow, what is this meat? It's absolutely delectable, so tender and flavorful. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. Mo Zhu remarked, lifting a slice of beef roll in astonishment. Yun Ruoyue replied, That is beef roll, crafted from the most tender parts of the cow, known as wagyu. And here is lamb roll. Do taste it. Feng Qingyang, his admiration evident, remarked, Your Highness, may I inquire who sliced this meat? The knife skills are remarkable, and the rolls are so beautifully crafted. It was done by the princess herself. She first slightly froze the meat before slicing, yielding thin, elegant pieces that can be rolled up, Feng Er said, gazing at Yun Ruoyue with admiration. I see. Feng Qingyang marveled. How extraordinary is this princess, capable of creating such delightful dishes. She is akin to a treasure. Why doesn't he the prince cherish her more? Seeing the admiration in everyone's eyes directed at Yun Ruoyue brought a sense of pride to Chu Xuancheng. Their reverence for his wife elevated his stature. However, Yun Ruoyue only engaged with the others, neglecting him entirely. As a prince, he felt it beneath him to curry her favor. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He glanced at the tender duck intestines before him. Can we eat this? How come it lacks any unpleasant odor? He had never sampled such offal before. But Yun Ruoyue had transformed it into something that looked fresh and appetizing. Yun Ruoyue smiled and said, of course. Duck intestines are among the most delectable offerings. They are the very soul of hot pot. Without them, this meal would lack flavor. Your Highness, would you care to try a piece? Chu Xuancheng frowned, reluctant to sample it. Moreover, he has always been accustomed to having everything handed to him, never having personally prepared a meal. Observing this, Zhu quickly offered, Your Highness, allow me to assist you with the cooking. Typically, when the prince dined, servants would lay out his dishes for him. However, in the absence of the servants from the Xingchen pavilion, Zhu wished to serve him herself. Unexpectedly, Yun Ruoyue interjected, Zhu, tend to your own meal. This hot pot is best enjoyed when one cooks for oneself, as it truly brings out the flavors. Let him manage on his own. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. This woman certainly lacked respect for his status as a prince. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and imitated Yun Ruoyue, selecting a piece of goose intestine and placing it into the pot. Before long, the intestine curled up as it cooked. Noticing this, Yun Ruoyue hurriedly exclaimed, It's ready. Once it curls, it's good to eat. Do try it, and see how delicious it is. I fear it may not be cooked enough. I shall leave it in a bit longer, Chu Xuancheng replied disdainfully, his expression one of pride. If you cook it longer, it will become tough. And if it's tough, it loses its freshness. As a true food lover, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of anxiety. Eating hot pot with someone like Chu Xuancheng was rather dull. It would be far more enjoyable with Li and the others. Sensing Yun Ruoyue's urgency, Chu Xuancheng placed the cooked goose intestine into a bowl, rolled it in sesame oil, and then tasted it. Upon savoring the exquisite flavor, he nodded in astonishment. This goose intestine is remarkably crisp and tender. I have never tasted such a delicacy before. My lady, how did you know it could be enjoyed this way? After finishing the piece in a whirlwind fashion, he began to prepare duck intestines and beef tripe. Yun Ruoyue cast him a sidelong glance, muttering that she had simply conducted her own research. Witnessing the prince indulge in the delicacy, the others felt emboldened and quickly grabbed their own portions, eagerly surrounding the pot to cook. As the intestines entered their mouths, a chorus of satisfied exclamations erupted. Feng Qingyang remarked, Wow, the princess was indeed correct. These intestines are the essence of the hot pot. I can think of nothing else but to indulge in them. In chapter 387, No Drinking for Her, Li exclaimed, These intestines are incredibly crunchy. Fenger, do we have any more? Please bring us 5 more servings. Fenger replied, There are no more. We were unaware you would be joining us, and didn't prepare enough. What? Oh dear, how unfortunate. I hadn't even had my fill before they were all gone. Yet it seems the prince and princess still have some left. Li pondered, turning her gaze towards Chu Xuancheng. The prince typically had little fondness for such offal. If he were to disdainfully refuse, he could simply relinquish his share to them. To her surprise, Chu Xuancheng swiftly shielded the remaining goose and duck intestines before him, retorting, Who told you to eat so quickly? You devoured it like Zhu Beiji stealing the queen mother's peaches, barely having tasted it before it vanished. Do not lay your eyes on what belongs to me. Resignedly, Li turned away, opting to cook the beef tripe instead. After savoring a piece of tender and fragrant tripe, she nodded vigorously, exclaiming, My lady, this 1,000-layer tripe is incredibly delicious. Good heavens, this hot pot is truly exceptional. Everything cooked within it tastes divine. Then indulge yourself further, came the encouraging response. As Yun Ruoyue had yet to finish her sentence, Li had already scooped up a generous mouthful of beef tripe, stuffing her cheeks to the brim, utterly disregarding decorum. This sight elicited laughter from everyone present, as they realized how joyous, liberated, and exhilarating it was to be in the company of the princess. There were no rigid rules to adhere to. They could indulge in a smorgasbord of culinary delights each day, a life more splendid than that of deities. Before long, The courtyard was filled with cheerful banter and laughter. Seeing the delectable food, everyone stood, encircling the pot in eager anticipation, stretching their necks and wielding chopsticks to fish out the delicacies. In the midst of this culinary frenzy, Mo Li and Mo Zhu began to bicker. That piece of duck gizzard was mine. How dare you take it? You stole my beef meatball first. I've been guarding it while it cooked, and just when it was ready, you swooped in. This is tit for tat. We are brothers. What's wrong with me taking one meatball from you? If you want it, I can always buy you one later. No way. Your store-bought ones can't compare to the princess's cooking. These handmade beef meatballs are chewy, crispy, and bouncy, priceless. As they feasted, they even began to drink and play games. Yun Ruoyue, noticing their revelry, felt parched and yearned for some osmanthus wine. This wine, more akin to a beverage, was slightly bitter yet sweet, flavorful, and particularly effective in quenching spiciness. With this thought in mind, she reached out to pour herself a cup. Suddenly, a hand struck hers, snatching her cup away. The offender, with a stern expression, admonished, "What business do women have drinking wine? Don't drink too much and cause a ruckus like last time." Chu Xuancheng still remembered the last incident when Yun Ruoyue, inebriated, had hurled her shoe at him. Instantly, she stuck out her tongue and pleaded, "I'm so thirsty. Just let me have a sip, please." "Absolutely not. Not even a sip. Have you ever seen a respectable woman drinking wine every day?" Chu Xuancheng insisted firmly. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue placed her hands on her hips, irate. "Are you implying that women who drink are not respectable? What kind of logic is that? I'm thirsty, and I just want to drink. Am I in the wrong?" Chapter 388. Sleeping with her tonight with that. She seized the wine from the table and took a hearty gulp, not allowing Chu Xuancheng a moment to object. He was taken aback, astonished at her audacity. The others were equally shocked, marveling at the princess's formidable spirit. After downing the wine, Yun Ruoyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. The spiciness dissipated, and her spirits lifted. This wine was delightful, not overwhelming, reminiscent of modern low-alcohol cocktails, perfectly drinkable. After the meal, Mo Li and the others departed, leaving Fenger and Jiu'er to tidy up the dishes. Yun Ruoyue wiped her mouth, stood, and prepared to retire to her room. Suddenly, she noticed Chu Xuancheng still seated, and approached him. "You've eaten, shouldn't you be heading off to bed?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. Was this woman attempting to dismiss him? He wished to linger a while longer, yet it was not permitted. His countenance darkened instantly. "This evening, I shall rest in the Crimson Moon Pavilion." Upon hearing this, the maidens exchanged excited glances, their hearts racing. Could it be true? The prince intended to stay at the Crimson Moon Pavilion, which implied he would bestow his affections upon his consort. At last, the consort would witness the clouds parting to reveal the moon. However, Yun Ruoyue's expression soured. The mere thought of sharing a bed with such a formidable man, and the possibility of being subjected to his whims, filled her with a profound aversion. It was utterly inconceivable for her to share a bed with a man she did not love. Their relationship had not yet reached a level of intimacy sufficient for such an arrangement. With a stern visage, she coldly remarked, "Your beloved Ruo is awaiting you. You should go to her. She would eagerly welcome your presence." Chu Xuancheng's face deepened in hue. His gaze fixed upon Yun Ruoyue with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing through her. "I shall indeed rest here. What of it? You are my wife, and it is only natural that you attend to me." Yun Ruoyue's rejection in front of the maidens was a blow to his pride. He had previously dispatched Mo Li and the others to prevent the embarrassment of her refusal, yet it seemed the maidens were still witness to his humiliation. Fuming, Yun Ruoyue retorted, "I cannot share a bed with someone I do not care for, and I prefer to sleep alone. If Nangong Rou wishes to be with you, you should hasten to her. What if you keep her waiting? You are utterly unreasonable." Chu Xuancheng pointed an accusatory finger at Yun Ruoyue. He had intended to shower her with affection, yet she repelled him, pushing him toward Nangong Rou. Witnessing the exchange, urged, "Your Highness, please acquiesce to the prince. He seeks to enhance your bond as husband and wife. Do not drive him away." However, Yun Ruoyue coldly replied, "I refuse to cultivate a marital connection with someone who has inflicted 20 lashes upon me." Her words plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. Chu Xuancheng regarded her with a profound gaze, taken aback that she still harbored the memory of that punishment. The very mention of it sparked feelings of guilt within him. Fenger recalled the incident as well, picturing the consort's back marred with scars, a sight too harrowing to bear. If not for the consort's resilience and strength, she might not have endured. In retrospect, The princess' actions had indeed been excessive. It was clear that forgiveness could not be easily granted. Chapter 389. Cast aside thus. She refrained from further urging the consort. After her statement, Yun Ruoyue retreated into the room and seated herself at the table, pouring herself a cup of tea. Chu Xuancheng, upon witnessing this, followed her inside, his voice cold. Do you truly wish for me not to rest here? Yun Ruoyue lifted her gaze to meet his. The man before her was tall and robust, exuding strength. She recalled their previous encounter, where his prowess had caused her immense pain. The sight of him instilled a profound fear within her. How could she possibly permit him to stay? The thought of sharing a bed with an unfamiliar person truly unsettled her. She could only respond with a cold nod, stating, "No, the gentle consort requires your presence. You should go to her." You. Very well, this is what you have chosen. In the future, should you seek my presence here, rest assured, I shall not remain. With those words, Chu Xuancheng, in a fit of rage, flicked his sleeves and departed. Observing his furious retreat, Yun Ruoyue felt an immense sense of satisfaction. How infuriating! Why must women curry favor with men, while men must not be provoked? Witnessing Chu Xuancheng's disgruntled departure filled her with delight. This man had bullied her in the past, shown her no respect, and even commanded others to strike her. Today, she had finally avenged herself, albeit slightly. Feng and the others were left in stunned silence. Recognizing that the prince was genuinely angry, the fleeting bond they had cultivated over hot pot dissipated in an instant. Your Highness, the prince has only just decided to stay with you, and you have driven him away. What if he does not return? Feng expressed her concerns. If he chooses not to return, so be it. His absence will grant me peace, Yun Ruoyue replied, reveling in the outcome. Your Highness, do you truly not care for the prince? Jiu and the others questioned anxiously. If so, what shall you do in the future? Should the prince grow weary of you and cease to stay, what will become of your later years? I do not care. Let him seek whoever he wishes. As long as he does not come seeking me, Yun Ruoyue declared resolutely. As Chu Xuancheng exited the Feiyue pavilion, he chanced upon Mo Li and the others, who were crouching against the wall, eavesdropping. He coldly rapped Mo Li on the head, demanding, "What are you doing? Your Highness, have you been cast out by the princess?" Mo Li smirked, as if witnessing some extraordinary spectacle. In this world, it was hard to believe that any woman could drive away a man of such stature. Yet, here was the Li Wangfu, with a legitimate consort who had done just that. Infuriated by his subordinate's mockery, Chu Xuancheng retorted, Mo Li, I noticed you consumed quite a bit earlier. If you cannot digest it, how will you protect me? You shall run around the garden 100 laps, and only upon completion shall you be permitted to return to rest. 100 laps? Mo Li's face turned pale with fear. Your Highness, please quell your anger. Have mercy. The garden is far too vast. Even running all night would not suffice. He protested, fearing for his life. If you exhaust yourself, who will guard the prince? Chu Xuancheng ignored him and strode directly towards the Xingchen pavilion. Mo Zhu and Feng Qingyang exchanged sympathetic glances with Mo Li, and to avoid a similar fate, they hurriedly followed in his wake. Your Highness, if you are not resting in the princess's chambers tonight, does that mean you intend to visit Yuru Pavilion? Mo Zhu inquired curiously, wondering if the prince would seek solace with Nangong Rou after being rejected by the princess. Chu Xuancheng dismissively flicked his sleeves, asserting, I shall not go. I will rest in the Xingchen Pavilion tonight. With that, he sulkily entered his private quarters. Mo Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the prince did not head to Yuru Pavilion, he felt assured regarding where he chose to stay. Chapter 390. Whispers behind the scenes. After being summoned by Chu Xuancheng, Nangong Rou dispatched someone to deliver all the dishes she had prepared to the princess's cloud pavilion, joining the princess for dinner. However, as she gazed upon the lavish spread before her, she found herself utterly devoid of appetite. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched her spoon. Noticing her distress, the princess quickly offered her comfort. Rower, what troubles you? The feast is so bountiful tonight. Why do you not partake? With a quivering voice and a reddened nose, Nangong Rou replied, Elder sister, I am sorry. It is my inadequacy that has prevented me from bringing His Highness to dine with you. The princess responded reassuringly, it is of no consequence. He is preoccupied with military affairs and has much to attend to. His absence is inconsequential. Do not burden yourself with guilt. With a bitter laugh, Nangong Rou retorted, Elder sister, you are unaware that His Highness is not engaged with military duties at all. He is dining with the princess consort, enjoying a hot pot meal. A throng of individuals, both masters and servants, gather in the garden, reveling in their merriment. I suggested to the princess consort that she invite you to join us, to share in the familial warmth, but she declined. Ultimately, I was summoned back by His Highness, though it felt more like being cast out. Is that truly the case? How could Yun Ruoyue behave in such a manner? Was she not the same when I dined on barbecued delicacies? Does she fear that I might take a bite? The princess exclaimed, her anger causing her to hurl her chopsticks onto the table, her appetite vanishing in an instant. I know not what to make of it. In any case, I saw that the hot pot prepared by my sister appeared quite sumptuous, and its aroma was uniquely enticing. His Highness had promised to dine with us. Yet he was whisked away by her. It is outrageous that she would rather invite servants like Mo Li and Fenger to dine than include us, Nangong Rou lamented, her sense of injustice overwhelming her as tears began to flow. The princess, equally incensed, slammed her palm against the table, exclaiming, "That wretched woman! How dare she treat us thus? Does she truly believe herself the mistress of the manor? She displays utter contempt for me. I long to strike her across the face." Witnessing the princess's fury, Nangong Rou trembled with indignation. Indeed, it appears that everyone within the manor has been bewitched by her. All the servants heed her commands. And even His Highness, who once despised her, has begun to defend her. If this continues, the entire household will fall under her sway. What shall we do then? She dares. If that wretched woman seeks to control everyone in the estate, I shall be the first to show her no mercy, the princess declared fiercely. She resembles a beguiling vixen, ensnaring hearts and minds, even ensnaring His Highness in her web. Moreover, elder sister, if I may be so bold, I have heard whispers of a family feud between His Highness and the Yun family. She is an enemy of the Chu clan. If His Highness were to forgive her and draw near, how could he reconcile that with the tragic fate of your parents? Nangong Rou spoke cautiously, lowering her gaze in deference, unable to meet the princess's eyes. The princess did not express any blame towards her. Instead, her anger intensified. With a grim visage, she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "That Yun Ruoyue has bewitched my brother to such an extent. It seems we must hasten the arrival of that master Yun Yi, otherwise, this vixen will undoubtedly disrupt the tranquility of the royal residence." Chapter 391. Bribing Aunt May. Nangong Rou quickly nodded, her gaze cold and piercing. Suddenly, she suggested, "Elder sister, before the master arrives, should we not take some preliminary actions? Perhaps stir the winds a little? What actions are necessary? Is it not sufficient for Master Yun Yi to exorcise the fox spirit from her? Must we do anything further?" The princess inquired, clearly perplexed. Upon witnessing the princess's confusion, Nangong Rou felt a pang of anxiety. It appeared that the princess was a person of integrity, utterly unfamiliar with the art of exorcising malevolent spirits, and she would certainly disdain any underhanded tactics. Fearing suspicion from the princess, she quickly replied, "Indeed. With Master Yun present, there is no need for any additional measures. His formidable skills and discerning eyes will reveal who is possessed. We shall simply wait for his arrival to eliminate the evil." Hearing this, the princess responded, "Yes, as long as our conduct is upright, we need not fear shadows. When the master arrives, the truth shall be unveiled. Should Yun Ruoyue be innocent of possession, I shall not falsely accuse her and will restore her reputation. However, if she is indeed possessed, then I shall not hold back." After departing from the princess's chambers, Nangong Rou pondered that relying solely on the princess would prove challenging. Despite the princess's disdain for Yun Ruoyue, she was inherently a fair-minded individual and would abhor any insidious schemes. Thus, she resolved to consult Aunt May about the matter. She quickly discerned that Aunt May was a woman of considerable cunning. With her assistance, they could achieve their goals more efficiently. Consequently, she retrieved 5,000 taels of silver from her dowry chest and instructed Danner to deliver it to Aunt May. Everyone has a penchant for wealth, even the closest confidants of the princess. Although the princess held a noble title, her monthly stipend was fixed. Despite receiving numerous rewards, her financial resources were limited. The emperor's bounties were intended for show and could not be converted into cash, leaving the princess with little in reality, merely a facade. Aunt May, being a woman of the palace, was not easily swayed by trifling sums. Thus, Nangong Rou resolved to part with 5,000 taels. Securing Aunt May's allegiance was worth any expenditure. If 5,000 taels could dispose of the princess, it would indeed be a worthwhile investment. In the dead of night, Aunt May, having received the silver, visited Yuhua Pavilion to confer with Nangong Rou. They deliberated until dawn before she returned home. Having accepted Nangong Rou's payment, Aunt May was committed to fulfilling her end of the bargain. Moreover, she shared a mutual disdain for the princess, which made their collaboration all the more fitting. As the new year approached, several alarming incidents transpired within the royal residence, leaving the inhabitants in a state of trepidation and unrest. The first incident involved the canaries, parrots, and mynas kept in the courtyard, which all perished overnight under gruesome and horrifying circumstances. In the early morning, as the maids entered the courtyard, they were met with a gruesome sight. The birds in the cage had all been brutally killed, their necks severed and blood pooling beneath them. It appeared as though they had been slain by razor-sharp teeth. Yet, perplexingly, the cage remained securely locked, untouched. The juxtaposition of the locked cage and the lifeless birds was nothing short of eerie. Moreover, in recent days, ominous flocks of crows had taken to the skies above the manor, circling ominously before finally settling above the Crimson Moon Pavilion, their presence instilling terror in the hearts of Feng'er and her companions. Chapter 392. The strange screams. Yun Ruoyue also bore witness to these unsettling phenomena. Upon observing the dark mass of crows, an unsettling premonition stirred within her. A sense of foreboding washed over her, as if something sinister loomed on the horizon. The sight of the crows had rendered Feng'er and the others pale with fear. "Your Highness, what do these crows signify? Why do they persistently fly above us?" Feng'er inquired, her voice trembling. "I have heard that crows feed upon the flesh of the dead. Their presence is inauspicious. With them hovering over us, could it indicate impending misfortune? Should we alert the prince and have him send someone to drive them away?" However, the prince was not in the manor at that moment. Having departed with Mo Li on official business, Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at the crows perched above, her voice steady as she declared, "There is no need for that. Let us remain vigilant and observe the situation." She sensed that someone was orchestrating these disturbances. Since there was a hidden hand at play, it was prudent not to act hastily, but rather to observe for now. That night, as Yun Ruoyue lay asleep, a sudden, piercing scream shattered the stillness, jolting her awake. The scream escalated into a haunting wail, reminiscent of ghostly lamentations, sending chills coursing through her body. "Your Highness, something is amiss outside," Feng'er exclaimed, rushing in with a lamp, her face a mask of panic. It was evident that she had been roused from her slumber in fright, her outer garments hastily thrown on. "What is happening outside? Why are people screaming?" Yun Ruoyue hastily donned her outer robe and slipped on her shoes, descending from her bed. The absence of Chu Xuancheng and his companions made the usually lively Xingchen pavilion feel desolate and foreboding. In that moment, she found herself longing for his reassuring presence. With him by her side, her fear would surely dissipate. "I do not know, Your Highness, but we should venture out together. I cannot shake this feeling of unease," Feng'er replied, her complexion ashen. The recent string of bizarre occurrences in the royal manor had left them all in a state of dread. At that moment, Jiu'er and the others, having also heard the commotion, entered the room, hastily dressing and lighting lamps. Upon seeing the frightened faces of the maids, Yun Ruoyue felt an unexpected surge of courage and declared, "Do not be afraid. Let us go out together and discover the source of the sound, to ascertain what has transpired. Your Highness, I believe the sound came from the lake behind us. It has fallen silent now, but that scream was so loud it nearly terrified me to death." Jiu'er spoke, her voice quaking with fear. "Behind the Crimson Moon Pavilion and the Starry Pavilion lies an expansive artificial hill, accompanied by a splendid garden. At the forefront of this grand garden is a breathtaking azure lake, embellished with an arch bridge crafted from white marble. This locale stands as one of the most picturesque spots within the royal estate." The mere thought of a lake ignited a sense of foreboding within Yun Ruoyue, her heart pounding with an ominous rhythm, as though anticipating impending turmoil. Yet, upon witnessing the palpable fear in the maids around her, a newfound courage surged within her. As a princess, she resolved to be bold. With determination, she strode to the small kitchen, seized a chef's knife, and declared to everyone, "Let us venture to the backyard together. Fear not. Come forth and arm yourselves. Each of you shall wield a weapon. Should we encounter any ill-intentioned individuals, strike with all your might." "Yes, Your Highness," the maids responded, emboldened by her bravery, each choosing a rolling pin or knife for their defense. Chapter 393. The death of Feng'er. After issuing her command, Yun Ruoyue felt uneasy about everyone leaving. So she instructed Feng'er, "Stay here with Jiu'er to guard the Crimson Moon Pavilion. Remember, not a single mosquito must escape." "Yes, Your Highness," Feng'er and Jiu affirmed, each grasping a rolling pin with resolute nods. As Yun Ruoyue exited the Crimson Moon Pavilion, she noticed the guards from the Starry Pavilion approaching, having heard the commotion. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the leader among them, a familiar guard named Li San, a close comrade of Mo Li and Mo Zhu. After Mo Li and Mo Zhu had departed with Chu Xuancheng on errands, it was Li San who had taken charge of safeguarding the royal residence. Li San, upon seeing the princess wielding a knife and leading the maids, inquired, "Your Highness, did you also hear the sounds from the backyard? I recently patrolled the front courtyard and heard the same noises. I was just about to investigate." "You heard it too? Excellent. Let us uncover the truth together." With Li San and his men by her side, Yun Ruoyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Accompanied by a band of strong guards, her fears began to dissipate, and they proceeded towards the backyard. As they walked, Yun Ruoyue overheard the guards discussing the peculiar occurrences plaguing the royal estate of late. How, inexplicably, numerous birds had been found dead, and an influx of ominous crows had descended upon the grounds. Upon reaching the backyard, Li San promptly organized a search of the courtyard, hoping to uncover any clues. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue led several guards toward the lakeside, an unsettling intuition gnawing at her that something was amiss with the water. "Ah, Your Highness, look, there's a body floating on the lake." Greener shrieked in terror. Her cry drew everyone's attention. Hastening to the water's edge, Yun Ruoyue's heart sank as she beheld the lifeless form of a woman clad in garments typically worn by females. Alarmed, she quickly instructed Li San, "Hurry, retrieve her from the water and ascertain her condition. From this distance, we cannot discern her identity." Li San swiftly dispatched a group of guards into the lake to recover the body, and before long, they emerged, bearing the lifeless figure. As soon as the body was retrieved, Yun Ruoyue felt an urge to step forward for a closer look, but Green, with a firm grip, held her back. "Your Highness, are you not afraid? Perhaps it would be wise not to look," she cautioned. "Have you forgotten what your station entails? I am a physician, and thus, I fear nothing." Yun Ruoyue replied, attempting to advance. At that moment, Li San cast a glance at the corpse and, with a visage of sheer terror, exclaimed, "Your Highness, this corpse is truly horrifying. Perhaps it would be prudent not to gaze upon it." Even he, a robust man, felt unnerved, let alone the delicate princess. "I am unafraid," Yun Ruoyue asserted, parting the crowd to take a closer look. Upon seeing the body, her heart raced with fright. Despite having encountered many corpses, she had never witnessed one as ghastly as this. Before her lay a female corpse, her neck mangled beyond recognition, as if it had been savagely bitten through by razor-sharp teeth, blood and flesh, a gruesome spectacle. Her eyes were wide open, seemingly filled with a silent grievance. The woman's face bore a strange familiarity, yet Yun Ruoyue could not place her. "Your Highness, this resembles the flower caretaker, Feng'er, who used to reside with Green." Tending to the flowers in the manor, Green identified hurriedly. "Green? You mean the same Green who poisoned Mo Zhu with oleander? My goodness. She shares the same name as my own servant Green. What a coincidence." Yun Ruoyue mused, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. When naming her 4 chief maidservants, she had intended for the names to evoke a sense of revelry, never anticipating that her own maid, Green, would share a name with the flower caretaker. "Fear not, Your Highness, it is quite common for maidservants to share names. Many are known only by their numbers, and when one passes, another assumes the designation. I am content to be bestowed a name," Green reassured her. "However, since this Green is a poisoner and is now deceased, we shall not share her name. Henceforth, I shall call you Little Green. What do you think?" The distinction between Little Green and the flower caretaker would serve to separate their identities. Little Green responded quickly, "Thank you, Your Highness. I quite like the name Little Green, and I shall be known as such from now on." "Very well, Little Green. Tell me, how could a mere flower caretaker like Feng'er meet such a tragic end? And what could have caused the injuries to her neck?" Yun Ruoyue inquired, her gaze fixed upon the lifeless form. "I am uncertain, Your Highness. We heard a scream and rushed to inform you." It was barely a moment later that Feng'er met her demise. "The speed of the assailant is alarming," Little Green replied. At that juncture, Li San, who had been observing intently, interjected, "Your Highness, it appears there are bite marks on Feng'er's neck. She was likely killed by being bitten, much like the fate of those birds." The others, upon hearing this, were suddenly gripped by a wave of fear. "Your Highness, just a couple of days ago, there were rumors circulating within the palace that a malevolent creature had emerged from our residence, one that preys upon animals by viciously biting their necks to siphon their blood. The necks of those small birds were indeed severed in such a manner. To our shock, it was revealed today that it was our dear Funner who met her demise. Could it be that this fiend, unsatisfied with merely feasting on animal blood, has now turned its malevolent gaze towards humans? Goodness! If that is the case, we must exercise utmost caution. What manner of monster could harbor such cruelty? Our palace has witnessed many strange occurrences of late, and vigilance is imperative. Yun Ruoyue cast a fleeting glance at Funner's lifeless body and noted that the marks upon her neck bore no resemblance to bite wounds. Rather, they appeared to be inflicted by some implement with intent. They merely resembled bite marks at a cursory glance. If they were indeed bite marks, whose teeth could be so large? While everyone around her was voicing their suspicions, she refrained from sharing her own observations, choosing instead to avoid alarming anyone unnecessarily. She did not believe a creature was responsible for this tragedy. From the moment they heard Funner's shrieks until now, no more than the span of a tea ceremony had elapsed. If a thief had infiltrated the palace, he may still be lurking within its confines. Upon this realization, she spoke coldly. "Li-san, I suspect that Funner has fallen victim to a thief. Assemble a contingent of guards to search the palace immediately. We must apprehend this villain. Furthermore, given the gravity of this incident, we must notify the authorities. Dispatch another team to escort Funner's body to report the matter. Remember, inform the magistrate that they must ensure the body is secured and summon a coroner to ascertain the cause of death. Until the prince returns, no one aside from the coroner shall approach the body. Should anything occur to it in the meantime, the prince will hold the magistrate accountable." "Yes, your highness," Li-san replied with a respectful bow. "Sister." At that moment, Nangong Rou, clad in a flowing red gown, rushed over, accompanied by several maidservants and attendants. Their commotion drew in nearby servants responsible for cleaning, creating quite a gathering by the lakeside. Upon her arrival, Nangong Rou, her face etched with fear, exclaimed, "Sister, what on earth has happened? I was asleep when Xuancheng and Danner roused me, claiming they heard a ghastly shriek from the courtyard that sounded like a wailing ghost, disturbing everyone's peace. I came to investigate, and to my astonishment, you were already here." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the grotesquely disfigured body of Funner lying on the ground. "Ah!" She gasped in terror, instinctively recoiling, trembling with fear. "Sister, why is there a corpse here? Who could have met such a tragic end?" Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at Nangong Rou, unwilling to engage in conversation. Li-san then responded, "Madam, this is Funner, who tended to the flowers. We are uncertain how she came to be here. It appears she drowned, and there are several puncture wounds upon her neck, which is truly pitiful. Goodness, this is utterly horrific. How could such brutality occur? Who would kill and bite someone in such a manner? This is too cruel. Could it be that our palace is afflicted by some malevolent force?" Nangong Rou exclaimed, her face a mask of fear. Beside her, Danner rolled her eyes and said, "Madam, our Wang family's estate has indeed been quite unsettled lately. Just a few days ago, Xuancheng claimed to have seen a shadow dressed in pink flitting about the premises. It was truly frightening." Upon hearing this, Li-san quickly responded, "What? Such a thing has occurred? Xuancheng, did you witness this with your own eyes?" Xuancheng, standing next to Danner, appeared as if haunted by a terrifying memory. Her lips turned pale and her face drained of color. "Yes, Sir Li," she stammered. "A couple of nights ago, when I went to the restroom, I saw what seemed to be a pink shadow outside the wall of our Yiru pavilion. It was a woman's silhouette, bearing fangs, looking exceedingly sinister and frightening. Her eyes were wide and fierce, resembling those of a fox, glowing with an eerie green light. I trembled in fear, just as I thought she might notice me. She suddenly soared towards the backyard, startling me greatly. A woman with fangs? Her eyes glowing green? Could this be the malevolent spirit wreaking havoc in our estate?" Li-san speculated. "Look at the body of Funner. Her neck appears as though it has been bitten. And those birds that died earlier, their necks were also mangled. Could this sinister being be the one responsible for their demise, draining their blood?" Upon finishing his analysis, even he found the notion unsettling. How could such occurrences transpire in a normally peaceful estate? It was indeed perplexing. As Li-san and Xuancheng concluded their discussion, the maids and servants brought by Nangong Rou erupted into fearful chatter. "It seems there truly is a spirit. Is this spirit a blood-drinking fox demon? As the tales suggest, such beings draw on human essence to enhance their beauty, cultivate their powers, or achieve immortality. If that is the case, our estate is indeed haunted by a demon. Someone in our estate has been donning a pink garment recently. Who could it be? Chapter 396. Discussing the princess consort, there are many who wear pink. Who can say for certain? One voice interjected. I recently saw the princess consort wearing pink several times. Lower your voice. Such words should not be spoken lightly. The princess consort is a noble lady. How could she possibly engage in such deeds? Yet the tales do mention that many unattractive demons can consume human essence to transform into beauties. Did not our princess consort recently become more alluring? Now that you mention it, I recall the princess consort had a black tumor on her face not long ago, and yet it vanished overnight, leaving her a stunning beauty. How strange. Are you implying that the princess consort is that female demon? The whispers, although subdued, were loud enough for all present to hear. Upon hearing these remarks, everyone turned their astonished gazes towards Yun Ruoyue, suddenly perceiving her, the usually elegant princess consort, as a demon cloaked in beauty. Upon hearing the discussions, Xiaolu could hardly believe her ears. Hands on her hips, she exclaimed, Silence! What nonsense are you all uttering? Our princess consort is a healer, a benevolent person dedicated to saving lives. How could she ever be a blood-sucking demon? Amidst the tumult, a foolish, coarse woman remarked. It is widely known that the lady has never possessed any medical skills. How could she suddenly acquire such knowledge overnight? This is indeed peculiar. Could it be some form of sorcery? Are all of our ladies' transformations the result of being possessed by a malevolent spirit? Silence. The lady is the wife of the prince. How dare you besmirch her? Retorted Xiaolu fiercely. The lady has been studying medicine in the residence since childhood, and your slander cannot be tolerated. You work in Lady Ruan's courtyard, do you not? Lady Ruan, is it not your duty to punish your servants for speaking ill of our lady? Or is this what you have incited? Upon hearing this, Nangong Rou feigned a fierce glare at the coarse woman. Wang Pozi, what nonsense are you spouting? You dare to accuse the lady simply because she donned a pink garment? Have you lost your mind? Silence at once, and apologize to the lady. The coarse woman, realizing the gravity of her words, quickly bowed her head and struck her own face, addressing Yun Ruoyue. Alas, lady, it is entirely my fault. I spoke out of turn, and I beg for your forgiveness. Observing the coarse woman's disingenuous performance, Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh. It was evident that Wang Pozi was acting under Nangong Ruo's instructions, conspiring with a group of maids to malign her. Each of them was steering her toward the image of a murderous specter, intent on ruining her. This was an attack on her very essence, tarnishing her reputation. How could she let them off so easily? Though she had previously considered that the multitude of accusations might dilute her response, she resolved to deal with Wang Pozi alone, akin to targeting a single adversary in a brawl to instill fear in the rest. Thus, she commanded with sudden authority, Enough! Wang Pozi, I am the rightful princess consort of Li. How dare you slander me? Kneel, Xiaolu, step forward and deliver 20 strikes. At her command, Wang Pozi trembled. However, everyone knew that the prince favored Lady Ruan above all else, obedient to her every whim, and thus, Wang Pozi held little regard for the seemingly fallen princess. Lazily raising her eyelids, she disdainfully replied, Lady, I merely echoed the sentiments of others. You cannot impose punishment upon me. I am in service to Lady Ruan, and should you wish to harm me, you must first consult her. Naturally, Nangong Rou did not wish for her servant to be punished, as it would reflect poorly on her. She coldly stated, Sister, there must be a reason behind the rumors. Since this matter has spread, I believe your immediate concern should not be punishing Wang Pozi, but rather proving your innocence. Once you establish your purity, I am certain the gossip will cease. Humph. Yun Ruoyue scoffed, raising an eyebrow in cold defiance. I am not a specter. Why should I prove my innocence? Whoever accuses must provide evidence. If anyone claims I am possessed by a demon, let them present their proof. If they cannot, and merely slander me, I shall have them delivered to the authorities for defamation. Nangong Ruo's countenance stiffened, realizing that the current Yun Ruoyue was indeed a formidable opponent. Upon hearing the words of the princess, Wang Pozi's countenance turned ashen. Could it be that even Madame Rou could not protect her? Initially, she was brimming with confidence, believing that Madame Rou's favor with the prince would ensure her safety. Li San, since this Wang Pozi refuses to kneel, send someone to assist her, Yun Ruoyue commanded coldly. Li San promptly stepped forward, firmly grasping Wang Pozi, and delivered a vicious kick to her leg. A muffled groan escaped Wang Pozi as her face contorted in agony, forcing her to the ground. Seeing this, Xiaolu rolled up her sleeves, spat into her palm, rubbed her hands together, and approached Wang Pozi. Bending down, she unleashed a barrage of slaps upon Wang Pozi's face, each strike resonating with a sharp crack that sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Despite her slender frame, Xiao Lu possessed considerable strength. Each resounding slap echoed crisply, causing hearts to tremble. Furthermore, her long fingernails intentionally grazed Wang Pozi's face, leaving behind a trail of crimson marks. Before long, Wang Pozi's visage was marred with bloody scratches, eliciting anguished cries, as the flesh on her face was torn open. Xiao Lu's fingers were soon stained with Wang Pozi's blood, and this gruesome scene rendered the assembly speechless. They never anticipated that a mere trifling of the princess could lead to such dire consequences. Many among them hesitated to speak ill of the princess any longer. Earlier, Madame Rou had reassured everyone not to fear, promising protection in times of trouble. However, with the prince absent from the residence, she was utterly powerless to shield them. Nangong Rou, witnessing Wang Pozi's disfigured countenance, averted her gaze, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sister, Wang Pozi has realized her mistakes. Her condition is truly pitiful. I implore you to show mercy and spare her. The crowd, upon hearing this, regarded Madame Rou as exceedingly kind, which only served to highlight Yun Ruoyue's ruthlessness. Yun Ruoyue, indifferent to the opinions of others, scoffed. She slandered this princess and committed an offense against authority. Thus, she deserves execution. The punishment I have meted out is, in fact, lenient. If Madame Rou finds it unsatisfactory, shall I send her to the officials for judgment? Please, Your Highness, do not. I truly understand my errors. I beg you not to send me to the authorities, Wang Pozi pleaded, terrified at the thought of being taken to the government office. She had no desire to face the fate of those servants who, once taken to the courts, would never return. Moreover, entangled in legal troubles would mean suffering at the hands of the officials, and no other household would ever employ her again. How would she survive the latter part of her life? She would rather endure 20 slaps and remain a humble servant in the palace than be sent to the government office. Having witnessed Wang Pozi's submission, Nangong Rou felt it inappropriate to further criticize Yun Ruoyue. Before long, Xiao Lu had delivered the 20 slaps. When she returned to Yun Ruoyue's side, her hands were stained with blood. Meanwhile, Wang Pozi's face was now utterly unrecognizable. Lady Rou, take your people away. I have no desire to see this gossipy matron again, Yun Ruoyue commanded. She then instructed Li San, continue your search for the thief and ensure that Fun'er's body is swiftly taken to the authorities. Following her orders, Li San hurriedly directed others to carry the corpse away. Nangong Rou kept her gaze fixed on the lifeless body, wishing to prevent Li San from transporting it to the officials, yet she dared not speak for fear of suspicion. Instead, she coldly glared at him, watching helplessly as they removed the corpse. Upon seeing the body being taken away, Yun Ruoyue turned to Nangong Rou and remarked, "It's quite late, and you seem rather timid. I suggest you return to rest. Should anything happen to you, do not blame me for not warning you." With that, she pivoted and led Xiao Lu and the others away. As soon as they departed, Nangong Rou turned to Chuyer beside her and asked, "When you were carrying out your tasks earlier, you weren't seen, were you? There are no traces left behind?" Chuyer assured her respectfully, "Rest assured, my lady. I handled everything discreetly, and no one witnessed it, nor will anyone uncover it." Nangong Rou cast a cold glance at Chuyer. Previously, she had contemplated selling Chuyer due to her infatuation with Chu Xuancheng. However, recognizing Chuyer's martial skills and potential utility, she had chosen to retain her in Yuruo Pavilion. Chuyer had originally been purchased from a brothel not long ago. At that time, the broker had informed her that although Chuyer was expensive, her martial prowess could prove invaluable, which prompted her acquisition. Unexpectedly, this very skill had now become beneficial. Chuyer had originally performed acrobatics in a troupe, learning some martial techniques from her master. However, after the troupe collapsed and her master passed away, she found herself without a place to go. Despite her abilities, survival was challenging for a young woman, necessitating her dependence on Nangong Rou for protection and employment. She had even harbored dreams of ascending the ranks like other maidens, hoping to become a concubine. But after receiving a series of slaps from her mistress, she quickly abandoned that notion. Now, she dutifully remained by her lady's side, serving her to secure a safe haven. Upon hearing Chuyer's reassurances, Nangong Rou finally felt at ease. She surveyed the garden with a cold glance before departing with Danner and Chuyer. As for the old matron, she had ordered her removal as well. Once they had all exited, The garden fell into a profound silence. Beneath the darkened sky, with the wind howling and stars scarce, 4 figures emerged from the moon gate. These 4 were none other than Yun Ruoyue and her maids, Xiaolu, Hong'er, and Deng'er. Chapter 399. Whose purse was lost, my lady? It's so dark here, and there's no one around. Do we truly need to search this place? Hong'er, the most timid among them, trembled at the sight of the pitch-black garden. Yun Ruoyue replied, certainly. The thief just harmed Fun'er here. There must be some evidence left behind. We shall search to see if we can uncover any clues. Even the slightest hope is worth pursuing. Your Majesty, are there not thieves lurking about? Hong'er inquired with concern. Yun Ruoyue reassured her, fear not. We were all gathered here moments ago. The thief must have been frightened away. Furthermore, Li San is currently scouring the estate, creating quite a commotion. I believe the thief will not dare to show himself for a while. Let us search diligently. If we find nothing, we shall leave. Very well, Hong'er replied. If even the Empress possesses such courage, we need not be afraid. With that, the 4 of them grasped their lanterns and began to search the garden and lakeside methodically. Yun Ruoyue meticulously examined the ground, aware that the darkness obscured her vision despite the lantern's glow. Yet, her determination to uncover any evidence left by the thief drove her to search diligently. Suddenly, Hong'er exclaimed, Your Majesty, what do we have here? There is a pouch, seemingly dropped by someone. A pouch? Present it to me, Yun Ruoyue said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hong'er retrieved a light green pouch embroidered with mandarin ducks from beneath a peony bush. Upon inspection, Yun Ruoyue noted that the pouch appeared remarkably clean, devoid of any water stains, suggesting it had only recently been dropped. She glanced at the peony, observing that the large blossom had been trampled, and the surrounding grass and flowers were in disarray, clearly bearing the marks of a struggle. Until now, their focus had been solely on the corpse, and none had noticed these signs. Yun Ruoyue pondered, this must be the primary crime scene. This pouch either belongs to Fun'er or was dropped by the thief during their confrontation. Hurry, Your Majesty, let us open the pouch and see what treasures it conceals, urged Hong'er. Nodding, Yun Ruoyue opened the pouch to find only a few pieces of silver and a pair of pearl earrings within. How can we ascertain the owner of this pouch with merely a few coins and a pair of earrings? Have any of you ever seen these earrings before? She asked, presenting the white pearl earrings to the maidens. The 3 maidens shook their heads in unison, having never seen them. The design is quite ordinary. They must be inexpensive and readily available. That may be so, but while such earrings are common, few take the time to adorn themselves, for not everyone enjoys embellishment. Have you ever seen Fun'er wear such accessories? Yun Ruoyue inquired further. After a moment of thought, Hong'er replied, no. Fun'er is solely dedicated to tending the flowers and does not serve the Empress directly, nor does she encounter many men. She is not one for adornment. Every time I see her, she appears plain and unadorned, never even wearing blush. I have never seen her don earrings. She clearly does not fit the mold of one who enjoys embellishments. Indeed, those like Fun'er, who work in the backyard, seldom indulge in personal grooming. Their monthly allowance is typically sent home to improve their family's living conditions, leaving little for self-care. In contrast, the ladies in Consort Rose courtyard, such as Deng'er and Chu'er, are particularly fond of dressing up. Have you not noticed how they don flamboyant attire daily, as if to entice men at any moment? Especially that Chu'er, who, though of average appearance, is exceedingly fond of adornment. Each day, she dresses in an ostentatious manner, as if wishing to don every piece of jewelry in her possession, clearly resembling a fairy of mischief. Xiaolu disdainfully remarked. Chapter 400. Chu'er is suspected. Chu'er? Yun Ruoyue murmured softly. After speaking, she meticulously examined the pouch once more. Suddenly, she felt a firm area at the bottom of the pouch. Hastily, she lifted it to inspect, only to discover that the golden silk thread had intricately embroidered the character Chui. Upon seeing this character, Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Could it be that this pouch truly belonged to Chu'er? Thus, was it Chu'er who had slain Fun'er? What strength could a mere maid possess to commit such an act? To avoid arousing suspicion, Yun Ruoyue refrained from disclosing this matter to anyone. She quietly inquired, "Are there any maidservants in our Wangfu skilled in martial arts?" Hong'er pondered for a moment, replying, "It seems there are none. I have not seen any maid capable of martial arts." How could that be? The Chu'er by the side of Consort Rou is indeed proficient in martial arts, and her skills are commendable. The last time I saw, when Deng'er's kite inadvertently became entangled in a tree, it was Chu'er who soared up to retrieve it. Do not be deceived by her ordinary appearance. Her martial prowess is impressive, and she is adept in lightness skills, Xiao Lu interjected. Really? Yun Ruoyue asked, intrigued. Of course. I happened to pass by and witness Chuyer ascend to great heights, effortlessly retrieving the kite. Everyone applauded her. Xiao Lu continued. How is it that a maidservant by Consort Rou possesses martial skills? Yun Ruoyue questioned. Generally, it is uncommon for young ladies of noble families to keep skilled maidservants, much like how modern individuals would not intentionally hire bodyguards. It is said that Chuyer was purchased by Consort Rou after her arrival in the residence, likely for her protection. Xiao Lu explained. Yun Ruoyue contemplated that aside from wanting to ensure her safety, Nangong Rou might also have intended for Chuyer to assist her in various matters. Reflecting on the peculiar occurrences in the Wangfu over the past few days, she suddenly realized that these odd events were inextricably linked to Nangong Rou, with the aim directed squarely at her. Initially, she had felt somewhat bewildered, unable to see through the haze. Now, however, she gradually began to clear the mist. This series of events could very well be orchestrated to portray her as a vampiric monster, fabricated by none other than the shadowy figure of Nangong Rou. After returning to the Yuru pavilion with Nangong Rou, Chuyer instinctively reached for the pouch hanging from her waist, only to find it empty. Her face turned anxious as she lowered her head and searched her waist, only to discover that she had nothing there. Heavens! Had she lost her pouch? It contained her monthly allowance and her most cherished pearl earrings. More importantly, the loss of money and earrings was trivial compared to the catastrophe that would ensue if the pouch were to drop at a crime scene and be discovered by others. As Nangong Rou entered the room, she observed Chuyer, her face marked by panic, anxiously touching her waist. Instantly, she narrowed her eyes sharply. Chuyer, what are you searching for? Have you lost something? And no, I haven't lost anything. I'm merely adjusting my attire, Chuyer stammered, her complexion pale with fear. She certainly dared not reveal to Nangong Rou that she had lost her pouch. Otherwise, she would face her ire. After speaking, she concocted an excuse about needing to use the restroom and hurriedly fled from the rainy soft pavilion, racing toward the lakeside in the backyard. As she ran, her heart raced, terrified of being discovered by the patrolling guards. She employed lightness techniques to swiftly traverse the rooftops, finally landing gracefully in the backyard. Upon reaching the garden, she hastily lit a fire stick, lowering her head and bending over as she searched by the garden and the lake. However, after several circles, she found nothing. While searching, she muttered to herself, "It can't be. How is there nothing here? Where could it have fallen? If it fell here, it should still be present. Could it have landed elsewhere?" After another 2 rounds without success, fearing discovery by the guards, she turned and swiftly departed using her lightness skills. Once Chuyer left, her heads emerged from behind a rockery. "Your Highness, it is indeed Chuyer. The pouch she picked up must belong to her. She returned out of guilt." Which suggests that Funner was killed by her, Xiao Lu expressed indignantly. Earlier, the princess had shared her suspicions about Chuyer, and they had all noticed the embroidered character on the pouch, prompting them to wait and see if Chuyer would return. As expected, it was not long before she appeared. Now, they all began to suspect that Chuyer was responsible for Funner's demise. Yun Ruoyue nodded. It seems she cannot escape culpability. Let us retain the evidence and observe their actions for now. Yes, Your Highness, rest assured, I will closely monitor the rainy soft pavilion. Should they make any moves, I will report immediately, Xiao Lu assured her. The following day, Chu Xuancheng returned with Mo Li and Mo Zhu after completing their tasks. Upon his return, Nangong Rou and the Grand Princess led their entourage to recount the strange occurrences that had transpired in the Wang residence over the past few days. Chu Xuancheng, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes in disbelief, his gaze turning frigid. I do not believe in any supernatural beings. Were they to exist, I would slay them with a single sword. Your Highness, it is said that this monster drinks human blood. Since she is a monster, we, being mere mortals, should refrain from inciting her wrath. It would be prudent to invite a powerful master to conduct a ritual and banish this creature, Nangong Rou said, her face tinged with fear. The Grand Princess, also shaken by recent events, added, Xuancheng, you were not here these past few days. You cannot fathom the malevolence of this creature. She not only killed the birds in our household, but nearly severed Funner's neck. Chuyer spoke, recounting her first-hand experience of witnessing the apparition soaring over the walls of the royal residence. She described the creature clad in a pink garment, revealing its ghastly green visage and fearsome fangs, instilling terror in our hearts over the past few days. rendering us restless and unable to find solace. I believe it is imperative to summon a Taoist priest post-haste to capture this fiend, restoring tranquility to the royal abode. The princess has been so frightened that she has not dared to venture outside in recent days. Upon hearing Aunt May's depiction of the tragic demise of the maid, she has been too terrified to step out, fearing she might fall victim to that monster's bite. Chu Xuancheng's gaze swept coldly across the distance as he intently inquired, "Li San, what precisely transpired? What are the findings of your investigation?" Li San, visibly shaken, responded, "Last night, when the maid died. It was the princess and her subordinates who arrived first. The princess asserted that there must be a thief within the palace and ordered us to search the premises. However, despite searching throughout the night, we found nothing. The princess has directed us to transport the maid's body to the government office for an autopsy, but we have yet to receive any results. Summon the princess," Chu Xuancheng commanded coldly. No sooner had he spoken than several individuals entered from the courtyard of Xingchen Pavilion. Chapter 402. Chuyer reports upon raising his gaze. He recognized that the foremost among them was Yun Ruoyue. Curiously, she was donned in a pink outfit, and he recalled the princess's earlier description of the female specter in similar attire, causing his expression to darken. This pink ensemble was one he had taken her to procure from the tailor. "Your Highness, elder sister, concubine Rou, you are all present?" Yun Ruoyue greeted them as she entered, accompanied by Fenger and Xiao Lu. Observing Yun Ruoyue clad in pink, her countenance one of innocent bewilderment, Nangong Rou's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. How foolish Yun Ruoyue was, oblivious to the looming disaster. Truly ignorant. Yet, this naivety served her purpose well. "Sister, that outfit is truly lovely. It makes you resemble a celestial being," Nangong Rou approached, gazing enviously at Yun Ruoyue's attire. One could not discern whether Yun Ruoyue was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. At such a critical juncture, she dared to wear pink. Yun Ruoyue chuckled lightly. "Thank you. This was purchased for me by the prince last time. I adore the color pink, so I wore it." "Ah, so you have a penchant for pink," Nangong Rou giggled, covering her mouth. Even upon learning that it was the prince who had gifted the attire, she felt no jealousy. Indeed, pink is delicate and perfectly suited for our age. "I believe few women would dislike such a hue," Yun Ruoyue remarked. Nangong Rou immediately shook her head. "I apologize, sister, but I am not particularly fond of pink. I believe it is a color for unmarried maidens. To wear it as a married woman seems like an affectation of youth." "Of course, sister. I am not referring to you. You truly look stunning in that ensemble, as beautiful as a flower, captivating enough to sway a nation." "Thank you for the compliment," Yun Ruoyue replied graciously. Nangong Rou inwardly rolled her eyes at her. The flattery was mere pretense, and this woman had an audaciously thick skin to accept it. At that moment, the princess scrutinized Yun Ruoyue from head to toe and suddenly exclaimed, Indeed, you have a penchant for adorning yourself in pink garments. It appears the rumors amongst the servants hold a grain of truth." Upon uttering these words, she cast a wary glance at Yun Ruoyue, instinctively retreating behind Chu Xuancheng, as if greatly intimidated by her presence. Chu Xuancheng's gaze abruptly turned icy, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions directed towards Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue, unfazed, approached the princess royal and offered her a charming smile, radiant and bright. "Sister, what troubles you? What tales have the servants been spinning? You seem quite frightened of me." Although her smile radiated warmth, to the princess royal, it appeared rather sinister, as if concealed within it was a lurking threat. In the past, such a smile from Yun Ruoyue would not instill fear. However, after hearing Aunt May and Nangong Rou recount the harrowing details of Fener's demise and the whispers branding Yun Ruoyue as a demon, she could not help but envision her as a man-eating specter. Thus, fear gripped her heart. "Keep your distance from me," the princess royal admonished as Yun Ruoyue drew nearer. Chu Xuancheng narrowed his elongated eyes and coldly inquired, "Sister, what rumors are circulating among the servants?" "Chuyer, you explain," the princess commanded, gesturing towards Chuyer with a grave tone. Chuyer, trembling, stepped forward and cast a fearful glance at Yun Ruoyue before whispering, replying to the prince, "There have been numerous strange occurrences within the manor. First, all the birds were found with their necks bitten, as though drained of blood. Then, there was Fener's tragic death, and a flock of ominous crows perpetually circles above the manor. Whispers abound that our residence harbors a demon." As she recounted, she cautiously glanced at Yun Ruoyue, her voice trembling. "One night, while I was making my way to the lavatory, I suddenly saw a woman flying against the wall of the manor. She wore a pink dress, quite similar to that of the princess, and her face bore a ghastly expression with sharp teeth, grinning wickedly as she soared past. I was so frightened that I hurried back inside, thus failing to discern her features clearly. All I know is that she appeared terrifying. After Fan's death, those crows only hovered over the Feiyue pavilion, and everyone says a demon resides within it. Moreover, the princess has a fondness for pink attire, leading many to suspect she is the demon in question. Nonsense. How could the princess be a demon? Chu Xuancheng retorted coldly. Though Chuyer spoke with conviction, he held no belief that Yun Ruoyue could possibly be a demon. In fact, he dismissed the very notion of spirits and demons altogether. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by Chu Xuancheng's unwavering faith in her, a sentiment she had not anticipated. Chuyer, trembling in fright, promptly knelt. I too do not believe the princess is a demon. It is merely the talk of the town. Coupled with my own eyes witnessing that apparition within our manor, I spoke the truth. I beseeched the prince to temper his wrath. Chu Xuancheng shot Chuyer a frosty glance and declared sternly, such utter nonsense is simply unfounded. This matter shall be thoroughly investigated before any conclusions are drawn. If Yun Ruoyue possessed such abilities, she would not have been subjected to my punishment in the first place. If she could fly, she certainly would not have nearly perished from falling from a tree, nor would she have been on the brink of drowning in the hot springs. Nangong Rou was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chu Xuancheng would trust Yun Ruoyue so completely, despite his lack of understanding. As jealousy simmered in her heart, she shot a glare at Chuyer and admonished, Chuyer, do not speak recklessly without evidence. While others may be foolish and speak thoughtlessly, you must refrain from such folly. We cannot suspect the princess merely based on a piece of clothing. The princess is a healer dedicated to saving lives. I firmly believe she is no demon. Yes, I understand, Chuyer replied, her face a mask of remorse. Observing the performance of the master and servant, Yun Ruoyue chose not to expose them, instead silently watching their charade. At that moment, the Grand Princess interjected, Xuancheng, while you may not believe in the supernatural, I do. I have sent Rower to invite a master skilled in exorcism to investigate within our royal residence. We must uncover this monster. Chu Xuancheng remained silent, casting a detached glance over the assembled company, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. His expression was inscrutable, and his eyes held a complexity that none could decipher. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, punctuated by the shrill screams of several maidservants. This is terrible. Granny Wang's grandson is missing. What is happening out there? The Grand Princess asked, clearly displeased. Nangong Rou quickly responded, Elder sister, it seems that Granny Wang's grandson has disappeared. We must go outside to see. My lord, will you accompany us? Chu Xuancheng had initially wished to avoid involvement in the affairs of the inner quarters, but the terrified voices of the maidservants compelled him to act. He sensed that something had transpired within his residence that required his personal attention. Thus, he nodded and stepped outside, with Yun Ruoyue trailing behind him. Once outside, she beheld several maidservants in the courtyard, each displaying signs of panic. At that moment, Granny Wang, clad in green, suddenly dashed in from outside, seeming almost frantic. Her face bore numerous scratches, and her appearance was disheveled, rendering her hard to look at. Upon entering, she abruptly sank to her knees before Chu Xuancheng, banging her head against the ground as she wept. My lord, my grandson is missing. I beseech you to send someone to help me find him. Little Xuanzi is only 10 years old. If something happens to him, how shall I explain it to his parents? Granny Wang's son had previously been killed in battle, and later, her daughter-in-law succumbed to tuberculosis, leaving her with only little Xuanzi as her sole descendant. When little Xuanzi was merely 5 years old, his mother passed away. Chu Xuancheng, feeling compassion for Granny Wang, had allowed her to raise little Xuanzi within the royal residence, providing for him alongside her. Now that little Xuanzi had grown and become an integral part of the household, assisting with errands and light tasks, he had formed close bonds with the maidservants. With his sudden disappearance, anxiety rippled through them all. Chu Xuancheng regarded Granny Wang's face and inquired, when did he go missing, and how did it happen? Upon the return to the prince, the old servant lamented that she had lost something while sweeping the floor. This morning, she was meant to clean the courtyard, but due to a painful face, she sought a doctor instead, leaving no time for her duties. Young Xuanzi, being considerate, volunteered to assist her with the sweeping. However, upon her return, she found only a broom left in the yard, and Xuanzi had vanished. Calculating the time, she realized that 2 hours had passed. And it was unusual for Xuanzi to play outside for so long, particularly since he had disappeared while sweeping. Fearing for Xuanzi's safety, the old servant rushed to implore the prince for help, her tears flowing profusely. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback and inquired about the state of her face, which bore numerous wounds, resembling cuts from sharp reeds. The old servant cast a glance at Yun Ruoyue, hesitating before lowering her head. Meanwhile, Nangong Ruo's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Chu Xuancheng, puzzled, also glanced at Yun Ruoyue. At that moment, Xiao Lu stepped forward and respectfully addressed the prince, stating that the old servant's injuries were inflicted by her own hand for claiming that the princess possessed medical skills due to being possessed by a demon. Such insinuations tarnished the princess's reputation and provoked her ire, resulting in the old servant receiving 20 slaps as punishment. Chu Xuancheng's expression turned icy, his gaze piercing as he directed it towards the old servant, indignant at the slander against the princess and the affront to the royal family, which warranted severe consequences. Xiao Lu continued, asserting that the old servant had led the charge in defaming the princess, claiming she was possessed by evil, words that could endanger her life. Yet, out of kindness, the princess had chosen to be lenient, only administering 20 slaps to serve as a warning. The old servant, sensing the prince's wrath, quickly prostrated herself, acknowledging her wrongdoing and pleading for assistance in locating Xuanzi, who had been missing for quite some time. As she wept, Nangong Rou interjected, feigning sympathy, questioning how Xuanzi could have disappeared so suddenly after being safe in the prince's residence for so long, urging the prince to send someone to search for him. Nearby, Chuyer whispered to her mistress, speculating whether the demon might have devoured Xuanzi. The instant the words left her lips, a wave of terror swept through the gathered maids and servants. The old servant trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground, lamenting for her lost Xuanzi. Observing the commotion, Chu Xuancheng coldly commanded Mo Li to dispatch men to search for Xuanzi, instructing that the old servant be taken away. His gaze, filled with an ominous chill, swept across the assembly, sensing that this incident was far from ordinary, as if an unseen net was closing in around them. Consequently, aside from a few dignitaries, everyone within the prince's residence was mobilized to search for Xuanzi, plunging the estate into utter chaos. On her way back to the Feiyue Pavilion, Yun Ruoyue overheard numerous servants discussing a certain matter. The prevailing speculation was that the little servant, Xiao Xuanzi, had been captured and devoured by that monster. Otherwise, he would not have gone missing. Upon entering the Yurua Pavilion, Chuyer respectfully clasped her hands towards Nangong Rou, saying, "Madam, I have arranged for someone to escort Xiao Xuanzi out of the city. They are currently detaining him in a dilapidated temple. What do you think we should do with him? Should we eliminate him?" As she spoke, she gestured across her throat. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Nangong Rou's eyes. "Of course he must be killed. You were the one who lured Xiao Xuanzi out of the prince's residence. If he were to be found, he could easily implicate you. You are my most capable aide, and I will not allow you to fall into peril." Chuyer looked at Nangong Rou with gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, madam. Rest assured, I shall promptly attend to your instructions." Madam had tasked her with first luring Xiao Xuanzi out of the prince's residence, then sending prearranged individuals to abduct him, creating the illusion of his disappearance. They chose Xiao Xuanzi specifically because he was the youngest servant in the prince's household, easily deceived. Given the numerous guards and the stringent security measures in place, it was utterly impossible for them to brazenly enter the residence to abduct someone. Thus, they needed to draw Xiao Xuanzi out first before proceeding. Initially, Chuyer contemplated involving others, but the madam feared that the more individuals who were aware of the plan, the greater the risk of exposure. Consequently, she instructed Chuyer to seduce him herself. Xiao Xuanzi, being rather naive, was led to believe that, due to the incident last night where the old woman was scolded by the princess from Madame Rou, she felt remorseful and wished to compensate the old woman. Therefore, she invited Xiao Xuanzi to join her in treating the old woman to roast chicken and promised to buy her clothing and jewelry, persuading him to accompany her outside the residence to make the purchases. Xiao Xuanzi accepted her words without suspicion. To prevent him from informing the old woman, she told him they were planning a surprise for her and that he must keep their plans a secret. She then instructed him to wait outside the residence while she changed her attire. Trusting her completely, Xiao Xuanzi eagerly dropped his broom and left the residence ahead of time, waiting for Chuyer in the alley. However, before he could see Chuyer, he was captured by several men in black. The madam was indeed correct. Even if Xiao Xuanzi did not realize he had been lured out, should he be found by the prince and reveal her involvement, she would still be implicated. Thus, Xiao Xuanzi had to die to safeguard her. The reason the madam had her arrange for Xiao Xuanzi's abduction was for the significant event planned for that night. Chapter 406. A witness that evening, she intended to stealthily infiltrate the Fiyue pavilion and place a pig's heart beneath the princess's bed. Originally, they had contemplated using Xiao Xuanzi's heart, but both she and Madame Rou later deemed that too cruel, fearing retribution from Xiao Xuanzi's spirit. Hence, they resolved to substitute it with a prearranged pig's heart. She planned to place a half-eaten pig's heart beneath the princess's bed, crafting the appearance that the princess had consumed a human heart. After all, a pig's heart should suffice as a close approximation to a human heart. In due course, the princess shall meet her demise. This scheme was devised through the collaboration of Lady Rou and Aunt May. However, it was Lady Rou who ultimately orchestrated the specific actions. She assured the princess that should she aid in the fulfillment of this plan, she would recommend her to the prince, elevating her to the status of his concubine. The princess, with aspirations soaring high, had always looked down upon ordinary men, her sights set solely on the prince, a paragon among men. Given Lady Rou's promise, she was confident it would be fulfilled, otherwise, she would expose Lady Rou without hesitation. Furthermore, Lady Rou pledged to bestow upon her a dowry of 10,000 taels of silver when the time came. With these enticing conditions, the princess was indeed inclined to assist Lady Rou. Upon exiting the rainy Rou pavilion, Chuyer made her way to the kitchen, retrieving the pig's heart she had procured earlier in the day. From her sleeve, she produced a peculiar weapon resembling a 5-pronged rake, and with it, she viciously scraped the pig's heart several times, leaving behind marks akin to those of a row of teeth. This was her ingenious creation, the 5-pronged rake. Compact in size with 5 prongs, easily concealed within her sleeve for surprise attacks. A mere scratch with this rake would leave a neat row of impressions, and with a few more strokes, it would resemble human bite marks indistinguishably. After transforming the pig's heart to mimic the appearance of having been bitten, she located a small box to contain it, adding a few pieces of fine ice to ensure the heart would remain fresh until the morrow, the melting ice preventing any foul odor from reaching Yun Ruoyue. Once all was accomplished, Chuyer glanced around to ensure no one in the rainy Rou pavilion was watching, then swiftly slipped away towards the Crimson Moon Pavilion. That evening, Mo Li and Mo Zhu scoured both the interior and exterior of the royal residence in search of the missing Xiaoshuan, yet their efforts proved fruitless, compelling them to return and report to the prince. Upon delivering their report, Fenger approached them, stating, "My lords, the princess summons you." "The princess summons us? May I inquire what matters require our presence?" Mo Li replied. "You shall find out upon your arrival," Fenger responded, leading the way. Mo Li and Mo Zhu, filled with curiosity, followed her to the Crimson Moon Pavilion. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a banquet of food and drink laid out in the courtyard. Yet their hearts were not inclined towards feasting. With such grave matters at hand and Xiaoshuan still unaccounted for, their appetites were dulled. As they entered the room, they found Yun Ruoyue seated beneath the lamp, engrossed in her reading. They hastened to bow, greeting her. "Greetings, Your Highness. Have you encountered some trouble? If so, please confide in us. We are more than willing to assist." This was Mo Zhu speaking, acutely aware of the recent rumors swirling in the palace that adversely affected the princess, thus causing him great concern for her well-being. Yun Ruoyue cast a grateful glance towards them, gesturing for them to take a seat. "Tonight, I have invited you to drink, and I also wish to ask you to serve as witnesses." "What sort of witness?" the two inquired, bewildered. "Partake in a few sips of wine first, and soon you shall understand," Yun Ruoyue replied. With that, she led everyone outside to the table laden with food and drink in the center of the courtyard. This evening, she deliberately instructed the servants to move the table to the most secluded corner of the courtyard, allowing everyone to gather far from the main house. In this manner, if anyone intended to sneak into the main house to conduct their business, it would be considerably easier. After Mo Li and Mo Zhu took their seats, they soon felt a pang of hunger. Upon seeing the spread of food and drink laid before them, they indeed wished to partake and satisfy their appetites. However, since the princess had yet to disclose the purpose of their gathering, they felt a sense of trepidation and refrained from hastily picking up their chopsticks. "Please, you may eat first. Once you have had your fill, we shall proceed," Yun Ruoyue said, pushing the dishes closer to the two. Beneath the table, A silver charcoal fire kept the food warm, ensuring it was not cold. Observing this, Mo Li and Mo Zhu, without further hesitation, began to devour their meal with great zeal. After a long day of searching for the missing Xiaoshuan, they were indeed quite fatigued. Once they had eaten and drunk to their satisfaction, Yun Ruoyue refilled their cups and encouraged, "Drink up, have a bit more." The two exchanged puzzled glances at the wine. Unable to contain his curiosity, Mo Li finally asked, "Princess, what is it that you wish us to witness? It has been quite some time, and yet nothing has commenced." Yun Ruoyue rolled her eyes thoughtfully and replied, "According to my estimation, our guests should be arriving shortly. After you consume this cup of wine, I would like you to feign intoxication. Feng please prepare some sobering tea for everyone in the small kitchen." "Yes, Your Highness." Feng and the others responded before retreating into the small kitchen. Acting as instructed, they busied themselves in the kitchen, creating an illusion of busyness, thus providing the thief with an opportunity. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue suddenly clutched her cup of wine, swaying slightly with a drunken demeanor, and declared, "I am inebriated. I cannot continue. You all carry on." Upon hearing the princess instruct him to feign drunkenness, Mo Li, though puzzled by the rationale, also began to sway and slurred. "I too am intoxicated. My vision is blurred. I can drink no more." With that, he leaned heavily on the table, leaving only his eyes visible as he stealthily surveyed the surroundings. Observing this, Mo Zhu elbowed himself and pretended to feel unwell, lamenting, "I too cannot handle it. I have drunk too much tonight. My head is spinning." Before long, a head peeked over the wall of the courtyard. Chui, upon arriving at the Feiyue Pavilion, did not recklessly infiltrate, but instead prepared to observe the situation from the wall. Initially, she had intended to wait until everyone was asleep, then blow smoke into the princess's chamber to render her unconscious, allowing her to enter and place the pig heart. However, she was taken aback when she climbed to the top of the wall and beheld the princess and Mo Li, all lying drunkenly, clutching wine jars and speaking nonsensically. The room where the princess slept was shrouded in darkness, indicating no one was present. Conversely, the distant small kitchen was ablaze with light and bustling activity, revealing the maids were busy preparing meals. In this instance, could she seize the opportunity to sneak into the princess' south room and place the pig heart inside? Now would be a more opportune moment than usual, for typically, even if the princess were asleep, there would be maids on night duty in the courtyard. Although the maids would change shifts, distracting them would still prove to be quite troublesome. Chapter 408. What was secretly released presently. All the maidservants were gathered in the small kitchen, and the princess along with her companions were inebriated, providing her with the perfect opportunity to slip in unnoticed. Truly, fortune favored her. With this thought in mind, she abruptly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it towards Yun Ruoyue and the others. The stone struck the ground with a resounding thud, yet they displayed no reaction, still clutching their wine jars and mumbling to themselves in a stupor. It was evident that those intoxicated were not easily roused, presenting her with a splendid chance to act. After pondering this, Chui, resembling a fox, leaped from the wall and darted swiftly like a shadow into the main house. Upon entering, she made her way to Yun Ruoyue's sleeping quarters, finding the path clear, which filled her with excitement. Soon, she arrived at Yun Ruoyue's room, gently pushed the door open, and, under the moonlight streaming through the window, concealed the box beneath Yun Ruoyue's bed. She tucked it deep within. As long as the pig's heart inside did not emit a foul odor, it would likely remain undiscovered. Having secured the box, she effortlessly slipped out of the room like a wisp of smoke. As she emerged, she observed the maidservants in the small kitchen joyfully singing, while the princess and the two brothers, Mo Li and Mo Zhu, were still engrossed in drinking and playing games in the courtyard, completely oblivious to her presence. Witnessing their foolishness brought Chui a sense of relief. She smirked coldly, scaled the wall, and gracefully leapt away. Once the ever-watchful Xiao Lu reported that Chui had departed, Yun Ruoyue and Mo Li lifted their heads, their expressions instantly returning to normal. Both Mo Li and Mo Zhu wore stern looks, despite feigning drunkenness. They had clearly witnessed Chui's stealthy entrance. Mo Li, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What was Chui doing sneaking into the princess's chamber? Is she attempting to steal something? No. There is nothing of value in my room. She must have intended to place something there. Let us go and see," Yun Ruoyue replied. Thus, Yun Ruoyue, accompanied by Xiao Lu, led Mo Li and Mo Zhu swiftly into her chamber. Upon arrival, Xiao Lu lit an oil lamp and searched the room, finding nothing amiss. Finally, she crouched down and peered beneath the bed, suddenly exclaiming, "Your Highness, there is an additional box under the bed. Bring it out for me to see," Yun Ruoyue commanded. Xiao Lu complied, bending down to retrieve the box. Mo Li and Mo Zhu were taken aback. They had anticipated that Chuyer was there to steal. Yet it seemed she had come to leave something instead. When Xiao Lu stood up and opened the box, all three were struck with astonishment. Heavens! Xiao Lu gasped upon seeing the pig's heart, shrieking as she dropped the box to the ground. Could this possibly be a human heart? This is utterly terrifying. Mo Li and Mo Zhu were equally horrified, their skin prickling with goosebumps. Even though they had faced countless battles alongside the prince, encountered many foes, and seen their share of corpses, the sight of that half-eaten heart sent chills down their spines, draining the color from their faces. Yun Ruoyue was initially taken aback, believing it to be a human heart. However, upon closer inspection and drawing upon her extensive medical knowledge, she quickly deduced that it was not a human heart, but rather a pig's heart. Relieved, she remarked, "Fear not, this is not a human heart, but a pig's heart. Chuyer must have placed this heart here to suggest to others that I am a monster who consumes human hearts, and furthermore, that I devour the heart of the little Xuanzi." Chapter 409. The rescue of little Xuanzi. Recalling the disappearance of little Xuanzi, Yun Ruoyue immediately connected the two incidents. What? How could Chuyer be so cruel? Your Highness, how did you discern that this was not a human heart? Xiao Lu inquired with admiration. As a physician, I am well aware that a pig's heart is larger than a human heart, and the fat on the surface of a pig's heart is white, while a human heart is a pale yellow. You see, the fat here is white. Thus, it is indeed a pig's heart, Yun Ruoyue explained. Moreover, there are other distinguishing methods. As a medical professional, I can certainly tell the difference. Upon hearing her words, the three of them sighed in relief. Emily remarked, "It seems that little Xuanzi has fallen victim to Chuyer. Her intent in placing this heart here was to slander the princess as a man-eating monster. We must promptly report this matter to the prince. There is no need for haste. Let us refrain from alarming the enemy and observe their true intentions first," Yun Ruoyue advised. "But what about little Xuanzi? He is so unfortunate, his life hanging in the balance," Emily said, biting her lip in distress. Xiao Lu reassured her. "Do not worry, brother Emily. Little Xuanzi has long been rescued by the princess's envoy, Li San." "Really? How did the princess come to know? And how was he saved?" Emily asked eagerly. "Last night, after discovering that Funner had been murdered, we accompanied the princess to the lakeside in search of evidence against the perpetrator. There, we stumbled upon a pouch embroidered with the character Chui. Given that Chuyer possesses martial skills, we suspected this pouch to be hers, and that she was responsible for Funner's demise. If the pouch indeed belongs to Chuyer, she would surely return to retrieve it. Thus, we waited behind the rockery, and indeed, we saw Chuyer return to search for her pouch. This indicated that something was amiss with her. The princess then assigned us to monitor Chuyer and the movements of Yuruo Pavilion throughout the day. This afternoon, I noticed Chuyer quietly conversing with little Xuanzi, after which he discarded his broom and exited the royal residence. I quickly alerted Li San to keep watch outside. Li San discovered that little Xuanzi lingered in an alley outside the palace before being abducted by a group of bandits disguised as mountain robbers. Fortunately, I had informed Li San in advance, and he led a team to follow the bandits, ultimately rescuing little Xuanzi from a dilapidated temple. Under Li San's interrogation, the bandits confessed that Chuyer had bribed them to abduct little Xuanzi, initially instructing them to kill him and deliver his heart to her. However, later, Chuyer reconsidered, fearing that such brutality would invoke the wrath of little Xuanzi's spirit, and thus instructed them merely to kill him without extracting his heart. After abducting little Xuanzi to the decrepit temple, the bandits intended to eliminate him to prevent any disclosure of their secret. Thankfully, Li San arrived just in time, subduing the bandits and saving little Xuanzi. Mo Li and Mo Zhu, upon hearing this, realized that there was so much more to the story. Mo Li, with admiration in her eyes, turned to Yun Ruoyue and said, "Your Highness, since you have already sent Li San to rescue Xiao Xuanzi, why did you not inform everyone? They have been worried all day and are utterly exhausted." Xiao Lu interjected, "The princess wished to avoid alarming the enemy. Their intentions remain unclear, and they have yet to reveal their true weapons. The princess is feigning ignorance of their scheme, awaiting the moment to expose them when they act." She summoned both of you to serve as witnesses, to confirm that the pig's heart was placed by Cui, not by the princess herself. Now we understand, Your Highness. Rest assured, we stand ready for your command. For now, we shall pretend to be unaware of this matter and continue our search for Xiao Xuanzi, Emoli replied. Chapter 410. The old woman has gone mad. Early the next morning, as Yun Ruoyue was still asleep, a piercing scream echoed from outside. This is bad. The old woman has gone mad. At the sound, Yun Ruoyue sprang up, sensing that something was amiss. She had not slept well throughout the night, and had only just fallen into a light slumber when the commotion woke her. Your Highness, you are awake. There are maids outside saying that the old woman has gone mad. Do you wish to go and see? Feng entered, carrying a basin of warm water for washing. Yun Ruoyue nodded, washed her face casually, and followed Feng outside. The commotion originated from the back courtyard, not far from where they stood. Upon stepping outside, she noticed Chu Xuancheng leading Mo Li and Mo Zhu as they exited from the Xuancheng pavilion. Seeing Chu Xuancheng clad in military attire, draped in a fiery red cloak, and wearing a feathered helmet, Yun Ruoyue understood that he was preparing to head to the barracks. He stood tall, his silver armor glinting in the light, exuding an aura of majesty and power reminiscent of a sovereign. His obsidian-like eyes swept coldly over the crowd before finally settling on Yun Ruoyue. What is that noise? He inquired. I do not know. I heard it is the old woman who has gone mad, Yun Ruoyue replied. Chu Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Let us go and take a look, he said, leading the way toward the back courtyard. Recently, the Wang residence had been plagued by a series of unsettling events, especially as the year drew to a close, which felt ominously inauspicious. His brow furrowed slightly in irritation. Upon arriving at the back courtyard, they saw several maids surrounding the old woman, seemingly attempting to prevent her from jumping into the lake. At that moment, the old woman, with disheveled hair and tattered clothing, was agitatedly shouting, I saw it. I saw the princess capture a wild cat. She bit into its neck, blood splattering everywhere. She even drank its blood. My grandson must have been harmed by her. His neck must have been bitten by the princess as well. Oh, my poor grandson. He is dead, and I, this old woman, no longer wish to live. I have wronged his parents. After uttering these words, she attempted to leap into the water, but the maids rushed to restrain her. The color of Chu Xuancheng's eyes suddenly turned cold, and Yun Ruoyue stared coldly at the old woman. Chu Xuancheng spoke in a chilling tone. Impudent, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon seeing the prince, the old woman quickly turned around, trembling. Her face filled with panic as she looked towards Chu Xuancheng. Suddenly, noticing Yun Ruoyue standing behind him, she was instantly terrified, clasping her head with both hands and screaming in horror, Help! Your Highness, the princess is a monster. She drank cat's blood, and my grandson must have been harmed by her. Help! The old woman cried out in terror, her face pale as she backed away. Upon hearing her cries, the onlookers regarded Yun Ruoyue with palpable fear. They instinctively took 2 steps back, as if fearing she might bite their necks. Chu Xuancheng coldly fixed his gaze on the old woman, utterly disbelieving her words. He asked icily, When did you see this? Are you certain it was the princess? The old woman, trembling with fear, nodded. Just a moment ago, while I was looking for my grandson in the backyard, I saw a woman in pink flying around the wall. I thought, isn't this the monster they spoke of? Fearing for my grandson's safety, I rushed over, only to see her cornering a wild cat. She bared her fangs and sank her teeth into the cat's neck, drinking its blood. After she finished, she simply tossed the cat aside and flew away. Chapter 411. The princess is the culprit. Having finished her tale, the old woman hurriedly pointed to the lifeless body of a wild cat lying in the corner, trembling as she said, This is the wild cat. The princess drank its blood. How terrifying. My poor grandson must have also fallen victim to her. After speaking, she collapsed onto the ground, wailing as if driven mad. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, her gaze icy as she directed it towards the old woman. Did you truly see the face of that person? Was it indeed me? The old woman instinctively shivered at the sight of Yun Ruoyue and incoherently stammered, I was too far away to see clearly. But it must have been you. That monster wore the same clothes, adorned the same jewelry, and styled her hair identically to yours. Who else could it be? With that, she suddenly threw herself at Yun Ruoyue's feet, clutching her legs with fervor, shutting her eyes as if resigning herself to fate, and cried out, Princess, did I offend you before? Is that why you captured my grandson? I shall never provoke you again. Please spare his life, I beg you. Observing her demeanor, one could hardly conclude it was pretense. She appeared genuinely terrified. Yun Ruoyue responded, you merely saw someone wearing similar clothes and hairstyle to mine. And you've concluded it was me? What if someone is impersonating me? I was clearly asleep this morning, never leaving my chambers. How could it possibly be me? I don't know, the old woman whimpered. But that figure looked just like you, princess. I bear you no grudge. I have merely spoken a few words against you. Please, I implore you, spare my grandson. The others gazed at Yun Ruoyue with fear in their eyes, and even though she denied the accusations, their disbelief lingered. Wang Po was so frightened that she trembled uncontrollably, her words resonating with such conviction that the others had no choice but to believe her. Just then, a delicate figure suddenly rushed in from the entrance of the garden. Your Highness, I was so scared. Upon seeing Chu Xuancheng, Nangong Rou dashed towards him, leaping into his embrace and clinging to him tightly. Chu Xuancheng instinctively cast a glance at Yun Ruoyue, noticing her indifference to their interaction, which deepened his frown. What troubles you, Rou? He inquired, gently patting her head in an attempt to ease her fears. However, Nangong Rou remained steadfast, her tears flowing as she sobbed. Your Highness, I had a terrible nightmare last night. It was so frightening. I dreamt that someone tore out my heart, severed my neck, devoured my heart, and drank my blood. It scared me to death. Yun Ruoyue shot a cold glance at Nangong Rou. It's just a dream. Is it really worth such distress? Moreover, the coincidence of this nightmare is rather suspicious. Is it a true dream or a mere fabrication? Chu Xuancheng furrowed his brow, pushing Nangong Rou gently to her feet. It was merely a dream. There is no need to dwell on it. With a look of deep attachment, Nangong Rou gazed at Chu Xuancheng, her eyes brimming with tears. But that dream felt so real, it terrified me. Your Highness, I have been unable to sleep well these past few nights, constantly hearing the cries of wild cats and crows outside. I am truly frightened. I suspect that something may have entered our estate. Perhaps we should heed my elder sister's advice and invite a Taoist to perform a ritual to exorcise whatever it is, to restore peace to our Wangfu. Chapter 412. The Taoist enters the estate. Chu Xuancheng pondered for a moment before coldly nodding in agreement. Very well, please summon a Taoist to perform the ritual. I wish to uncover the truth behind this matter. Whether it is a demon haunting my estate or a plot orchestrated by someone, I will ensure that whoever is responsible meets a fate worse than death. Nangong Rou's eyes gleamed with a cold light upon hearing this. Wonderful. The prince has consented. With his approval, she could invite Master Yun Yi into their midst, and should any misfortune befall them, she would not fear retribution from the prince. For it was his own promise. Yun Ruoyue remained silent, observing Nangong Rou's performance with a steady demeanor, aware that the latter and her associates would soon spring into action. She remained unmoved, ready to counter whatever schemes may arise. At that moment, Wang Po clung to Yun Ruoyue's feet, her eyes vacant and her expression dazed as she begged for mercy. My lady, I implore you to spare Xiao Xuanzi. I am willing to offer you anything. Even my blood, if only you would forgive him. Noticing this, Chu Xuancheng suddenly directed his attention to Mo Li. Mo Li, take Wang Po away and continue searching for Xiao Xuanzi. Mo Li had long wished to remove Wang Po and, upon receiving the command, swiftly stepped forward and pulled her away. Wang Po, startled like a bird released from a trap, cried out in alarm, Let me go. Do not restrain me. I must find my grandson. Xiao Xuanzi, where have you gone? Have you been devoured by a demon? Take her away. Chu Xuancheng glared coldly at Wang Po, his voice laced with fury. A guard approached and dragged the screaming old woman away. Mo Li hastily remarked, Your Highness, it's getting late. We must head to the military camp. Chu Xuancheng nodded, casting a deep, inscrutable glance at Yun Ruoyue before departing without a backward glance. Once he left, only Yun Ruoyue and Nangong Rou remained in the vicinity. Upon noticing the wild cat on the ground, Nangong Rou recoiled in fear, exclaiming, Heavens, this is terrifying and uncanny. Sister, are you not afraid of that female specter? Yun Ruoyue shrugged nonchalantly. I have nothing to feel guilty about. Why should I be afraid? Nangong Rou smirked coldly. I cannot comment on that. Earlier, the old woman claimed she saw you kill the wild cat. Could she have been mistaken? This revelation indicated that Chu Xuancheng seemed to protect Yun Ruoyue. Despite the old woman's accusation, he believed in her innocence and did not hold her accountable. This fact ignited a tempest of jealousy within her. Yun Ruoyue smiled at Nangong Rou. In that case, it's best you keep your distance from me, lest you encounter a similar fate. With that, She disdainfully flicked her sleeve and turned to leave. Observing Yun Ruoyue's composed demeanor, Nangong Rou clenched her fists tightly, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes. You may revel in your triumph for now, but soon enough, your pride will be shattered. The prince had already consented, and it seemed the time had come to summon Yun to the manor. At noon, outside the Li Wangfu, 3 unexpected visitors arrived. At the forefront stood a middle-aged Taoist priest clad in a yellow robe, wearing a flat yellow cap. His piercing gaze was ominous as it scanned the surroundings, momentarily resting on the crows circling above the mansion. He wielded a sword, exuding a fierce and threatening aura, accompanied by 2 young acolytes carrying various ritual implements such as incense, wax, and candles. "Master, is this the Li Wangfu?" one young acolyte asked, his face brimming with sycophantic enthusiasm. "This is the most prestigious place we have ever visited. Surely, the host will be generous with rewards." They had only performed rituals for ordinary officials or merchants before. This was their first time serving a royal family, and the thought filled them with excitement. Yun cast a cold glance at the acolyte. "This is a royal residence, unlike any common household. When you enter, remember to behave with decorum and heed my commands." "Yes, master," they replied in unison. Meanwhile, Nangong Rou was sipping tea and chatting with the eldest princess, who, amid her tea, expressed her concern. "Rower, has the sorcerer you invited arrived? If he does not come soon, I fear I shall not find rest." She had been plagued by nightmares lately, waking in terror each time, and was desperate to meet Master Yun to rid the palace of its malevolent spirits. Nangong Rou took the eldest princess's hand, her expression filled with concern. "He is on his way. Judging by the time, he should arrive today. Please rest assured, dear sister." Just then, a voice from outside called, "Madam, Master Yun has arrived. He is just outside." "He has come? Splendid. Sister, let us go meet this master and see if he possesses true skill," Nangong Rou exclaimed, pulling the eldest princess along as they made their way outside. The princess nodded eagerly and stepped outside. As they emerged, they spotted Yun, clad in a flowing yellow Taoist robe, standing there. At Danner's prompting, Yun approached and greeted the princess and Madame Nangong, saying, "I am the humble Taoist Yun, honored to meet the princess and Madame Rou. Are you the esteemed Master Yun? Your arrival is most fortuitous. Our royal residence has recently been plagued by bizarre occurrences, with rumors circulating that a malevolent spirit resides within. Might I trouble you to investigate and banish this evil?" inquired the princess. Yun bowed respectfully, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Highness. This young maid has already informed me of the peculiar happenings within the estate. I shall exert every effort to apprehend the malevolent spirit. Please allow me to first survey the premises before setting up a ritual to ascertain whether a malevolent presence truly exists. Should such a spirit be at work, I shall not allow it to escape." After speaking, Yun gestured towards Danner, who stood beside him. Subsequently, with Danner and Shuier leading the way, he examined the layout of the royal residence. He then instructed the young acolytes to prepare the ritual altar. The acolytes arranged numerous incense, candles, and paper offerings on the table. Yun approached the altar, holding a peachwood sword, took a sip of talisman water, and sprayed it onto the sword. He began to sway the sword, reciting incantations. The princess had never witnessed such a ritual before and turned to Madame Nangong, asking, "Is this master truly capable? Will he be able to capture the malevolent spirit?" "Do not worry, elder sister. I have heard that Master Yun has assisted many in capturing spirits. His skills are profound and formidable," replied Madame Nangong. "That is reassuring. I have been troubled by this matter, unable to eat or sleep soundly. With the master here, I feel more at ease." The princess nodded, though her gaze remained anxiously fixed on Yun. Yun formed a hand seal and, holding the peachwood sword with a talisman affixed to it, performed a swift display of swordplay. Finally, with a commanding shout, he suddenly halted, pointing the sword towards the direction of the Feiyue Pavilion, exclaiming, "The malevolent spirit lurks in the southeast, above that house. A malevolent star flickers there, dark clouds loom, and crows circle ominously. The evil energy converges there, and the malign force is rampant. Surely, a spirit resides within." The princess was taken aback, realizing that this was the residence of Princess Li. "Master, are you certain of this?" "Indeed, the spirit dwells there. If you do not believe me, Your Highness, accompany me, and I will unveil its true form," Yun asserted with unwavering conviction. The princess, with a cold flick of her sleeve, declared, Very well, rower, let us proceed. If Yun Ruoyue is indeed a spirit, I shall rid the Li royal residence of this menace today. Elder sister, given how much the prince dotes on you, do you think he would blame us if he found out? Perhaps we should wait for his return, suggested Madame Nangong softly. The princess paused, contemplating Chu Xuancheng. Yun Ruoyue had saved the empress and Xuancheng. If she were to act against her without due cause, it could lead to serious consequences. Yet, to do nothing was equally unacceptable. She was a spirit. As long as the spirit remained, the royal residence would find no peace. This predicament was untenable. Nangong Rou supported the crown princess while discreetly gesturing to Yun. Yun then remarked, Your Highness, time is of the essence, and we cannot take this lightly. I must hasten to capture the malevolent spirit. Otherwise, it may flee, and should we arrive too late, it will be exceedingly difficult to apprehend. Upon hearing this, the crown princess became anxious and declared, Very well, let us proceed swiftly. We must not allow that fiend to escape. With that, she took the lead, guiding everyone towards the Feiyue pavilion. At this moment, in the Feiyue pavilion, Yun Ruoyue was feeding fresh meat to the crows circling above the roof. She tossed morsels of meat onto the ground, and the crows promptly descended, eagerly consuming the offerings. Feng'er, observing this, felt a sense of foreboding and exclaimed, Your Highness, these crows are inherently ominous. Why would you feed them? Are you not concerned they will linger here? Yun Ruoyue continued to scatter meat, insects, grains, and bits of fruit on the ground, luring the dark mass of crows down. She cast a calm glance at them and replied, What is so ominous about these crows? I find them rather endearing. I've heard that crow meat is quite delectable. Upon hearing her words, the crows instinctively retracted their necks, feeling a chill. The princess wished to consume them, despite their supposed ill omens. Feng'er scrutinized the ominous birds, feeling a shiver run down her spine. Their eyes were like black voids, hollow and lifeless, reminiscent of death itself, sending chills through her. Your Highness, those crows feast on the flesh of the deceased. They are far from auspicious. And you contemplate eating them? Just then, a voice from outside interrupted. Your Highness, trouble is afoot. The crown princess and concubine Rou have brought several Taoist priests here, claiming they intend to capture a monster. Yun Ruoyue rose coldly, surprised by their swift arrival. She had anticipated they would delay for another couple of days. However, since they were already here, she resolved to confront them boldly. She was curious to see what tricks they had up their sleeves. Noticing the growing tension among the group, she reassured them, Fear not. When soldiers arrive, we shall counter. I am eager to see what they dare to do. The fox will finally reveal its true colors. Seeing the fierce approach of the crown princess and her entourage, Jiu'er understood the urgency of the situation. As their courtyard was filled with women, she swiftly slipped away to summon reinforcements from the military. Only the prince could save the princess now. Meanwhile, the crown princess and Nangong Rou had led a throng of maids and servants, accompanied by Yun and his disciples, with a fierce determination towards the Feiyue pavilion. Chapter 4:15. The burning of the princess. As the crown princess entered the Feiyue pavilion, she pointed at Yun Ruoyue and addressed Yun. Master Yun, this is Princess Li. This is her residence, the Feiyue pavilion. Her behavior has been exceedingly peculiar these past few months, transforming overnight from an unattractive woman into a beauty and exhibiting medical skills. Please examine her swiftly to ascertain whether she is possessed by a malevolent spirit. Yun held a mystical mirror and a magical sword, circling around Yun Ruoyue with utmost caution and scrutiny. As he observed her, he remarked, Monsters typically enjoy transforming into alluring beauties to beguile the world. This so-called medical skill is merely a form of sorcery designed to temporarily deceive the masses. Once the enchantment fades, the patient's condition will inevitably revert to its original state. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold scoff and stepped forward, challenging, From whence do you hail, sorcerer, to dare utter such reckless words and defame this princess? Yun Yi's gaze turned sinister as he retorted, Princess? Humph, you are not the true princess of Li. Rather, you are a wicked entity that has usurped her form. I can see that your brow is dark, your eyes devoid of spirit, your lips cracked and tongue scorched, and a disordered essence surrounds you. The ominous black and purple aura hovering above you reveals your true nature as a malevolent being. You wreak havoc within the Li prince's residence, consuming the blood of beasts and the essence of humans to maintain your beauty and practice your dark arts. With me here today, you shall no longer bring calamity upon the Li residence. Upon hearing this, The Grand Princess interjected, "Master, have you definitively determined that she is indeed a malevolent being? How did you arrive at this conclusion? This is no trivial matter. We must ascertain the truth so as not to wrongfully accuse her." A flicker of coldness flashed in Yun Yi's eyes. How did he know? He was merely fabricating his claims. Yet he could not allow the Grand Princess to perceive the truth. In a fit of anger, he declared, "You cannot see it. But I can discern it at a glance. The current princess is enveloped in dark energy, clearly possessed by a wicked spirit. Furthermore, I possess a method to reveal her true form, by placing her upon the fire. Evil beings fear flames. Thus, subjecting her to fire will surely unveil her true nature." Yun Ruoyue sneered. To be roasted upon the flames? Even if she were not a monster, would a mere mortal endure such a fate? What kind of master are you? True masters utilize mirrors, swords, seals, and talismans to capture demons. Yet you propose to roast this princess? Do you consider yourself a true sage, or merely a rogue sorcerer? Yun Yi was taken aback, caught off guard by the woman's challenge. Enraged, he retorted, "What do you know, woman? This is my method of exorcism. I have always captured malevolent spirits this way, and I have never failed. How many souls must have perished unjustly by your flames? Do you not fear their vengeance when the midnight hour strikes?" Yun Ruoyue scoffed coldly. Yun Yi's face flushed red with fury, his eyes blazing with indignation. "What nonsense are you spouting? I only burn monsters, those deserving of death. I have never harmed an innocent. If you doubt me, go ask outside." Yun Ruoyue laughed coldly. "Those who have perished cannot cry out for justice. You claim to be a formidable Taoist, then tell me. Do you know the legendary combination of the demon-slaying mirror and demon-slaying sword? Who was their master? A genuine Taoist should know such history." Yun Yi froze, having never encountered such knowledge. Despite years of immersion in the Taoist realm, he had never studied this. After contemplating, he realized he had no answer and replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? Wherever did you hear of a combination of the demon-slaying mirror and the demon-slaying sword? Do not spread such nonsense and mislead others." Yun Ruoyue coldly snorted, "Are you not a formidable master, to lack even such fundamental knowledge? Allow me to enlighten you. Their master was the ancient Sima Qingzhen, who possessed the Qingjing Huanxiang sword and the Qingjing Huanxiang mirror. It was with these two treasures that he excelled in capturing demons with remarkable efficiency. You do not even know your own ancestor, yet you dare to call yourself a master? I see you are not but a charlatan, a mere pretender, not a true enlightened master." Yun Yi was taken aback by Yun Ruoyue's words, his finger trembling in anger as he pointed at her. This princess was exceedingly sharp-tongued, far from the ordinary woman one could easily contend with. He had never heard of this so-called ancestor she mentioned, nor did he know anything about it. "You are fabricating tales, princess. Madame Rou, do not believe her. I have devoted many years to the study of Tao, and I have never encountered anyone named Sima Qingzhen among our ancestors. Surely, the princess is merely spinning a yarn." Yun Yi's face flushed with indignation, his eyes glinting with malice. "Who says there is no such person? Your ignorance blinds you. Even I, an outsider, have heard this name. TSK. Yun Ruoyue clicked her tongue. She had not anticipated that Yun Yi would be completely unaware of this, having merely invoked a name she remembered from films in the modern era to intimidate him. This only served to further expose his ignorance and unravel his facade. A true demon catcher would never mistake a human for a demon. As Yun Ruoyue spoke with such conviction, the Long Princess and the others began to cast doubtful glances at Yun Yi. If he were indeed so formidable, how could he be oblivious to his own ancestor? Upon hearing this, Yun Yi grew frantic, exclaiming, "How can the princess know of an ancestor I do not? Others here have never heard of Sima Qingzhen. Only you, princess, have knowledge of him. Either you fabricate tales, or you are a demon yourself. Only a demon would be more familiar with demon catching than an ordinary person, as we are your natural enemies. Otherwise, how could it be that only you possess such obscure knowledge? What do you have to say for yourself?" Nangong Rou, standing nearby, coldly remarked, "Elder sister, Yun Yi does have a point. We are all unaware of these matters, yet you speak of them as if they were second nature. Could it be that Sima Qingzhen once captured you, leaving such a profound impression?" Yun Ruoyue shot Nangong Rou a cold glance. "Sister, my memory is simply exceptional." The Long Princess, upon hearing this exchange, found merit in both Nangong Rou and Yun Yi's arguments. She spoke solemnly, "Enough of this idle chatter. Yun Ruoyue, since you are a malevolent spirit possessing the original's body, I demand that you reveal your true form. If you continue to stir unrest, How can this household find peace and tranquility? Chapter 417. Search for this palace. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue lifted her head, a proud expression gracing her features as she boldly declared, I implore the princess to choose her words with care. This is the residence of the Li Prince, and I am the Li Princess. Matters concerning the Li Prince's estate are not within your purview, and you possess no authority over my affairs. At Yun Ruoyue's words, the eldest princess was immediately engulfed by fury. Her face flushed crimson as she glared at Yun Ruoyue in utter humiliation. You dare to claim that I am an outsider? I am the sister of the Li Prince, bound by blood to the Li Prince. We are connected by ties stronger than mere flesh. By all accounts, it is you who stands as an outsider in the Li Prince's residence. How dare you address me with such insolence? Dear sister, it appears this which remains defiant. Perhaps we should send someone to search her quarters, to see if we can uncover any evidence of her malevolence, compelling her to submit. Nangong Rou suggested coldly from the side. The eldest princess gritted her teeth and declared, Very well, summon someone to search. With her command, the maidservants and attendants who accompanied her promptly moved towards the Fei Yu pavilion, scouring its interior. Seeing this, Fenger swiftly positioned herself in front of Yun Ruoyue, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the eldest princess. Your Highness, you cannot search the Fei Yu pavilion. Who has granted you the authority to do so? Impudent wretch, how dare you speak in my presence? The eldest princess retorted coldly. Mei Gu, step forward and strike her. As Mei Gu was about to comply, Yun Ruoyue swiftly stepped in front of Fenger. Towering over Mei Gu, she glared down at her with a chilling intensity, her voice low and menacing. Who dares? If anyone here lays a hand on my people today, I shall ensure that they face my wrath. Confronted by the royal fury of the princess, Mei Gu felt a chill run through her. She cast a wary glance at Yun Ruoyue, hesitating to act. At that moment, the eldest princess, incensed, commanded, Mei Gu, proceed. Strike that insolent girl. Let us see who dares to interrupt while I speak. With the eldest princess's order igniting her resolve, Mei Gu prepared to strike. However, Yun Ruoyue suddenly advanced, seizing Mei Gu's wrist with a grip like iron, her eyes reflecting a terrifying darkness. Should you dare to harm Fenger, you shall face the consequences. Did you not label me a monster? Are you not afraid that I shall sever your throat and drain your blood? Mei Gu was taken aback, her heart racing in fright. Though she knew the accusation was a fabrication concocted with Nangong Rou, the sheer terror in Yun Ruoyue's eyes left her rattled. Despite recognizing the falsehood of her own words, the fear she felt was palpable. The more she spoke the lies, the more she almost began to believe them. Casting a wary glance at Yun Ruoyue, she found her eyes ablaze with a fearsome intensity, prompting her to retreat a couple of steps. Your Highness, perhaps we should save our strength for later. Let us prioritize the search for now. Once we have subdued Yun Ruoyue, we may torment Fenger as we please. At this moment, Nangong Rou suddenly gazed at Yun Ruoyue with evident trepidation, retreating repeatedly. Sister, did you hear what she just said? Does her tone not imply an admission of her being a monster? Her expression is terrifying, as if she intends to devour someone. I am truly frightened. Chapter 418. The search for humanity. The princess had already harbored suspicions that Yun Ruoyue was possessed by a demon. Upon hearing Nangong Rou's words, she cowered further behind Aunt Mei, pointing at Yun with trepidation. Ah, so you truly are a monster. Your audacity has grown to the extent that you dare to threaten people in public, have you? Master Yun, do not delay in subduing her. Do not allow her to wreak havoc upon the Li Wangfu any longer. Just then, Cui entered, leading several maidservants out from Yun Ruoyue's chamber. Carrying a box in her hands, she announced loudly, Princess, Madam, we have discovered a box beneath the princess's bed. Quickly present it. We must see what lies within. Nangong Rou narrowed her eyes, a sinister glimmer of triumph flashing within. Excellent. While the prince is away, she will have Yun burn Yun Ruoyue alive, thus eliminating her rival once and for all. Cui hurried forward, and as she reached the front of the princess, she abruptly opened the box, presenting it before her. The princess, upon seeing the box up close, was taken aback and let out a piercing scream, retreating 2 steps with a pale visage, exclaiming in terror, What is this? So frightful. Nangong Rou, equally terrified, trembled as she spoke. Sister, could that possibly be a human heart? Whose heart is it, and why is it beneath your bed? Aunt Mei, equally shaken, remarked, Little Xuanzi went missing yesterday. Could this be little Xuanzi's heart? At that moment, old woman Wang emerged from the crowd. seizing the box tightly and weeping uncontrollably. Little Xuanzi, is this your heart? Oh, what a tragic end you have met. Were you devoured by the princess? Witnessing this scene, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Fearful gazes fixated upon Yun Ruoyue, and they were now truly convinced that she was the flesh-eating monster. Nangong Rou's lips curled into a cold smirk. All was in readiness, merely awaiting the right moment. Once the princess issued her command, Yun Ruoyue would be finished. She had orchestrated all these events for this very instant. As the onlookers beheld the heart, whispers of fear erupted among them. So the princess is indeed a monster. No wonder she transformed overnight into such beauty. Perhaps she has been feasting on others' blood to achieve this allure. Furthermore, she suddenly acquired medical knowledge. It must be sorcery, explaining her miraculous abilities. Indeed, she can reattach severed limbs. No physician in this world has ever possessed such skill. This is undoubtedly witchcraft. The so-called healing she provides is merely for her own reputation. It is a pity for those whom she has harmed, if such a monster is not dealt with soon. Our Li Wangfu is in grave peril. Upon hearing the discussions around her, the princess's expression darkened abruptly. She glared fiercely at Yun Ruoyue and commanded her maids and servants behind her, "Seize this monster. I shall burn her," extracting her from Yun Ruoyue's body. At her behest, the servants surged forward to capture Yun Ruoyue. Feng and the others hurriedly positioned themselves in front of her, while Yun Ruoyue shouted defiantly, "How dare you? Who among you would be so bold? If you dare to seize me, do you not fear the prince's wrath?" The princess snorted coldly, "This is my command, and even Xuancheng must heed it. You are possessed by an evil spirit, endangering lives, consuming flesh, and drinking blood. You are indeed a monster. To deal with you is to uphold justice and act in accordance with heaven's will. I firmly believe that if Xuancheng were to be aware, he would endorse my decision." Chapter 419. Captured beside her, Yun added menacingly, "Indeed, the princess acts to eliminate harm for the people. Seize the princess consort. I shall personally ignite the flames to expel this demon from the original body of the princess consort, restoring tranquility to the Li Wangfu." The crowd, stirred by misunderstanding and fervor, began to chant in unison, fueled by their desire for revenge. They all harbored intense hatred towards Yun Ruoyue, wishing to flay her alive in vengeance for Feng and Chu Xuancheng. Once the uproar subsided, the sturdy cleaning maids advanced, forcefully pushing aside Feng and her companions, and seized Yun Ruoyue in a fit of righteous indignation. In that moment of collective fury, there was no need for further instruction from the princess. The maids spontaneously apprehended the demon to eradicate the perceived menace. Nangong Rou, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. "Yun Ruoyue, your day has finally come." Yun Ruoyue shot a cold glance at Nangong Rou, suspecting her involvement in this scheme, and was astonished by the swiftness of the events. Caught unprepared, she had assumed Nangong Rou would delay her actions, and thus had not stationed sufficient guards in her courtyard. Meanwhile, Li San and the others remained at the front, oblivious to the turmoil in the rear. As she was restrained by the maids, unable to wield any martial skills, she could only inwardly pray for a valiant, strikingly handsome savior to come to her rescue. Seeing Yun Ruoyue subdued, Yun promptly ordered, "Bring firewood, ignite the flames. We shall burn this monster." His two young disciples swiftly gathered wood from the pile in the storage room, constructing a pyre, while one of the young acolytes lit a torch. Casting a chilling gaze upon Yun Ruoyue, Yun brandished his peachwood sword, pointing it at Yun Ruoyue, and declared, "Place this monster upon the pyre and ignite it. Soon, her true form will be revealed, and she shall no longer wreak havoc upon the world." Upon hearing this, the maids grasped Yun Ruoyue with renewed vigor, tossing her onto the pyre and binding her with ropes. In that moment, Yun Ruoyue felt she was teetering on the brink of death, and as she struggled, she shouted fiercely, "This is outrageous. I am not a monster. I am the esteemed Li Wangfei. I remember well who it was that seized and bound me. Should I survive this ordeal, I shall show no mercy to any of you. Even in the afterlife, I would haunt you relentlessly. And you, Princess Chang, Nangong Rou, and that vile sorceress." Feng and Xiao Lu rushed over, surrounding the pile of firewood in a desperate attempt to rescue Yun Ruoyue. However, they were violently shoved down by a few burly women, forcing them to the ground. Feng, filled with rage, bit her lip until it bled, her crimson eyes blazing with fury as she shouted, "Princess Chang, concubine Rou, how dare you inflict such punishment upon the Wangfei? If the Wang Ye returns, he will not let you off lightly. The Wang Fei is no monster. Cease your actions now, or you will face dire consequences. Xiao Lu, her eyes equally filled with rage, added, You dare to harm the Wang Fei in the absence of the Wang Ye? Let me tell you, this is not a matter of human heart. It is a pig's heart. Xiao Xuan is not dead. She has been harmed by Nangong Rou. This is all part of her nefarious plot. Chapter 420. Timely arrival at this juncture. They had no choice but to expose Nangong Rou, hoping that Princess Chang would possess the wisdom to see through her schemes and refrain from burning the Wang Fei. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's words, Nangong Rou's expression darkened. Had Yun Ruoyue uncovered her plot? Now, she could not allow Yun Ruoyue to live. With a fierce glare directed at Yun Yi, her eyes glinted with malice, and she turned her gaze toward Xiao Lu, hissing, You insolent servant. In your fervor to defend the Wang Fei, you distort the truth and seek to malign me. You go too far. I suspect you conspire with the monsters. Princess Chang, equally incensed, turned pale with fury, her chest heaving. Enough of this nonsense. Yin Dashi, light the fire and burn this monster. Terrified of the creature, she felt compelled to eliminate the threat. Yun Yi grinned ominously, snatching the torch from the young acolyte's grasp and igniting the pile of wood. Your Highness. Feng'er and the others screamed in desperation, but they were firmly pinned down by the hefty women, unable to move. They watched in despair as the pile of wood caught flame, tears nearly flowing like blood. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue, drenched in sweat and frantic, struggled against her bonds, but to no avail. As the flames licked closer, a wave of heat engulfed her, singeing the tips of her hair, and she sensed the imminent approach of death. In her heart, she cried out in frustration, wondering why the heroines on television always had heroes to save them at such moments, while she did not. Where was her hero? Was she truly destined to perish here today? She closed her eyes, bracing herself for death. At that very moment, at the entrance of the Feiyue Pavilion, a figure clad in shimmering silver armor, wearing a feathered helmet and draped in a vibrant red cloak, resembling a celestial being, soared towards her with grace, radiating golden light. Stop! With a sharp reprimand, Chu Xuancheng's towering figure swiftly surged towards the bonfire. He delivered a fierce kick, striking Yun Yi squarely in the chest and sending him crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, he dashed in front of Yun Ruoyue, scooping her up into his arms. With a delicate push of his toes against the ground, he soared into the air, effortlessly gliding over the flames before landing securely on the ground, still cradling Yun Ruoyue. Initially believing she would perish in the blaze, Yun Ruoyue was astonished to find herself rescued. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Startled, she opened her eyes and met the anxious yet icy gaze of Chu Xuancheng. A wave of relief washed over her at the sight of him, and her body instinctively relaxed in his hold. She realized she was indeed saved. However, Nangong Rou's expression turned pale as she witnessed Chu Xuancheng's sudden dash to rescue Yun Ruoyue, her heart brimming with jealousy. Your Highness, be cautious. Master Yun has said that your sister is possessed by a demon. You must be wary of her. She feigned concern, hastily warning Chu Xuancheng. The princess also chimed in, her face etched with worry. Xuancheng, you must be careful. She is indeed a demon, having taken possession of the princess. Look at the heart in that old woman's hands. We found it beneath Yun Ruoyue's bed. It undoubtedly belongs to Xiao Xuanzi, which indicates that both Feng'er and Xiao Xuanzi fell victim to this demon. She has not only consumed their blood, but also sought to devour their hearts. Chapter 421. I know better than you. After receiving a brutal kick from Chu Xuancheng, Yun Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing to the ground as he clutched his chest in agony, his face contorted in pain. I beseech your Highness for mercy. I did not intend to offend the princess. The truth is, she is not the formerly Wang Fei, but rather a demon that has possessed her. She drinks human blood, consumes hearts, inflicting harm on the innocent and committing heinous acts. I am merely carrying out the princess's orders to rid the Wang Fu of this evil. Silence. I know better than you whether the princess is a demon or not. How dare you spread such slander in the Wang Fu, harming Li Wang Fei? Chu Xuancheng declared, his eyes blazing with fury. Seize this sorcerer. At his command, Mo Li, Mo Zhu, Jiu and others swiftly advanced, forcefully capturing Yun Yi and his disciples, bringing them to their knees before Chu Xuancheng. An aura of intense rage enveloped him as he glared at the crowd, his gaze piercing through Nangong Rou and the princess, his expression dark and foreboding. The princess hastily interjected, Xuancheng, she is truly a demon. We do not slander her. Look at the heart on the ground. It has been partially consumed by her. The thought is terrifying. Do not let her beauty deceive you into speaking for her. Such matters cannot be overlooked, or you will suffer for it. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at the heart on the ground and replied solemnly, I have traversed countless battlefields with Mo Li and have seen myriad hearts of enemies. I have never encountered a heart such as this. It is clearly a pig's heart, not a human's. Moreover, how could such a diminutive creature as the little Xiaozi possess such a colossal heart? Beside her, the indifferent Mo Li remarked coldly, this heart must surely belong to a hefty sow. Only a pig weighing over 500 pounds could possibly bear such an enormous heart. Upon hearing this, the princess was momentarily struck dumb, her disbelief evident as she stared at them. What do you mean? Is this not a human heart, but rather a pig's heart? The princess had always placed her trust in Chu Xuancheng, for he was a remarkably reliable individual, never one to utter falsehoods or engage in idle talk. Since he had made such a statement, it must indeed be true. Confusion now enveloped her. Had not Xuey'er and the others declared it to be a human heart? How could that not be the case? Surely, one could summon a butcher to ascertain the truth? A discerning eye would recognize it as a pig's heart. Princess, could it be that you have been deceived? Mo Zhu remarked icily. After speaking, he cast a chilling glance at Nangong Rou. Startled, Nangong Rou instinctively stepped back. Her head bowed, her mind racing as she contemplated an escape. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue finally regained her composure. Spotting Chu Xuancheng's arrival, she felt liberated and said, My lord, please set me down. I have something to convey to everyone. Chu Xuancheng cast a worried glance at Yun Ruoyue, noting her pallid complexion and singed hair ends, causing a pang of distress to surge within him. Had he arrived any later, she might have perished in the flames. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? He inquired with concern. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Rest assured, I am fine, Yun Ruoyue replied, nodding. She had not anticipated that the man who harbored the most animosity towards her in this royal residence would be the one to place the utmost trust in her. Seeing her demeanor return to normal, Chu Xuancheng realized she was indeed unharmed and gently set her down. He had never subscribed to superstitions. If she were truly so formidable, how could she have been captured and set ablaze? Chapter 4:22. Do not pretend any longer. As her feet touched the ground, Yun Ruoyue ran her fingers through her hair. Discovering the ends had been scorched and curled, her heart still racing, she patted her chest and cast a sudden, fierce glare at the maids on the ground. At that moment, the maids dared not restrain Feng'er and her companions any longer. Seeing the prince's arrival, they hurriedly released Feng'er and retreated to the side in fear. Once freed, Feng'er rushed to Yun Ruoyue's side, surrounding her with concern and inquiries about her well-being. My lady, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort? At that moment, Xuey'er, who had returned with Mo Li, hurried forward to support Yun Ruoyue, her face etched with worry. Fortunately, she had managed to escape the palace in time and summoned a guard to ride to the military camp to inform the prince of the situation. Otherwise, the princess would have met a grim fate. Thank you. I am fine, Yun Ruoyue replied gratefully, acknowledging Xuey'er's role in alerting Chu Xuancheng. She then nodded at Feng'er and suddenly directed her icy gaze towards Nangong Rou and her companion Xuey'er. Concubine Rou, Xuey'er, I apologize for not perishing. I hope I have not disappointed you. Nangong Rou was taken aback, her complexion paling in terror as she thought, oh no. Judging by Yun Ruoyue's expression, it seems she knows something. She took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention and shot a fierce glare at Xuey'er, her eyes resembling those of the Grim Reaper. Sister, what do you mean? You truly are not a monster? Nangong Rou gazed at Yun Ruoyue with palpable fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh. Do not feign ignorance. You are well aware of whether I am human or a monster. You understand the truth of this matter far better than anyone else. Nangong Rou abruptly looked up, her face filled with terror. Sister, what do you mean? I don't comprehend. Did Master Yun not declare you a monster? Please, do not harm me. With that, Nangong Rou dashed to Chu Xuancheng, throwing herself into his embrace. Trembling as she looked at Yun Ruoyue, Your Highness, what is happening? Master Yun is so formidable. He cannot be mistaken, yet you claim you are not a monster. I am utterly confused. Seeing Nangong Rou's frightened demeanor, a complex expression flickered in Chu Xuancheng's eyes. He gently pushed her away, his voice distant and devoid of warmth. Do not speak for now. Wait until the princess has finished. Nangong Rou was taken aback, obediently standing beside him, refraining from further speech. Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at Nangong Rou, then suddenly clapped her hands and called, "Honger, you may come out now." "Yes, Your Highness," came the response. From the small kitchen of the Feyue pavilion emerged two figures, one large and one small. As the crowd focused, they recognized the larger one as Honger, while the smaller figure, dressed in a gray cotton coat and gray shoes, was none other than the missing little Xuancheng. Xuancheng. Upon seeing the child emerge, Granny Wang was instantly shocked, dropping the pig heart she held and rushing forward to embrace him. She gazed at him in disbelief, her mouth agape. "Xuancheng, is that truly you? My grandson, how are you alive? Did the princess not drink your blood and remove your heart? How are you unharmed?" Little Xuancheng tightly hugged Granny Wang, his innocent face expressing clarity as he replied, "Grandmother, you are mistaken. The princess did not eat me. She is not a monster. How could she possibly consume me? Not only did she not harm me, but she also saved me." Chapter 423. Little Xuancheng is not dead. What? How can this be? The princess saved you? Is it possible that the monster is someone else? Upon seeing Xuancheng, Granny Wang's madness dissipated, her reason returning. Little Xuancheng quickly interjected, "There are no monsters. The princess said there are no such beings in this world, only wicked people. Sometimes, humans can be more malevolent than monsters. When a person turns wicked, they can be the worst of all. What on earth is happening? How did you go missing? Quickly tell grandmother." Granny Wang remained utterly bewildered. Little Xuancheng suddenly lifted his head, casting a cold glance at Chuyer before pointing at her and exclaiming, "Chuyer betrayed me. She deceived me into thinking she would take me to the market to buy roasted chicken and clothes for grandmother, telling me to wait for her alone in the alley. But as soon as I arrived in the alley, I was captured by several bandits. Fortunately, Brother Lisan tracked those bandits and saved me in a dilapidated temple. Otherwise, I would have been killed. Heavens, Chuyer, you wretched soul. You urged me to fabricate slanderous tales about the princess being a monster. And now you dare to endanger my grandson? You vile woman." Upon hearing her grandson's words, Wang Posey stared incredulously at Chuyer, pointing a trembling finger at her as she launched into a tirade. Chuyer, realizing her scheme was exposed, felt her countenance darken, for she had not anticipated that the little brat had survived. But what of her accomplices? What had become of them? Yet, she could not easily admit her wrongdoing. She shot a cold glare at the child. "What nonsense are you uttering? I did not deceive you. I distinctly arranged with you to go purchase roasted chicken. It was you who ran off in your folly, making yourself untraceable. How is that my fault?" Yun Ruoyue spoke with an icy tone. "Chuyer, if you indeed had an agreement with the little one to procure roasted chicken, why did you not mention it when he went missing yesterday?" I simply forgot. Besides, since I was the one who invited him, I feared Wang Posey would trouble me, hence I kept silent about it." Chuyer lowered her head, guilt-ridden. Nangong Rou looked at Chuyer in disbelief, her expression one of exasperation. "Chuyer, why did you not speak sooner? Why deceive us? If you have not harmed the little one, you are innocent. The prince and princess would not wrong you. What are you so afraid of?" She had firmly resolved to shift the blame onto Chuyer. This had been her plan from the beginning. If the truth came to light, it would all fall on Chuyer, exonerating her. After all, Chuyer had executed everything personally. She merely had to utter commands while doing nothing else. Upon realizing Nangong Rou's intent to pin the blame on her, Chuyer felt a chill run down her spine. The very woman who had just brewed a bowl of bird's nest to nourish her before departing now displayed such a swift change of heart. "Madam, I beg your pardon. I feared the repercussions and thus did not dare to speak. I truly do not know why the little one was abducted. I merely felt pity for their plight and wished to treat them to a meal of roasted chicken, with no ulterior motive," Chuyer concluded, collapsing to her knees in terror. Trembling uncontrollably, Yun Ruoyue observed the farcical performance of the master and servant with a cold smile, turning to Lisan. "Lisan, please recount to everyone what you heard from the bandits when you rescued the little one." Lisan stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully. "Yes, my lady. When I saw the little one being taken by a group of bandits, I quickly pursued them with my guards. However, they were seasoned rogues, skilled in martial arts and familiar with the terrain, and they fled with remarkable speed. Following their footprints, we eventually located them outside a dilapidated temple. Upon bursting in, we discovered they were about to kill the little one. I immediately engaged, dispatching 2 of the bandits to rescue him, then pointed my sword at another bandit, demanding to know why they sought to seize the child." Chapter 424. Pointing at Chuyer as it transpired, the bandit, fearing for his life, confessed that he had been paid by Chui to carry out the deed, following her orders to eliminate the little one. He further recounted that initially, their intent was to extract the heart of Chu Xuancheng. However, in the end, Chui, fearing that Chu Xuancheng's spirit would seek vengeance upon her, refrained from such an act. Instead, she purchased a pig's heart from the butcher to masquerade as Chu Xuancheng's heart, placing it beneath the princess's bed to fabricate a scenario wherein the princess appeared to crave human hearts, thereby portraying her as a monster. Fortunately, we arrived in the nick of time. Otherwise, Chu Xuancheng would have perished. After rescuing Chu Xuancheng, we entrusted him to the princess's care, allowing Hong'er to look after him. In truth, we had been aware of this matter since yesterday, but to avoid alarming the snake in the grass, we chose to remain silent. It was not until today that someone could no longer contain themselves, revealing their true intentions to frame the princess, prompting us to disclose the truth and implore the prince to discern the matter. This entire scheme was orchestrated by Chui. The princess is in no way a monster, but rather the target of a conspiracy. As Li San spoke, he deliberately omitted any mention of Nangong Rou. After all, they possessed evidence solely against Chui, but none against Nangong Rou. Given that Nangong Rou was the prince's favored consort, he dared not speak recklessly without proof. Nevertheless, to any discerning observer, it was evident that this incident was inextricably linked to Nangong Rou. Chui held no animosity towards the princess. Her audacity would not have led her to commit such an act unless someone had instigated her. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's gaze turned increasingly frigid towards Chui, his murderous intent palpable. Simultaneously, his darkened eyes swept toward Nangong Rou, casting a fierce look upon her face, which left her feeling guilty and trembling with fear. Chui, how dare you conspire against the princess? Seize her at once to prevent her from fleeing. Chu Xuancheng quickly discerned that Chui possessed some martial skills. Those skilled in combat often excelled in the art of escape. Thus, he commanded that she be apprehended to thwart any attempt at flight. Mo Li and Mo Zhu promptly advanced, forcefully restraining Chui's hands and compelling her to kneel upon the ground. With Mo Li and Mo Zhu present, there was little chance for Chui to escape. Moreover, she lacked the courage to flee. Any attempt to do so would only serve to confirm her guilt, a risk she was unwilling to take. Nangong Rou's beautiful eyes reflected confusion and bewilderment as she turned to the crowd, exclaiming, "My lord, what is the meaning of this? How is it once again connected to Chui?" She then directed her gaze at Chui, pressing, "Chui, is what they say true? Speak the truth at once. What have you done behind my back?" Chui, taken aback by the astonished expression on Nangong Rou's face, paused momentarily. The lady clearly knew everything yet feigned ignorance like a pure lotus. Chui realized that her earlier willingness to act on behalf of Nangong Rou stemmed from the belief that if the lady were to abandon her, she would expose her. It seemed that Nangong Rou had no intention of protecting her and was prepared to sacrifice her instead. Therefore, Chui resolved not to hesitate in turning against her when the time came. However, it was not yet the moment to reveal the truth about the lady. She could still attempt to wriggle out of the situation. With this in mind, Chui raised her head, feigning innocence as she declared, "I have done nothing. I am innocent. Li San, you cannot tarnish my reputation based on the words of a few vagabonds. I do not know those people at all. You have no evidence. And you cannot slander me without proof. I firmly believe that the prince will restore my reputation. I am wronged." Chapter 4:25. The purse is evidence. After Chui spoke, she suddenly felt an itch in her throat. She realized that speaking had become quite laborious, her voice hoarse. She instinctively reached for her throat, pondering that perhaps her incessant outdoor endeavors over the past few days had left her vulnerable to the cold. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue let out a cold snort. "Chui, you seek evidence? Very well, Xiao Lu, present the evidence. Let us thoroughly recount the events that transpired." She intended to ensure Chui would be convinced and confess willingly. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, a wave of panic swept through Chui, her gaze fixated anxiously on Xiao Lu, her heart pounding in trepidation. Could they possibly possess actual evidence? She had concealed her actions so adeptly. How could they have discovered her? She strained her arms, only to find them firmly gripped by Mo Li and Mo Zhu, which caused her to grit her teeth in desperation. Initially, she had thought that if her misdeeds came to light, she could simply flee, as she intended to eventually extract money from Nangong Rou. However, now that Mo Li and the others had her restrained, escape was impossible. Chu Xuancheng stood coldly, awaiting Xiao Lu's evidence. Xiao Lu approached, cradling a small box. She opened it, revealing its contents to the assembly, and to everyone's astonishment, it contained a purse. The moment Chuyer beheld the purse, her heart lurched, her legs trembling like jelly. How could her purse be in Xiao Lu's possession? The Grand Princess observed the scene with confusion, addressing Yun Ruoyue. What trickery is this? It is merely a purse. How can it serve as evidence? Xiao Lu respectfully replied to the Grand Princess. Your Highness, do not underestimate this purse. It is the most crucial and significant piece of evidence. This purse was discovered in the backyard after the demise of Fun'er. It appeared that a struggle had taken place there, as the flowers and grass were trampled. After Li San removed Fun'er's body, we found this purse near the vegetation. The fact that it was neither wet nor muddy indicates it was lost during the altercation. Could this purse belong to Fun'er? Nangong Rou interjected softly. She recognized it as Chuyer's purse, having seen her use it before. She was taken aback by Chuyer's carelessness in leaving it at the crime scene. Now, her only hope was to divert attention and ascribe the purse to Fun'er. She prayed that no one else had witnessed Chuyer with this purse. Xiao Lu cast a cold glance at Nangong Rou and shook her head. No. We have inquired with the cleaning women from the backyard, and none have seen Fun'er with such a purse. Furthermore, when we examined Fun'er's corpse, we noted that her purse was a light green one, embroidered with plum blossoms. This purse, however, is adorned with mandarin ducks. Does anyone recognize this purse or know its owner? Xiao Lu raised her hand, displaying the purse for all to see. As Danner caught sight of it, her heartbeat began to quicken. It was Chuyer's pouch, which she recognized, for she owned a similar one, albeit in a different hue. Her pouch was a delicate pink, while Chuyer's was a soft green, both crafted during their shared embroidery session, as they fantasized about the future husbands they would one day have. Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. She swiftly shook her head, choosing silence. Chapter 426. Various evidence. The other maids also shook their heads, claiming ignorance. Such colors of pouches were common, and nearly everyone possessed one, leaving the owner a mystery. Xiao Lu then opened the pouch, revealing several fragments of silver and a string of white pearl earrings, inquiring, "Has anyone seen these earrings?" Upon sighting the earrings, Nangong Rou's heart skipped a beat. Were these not the very earrings she had gifted to Chuyer? How could Chuyer have them in her own pouch? She bit her lip, hesitant to speak. Suddenly, a timid cleaning maid stepped forward, stating she had previously seen Madame Rou wear them. Nangong Rou's expression shifted dramatically. She quickly replied, "I once owned a pair of earrings like these, but I gifted them to Chuyer." After uttering this, she clenched her teeth in frustration. Despite her reluctance to expose Chuyer, she realized that failing to do so would place her under suspicion. For the sake of self-preservation, Chuyer had to be sacrificed. The earrings were a spontaneous purchase, which she later deemed too ordinary and decided to give to Chuyer to win her affection. Upon hearing this, Chuyer trembled uncontrollably, asserting that while Madame Rou had indeed gifted her a pair of pearl earrings, it did not imply ownership of these particular ones, as such earrings were plentiful. It was unjust to tarnish her name based on this alone. "Chuyer, are you still pretending? Look at the bottom of this pouch. A clear character Chui is embroidered there. It is your name. How long do you intend to maintain this charade?" Xiao Lu concluded, showcasing the inscription for all to see. Upon inspection, the character was indeed present. The crowd regarded Chuyer with skeptical gazes, though many remained perplexed, unable to discern the truth. Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, her voice icy. "Li San, have you summoned the magistrate and the coroner as I instructed?" Earlier, when Chu Xuancheng had arrived, Yun Ruoyue had taken the opportunity to quickly send Li San to fetch the magistrate. The Li Wangfu was in close proximity to the court, so the magistrate should arrive promptly. Just then, the voice of Magistrate Zhang resonated from outside. "I pay my respects to the prince and princess." Upon entering the Li Wangfu, the magistrate, upon witnessing the commotion, promptly led several constables and the coroner forward to pay their respects to Chu Xuancheng. "Do not bow, Magistrate Zhang. What brings you here?" Chu Xuancheng inquired with a solemn tone. Magistrate Zhang stepped forward, clasping his hands. "Your Highness, I have brought the constables and the coroner to apprehend the murderer." He gestured to a coroner clad in blue behind him, stating, "The corpse delivered to the court from Li Wangfu the night before last has been examined by the coroner, who confirmed that the victim's neck was not bitten through by human teeth, but rather pierced by a sharp instrument. Moments ago, Li San reported that the Wang residence has identified a suspect, and I have come to apprehend the murderer." The coroner also stated, Your Highness. Upon meticulous examination of the body of the deceased, it is evident that the injuries were not inflicted by human teeth. No matter how strong a person's bite, it could not rend flesh in such a manner. This was done with a tool. Therefore, there are no monstrous creatures within the Li Wang residence, only a ruthless killer. They had already heard from Li San about the recent peculiar occurrences at the Li Wang residence, and based on their experience, they concluded that this was not a case of a blood-sucking demon, but rather a human conspiracy. Yun Ruoyue stepped forward and said, Zhang Fuyin. On the night of Funer's death, we discovered a purse at the crime scene, embroidered with the character Chui. Concubine Rou has confirmed that the pearl earrings inside were a gift for Chui. Hence I have reason to suspect that Chui is the murderer of Funer. Li San added, Indeed, Chui lured Chu Xuancheng out of the residence, intending to kill him. This can be corroborated by the surviving bandit. Zhang Fuyin promptly responded, Yes. Li San apprehended that bandit yesterday, and he has confessed that a maid named Chui from the Wang residence bribed him with 1,000 taels to abduct Chu Xuancheng. Their initial plan was to extract Chu Xuancheng's heart and place it in the Li Wangfei's quarters, staging it as though the Wangfei were a demon. However, they were caught by Li San before they could execute their plan. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng, filled with fury, brushed his sleeves and exclaimed, Chui, will you not confess? With so much evidence presented, if you dare to deny it, I will have no choice but to execute you. His gaze turned suspiciously towards Nangong Rou. Chui was her servant. Did she know of Chui's misdeeds? Nangong Rou, noticing the suspicion in Chu Xuancheng's eyes, suddenly turned and struck Chui across the face, furious. Chui, I have always been kind to you. How could you commit such heinous acts? Speak, did you do this? Why would you betray me? Chui was taken aback. Recalling that Nangong Rou had previously vowed to protect her at all costs, never to cast her aside. Nangong Rou's eyes bore a chilling intensity. A glimmer of warning flashing within. Chui's family was in her grasp. Should Chui dare to betray her, her family would face dire consequences. Chui felt a shiver run down her spine as she beheld the once gentle and kind Rou, now emanating an aura of malevolence and cold-bloodedness. Madam, I assure you, I did not kill anyone, nor did I abduct Chu Xuancheng. As she spoke, her throat felt as though it were being sawed by wood, each swallow causing excruciating pain, like fiery blisters forming within. The pain intensified, akin to being burned by caustic substances, rendering her body trembling and her lips nearly sealed shut. Emily let out a cold laugh, fixing her gaze on Chui. Last night, while you placed the pig's heart in the Wangfei's chamber, both Mo Zhu and I witnessed it firsthand. We merely chose not to expose you at that moment, thinking you were overly confident due to our supposed inebriation. Regrettably, human calculations pale in comparison to the decrees of fate. The princess had long anticipated your attempt to frame her. Thus, she arranged for us to indulge in wine beforehand, feigning intoxication to provide you with a means of stealthily concealing the pig's heart beneath her bed. Had it not been for her deliberate ploy to have everyone act as if they were inebriated and instructing Fenger and the others to hide in the small kitchen, did you truly believe you could have entered the princess's chamber? What? Upon hearing this, Chui cast a disbelieving glance at Yun Ruoyue. You all knew. The moment she spoke, a searing pain surged through her throat, akin to being engulfed in flames, rendering her words a struggle. What on earth was happening? She had been perfectly well. Suddenly, she recalled the bowl of bird's nest that Madame Rou had gifted her before she stepped out today. At the time, she thought the taste was peculiar, but having never consumed bird's nest before, she presumed it was simply its natural flavor. In hindsight, could it be that Madame Rou had drugged her in advance? Madame Rou, Chui uttered, her hands desperately clawing at her throat. Her complexion ashen and cold sweat beading on her brow, her expression one of anguish. Chapter 428. Acknowledgement of error. Chui, what ails you? What is wrong with your throat? Nangong Rou hurriedly knelt beside Chui, embracing her, whispering threats in her ear. If you dare speak out of turn, beware of your family. Following this, she anxiously patted Chui's back. Chui, are you all right? Someone, quickly summon a doctor to examine Chui. What use was a doctor for such a person? Rower, do not concern yourself with her, spoke the Grand Princess in a grave tone, her worry mounting that Nangong Rou might be implicated by Chui. It was now evident that Chui was the architect of these schemes, wholly unrelated to the gentle and kind-hearted Nangong Rou. Nangong Rou quickly rose, retreating to the side of the Grand Princess, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at her her hands cradling her face in a display of helplessness. What on earth is happening? Sister, believe me, I truly know nothing of this. Chuyer, why have you done such things? Why, Lady Rou? Are you truly unaware? You are her mistress. She has orchestrated all this to ensnare me, and you dare claim ignorance? Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, her gaze icy as she fixed her stare upon Nangong Rou, her voice sharp. With tears streaming down her face, Nangong Rou protested innocently, I truly do not know, sister. Chuyer deceived me as well. Like everyone else, I was kept in the dark, believing you were the murderer, that you were the monster. How is it that you no longer label me a monster? Was it not you who summoned Yuni? He just attempted to set me ablaze. And you dare assert you were unaware? Yun Ruoyue's cold scoff resonated, her eyes fierce enough to pierce through flesh. I was following the elder sister's advice to seek a master to exorcise the demon, but it was Chuyer who found this person. I had intended to summon Master Qingfeng from Qingfeng Temple on Baiyun Mountain, but he was too occupied to come. Therefore, Chuyer procured Yuni, claiming he was the junior apprentice of Master Qingfeng, equally formidable with a commendable character, which led me to consent. Moments ago, Master Yun remarked upon the ominous cloud that loomed above your head, as well as the sinister aura that enveloped you. When we recalled the tragic demise of Fun'er, the mysterious disappearance of Chu Xuancheng, and the pig's heart discovered in your quarters, I found myself compelled to take the master's words to heart. At this juncture, Nangong Rou suddenly approached Yun Ruoyue, dropping to her knees with a resounding thud and, tears streaming down her face, implored, Sister, I beg your forgiveness. It was all my fault. I too was deceived by Chuyer and Master Yun. I believed their malicious whispers, thinking you truly were a malevolent spirit. In seeking the peace of the Wangfu, I failed to prevent Yun from harming you. I am now aware of my folly. You are not a demon, but rather a victim of their treachery. Will you find it in your heart to forgive me? Witnessing Nangong Rou's anguished display of remorse, Yun merely curled her lips in a cold smile and turned her gaze toward Chuyer. Chuyer, from the very outset, when the disturbances began in the Wangfu and the birds were found dead, it was you who orchestrated these events, was it not? Chuyer clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with venomous hatred directed at Yun Ruoyue, yet she remained silent. Attempting to speak, she found her throat constricted, as if molten lava were pouring over her flesh. Her discomfort glare remained locked on Yun Ruoyue, but she uttered no words. At that moment, Xiao Lu stepped forward. Observing that Mo Li and others had subdued Chuyer, she boldly began to search her person. In her search, she unexpectedly unearthed a hard object from Chuyer's embrace, wrapped in a black cloth pouch. What are you doing? Chuyer bellowed in anger, desperately trying to reclaim the item. Mo Li, seizing the opportunity, kicked at Chuyer's hand, causing her to instinctively shield her palms. The pouch fell to the ground. Xiao Lu swiftly picked it up and, upon opening it, revealed a 5-pronged rake-like weapon. Let me examine this, declared Zhang Fuyin, snatching the rake with urgency. Upon closer inspection, he hesitated, exclaiming, Your Highness, this weapon must be the one that took Fun'er's life and killed those birds. The serrated edges are crafted to mimic human teeth. A swift stroke against a person's neck would create the illusion of a bite. I am certain that Chuyer is the true culprit, and this rake is the instrument of her crime. With both the pouch and the weapon in hand, we possess irrefutable evidence. She cannot evade her guilt. As Chuyer realized that her secret had been uncovered, her body went limp, trembling in fear, her complexion ashen. She understood that her fate was sealed. The others, upon seeing the 5-pronged rake, began to murmur among themselves. I had thought those birds were slain by a demon. It turns out they were killed by Chuyer wielding this weapon. This implies that Fun'er was not slain by a monster, but rather by Chuyer herself, who orchestrated it all to frame the princess, painting her as a ruthless, blood-sucking fiend. Who would have imagined that fate would intervene in such a manner, revealing Chuyer as true nature at last? But what of the crows? Look, there are still many circling above the princess's roof, someone inquired, perplexed. Yun Ruoyue exchanged a knowing glance with Fun'er, who immediately entered the room, carrying a winnowing basket filled with grains, meat, and fragments of fruit. Yun Ruoyue accepted the basket and scattered its contents into the air. Instantly, the crows perched upon the roof descended in a flurry, eagerly competing to consume the food she had released. What a spectacle it was! The crows, indeed, had flown down, and the princess had fed them. What could this signify? Yun Ruoyue cast a glance at the roof and addressed the onlookers. It is because someone has secretly poured food that crows relish onto my rooftop that they gather daily at Feiyue Pavilion to feast. When one crow discovers morsels of meat, it calls its companions, resulting in an ever-increasing assembly of crows. Furthermore, the meat has been enhanced with a fragrance that crows find irresistible, drawing them in. Thus, it is evident that these crows are not attracted by any supernatural aura, but rather by the delightful scent of the meat and the aromatic enhancer. In the city of Chu, the abundance of crows, combined with the allure of this aromatic substance, explains their congregation. As for the nature of this enhancer, I have yet to ascertain its origin. I only perceive a peculiar and potent aroma emanating from the meat on the rooftop. My lady, allow me to ascend the roof and inspect for any remaining food. Mo Li suggested, and without delay, he leapt into the air, soaring to the rooftop. He bent down, rummaged around, and soon returned to the ground. Upon landing, he spread his palm, revealing an array of meat morsels smeared with leaves and exuding an unusual fragrance. Yet, it was evident that these morsels lacked freshness, which was why the crows had shown disinterest. Chapter 430. A scheme for profit. The crows displayed a preference for the fresh morsels Yun Ruoyue had just thrown. The notion that crows delight in carrion is absurd. They resort to consuming decayed flesh only in the absence of fresh offerings. Witnessing the meat in Mo Li's hand, the onlookers grasped the truth. It was not the Feiyue Pavilion that bore ill fortune, but rather an unseen manipulation upon the rooftop that had summoned the crows in droves. Yun Ruoyue cast a cold stare at Chuyer. Only those adept in lightness techniques could effortlessly ascend the rooftop to scatter food. Chuyer, might you be the one responsible for this? And from whence did you procure the aromatic enhancer? Realizing her actions had been exposed by the princess, Chuyer's face paled in fear, for this princess was truly formidable. She glared at Yun Ruoyue with a venomous intensity, remaining silent but failing to deny the implications. It was clear to all that she was indeed the culprit. As for the enhancer, it had been given to her by Yun Yi, a fact she chose not to disclose. Yun Ruoyue handed the winnowing basket to Mo Li, saying, Captain Mo, I would appreciate it if you could throw this food onto the roof of Yu Rou Pavilion for an experiment. Mo Li bowed in acknowledgement, took the basket, and, employing his lightness skills, soared towards the nearby roof adorned with red walls and yellow tiles. Though distant, it was evident to all that after Mo Li flew past with a dustpan, a multitude of crows followed suit, alighting upon the roof of the rain-soft pavilion. Observing this, Yun Ruoyue turned to Nangong Rou and remarked, Rou Xiaofei, the crows have all gathered atop your roof. Might this imply that there are malevolent spirits within your rain-soft pavilion, signifying bad fortune? Nangong Rou felt a pang of anxiety and hastily replied, Nonsense. This is clearly the result of Captain Mo enticing them with food. It does not indicate any ill omen for the rain-soft pavilion, which has always been a sanctuary of tranquility. Yun Ruoyue smirked coldly. Now that the matter touched upon Nangong Rou, her narrative had shifted dramatically. Her gaze drifted to the subdued Yun Yi nearby, and she approached him, inhaling deeply before exclaiming, How curious that Master Yun carries the scent of an aromatic enhancer. Pray tell, did you bestow this enhancer upon Chuyer? Given her and Nangong Rou's stature, acquiring such a substance would be improbable. The only plausible explanation is that you supplied it to them. As a man of the martial world, Yun Yi was fond of concocting talismanic waters and various fragrances, and with this scent lingering about him, it was indisputable that he had conspired with Chuyer. Faced with the accusation, Yun Yi's demeanor darkened. He retorted, Your Highness, what nonsense are you spouting? I know not this Chuyer. I have no acquaintance with her. He dared not admit to receiving payment or colluding with Chuyer, for that would be a capital offense. Chu Xuancheng immediately discerned something amiss with Yun Yi and coldly commanded, Li San, search him. Li San nodded, stepping forward to conduct a cursory search of Yun Yi, during which he uncovered a sachet. Upon shaking it, a potent fragrance wafted into the air. At that moment, some of the crows on the rooftop, drawn by the scent, flitted down and encircled Yun Yi. Li San declared, Indeed, the fragrance within this sachet is identical to that which Chuyer used to lure the crows. Speak. Have you conspired with Chuyer to orchestrate this scheme? With these words, clarity dawned upon all present. At this juncture, anyone still oblivious to the conspiracy would have to be a fool. Suddenly, Granny Wang interjected. Could the woman I saw this morning clad in pink have been Chuyer, and not the princess? This prompted everyone to recall the morning's tale of the princess purportedly drawing blood from wild cats. Just then, Jur entered, accompanied by several guards. Your Highness, we discovered this garment in the backyard of the Rainsoft Pavilion. It was buried underground, and upon digging through the freshly disturbed soil, we unearthed a dress strikingly similar to yours. Upon Jur's revelation, the guards produced the garment they had found. Upon inspection, it was indeed reminiscent of the attire worn by Yun Ruoyue. However, while it bore a superficial resemblance, the embroidery and intricate details differed, with only the color and style being somewhat alike. Upon seeing the garment, Wang Pozi suddenly rushed forward, seizing the clothing and draping it over Chuyer. As she adorned Chuyer with the attire, her gaze sharpened, and with a look of horror, she exclaimed, "It is she. The one I saw this morning devouring a wild cat. It was indeed her." At that time, she seemed to wield a five-pronged rake. By the time I encountered her, the wild cat was already lifeless. Misled by rumors, I mistakenly believed she had bitten the creature to death. But it appears the wild cat met its demise at the hands of this rake. Moreover, observe the jewelry and hairstyle upon her head. They bear a striking resemblance to those of the princess. She has been masquerading as the princess, and we have all been deceived. With Wang Pozi's revelation, the crowd was struck with clarity. It became evident that Chuyer was indeed the perpetrator. As for any connection to Nangong Rou, it was a matter they dared not discuss. Now, Nangong Rou could no longer defend Chuyer. Abruptly, she turned, fixing her gaze on Chuyer, and shouted in fury, "Chuyer, in light of these circumstances, will you not confess? Why have you committed these acts? You have truly disappointed me." When Madame Chuyer began to speak, her throat burned with pain. The discomfort was overwhelming, and tears cascaded down her face. Her eyes were fixed on Nangong Rou, wishing to convey that with her family held as leverage, there was no need to ruin her voice. Even if her voice were intact, she would not dare to betray them. She would rather sacrifice herself than endanger her family. The mere thought of her loved ones in Nangong Rou's hands compelled Chuyer to act. Without hesitation, she turned towards Chu Xuancheng, bowing her head repeatedly, while rasping out her confession. "My lord, this matter was solely orchestrated by me and has nothing to do with Madame Rou. It was I alone who bribed Master Yuni. Madame Rou, possessing a kind heart, was the only one who did not reject me at the pawnshop, despite others fearing my dubious reputation. Only she took me in, providing me with shelter, warmth, and sustenance, freeing me from the harshness of the world. I am profoundly grateful to her, which is why I willingly undertook these deeds on her behalf." At this point, Chuyer felt her throat ablaze, and she longed to end her suffering by throwing herself into oblivion. Yet, for the sake of her family, she would brave any peril, even if it meant traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Thus, she gritted her teeth, suppressing the agony in her throat, and continued, "Since Madame Rou wed the prince, he has never laid a hand on her, leaving her to endure the solitude of an empty chamber, weeping alone and tormented by sorrow. Yet, instead of showing her concern, the prince has turned his attentions to the princess, neglecting Madame Rou entirely. We have all observed the prince's change of heart. He no longer favors Madame Rou. Fearing that she would fall from grace, I devised this scheme to frame the princess. My hope was that by removing the princess, the prince's affections would return to Madame Rou, relieving her of her suffering." As she spoke, she paused briefly and continued, "Madame Rou is truly pitiable. Not only does she endure the solitude of an empty chamber, but her health is also frail. She is often beset by colds, and the air is filled with the sound of her coughing. Despite her suffering, she musters the strength to serve the grand princess, a duty that should rightfully belong to the princess consort. Yet, the princess consort neglects the grand princess, thus burdening Madame Rou with the responsibility. I have witnessed the distress and toil that Madame Rou endures for the sake of the prince and the grand princess, suffering greatly without receiving the prince's affection, not even a child to call her own. I felt a deep sense of injustice and wanted to stand up for her, to repay her kindness. Therefore, I allied with Yun Yi, exploiting the recent changes in the princess consort's demeanor, and devised a scheme to entrap her. So, is it true that all these ravens and dead birds are part of a conspiracy between you and Yun Yi to frame the princess consort? I cannot believe that a mere maid would dare to betray her mistress in such a manner. Tell me, was there anyone behind you?" Mo Zhu, eager to see Nangong Rou fall from grace, stepped forward and coldly interrogated Chuyer. Intuitively, he sensed that this matter was inextricably linked to Nangong Rou. Chuyer, thinking of her family, dared not expose Nangong Rou. She shook her head in tears, insisting, "No one directed me. It was all my own initiative. I bribed Yun Yi to carry this out. Madame Rou is innocent. Please do not wrong her. Nangong Rou was already moved to tears, embracing Cui and exclaiming, Cui, how could you be so foolish? How could you engage in such actions? If I had known, I would never have allowed it. What you've done is a crime, it harms others, and it is wrong. Upon hearing Cui's confession, Yun Ruoyue suddenly stepped forward, asking, Cui, what is wrong with your voice? Have you been poisoned? Is someone threatening you using your family? She continued, if you have been coerced, speak the truth to me, and I shall ensure that the culprit is apprehended and your family returned safely. As she spoke, her gaze turned coldly toward Nangong Rou. Hearing this, Cui looked at Yun Ruoyue with hope. Could it be true? Could the princess truly save her family? When Cui opened her mouth to speak, she found that her voice seemed to be severed, causing her discomfort as she grasped her throat, emitting only muffled sounds like a mute. Cui, what has happened to you? Speak the truth. If you can identify the mastermind behind this, I promise I will save you, Yun Ruoyue urged, stepping forward to support Cui, realizing that she had undoubtedly been poisoned. The perpetrator was none other than Nangong Rou. Chapter 433. Damaged vocal cords. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, a look of guilt flashed across Cui's face. She never expected that even on the brink of death, the princess would still be willing to save her, especially as she was one who had harmed the princess. Cui, yes. Please tell us the truth. Who is it that directed you? Nangong Rou also approached, embracing Cui, while her hand discreetly tightened on Cui's back as a warning. Cui gasped in pain, realizing how ruthless Nangong Rou was. The princess could not save her. She opened her mouth, yearning to utter another word, yet discovered that no sound could escape her lips. Her mouth moved incessantly, but not a single word emerged. Her throat burned like fire, and the agony made her wish for death on the spot. Suddenly, in a moment of despair, Cui coughed up blood and cast a hopeless glance at Nangong Rou before forcefully shoving Yun Ruoyue aside and crashing into the wall. Having lost her voice, she felt her wretched life was devoid of meaning. Death seemed preferable if it could spare her family's lives. Cui, the onlookers gasped in horror at her actions. However, Cui was swift and determined. Her head struck the wall with a resounding thud, and she slowly slid down, blood oozing from her forehead, staining the wall crimson. Cui, how could you be so foolish? Nangong Rou rushed forward, enveloping Cui in her arms. Yet, Cui merely looked at her with a pleading, sorrowful expression. Nangong Rou quickly nodded, silently assuring her that she would indeed spare her family. With that promise, Cui finally closed her eyes in peace, her hands falling limp. Cui, Nangong Rou cried out in anguish. Witnessing her distress, the crowd murmured in admiration for their mistress, who, despite Cui's many misdeeds, had not severed ties with her, but instead showed genuine concern. No wonder Cui was willing to betray the princess for her. It was evident that she possessed a kind heart. However, those who understood saw through the facade. Chu Xuancheng's icy gaze swept over Nangong Rou with disdain before landing on Cui's lifeless body. Remove her. We cannot stain the prince's residence with her presence, he commanded in a low voice. Wait, let me examine her throat, Yun Ruoyue interjected, suddenly crouching down to grasp Cui's chin, scrutinizing her throat closely. Upon inspection, she saw that it was a gruesome sight, red and black, drenched in blood, with the vocal cords seemingly burnt to shreds. Silver bubbles of blood marred the tissue, which was riddled with decay. A chill ran through her as she suppressed her discomfort, coldly declaring, Cui has been poisoned. It appears to be a mixture of lead and mercury. Her vocal cords are destroyed, and her throat is in ruins. No wonder she cannot speak. Even without her self-inflicted injury, her time is limited. What? How could this be? Who could be so malicious as to poison Cui? Nangong Rou sank to the ground in despair, trembling as tears streamed down her face. Yun Ruoyue cast her a scornful glance. You truly do not know? Nangong Rou looked at her with feigned innocence, shaking her head amid tears. Sister, what are you saying? I am utterly unaware. Cui claimed this was her doing alone. Unrelated to me, she merely acted foolishly on my behalf. Please, you must believe me. I am innocent. Chapter 434. The true master. You are innocent. There is no need to speak with me. If you wish to talk, go speak with Cui. Funner, and the lives of those poor birds have met an unjust end, Yun Ruoyue remarked coldly. Nangong Rou's expression shifted at her words, and she hastily lowered her head. Feigning a submissive demeanor, weeping profusely. She understood that the more she spoke, the more mistakes she would make. At this moment, it was prudent for her to remain silent and merely defend herself. After Yun Ruoyue concluded, she addressed Li San. I have completed my examination. You may take the body away. At that moment, Zhang Fuyin interjected, Li San, transport Chuayer's body to the magistrate's office. She is the true culprit behind Funer's murder and the framing of the princess. Once my palace dispatches the coroner to inspect her remains and the necessary procedures are fulfilled, we shall determine her fate. This matter had already been reported to the authorities, and it was his duty to see it resolved. Moreover, he found the circumstances surrounding Chuayer's poisoning to be highly suspicious. He intended to have the coroner investigate her remains to uncover the true perpetrator behind the poisoning. As the magistrate, he was committed to uncovering every aspect of the truth. Yes, my lord, Li San replied, waving his hand, instructing the guards behind him to remove Chuayer's body. At that moment, the steward suddenly entered, leading a venerable white-haired Taoist, exuding an air of calm and dignity. The Taoist, holding a whisk, possessed kind eyes and a youthful spirit despite his age, resembling the revered figure of the supreme elder in paintings. Your Highness, Your Grace, Master Qingfeng from Qingfeng Temple has arrived. He is the true sage of high virtue and noble character, the steward proclaimed, well aware of the esteemed reputation of Master Qingfeng. He had discerned early on that Yun Yi was not a person of good standing, having served as steward for many years and frequently interacting with outsiders. He had heard numerous accounts of Yun Yi's misdeeds. However, when the princess and Nangong Rou insisted on inviting Yun Yi into the manor, he, as a mere servant, feared offending them and dared not voice his concerns. Now that the prince was present and Yun Yi was under control, reviled like a rat in the street, he felt emboldened to reveal the truth. Upon entering, Master Qingfeng approached Chu Xuancheng, offering a slight nod with his whisk as a greeting. My apologies, Your Highness Li Wang. I have come today to apprehend my wayward disciple. Chu Xuancheng reciprocated the gesture, stating, I had long heard of your esteemed name, Master. I never imagined this scoundrel would dare to deceive my household. Had I arrived any later, my princess would have fallen victim to his flames. Master Qingfeng shot an indignant glare at Yun Yi, pointing at him in anger. Yun Yi, you were expelled from the sect for your illicit affair with the nun across from Qingfeng Temple. To my dismay, not only have you failed to repent, but you have also escalated your misdeeds, using the name of our sect to commit acts of villainy, utterly lacking in conscience. I have come today to uphold justice and rid the world of your vile presence. Master, what brings you here? Yun Yi trembled at the sight of Master Qingfeng, the very figure he feared most. You have been parading under my banner in the city, committing numerous nefarious deeds. Not only have you consorted with those ladies, but you have also colluded with others to trap demons, utilizing the same methods to eliminate many individuals for those affluent dames. Just a few days ago, the princess of the Li royal household dispatched someone to Mount Baiyun, requesting my assistance in vanquishing malevolent spirits. Upon learning that the target of these spirits was the benevolent Li princess, I declined the request. Subsequently, I pondered that if they could not persuade me, they would undoubtedly seek you out. Fearing that you might collaborate with others to ensnare the innocent, I hastened down the mountain to thwart your plans. Alas, I did not anticipate that you would indeed engage in such vile acts, infiltrating the Li royal household to harm others. This time, I shall not show you any mercy, declared Master Qingfeng, his sleeves fluttering in anger. Chapter 435. The truth revealed. Upon hearing this, the princess quickly interjected, Master Qingfeng, I did send someone to summon you that day, but my intention was solely to request your aid in dispelling malevolent spirits, not to incite harm. The subsequent arrival of Yun Yi was orchestrated by that girl Chuayer. She claimed that Yun Yi was esteemed and well regarded in the city. At that moment, I did not investigate him thoroughly and allowed them to bring him here. I must admit, this is indeed my fault. In the face of such grave matters, the princess remained quite rational. Yun Yi was invited by Nangong Rou, and judging by the previous events, she too had been swayed by Chuayer to place her trust in him. Thus, when the princess mentioned it, she only referred to Chuayer, omitting any mention of Nangong Rou, hoping to shield her from blame. Upon hearing the princess's words, Yun Ruoyue could not help but smirk inwardly. How cunning Nangong Rou was, directing Chuayer to commit misdeeds while maintaining a clean hands-off approach, distancing herself completely from the foul actions. She truly possessed remarkable guile. Even at this juncture, The princess remained oblivious, still defending her, which was undoubtedly influenced by her usual flattery. Master Qingfeng let out a cold snort. This wretched creature dares to claim such high esteem? You should investigate thoroughly how tarnished his reputation is within the city, and ascertain how many innocent lives he has harmed through his wicked methods. I have come today to eliminate this scourge on behalf of my sect. Your Highness, please hand this villain over to me for proper retribution. At that moment, the magistrate of Zhang stepped forward, saying, Hold on, master. Given the numerous heinous acts Yun Yi has committed, it is incumbent upon me to escort him back to the magistracy, investigate each of his misdeeds meticulously, and proceed according to the law. Therefore, you cannot take him away on your own. Seeing the presence of officials, Master Qingfeng felt a sense of relief and replied, Very well. Since the authorities are here to deal with him, it saves me the trouble of acting. In that case, let him and his two miscreant companions be handed over to the officials. However, considering his infamous reputation, spending his days engaging in cockfighting and debauchery, frequenting brothels and taverns, neglecting his duties, how is it that your dispatch personnel did not conduct a thorough investigation into his character before allowing him to enter and commit his misdeeds? Nangong Rou's complexion paled, and she hurriedly responded, This matter is entirely my fault. It is I who failed to discern his character, trusting in Chuayer's slander without conducting a proper investigation. Chuayer claimed that Yun Yi was a master, a disciple of Master Qingfeng, and I assumed he held the same esteemed reputation. Little did I know he was such a person. It appears that he had long conspired with Chuayer. Yun Yi glared at Nangong Rou with resentment. He wished to implicate her, yet he had no evidence. Everything originated from Chuayer, who had never mentioned the matter of the lady to him. With no proof in hand, he dared not suspect her. It was said that Lady Rou was the favored concubine of the Li King, and he certainly did not wish to risk a charge of slander. However, Chuayer had unexpectedly given him 2,000 taels of silver. Could a mere maid truly possess such wealth? This led him to doubt that the matter was orchestrated by Nangong Rou. Yet, given the current circumstances, the princess was highly protective of Nangong Rou, and the Li King had not expressed his opinion. He could not fathom the king's intentions. Without evidence, he decided against accusing her, instead placing all blame on Chuayer. The princess cast a glance at Yun Yi and declared, Now, the truth is revealed. Chuayer bribed Yun Yi, intending to frame the Li Wangfei. With Chuayer now deceased, you, the magistrate, take this sorceress away and gather all evidence for appropriate legal action. She wished to conclude the case swiftly. Chapter 436. The rumor collapses under scrutiny because Yun Yi was brought forth by her and Nangong Rou. She felt a lingering guilt for not having acted against him, for it weighed heavily on her conscience concerning Xuancheng. Only when Yun Yi was taken away, faced justice, would her heart find some solace. Magistrate Zhang nodded in response to the princess's words. At the same time, he glanced at Chu Xuancheng, as if seeking his approval. With a solemn expression, Xuancheng's gaze was deep and cold. Magistrate, take him away. Yes, your highness. With the king's consent, Magistrate Zhang felt emboldened to proceed. He coldly gestured, and the constables took Yun Yi and his apprentice away. At that moment, Master Qingfeng approached Yun Ruoyue, regarding her with a benevolent gaze. I see that the princess possesses a clear aura and a bright disposition, devoid of any murkiness. It is evident that she is a person of great fortune, kindness, and virtue. The princess's countenance is full and her eyes bright, a classic sign of good fortune. I have heard of her medical prowess and her benevolence toward the world. Anyone who associates with her is destined for a promising future, filled with prosperity, love, and familial harmony. Such a princess could not possibly be a malevolent being. Having spoken, he smiled at Yun Ruoyue and turned to leave. Yun Ruoyue, taken aback by Master Qingfeng's praise, quickly bowed in farewell, saying, Thank you, Master Qingfeng. Fenger, please see the master off. Upon hearing this, Fenger hurriedly fetched some fine tea from the room, lifting her skirts to follow him outside. Individuals of Master Qingfeng's stature would hardly deign to accept gifts, yet a modest offering of fine tea would likely be welcomed. Upon hearing Master Qingfeng's words, the crowd began to extol Yun Ruoyue. Since Master Qingfeng has declared the princess a person of fortune and virtue, those who draw near to her will surely enjoy good luck. Henceforth, we must cultivate our relationships with her. Indeed, the princess is no demon. She is a person blessed with fortune. This is what Master Qingfeng has proclaimed, and anyone who dares to speak ill of her shall be met with these words. As Yun Ruoyue listened to their discussions, she finally comprehended the meaning behind Master Qingfeng's remarks before his departure. He was aiding her in quelling the rumors and restoring her reputation. Despite their unfamiliarity, his willingness to assist her filled her heart with gratitude. Unbeknownst to Yun Ruoyue, it was indeed her exceptional medical skills that had garnered such support. Master Qingfeng, who held great respect for healers and teachers, chose to speak on her behalf. With his endorsement, the rumors swiftly crumbled without further resistance. Soon, individuals such as Li San, Zhang Fuyin, and Master Qingfeng departed, leaving only the maidservants and attendants to withdraw as well. In the courtyard remained only Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue, Nangong Rou, and the princess. Witnessing the events of the day, Chu Xuancheng's gaze turned icy and piercing toward the princess and Nangong Rou, causing them to feel a deep sense of unease. The princess, unable to face her brother, attempted to make her escape, hastily proclaiming, "Xuancheng, I too bear some responsibility for today's events. It is entirely my fault for not thoroughly investigating Yun's identity before allowing him into the estate. I shall be more vigilant in the future. Standing for so long has given me a headache. I must take my leave." Chu Xuancheng's voice was frigid as he responded. The princess nearly perished in flames. Yet she did not utter a word of pain. "Sister, do you not owe her an apology? A word of comfort?" He wished for the members of the Chu family to embody wisdom and not oppress others. The princess was taken aback, surprised that her brother, who had always harbored animosity toward the Yun family, was now defending Yun Ruoyue. Chapter 437. No longer trusting her, she fixed a cold stare upon Chu Xuancheng, declaring, "Xuancheng, we too have been deceived. Why should I apologize to her? Have you forgotten that she is our enemy? In defending her, do you honor our deceased father and mother?" At her words, Chu Xuancheng's body involuntarily trembled. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten that Yun Ruoyue was an adversary of his family. The thought gripped his heart with a painful tightness, as if it were being constricted by an unseen force. Regardless, we were also misled by Chuyer. This incident rests solely upon her shoulders, and it bears no relation to either Rou or myself. Do not let your feelings for the daughter of our foe harm Rou. Do not forget, she is your savior. Without her, you would not be who you are today. The princess coldly concluded, turning away with a swish of her sleeve. Hearing her words, Chu Xuancheng cast a glance at Nangong Rou, recalling that snowy night when he had been intoxicated, his heart jolting painfully. Nangong Rou quickly interjected, "Your Highness, do not heed my sister's words. She speaks out of anger. She was startled today, and you must comfort her properly. As for my saving you, I have never used that as leverage against you. That was my sister's intent, not mine. Do not take it to heart." Her implication was clear. She had never intended to wield her act of saving him as a means of coercion. She loved him genuinely. Chu Xuancheng regarded Nangong Rou with a cold glance. "You truly know nothing of Chuyer?" After speaking, he shot another look at Yun Ruoyue before turning away, retreating into his star pavilion, disregarding Nangong Rou entirely. At that moment, his heart felt frigid and desolate. He could hardly fathom that the gentle, kind, and cautious girl he had cherished in his heart could embody such a persona. He could not accept this truth. He wished to avoid her entirely. Chu Xuancheng's expression was devoid of warmth, cold and unyielding. As he departed, Nangong Rou felt a sudden pang of fear. It was dire. Chu Xuancheng must have begun to harbor doubts about her, to distrust her. Even if others did not punish her, his actions were unmistakably a form of retribution. Anxiously, she hurried after him, her face taut with worry. "Your Highness, I truly do not know if you have misunderstood me. I did not harm my sister. I was completely unaware and am innocent." With that, she attempted to ascend the steps to follow him into the star pavilion. "Halt! Do not enter." A command echoed from Chu Xuancheng, his gaze icy as it bore down on Nangong Rou. Mo Li and Mo Zhu swiftly moved to block her path, preventing her from entering. Nangong Rou's complexion turned ashen. Chu Xuancheng had never treated her in such a manner. This time, he seemed resolute, genuinely disregarding her. Desperate. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she gazed at his retreating figure, sobbing, "Your Highness, I truly did not harm my sister. Please believe me. I failed to take care of Chuyer, and I acknowledge my fault. Please grant me another chance. Forgive me, if you would." Regrettably, her pleas were met with silence. Chu Xuancheng paid her no mind as he solemnly entered his chambers. He longed for a few barrels of wine to drown his sorrows, to escape the harsh reality confronting him. Nangong Rou, witnessing the profound disappointment in Chu Xuancheng's eyes, felt her heart race with dread. She realized that if he did not forgive her, her fate would be sealed. He would surely cease to love her. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and, with a thud, suddenly knelt on the cold stone floor. This stone was uneven, its surface carved with intricate patterns that painfully pressed against her knees. Yet, she was undeterred. Remaining resolutely kneeling, her voice strained as she implored, "Your Highness, I recognize my mistakes. Please forgive me. As long as you do not forgive me, I shall remain here." She was prepared to kneel until the end of time. Mo Li and Mo Zhu observed her with cold expressions. While Mo Zhu ignored her, Mo Li proceeded to report the incident to the prince. Upon hearing Mo Li's account, Chu Xuancheng made no move to assist Nangong Rou, but instead, with a low voice and distant gaze, remarked, "If she loves to kneel, let her do so." Yun Ruoyue also witnessed Nangong Rou's display and could not help but feel a sense of admiration. This woman was truly relentless with herself. The stone was rife with carved marks that would surely be painful, yet she knelt upright. Such tenacity could be channeled elsewhere. Why must she resort to such extremes for a man? She had no desire to kneel before any man. However, Nangong Rou had brought this upon herself. As Nangong Rou continued to kneel, Yun Ruoyue decided to return to her quarters for a bath and a good night's rest. Just as she was about to step into the Feiyue pavilion, Fenger suddenly blocked her path, gesturing toward a fire basin at the entrance. "Your Highness, we have prepared a fire basin for you. If you step over it, you shall invite good fortune and ward off misfortune, transforming calamity into blessing. Let this fire burn away the past misfortunes, growing ever more prosperous and distancing you from ill omens. Having traversed mountains of blades and seas of fire, your future days shall flourish with prosperity and vibrancy." Though Yun Ruoyue remained skeptical of such beliefs, she was nonetheless touched by the heartfelt intentions of the girls. "Very well," she acquiesced. With the assistance of Fenger and Jiuer, she stepped over the fire pit. In that instant, she felt no auspiciousness or prosperity. Instead, a searing heat enveloped her lower body, nearly scorching her. Fortunately, she was clad in thick trousers. After crossing the fire pit, Yun Ruoyue yawned and said, "Fenger, fetch me some water. I wish to take a bath." "Yes, Your Highness," Fenger responded promptly, hurrying to fulfill her request. Before long, they had prepared the water. Pouring it into the large wooden tub, the water was pleasantly warm, and Fenger sprinkled an abundance of plum blossom petals into the tub, filling the room with a delightful floral fragrance. After helping Yun Ruoyue to disrobe, Fenger assisted her into the tub. The moment she settled into the steaming bath, a contented sigh escaped her lips. How wonderfully comfortable it was. In the depths of winter, having someone to attend to her bath was a true luxury. The water was exceptionally warm, and she found a comfortable position, intending to indulge in a nap. Observing the princess at rest, Fenger refrained from disturbing her, standing guard at the door while directing Jiuer and the others to continue heating water, ready to replenish the bath at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Feiyue pavilion, Nangong Rou was not so fortunate. After kneeling for a while, the stone floor became unbearable, and though she yearned to rise, her pride held her back. She had vowed that she would remain kneeling until the prince forgave her. Yet, the stone pressed painfully against her knees, and her delicate skin could hardly endure for long. Eventually, she gingerly shifted her knees, seeking a less abrasive spot on the floor, and settled down, finding some relief. After shedding his military garb and bathing, Chu Xuancheng donned a moon-white embroidered long robe with wide sleeves, cinched at the waist with a jade belt. Adorned with a jade crown, he radiated vitality and brilliance, reminiscent of an elegant nobleman. He exited the chamber with a graceful demeanor, his tall figure and picturesque features captivating. His aura evoked images of a refined gentleman from the Weijin era, a celestial being descended from the heavens, or a talented scholar from Jiangnan, embodying a wealth of literary knowledge and grace. Such an exquisite individual was difficult to reconcile with the ruthless and commanding war god he appeared to be on the battlefield. "Where are you headed, Your Highness?" Mo Zhu inquired, worry etched on her face as she observed Chu Xuancheng's departure. Surely, he is not going to forgive Nangong Rou after such a brief kneel? Such an act of cruelty by Chuyer must surely involve her. Would he truly be so soft-hearted as to pardon her so easily? Would the princess's suffering be in vain? "I will check on the princess next door," Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, before striding out with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing this, Mo Zhu finally felt a sense of relief. Once Chu Xuancheng stepped out of the palace, he beheld Nangong Rou still kneeling in the biting wind, appearing fragile and on the verge of collapse. His gaze turned abruptly icy, and he disregarded her, striding towards the adjacent Feiyue pavilion. Upon witnessing Chu Xuancheng's emergence, Nangong Rou's tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Are you truly angry with me? Please forgive me. I have come to understand my mistakes, and I promise to discipline my servants properly in the future." Chu Xuancheng cast her a fleeting glance, his expression indifferent. The life of Funner and the accusations against the princess are not to be dismissed merely by your kneeling. With that, he turned away and entered the Feiyue pavilion with an air of detachment. Seeing him head towards the Feiyue pavilion, Nangong Rou felt her heart wrench in agony. She clutched her chest, unable to believe the coldness of his retreating figure. "Madam, please rise. Your knees are becoming raw," Danner pleaded, her concern causing her to weep. Nangong Rou glared bitterly in the direction of the Feiyue pavilion, clenching her fists in frustration. She loathed the timing of Chu Xuancheng's arrival. Had he been even slightly delayed, it would have been better. "Danner, I am fine. As long as I can earn the prince's and my sister's forgiveness, I am willing to kneel for as long as it takes. I would gladly die kneeling here," she declared, gritting her teeth, straightening her back, and resolutely resuming her kneeling position. Seeing this, Danner cried out, "Madam, you are so gentle and kind. Why must the prince treat you this way? This is all Chuayer's doing and has nothing to do with you. Furthermore, you are the prince's savior. I firmly believe he will not abandon you. He is not the type to be ungrateful or treacherous." Danner deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that Chu Xuancheng, who had just entered the Feiyue pavilion, could hear her. Chu Xuancheng halted in his tracks, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was not ungrateful. Otherwise, he would not have married Nangong Rou. Yet, the haunting memories of Funner's tragic death and Yun Ruoyue's near demise resurfaced. If these were indeed orchestrated by Nangong Rou, she would be far more terrifying than he had imagined. Should he truly forgive her? Upon hearing Danner's words, Nangong Rou turned and admonished her, "Danner, do not speak such nonsense. I do not permit you to mention those matters. They were my own choices. Please refrain from saying such things." Chu Xuancheng also caught her words, his gaze deepening as he stepped further inside. Jiu'er and Xiaolu were sweeping the floor, and upon noticing the prince's entrance, they hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Chapter 440. Intrusion into the boudoir. Fenger had long spotted Chu Xuancheng, and as he prepared to enter the princess's chamber, she quickly stepped forward to obstruct his path. "Your Highness, the princess is bathing." Chu Xuancheng shot her a cold glance. "The princess is bathing, and I am not permitted to enter? Since when has my visit to my princess required such hindrances?" He recalled vividly the incident when she and Yun Ruoyue had nearly shared a bed, and he found her presence increasingly irksome, as if she were a rival for his affections. Fenger trembled at his gaze. This servant did not mean any disrespect. "It is simply that the princess requested not to be disturbed while she bathes." "Am I an outsider?" he retorted. His voice suddenly turned cold, and his expression became exceedingly grim. Observing this, Jiu'er quickly pulled Fenger aside. "Fenger, the prince intends to enter and enhance his relationship with the princess. How could you be so foolish?" After speaking, she respectfully addressed Chu Xuancheng. "Your Highness, please proceed. Should you have any instructions later, do not hesitate to let us know." Chu Xuancheng's demeanor softened slightly. After all, Jiu'er was adept at handling matters. Fenger, witnessing the prince's entrance, felt a twinge of concern for the princess. The relationship between the prince and the princess had always been fraught with tension. His unannounced entry would undoubtedly provoke her ire. "I beg to differ," Jiu'er responded. "I believe the prince and the princess's bond is evolving. Allowing them some time together may indeed foster their affection. Did you not notice how he has been neglecting Lady Rou? This indicates his growing fondness for our princess, and we must create opportunities for them to be together," Jiu'er exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Fenger, upon hearing this, found Jiu'er's reasoning compelling. "Very well, you keep watch here. I shall head to the kitchen and prepare some floral tea or fruit tea, should the prince and princess desire a refreshment." At that moment, Yun Ruoyue had already dozed off while soaking in the bath, blissfully unaware that Chu Xuancheng had lifted the curtain and entered her chamber. As he approached the door, he was greeted by a delicate scent of plum blossoms, enchanting and refreshing. Lifting the curtain, he beheld Yun Ruoyue with her eyes closed, lost in serene slumber. From his vantage point, he could only see her slender, snow-white shoulders, her skin as fair and smooth as a freshly shelled egg. The graceful contours of her collarbone were striking, and her tranquil expression exuded a gentle allure. Her luscious red lips parted slightly, as if beckoning him to steal a kiss. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xuancheng's throat tightened, and a warmth coursed through him. Just then, Yun Ruoyue heard footsteps and, mistaking them for Fenger, kept her eyes closed. Lazily murmuring, "Fenger, the water has cooled a bit. Please add some hot water." Chu Xuancheng held his breath as he approached, lifting the bucket of hot water to test its temperature, discovering it was pleasantly warm before pouring it into the bathing tub. "Fenger, my shoulder feels a bit sore. Could you massage it for me?" Yun Ruoyue continued, her eyes still shut, her face a picture of contentment. Chu Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback by her rather high demands. Nevertheless, he stepped behind her, rolled up his sleeves, and placed his hands on her back. In that instant, his heart began to race uncontrollably. He extended his long fingers and gently began to massage her fragrant shoulders. The massage technique proved to be quite soothing for Yun Ruoyue, prompting her to let out a soft sigh. "Fenger, your massage skills have improved. This feels wonderful. Continue, left side, right side." Chapter 441. You truly have no shame. Hearing Yun Ruoyue's melodic murmurs, Chu Xuancheng's body responded with undeniable fervor. He felt a rush of heat coursing through him, and his hand instinctively reached towards her neck. "Fenger, what are you doing?" Yun Ruoyue discovered that Fenger's hand had unwisely ventured to an inappropriate place. Instantly alert, she opened her eyes wide and grasped Fenger's hand. However, upon making contact, she realized the hand felt remarkably coarse. Upon further inspection, she found that this was not the delicate hand of Fenger at all, but rather a pair of long, powerful hands with prominent knuckles, adorned with faint calluses, clearly the hands of a man accustomed to martial arts. Despite the calluses, the hands were unexpectedly elegant and strikingly masculine. Yet, Yun Ruoyue had no time to admire them. Upon seeing the manly hands, she was nearly startled enough to leap from the bathtub. Fortunately, just as she was about to spring up, she realized that such an action would leave her exposed. Hastily, she crossed her arms over her chest and submerged herself in the water. Simultaneously, she turned her gaze back, shooting a murderous glare at the man behind her. Upon closer inspection, she found that the man was none other than Chu Xuancheng. A wave of relief washed over her. At least he was not an unfamiliar scoundrel. Grabbing Chu Xuancheng's hand, her brows furrowed in fury, "Beast, what are you doing in my room? Get out." Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, his expression indifferent, and remarked, "As your husband, it is only natural for me to enter your chamber. You have no shame." Yun Ruoyue retorted vehemently, then suddenly lowered her head and bit down hard on Chu Xuancheng's hand. "Madam, are you a dog?" Chu Xuancheng winced at the sharp pain. His dark expression fixated on Yun Ruoyue. He forcefully withdrew his hand, only to find 2 rows of bite marks resembling those of a small dog, and blood oozing from the wounds. His face darkened ominously, and he gritted his teeth, glaring at Yun Ruoyue with unrestrained fury. "You truly are a dog. How dare you assault a member of the royal family? I could have you executed for this." Yun Ruoyue held his gaze defiantly, her eyes filled with vigilance. "It was you who trespassed into my room without my consent, attempting to take liberties with me. How dare you accuse me of wrongdoing? The esteemed King of Li, shamelessly seeking to take advantage of a woman. If this were to spread, it would be the source of great ridicule. It is only right for me to indulge in you. This is a privilege that countless women could only dream of, yet you refuse it." Chu Xuancheng replied, his face clouded with displeasure. He found himself pondering whether Yun Ruoyue's mind was in disarray, wishing he could open her head to see if it was filled with glue. Yun Ruoyue held her head high, her demeanor radiating indignant pride. "You men are not so noble. What makes this a privilege? It is not a blessing at all. You should keep your distance from me. That would be the true blessing." Fires of rage flickered in Chu Xuancheng's eyes, his brows twitching uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead. Suddenly, he seized Yun Ruoyue by the shoulders, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I am your husband. Why should I keep my distance? I shall stay in the Feiyue pavilion tonight, and will not leave." He had been humiliated when she previously expelled him. Tonight, he was determined to remain here. Yun Ruoyue felt that this man was both assertive and unreasonable. Infuriated, she crossed her arms tightly and glared at him, exclaiming, "You shameless rogue. Get out of here and stop taking advantage of me." Chapter 442. Rest in your room. Chu Xuancheng mimicked her expression, flashing a proud smile that revealed his pearly white teeth, retorting, "Who says this prince lacks teeth? I possess them, and they are even whiter than yours." Yun Ruoyue, incensed, revealed her sharp little canine teeth and snapped, "You are not allowed to imitate me. Moreover, leave this instant. If you do not comply, I shall call for help. Go ahead and call. When Feng'er and the others arrive, I shall see who truly feels ashamed." Chu Xuancheng replied without a hint of concern. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback by his audacity. Fixing her icy gaze on him, she decided to negotiate. Softening her tone, she inquired, "What will it take for you to leave?" "Quite simple. You merely need to allow this prince to spend the night in your room." Chu Xuancheng replied, unabashed. Having already entered the gates of Feiyue Pavilion, he could not bear the humiliation of being expelled. Yet, the truth was that these were mere excuses. He simply desired to be with her. He could not comprehend why he felt this way, for he harbored such hatred for her, yet he remained irresistibly drawn to her. Unwilling to depart. Upon hearing his answer, Yun Ruoyue ground her teeth in frustration. "Fine, I'll first get you out of here. As for sleeping arrangements, we shall discuss that later." "Very well, I agree. Now may you leave?" she said through clenched teeth. Hearing her acquiescence, Chu Xuancheng finally released her and exited with a buoyant demeanor. Once he had departed, Yun Ruoyue swiftly emerged from the bathing tub, dried herself hastily, donned a garment, and instructed Feng'er to come in and tidy up. Feng'er and Jiu'er exchanged startled glances as they witnessed a hint of a smile on the prince's lips as he walked out. Their hearts skipped a beat. The prince was typically expressionless, taciturn, and rarely smiled. How could he have laughed just now? Were they mistaken? Upon hearing the princess's command, they hastened inside. Curiosity etched on their faces. Feng'er asked, "Your Highness, why is the prince so cheerful? Did something happen between you?" "Certainly not. He used underhanded tactics to coerce me into allowing him to stay at Feiyue Pavilion tonight," Yun Ruoyue replied, her face darkening as she ground her teeth. "What? The prince wishes to stay at Feiyue Pavilion? That is splendid. I shall prepare at once," Jiu'er exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she dashed out. The princess had finally transformed from an overlooked consort into one favored by the prince, and they were all elated. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She had anticipated that Jiu'er and the others would share her indignation and stand by her side. To her surprise, they were filled with joy, complete traitors. Feng'er, however, wore a puzzled expression. "Your Highness, what underhanded tactics did the prince employ against you?" As Yun Ruoyue recalled Chu Xuancheng's shameless demeanor, her fists clenched in anger. What other devious methods could such a treacherous person possess, if not those? With that, she stormed out, leaving Feng'er bewildered. Upon the thought of the prince's impending stay at the Scarlet Moon Pavilion, Jiu'er and Feng'er hastily busied themselves with the preparation of delicacies and refreshments. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, accompanied by a sudden flash of white lightning, startling Yun Ruoyue to her core. Thunder announced the approaching rain. "Your Highness, it seems rain is imminent. We should gather the clothes in the courtyard," Feng'er suggested, swiftly leading the maidens outside to collect the items. Just then, another series of thunderclaps resounded, sending waves of apprehension through the air. As Yun Ruoyue stepped outside, she beheld a tall figure clad in moonlight white, standing at her corridor. Gazing up at the tumultuous sky, the solitary silhouette exuded an air of melancholy, as if burdened by countless unspoken thoughts. To her surprise, he had not departed. She had presumed he would return to the starry pavilion first, and then come back later. At that moment, large raindrops began to fall, splattering against the ground amidst the howling winds. A sudden chill enveloped the atmosphere. Achoo! Yun Ruoyue could not suppress a sneeze. Hearing the sound, Chu Xuancheng abruptly turned around and noticed Yun Ruoyue, arms crossed and shivering in the cold. His brow furrowed slightly. "Were you spying on me just now? Hurry inside." His tone implied urgency, urging her to retreat from the frigid air. However, Yun Ruoyue misinterpreted his underlying message. With a cold retort, she replied, "This is my space. You have no right to command me to enter. If anyone should leave, it should be you." Chu Xuancheng sneered. "Is this truly your territory? Is this not the Li Wangfu? Everything within this estate belongs to me, including you." He regarded the pavilion with a sense of ownership. Yun Ruoyue paused, realizing that indeed, this was his domain. She resolved to earn enough money in the future to purchase her own residence, sparing herself from such indignities. Yet, she was not so petty. Glancing at the adjacent starry pavilion and the torrential downpour before her, she scoffed. "It is pouring. Do you intend to leave your beloved concubine kneeling in the rain?" Chu Xuancheng, lost in thought, had likely been contemplating Nangong Rou. His gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Yun Ruoyue. I cannot believe you are unaware of the matter at hand. With Chuyer conspiring against you, how can you still show concern for her? Yun Ruoyue responded. But you saved me. I am safe and sound now, so I choose not to hold a grudge against her. In this cold weather, with thunder and rain, can you truly bear to leave a frail woman out in the storm? You should fetch her quickly. She needs you at this moment. Chu Xuancheng stared at Yun Ruoyue in disbelief. Were these her genuine sentiments? Did she truly harbor no jealousy? His expression darkened. I shall not go. I have stated my intention to stay at the Scarlet Moon Pavilion tonight, and do not wish to concern myself with other matters. Panic surged within Yun Ruoyue. It was precisely because he intended to remain that she had spoken thus. She certainly did not wish to share a bed with him, and needed to devise a way to send him away. I heard Emily mention that Nangong Rou once saved your life. You cannot be so heartless as to forget such a debt. In that moment, others would accuse her of being ungrateful, Yun Ruoyue remarked, still wearing an expression of disdain towards Chu Xuancheng, as if she wished for his departure. Chu Xuancheng instantly comprehended her intent. He let out a cold laugh, his teeth grinding in indignation. You are subtly urging me to leave, aren't you? Yun Ruoyue feigned a flustered denial. Not at all. I shall not go back on my word, but today is a special circumstance. It would be best if you took your leave. Implicit in her words was a clear message. Depart quickly, for she would not entertain him. With clenched teeth, Chu Xuancheng raised his hand, pointing coldly at Yun Ruoyue. Do you so despise me that you cannot wait to see me gone? Fine. Do not expect me to remain here in the future. He offered her an opportunity that she chose not to cherish, and he would ensure she regretted it. Yun Ruoyue let out a light laugh. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall never implore you to stay. That day will never come. Chapter 444. A Glimmer of Hope. Wonderful. The plague god is finally leaving. A radiant smile blossomed on Yun Ruoyue's face, her joy palpable. Observing her delight at his departure ignited a surge of anger within Chu Xuancheng. He coldly flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Your Highness, wait. At that moment, Fenger hurriedly presented an umbrella to Chu Xuancheng. It is pouring outside. Please take this umbrella. Chu Xuancheng coldly accepted the umbrella, shooting another glare at Yun Ruoyue before stepping into the puddles, making his way towards the nearby Xuancheng Pavilion. At this juncture, Danner had braved the rain and rushed over, tears streaming down her face. Your Highness, please spare Madame Rou. She is frail and cannot withstand such rain. Holding the blue oilcloth umbrella, Chu Xuancheng walked on coldly. Upon hearing Danner's plea, he felt an uncomfortable lump in his chest. Your Highness, Madame did not conspire against the princess. It was all Chuyer's doing. Madame has been wronged. Please consider that she once saved your life and show her mercy. She is truly pitiful. Once Danner finished speaking, she knelt in the rain with a thud. The heavy rain battered her face, soaking her completely and rendering her a pitiful sight. Yun Ruoyue observed this scene, surprised by Danner's loyalty to Nangong Rou. Indeed, Nangong Rou possessed a certain skill in training her maids to be exceptionally devoted, as they counted the money she earned for them with joy despite being sold. Chu Xuancheng, upon hearing Danner's words, exhibited a fleeting complexity in his gaze. Holding the umbrella, he continued his cold march towards the Xuancheng Pavilion. As he crossed the circular crescent archway, he found Nangong Rou kneeling in the rain, her arms wrapped around herself, trembling violently. She appeared on the brink of collapse, her body quaking as if she might fall at any moment. The memory of that snowy night surged to his mind. He approached Nangong Rou, his expression a chilling mix of complexity and frost. She trembled from the cold. Raindrops the size of beans pelted her, soaking her entirely, and her face was drenched with cascading water. In discomfort, she hugged herself tightly, closing her eyes to shield them from the relentless rain. Just when she thought she would be drenched forever, suddenly, the rain ceased. She opened her eyes in astonishment, wiping the tears from her face, only to discover that Chu Xuancheng was standing before her. He held an umbrella in his hand, shielding her from the rain. At this moment, Chu Xuancheng appeared tranquil, indifferent, noble, and strikingly handsome. He resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, carrying the world's splendor and clarity, his eyes gently closing and then revealing a breathtaking beauty. Your Highness, you have arrived, Nangong Rou said with a sorrowful smile, sensing a glimmer of hope. Chu Xuancheng cast a calm glance at her and said, Get up. Your Highness, have you forgiven me? Nangong Rou stood up joyfully, but suddenly her vision darkened, and her body swayed before she collapsed. Rower, Chu Xuancheng immediately discarded the umbrella, swiftly stepping forward to catch Nangong Rou in his arms. Emily, witnessing this, hurriedly approached to hold the umbrella over the heads of the prince and the lady. Your Highness, the lady has fainted. She will surely catch a chill. Should I call the princess to examine her? Danner anxiously suggested. Yun Ruoyue stood on the nearby steps, observing the scene unfold. She saw Chu Xuancheng embrace Nangong Rou and heard Danner's words. She replied solemnly, I'm afraid I cannot treat chills. Chapter 445. Truly harsh on oneself, she was the princess, not an ordinary person, and would not heed Danner's request to tend to Nangong Rou's ailment. Your Highness, how fortunate that Lady Rou fainted just as the prince arrived, Fenger remarked. Do not concern yourself with her. Mind your own business if you wish to live long. Yun Ruoyue coldly responded. Not far away, Chu Xuancheng cast a profound glance at Yun Ruoyue and instructed Zhu, go fetch a doctor. Head directly to the rainy soft pavilion. After speaking, he carried Nangong Rou towards the pavilion. Before he left, he gazed deeply at Yun Ruoyue, believing she might feel jealous or displeased. He wished to explain that he was merely escorting Nangong Rou home. However, he found Yun Ruoyue seemingly unfazed, yawning and expressionless as she entered the house. His gaze instantly turned icy as he cradled Nangong Rou and turned to leave. Your Highness treats concubine Rou so well. Do you not feel jealous? Fenger followed Yun Ruoyue, looking at her with concern. Yun Ruoyue, seemingly unconcerned, yawned. Why should I feel jealous? I do not harbor feelings for him. Yet, as she recalled the sight of Chu Xuancheng holding Nangong Rou, an inexplicable pang of jealousy stirred within her. Your Highness clearly stated he would rest here. Could it be he will not return? Zhou, holding a tray of pastries, emerged with a disappointed expression. Isn't it better if he doesn't come? You can rest, and I can sleep as well. I am tired, so I shall retire now. Good night, Yun Ruoyue said, entering her room and climbing into bed, finding a comfortable position to lie in. The other young maidens had already learned to echo their ladies' good night, and after exchanging words, they began to list the night watch duties with drooping spirits. At the rainy soft pavilion, the servants had already gone to fetch a doctor surnamed Hu. As Chu Xuancheng escorted Nangong Rou back to the Yuyo pavilion, Danner and the others promptly took over, helping her change her clothes, bathe, and dry off, before finally assisting her back onto the bed. During this process, Nangong Rou had already begun to stir awake. Upon noticing her consciousness returning, Danner exclaimed joyfully, Madam, you're awake. How wonderful. Nangong Rou, upon awakening, instinctively glanced at her knees. She discovered a swollen area, reddened and marked with numerous small indentations, a consequence of kneeling on the stone floor. There were some bloodstains, though they seemed minor, hardly enough to elicit sympathy. Her eyes narrowed coldly as she instructed Danner. Fetch me a blade, a thin one. Danner hesitated, asking, Madam, what do you intend to do? Mind your own business. Just do as I say without further ado. Nangong Rou snapped irritably. Reluctantly, Danner retreated to the inner room and returned with a small, sharp blade. This was a favored weapon of the concubine Rou, who had once used it to wound the princess on her wedding day, an event kept in secrecy. Upon seeing the blade, Nangong Rou suddenly ordered, Danner, hold my leg steady and don't move. Madam, what are you planning? Danner felt a chill, instinctively supporting Nangong Rou's leg, her heart racing with trepidation. Madam, your determination for the prince is truly fierce. Silence. Just do as I say, Nangong Rou growled, her gaze fixed on her delicate knee. With a firm resolve, she closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and brought the blade down harshly upon her knee. Danner gasped as blood spurted forth. Lower your voice. I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Nangong Rou coldly reprimanded, then shut her eyes once more, relentlessly slicing into her flesh several more times. Each incision yielded fresh blood, prompting Danner to hastily offer a cloth to stem the flow. After inflicting several wounds, Nangong Rou finally ceased her actions, handing the blade to Danner as she leaned against the headboard, overwhelmed by pain. The sharp throbbing in her knee twisted her expression, and beads of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Yet, she gritted her teeth, enduring the torment with remarkable fortitude. Madam, how could you be so foolish? Danner exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Nangong Rou took the cloth from Danner's trembling hands, wiping her knee with indifference, and then asked coldly, where is the prince? Is he with my sister? Rest assured, madam, the prince is outside, watching over you. He hasn't left, Danner replied. Good. Please summon him to come in. Nangong Rou said weakly, although her gaze remained icy. All right, Kaidai, Go and invite the prince in, Danner instructed a maid named Kai Dai, who was waiting outside. Yes, Sister Danner, Kai Dai responded promptly. As Danner disposed of the bloodied cloths, she reassured, Madam, do not worry. The prince cherishes you deeply and would never abandon you. He was very concerned for you just now. No matter the princess's cunning, his heart belongs to you. Nangong Rou offered a sorrowful smile in response. Danner, a young girl, remained oblivious to whether Chu Xuancheng harbored feelings for her. However, her own emotions were profoundly attuned to his affections. Madam, the prince and doctor, who have arrived, announced a voice. At that moment, the sound of fluttering butterflies echoed from outside. Nangong Rou hastily adjusted her attire, settling into a poised posture, her eyes glimmering with affection as they fixed upon the entrance. A slender jade hand lifted the curtain, revealing Chu Xuancheng, clad in a crescent-white robe and adorned with a jade crown, entering as though he were treading on clouds. His demeanor was somewhat languid, and his elongated phoenix eyes cast a cool glance at Nangong Rou, exuding an unmistakable air of nobility and elegance. Yet, the gaze he directed towards her was marked by an unmistakable detachment, a stark contrast to the deep affection he had once shown. Prince, you have arrived. Nangong Rou managed to muster, attempting to sit up and pay her respects. Ordinarily, Chu Xuancheng would have rushed to her side to assist her, but today he merely stood coldly at a distance, making no move. Madam, please be cautious, Danner interjected, hastily moving to support Nangong Rou. Doctor Hu, please examine the concubine. Chu Xuancheng commanded in a frigid tone. Yes, my lord, Doctor Hu responded promptly, advancing to feel Nangong Rou's pulse. Upon hearing the term concubine, Nangong Rou's heart sank. He had previously referred to her as Madam, and at times, the title made her feel as though she were his legitimate wife. To her dismay, he now labeled her as a mere concubine, solidifying her status as nothing more than a secondary wife. Doctor Hu procured a piece of gauze to cover Nangong Rou's arm, focusing intently as he began his examination. Just then, she succumbed to a fit of coughs, prompting Doctor Hu to rise and respectfully inform Chu Xuancheng, my lord. The concubine exhibits signs of fever, her tongue is tinged with a bluish hue, her pulse is rapid and weak, and she is sweating profusely. This indicates an infection from wind and cold, as well as a fever. Then prescribe her a remedy, Chu Xuancheng instructed. Understood, Doctor Hu replied. Danner, with tear-filled eyes, pulled up Nangong Rou's pant leg and implored, Doctor Hu, please examine Our Lady's knee. Certainly, Doctor Hu responded, moving closer to inspect Nangong Rou's knee, only to discover it swollen and bruised, with the skin scraped raw, accompanied by several thin lacerations. He gasped, Madam, your knee is severely injured. What happened? Chu Xuancheng also leaned in to observe, horrified to see her knee marred with blood. Her delicate skin, now marred by the injury, bore scars resembling cuts from a sharp blade, as if she had been wounded by the intricate carvings of a stone slab. Witnessing this scene, his heart ached intensely. How could this be? How did you sustain such a grave injury? Chu Xuancheng stepped forward, intent on examining the wounds on Nangong Rou's knee. However, she swiftly covered it with the quilt, pleading, My lord, please do not look. Do not tarnish your eyes. This is my own doing, I deserve it. With that, she buried her face in her hands and began to weep softly. Doctor Hu was utterly perplexed, entirely unaware of the events that had transpired at the Wang residence. Do you have any healing ointment? Chu Xuancheng inquired of Doctor Hu. Indeed, I do. It is in my medicine chest. I shall fetch it for the lady immediately, Doctor Hu replied before departing. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, casting a somber twilight, with misty droplets seeping through the air. Nangong Rou, amidst her tears, lamented, I am sorry. Your Highness, it is entirely my fault for not keeping a watchful eye on Shuai. She, seeing me all alone in the empty chamber daily, sought to defend my honor. And thus, I am to blame. If it is so, then please, divorce me and let me go. My lady, how can you say such a thing? Your affection for the prince is profound. How could you bear to part from him? Danner implored. You will not be alone, for I and others shall accompany you. Kai Dai chimed in. My lady, the Wang residence is your home, and the prince is your support. You have already severed ties with your family for him, and your father dotes solely on his legitimate children, ignoring your existence. If you were to leave the Wang residence, where would you find refuge? As a delicate woman, surviving in this world is exceedingly difficult. My lady, you and the prince share a deep bond. He could never bear to lose you. Please, do not utter such foolishness. Danner urged. Hearing their words, a pang of unease struck Chu Xuancheng's heart. When Nangong Rou had married him, her family had vehemently opposed the union. Her father, Nangong Wan, the Minister of Rights, was aligned with the emperor's faction and deemed the match devoid of prospects, disdaining the lonely prince. It was she who insisted on marrying him, even at the cost of estranging herself from her family and offending the entire Nangong household, making considerable sacrifices to succeed in her marriage. Her father had initially considered her beauty and reputation and sought to wed her to the Jin prince as a concubine or to another promising royal as a principal wife. In the end, she had married him, leaving Nangong Wan profoundly disappointed. Meanwhile, he felt a sense of guilt for not having approached her for so long. It had become a burden in his heart. Nangong Rou was his savior, while Yun Ruoyue was his adversary. He ought to discern the gravity of these distinctions. Reflecting on these matters, Chu Xuancheng's reproach towards Nangong Rou gradually diminished, replaced by a wave of remorse. He approached her bedside and gently enveloped her in his embrace. "Rower, do not be disheartened, all shall be well. This evening, I shall remain by your side. Is that truly so? You do not hold it against me?" Nangong Rou, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at Chu Xuancheng in disbelief. He shook his head. "From now on, do not engage in such foolish acts of kneeling, nor harbor resentment towards the princess. I have never loved her." If it were in the past, he might have added, "I love you." Yet, now those words escaped him. Nangong Rou nodded vigorously. "Yes, Rober understands. My sister is a divine physician, a healer, a good person, not a monster. I should not compete with her out of jealousy. You have also been incited by these servants. In the future, should anyone dare to provoke you or speak ill of the princess, you must dismiss them without hesitation," Chu Xuancheng declared, his gaze coldly sweeping over Danner and the others. Startled, Dan and the other maidens lowered their heads in trepidation, resembling timid turtles. Chu Xuancheng was well aware that Nangong Rou was the epitome of gentleness and kindness. The bowl of lotus seed soup she had previously offered him, alongside the scheme to frame the princess, were undoubtedly the machinations of these duplicitous maidens. Fearing that the prince might sell her off, Dan quickly stepped forward, assuring him, "Your Highness, rest assured, we have always held the princess in high regard. I have spoken no ill of her. If you wish to stay here, I shall prepare the bedding at once." With that, she hurried into the inner chamber. Upon hearing that Chu Xuancheng would be staying, Nangong Rou felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration. Just moments ago, while kneeling, she had overheard Danner mention that the prince would be resting in the Feiyue pavilion that night, igniting her jealousy. In the blink of an eye, she had managed to keep the prince under her roof, seizing the opportunity from Yun Ruoyue. How furious would Yun Ruoyue be? After releasing Nangong Rou, Chu Xuancheng's gaze swept across the floor, and suddenly, he spotted a bloodied shard of a small knife. In that instant, his entire being froze. Memories of the neat scars on her knee flooded back, and as he looked at the shard on the ground, his expression darkened. Why would she subject herself to such pain? With a cold glint in his eyes, as if recalling something significant, he said, "Rower, instruct them not to prepare just yet. I have recalled some military affairs that require my attention. You should rest well. I shall visit you another day." Your Highness Nangong Rou's once jubilant face became rigid. What military matters could possibly require immediate attention tonight? Dan and the others, upon hearing this, were incredulous. The prince had once again abandoned Lady Rou. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts. Nangong Rou, having already sensed Chu Xuancheng's suspicions today, refrained from feigning displeasure, instead adopting a gracious demeanor. "If your Highness has matters to attend to, then another day would suffice. You have worked hard. Please remember to rest, and take the medicine prescribed by Dr. Hu." After speaking, Chu Xuancheng left with a frosty countenance. He chose not to confront Nangong Rou directly. Yet he could not fathom her actions. Inflicting harm upon herself in a bid for favor seemed utterly futile. Chapter 449. The discovery of the shard. As he stepped outside, he found that the rain had ceased. Mo Zhu and Mo Li were waiting outside, their faces etched with confusion upon seeing him emerge. "Your Highness, weren't you supposed to stay at the Euro Pavilion?" Mo Li inquired. "Have you forgotten? I have military affairs to attend to." Chu Xuancheng replied coldly as he cast a sharp glance at the two. Could these fools not be more astute? Nangong Rou's maidens were observing them closely. "Oh, indeed. A dispatch of urgent military documents has just arrived from the outskirts, requiring your Highness's personal review," Mo Li quickly added, his mind racing. "Very well. Then let us return. Chu Xuancheng responded with a curt nod, making his way out of the Yu Rou pavilion's courtyard. Meanwhile, within the inner chamber, Nangong Rou, upon realizing that Chu Xuancheng had truly departed, suddenly seized a teacup from the bedside and hurled it onto the floor with a crash. Why are there always military matters? It's always military. Is it more important than me? She fumed. What urgency compels one to address military affairs at this very moment? This is undoubtedly an excuse from Chu Xuancheng. He clearly wishes to avoid her, hence his words. The teacup shattered into numerous fragments, startling Dan. My lady, please do not be angry. Just now, I noticed Mo Li and Mo Zhu appeared quite anxious, as if there were indeed urgent military matters to attend to. Our lord is a dragon among men, a leader commanding hundreds of thousands. It is natural for him to be busy, which only enhances his prowess and masculine charm. Nangong Rou scoffed softly. Even the busiest of men find time to indulge their beloved. Is the emperor not busier? He oversees 3 palaces and 6 courtyards and still manages to shower affection upon his concubines. This is clearly an excuse. He simply does not wish to accompany me. That cannot be. If the Lord had no desire to be with you, he would not have agreed to stay just now. With so many enemies, he must exercise great caution in his position. If he were to act recklessly, he could jeopardize the safety of the Wang residence. Thus, he is also protecting you. My lady, please, do not be upset. Dan pleaded earnestly. Upon hearing Dan's words, Nangong Rou sighed, lowering her gaze. Suddenly, she noticed the shard of a blade on the floor, her expression shifting dramatically, as if a storm had erupted. Dan, how did this blade end up on the ground? Did I not instruct you to dispose of it? How can it still be here? The blade bore traces of blood, clearly the one she had just used. Dan, seeing the shard, was equally shocked. I had wrapped the blade in a cloth to take it out. How could it have fallen? Perhaps I was careless when I took it, and it slipped from my grasp. The blade is light and thin, falling silently, so we did not notice. Nangong Rou's face darkened significantly, and a wave of panic surged within her. Could it be that the Lord saw the blade on the floor and realized I had harmed myself, prompting his departure? It is quite possible, otherwise. Why would he suddenly change his demeanor? I apologize, my lady. It is entirely my fault, Dan said, dropping to her knees with a thud. Nangong Rou, gritting her teeth in anger, struck the bed with her fist. How can you be so careless in your duties? It is of no use to blame you now. The damage is done. The Lord has already begun to harbor doubts about me, having committed numerous missteps. What is one more? Chapter 450, a calamity of bloodshed yet. It has now become even more challenging for her to win back the Lord's affections. The fact that Chu Xuancheng refrained from confronting her directly indicates that he still cares for her. From this moment forward, she must not err again. She will need to humbly seek his forgiveness. She believes firmly that he will eventually pardon her. At the Crimson Moon Pavilion, Yun Ruoyue had already fallen asleep in her clothes, exhausted from the day's endeavors, yearning for a restful night. Just as her eyelids began to flutter, a voice from outside interrupted her. My lord, what brings you here? I had previously informed the princess that I would be staying here. Chu Xuancheng's voice came coldly. The sound startled Yun Ruoyue, causing her to abruptly open her eyes and sit up straight. Curse it, why has that pestilence returned? Your Highness, the prince has come again. He insists on resting here, Fenger joyfully announced as she entered. I heard you, Yun Ruoyue retorted, pulling back the curtains with a scowl and slipping on her shoes. That oaf, he clearly went to Nangong Rou's place, so why return here? Yet, she had no choice but to greet him. After all, he was a prince. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng was already seated outside, leisurely sipping tea. The moment Yun Ruoyue stepped out, she found him sitting upright, elegantly holding a cup of tea and savoring it slowly. Truly a soldier, his posture was impeccably dignified and strikingly handsome. Didn't you go to Yu Rou Pavilion to sleep? Why are you back? Yun Ruoyue asked irritably. I had made a prior agreement with you. I cannot be untrustworthy, Chu Xuancheng replied, raising an eyebrow, his demeanor composed. It's fine. Feel free to be untrustworthy, I won't mind. You left so abruptly. Won't Nangong Rou be upset? Yun Ruoyue countered. Why would she be upset when I had already promised you? Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. This woman, why does she always attempt to push him away? Very well. Yun Ruoyue conceded, unable to formulate a response. Your Highness, would you and the princess like some snacks? Jiuer inquired. No, it's unwise to eat too much at night. You may leave. The prince and princess wish to retire, Chu Xuancheng stated, setting down his teacup, rising to take Yun Ruoyue's hand. Fenger and Jiuer exchanged gleeful glances and quickly exited. Chu Xuancheng then led Yun Ruoyue inside. The room fell into a profound silence, and Yun Ruoyue found herself cursing inwardly. She had a million grievances, yet having previously promised Chu Xuancheng, she could not go back on her word and reluctantly followed him inside. Upon entering, she pointed to the bed. "You can sleep on the bed tonight. I will take the floor." In this era, there were no sofas, only hard chairs. So she had no choice but to sleep on the floor. Chu Xuancheng cast her a frosty glance. "This prince did not come here for you to sleep on the floor. Get on the bed." With that, he had already removed his outer garment. And as Yun Ruoyue wore only a light-colored inner garment, he swiftly lifted her and tossed her onto the bed, his tone merciless. "Tonight, you shall not escape." After saying this, he lay down, extinguished the bedside oil lamp, and his large hand reached toward Yun Ruoyue, his entire form pressed down upon her. Yun Ruoyue gasped. Realizing he was serious, she quickly tried to retreat, exclaiming, "Wait, my menstrual cycle has just begun. As a man, you wouldn't want to see blood or bring misfortune upon yourself, would you?" Chapter 451. The responsibilities of a husband. Chu Xuancheng's expression stiffened. "This prince does not believe you. I must inspect personally." With that, he grasped Yun Ruoyue's face and, under the cover of night, fiercely kissed her lips. His movements were both domineering and wild. Damn it! Yun Ruoyue had anticipated that Chu Xuancheng would begin with some introductory words before taking action. Unexpectedly, he kissed her with unreserved boldness, enveloping her lips entirely. In a flurry of instinct, she swiftly extended her hands and feet to kick him, simultaneously sinking her teeth into his lip. Chu Xuancheng felt a sharp pain on his lip, a briny taste spilling from his mouth, prompting him to release Yun Ruoyue immediately. Upon touching his lip, he discovered that she had drawn blood. What an infuriating woman. "Are you a dog? Why do you constantly bite me?" Chu Xuancheng voiced his frustration. "I have come to Kuei Shui. You must not touch me, or you will face a calamity. Should you disregard my warning and force yourself upon me, do not blame me when misfortune befalls you," Yun Ruoyue retorted angrily. With that, she tightly wrapped herself in her blanket, leaping to the innermost part of the bed, arms crossed defiantly, ready to strike at any moment. Chu Xuancheng regarded her with a mixture of disbelief and caution, ultimately refraining from any further advances. "If you doubt me, you may summon Fenger to inquire. She is aware that I have been in Kuei Shui these past few days, and it is inconvenient." Yun Ruoyue continued. "Enough. Do you think this prince is so enamored with you? I merely wish to fulfill my duties as a husband. Since you are unwilling, neither do I feel particularly inclined." Chu Xuancheng replied through clenched teeth. If he were to call Fenger and the others in, where would he place his dignity? The last time he attempted to stay at the Feiyue Pavilion, he was unceremoniously expelled by Yun Ruoyue. To broach such a subject in front of Fenger today would utterly strip him of any semblance of pride. Thus, he resigned himself to lie quietly, preparing for rest. And so it was that Yun Ruoyue nestled herself in the innermost part of the bed, while Chu Xuancheng occupied the outermost. Eventually, they both drifted into slumber. Once Yun Ruoyue fell asleep, she entirely forgot that Chu Xuancheng was beside her. She had a tendency to toss and turn in her sleep, often clutching her small pillow. Consequently, as she rolled over, her foot landed on Chu Xuancheng, and she instinctively embraced him tightly. The delightful fragrance of fresh grass emanating from him wafted into her senses, causing her to inhale deeply and sleep even more soundly. Upon noticing Yun Ruoyue entwined around him, Chu Xuancheng, who had not yet fallen asleep, opened his eyes to find her entirely reliant on him. He, too, reached out and embraced her. To his surprise, she preferred to hold someone while sleeping. Suddenly, he recalled her earlier words. She claimed to have come to Kuei Shui. Doubting her sincerity, he resolved to investigate. After a brief interval, Chu Xuancheng's face darkened, a surge of anger igniting within him. He had checked. She had clearly not arrived in Kuei Shui, as she was not adorned in the customary attire. She had deceived him, this wretched woman. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, he retracted his hand, continuing to hold her, wary of disturbing her slumber. The agony of having a delectable meal before him, yet being unable to indulge, was unbearable. His body felt constricted, yearning for a cold shower. Yet, Yun Ruoyue clung to him tightly, and he found himself reluctant to release her, opting to endure the discomfort. Even as his arm grew weary beneath her head, he bore it without complaint, savoring the moment. When dawn broke, Yun Ruoyue, still in a state of drowsiness, awoke to discover herself nestled in a warm embrace. As she beheld the man's sturdy embrace, her eyes widened in terror, and upon raising her gaze, she encountered Chu Xuancheng's eyes, resembling blooming peach blossoms. Chapter 452. It turns out he was deceiving him. Good heavens! Yun Ruoyue reacted as if she had seen a ghost, swiftly springing from Chu Xuancheng's arms. Why are you holding me? What did you do to me last night? Upon uttering these words, she hastily retreated a couple of paces, wrapping herself in the blanket. She quickly inspected her attire, ensuring it remained intact and unblemished. Only when she confirmed that her clothes were unharmed did she exhale a sigh of relief. Usually, she would awaken at least once during the night, yet last night, exhausted beyond measure, she had not stirred even once. Naturally, she was oblivious to the events that transpired. Weren't you supposed to be at Kuisui? What could I possibly do to you? Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. Yun Ruoyue bit her lip, her cheeks flushing. Then why am I in your arms? It was you who insisted on my embrace, and you were the one who first clung to me. I have no desire to discuss this matter with you now. You clearly did not come to Kuisui, so why deceive me? Chu Xuancheng's face turned ashen, his tone laced with anger. Yun Ruoyue's complexion paled instantly. What do you mean? How do you know I did not go to Kuisui? I personally verified it. Yun Ruoyue, you dare to deceive me? Chu Xuancheng's eyes glinted with an icy glare. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue was engulfed in a fiery rage, her embarrassment mingling with fury as she pointed at him. You scoundrel! How dare you do such things to me? Go to hell. With that, she lifted her foot and aimed a kick at Chu Xuancheng's lower body. However, he swiftly evaded her strike, leaving her to fall heavily onto the bed. Chu Xuancheng nimbly stepped away from the bed, donning his clothes with an air of ease and contentment. She had deceived him, causing him anguish throughout the night. And now he intended for her to experience a taste of discomfort. Yun Ruoyue, both ashamed and furious, glared at him with eyes ablaze, wishing she could exact revenge upon this insufferable man who had taken advantage of her while she slept. Heaven knew what he had done to her in her slumber. She tightly shut her eyes, daring not to contemplate the possibilities. Yun Ruoyue, do you understand that deceiving a royal is a grave offense? Chu Xuancheng stated calmly and without agitation. Yun Ruoyue ground her teeth in indignation. You wretch, you have wronged me and yet have the audacity to threaten me? Get out. With that, she seized the pillow and blanket from the bed, hurling them at Chu Xuancheng with all her might. Like a nimble fox, he deftly sidestepped, avoiding her projectile entirely. Your Highness, your Grace, what is happening? At that moment, the voice of Feng'er echoed from outside. Fearing that Chu Xuancheng might divulge the matter, Yun Ruoyue hastily replied, Nothing. You all stay out, attend to your own business. Oh, Feng'er responded, quickly retreating. Once Feng'er had departed, Yun Ruoyue felt an overwhelming urge to find a sword and slay Chu Xuancheng. She blushed furiously, glaring at him. Chu Xuancheng, I never expected you to be so shameless. You actually took advantage of me while I was asleep. Tell me, aside from the examination, did you do anything else? Chu Xuancheng narrowed his eyes. Are you a fool? If I had done something to you, would you not have felt it? Moreover, you were asleep. I have no affinity for lifeless bodies. Are you saying you didn't touch me, then? Yun Ruoyue exhaled in relief, patting her chest. Although the original owner had lost her virtue to Chu Xuancheng, she herself had not. In her heart, she remained a pure 30-year-old maiden, having focused solely on the study of medicine and never experienced love or romance. Thus, even though this body had consummated with Chu Xuancheng, she herself had not. It was akin to a first encounter for her, naturally causing her anxiety. Who would wish for their first experience to occur in the depths of slumber? Chu Xuancheng smiled indifferently. As I have mentioned before, I do not favor lifeless bodies. You shameless scoundrel. You took advantage of me and still have the audacity to mock me. Get out. With that, Yun Ruoyue leaped out of bed, seizing the oil lamp from the bedside, intent on striking Chu Xuancheng. However, he had already nimbly opened the door and slipped out. Once outside, he hastily made his way away, calling to the astonished Feng'er and the others. Your princess has quite the temper, resembling a fierce tigress. Quickly stop her before she goes mad. I have military affairs to attend to and must take my leave. With that, he vanished like a rabbit, leaving Yun Ruoyue to chase after him, swinging the oil lamp and wearing only her slippers. By the time she emerged, Chu Xuancheng was nowhere to be seen. Furious, she ground her teeth. Where did that scoundrel go? Returning to the princess, the prince mentioned he had military matters and left first, Feng'er replied. Her expression puzzled as she glanced at Yun Ruoyue. What happened between you and the prince? It seemed like you were arguing earlier. Did he bully you last night? No, no. How dare he bully me? That is simply untrue. Don't speak nonsense. Yun Ruoyue stammered, her face flushed. She dared not reveal to Fenger what had transpired the previous night. It was far too embarrassing. Chu Xuancheng was truly shameless. Princess, did you too consummate last night? Fenger stepped closer, cautiously inquiring, her face flushed as her eyes darted toward the bed in the room. They had slept together all night. Surely they had engaged in intimacy. Absolutely not. We merely slept. That could never happen, and it never will. Yun Ruoyue angrily set down the oil lamp. Her expression one of exasperation. She regretted agreeing to sleep with Chu Xuancheng. She felt she had suffered a great loss. Her heart was heavy with frustration. Given that he had examined her last night, she should have felt some reaction. Why had she slept like a dead pig, completely unresponsive? The thought that he had examined her body left her on the verge of tears. Heavens! How was she to face Chu Xuancheng in the future? After Chu Xuancheng exited the Feiyue pavilion, he encountered Mo Li and Mo Zhu approaching him. He promptly instructed them to make preparations. As he was to head to the military camp, with the new year approaching, he needed to arrange the distribution of allowances and time off for the soldiers. Hearing the lightness in Chu Xuancheng's voice and seeing his joyful demeanor, as if basking in the warm glow of spring, Mo Li couldn't help but step forward, raising an eyebrow in jest, and asked, "Your Highness, what brings you such delight? Has your relationship with the princess deepened since last night?" Chu Xuancheng cast a glance at Mo Li, raising his own brow with a hint of pride, and non-committally replied, "What do you think?" "Congratulations, Your Highness. Finally, a momentous occasion. This time, you have not been sent away by the princess, and have successfully won her over," Mo Li remarked. Chu Xuancheng shot a glare at Mo Li's face, retorting, "What nonsense is this? Do you think it's so difficult for me to achieve such a momentous affair? Am I truly that inept?" Chapter 454. Lady of Wei, your subordinate means no offense. You are the most exceptional and formidable, Your Highness. In due time, the princess will surely succumb to your charm, Mo Li obsequiously flattered. Chu Xuancheng merely huffed. Of course, one need only consider who I am. Despite his bravado, he felt a twinge of insecurity, as nothing significant had transpired the previous night. In fact, he had nearly faced a near-fatal encounter with his beloved wife that morning. However, this was a secret he could not afford to divulge to Mo Li and the others, lest they mock him. Meanwhile, Mo Zhu, upon overhearing their exchange, wore a troubled expression, his lips forming a pout. Alas, his goddess's heart ultimately belonged to the prince. Early that morning, Su Changxiao had taken special care in her appearance. Accompanied by her maidservants Fong Fong and Yuan Yuan, as she entered the palace. She was on a mission from the queen, Su Ruoyue, to discuss matters in the Ronghua Palace. The Ronghua Palace was vast and grand, adorned with opulence and splendor. The main hall was exquisitely decorated, featuring jade vases, emerald plates, gold and silver artifacts, as well as rare pearls, with lotus flowers embedded in the floor, their petals delicately crafted and vividly beautiful. A soft golden carpet lay atop the lotus, creating the illusion of walking on clouds. Such a palace, brimming with treasures and exquisite items, epitomized extravagance. Upon entering the hall, Su Changxiao was greeted by a delightful fragrance, prompting her to take a gentle sniff before making her way towards the queen, who sat regally in the center of the hall. The queen was adorned in a vibrant red phoenix robe, intricately embroidered with a 9-winged phoenix, edged in gold thread and adorned with silver accents. This robe, crafted from cloud silk, shimmered with a subtle golden hue, indicative of its immense value and rarity. Perched atop her head was a 9-winged golden crown, and her face was adorned with an exquisite makeup, exuding an air of authority in her every gesture. Beside her stood a striking woman in her 40s, clad in a plain crescent-white garment. Although the attire appeared simple at first glance, upon closer inspection, it shimmered with a faint silver glow. As she moved, the fabric seemed to dance with silver light, reminiscent of the brilliance of the Milky Way, truly enchanting. This lady was Su Ruocheng, the queen's sister and the current lady of Wei. Su Ruocheng's husband, Jiang Jing, was a valiant general who fought for the emperor to establish his reign and was subsequently bestowed the title of Duke of Wei, with the lands of Wei granted to him. Consequently, Su Ruocheng became the illustrious Lady of Wei. Jiang Jing's elevation to the rank of Duke was not solely due to his remarkable achievements, but rather because, during the rebellion led by Emperor Han Yuan, he valiantly shielded the emperor from an assassination attempt by a loyal general of the previous dynasty, sacrificing his life to save the emperor. Thus, upon the successful establishment of his reign, Emperor Han Yuan posthumously honored Jiang Jing with the title of Duke of Wei and conferred upon Chu Ruocheng the esteemed title of Lady of Wei, a rank of the highest order. At present, Chu Ruocheng governs the territories of Wei, yet her heart remains distant from these remote lands, as she continues to reside in the capital, being the sister of the queen and the widow of the emperor's savior. Lady of Wei commands considerable respect and influence throughout the bustling city. Moreover, her adeptness at forging connections, coupled with her status as the widow of a loyal general, has endeared her to the populace, enhancing her reputation. As Su Changxiao entered, her face illuminated with a warm smile, she greeted the two women with a courteous bow. Changxiao has arrived. Come in and sit, the queen exclaimed, her joy evident as she had not seen her daughter-in-law for quite some time. Lady of Wei also remarked with a smile. It has been a while. Changxiao has blossomed beautifully. I wonder if there is any news regarding her condition? It would be splendid if there were. The crown prince, being the queen's firstborn, would have his position further solidified should Su Changxiao conceive before the Princess of Li, whose marriage had already been a year in place. Aside from the crown prince, the queen had also given birth to the sixth prince, Chu Xuancheng, who was merely 17 and yet unmarried, thus placing the burden of succession solely upon the crown prince. Su Changxiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered her head and replied to her aunt, "There is no news as of yet." Lady of Wei, puzzled, inquired, "How could it be that neither you nor the Princess of Li have any news? You have both been married for over a year. It is time for an announcement. If you were to give birth before her, the crown prince's claim would be secure." The queen coldly smiled. Even if Yun Ruoyue were to bear a child, the crown prince's position would not be threatened. He lacks the qualifications to compete with my son. Dear sister, do not fret. Indeed, the emperor would only pass the throne to his own offspring, not to Chu Xuancheng. However, the influence of Chu Xuancheng was growing, and his capabilities were exceptional. Coupled with the legacy of the late emperor, his popularity among the people had surpassed that of the crown prince. Moreover, following the recent incident, the populace believed that the crown prince had attempted to assassinate him, leading to a drastic decline in the crown prince's reputation while Chu Xuancheng soared. Sister, we must remain vigilant against this individual, Lady of Wei analyzed. Am I not aware? I summoned you and Changxiao to the palace precisely for this reason. However, the situation with Tian Shenghua is precarious. They are eager for our nation to descend into chaos, and Chu Xuancheng must remain unharmed for now. While he may be safe, it does not imply that those around him will be. Since the Long Princess left the palace, she has not returned. I heard from Eunuch Lu that she recently allied with Princess Li in her quest for favor. She desires to reside permanently in the Li Wang mansion and not return to the palace. The emperor has consented to her staying until the 15th day of the first month, stating that this period presents an opportune moment to deal with her. The empress, with a sinister air, has her own intentions. At that moment, Su Changxiao realized the true purpose of the empress summoning her to the palace. It became evident that both the emperor and the empress sought to eliminate the Long Princess. As the sister of Chu Xuancheng, she serves as his support. Despite being confined within the palace for years, she commands significant respect both in court and among the populace. Should she ever incite the people, her success would be assured. Furthermore, upon the demise of the late emperor, the Long Princess had declared her intention to leave the palace and expose Emperor Hong Yuan's transgressions to the world, prompting him to keep her imprisoned. Now that she has exited the palace and shows no desire to return, this cannot be allowed. While she remains within the palace, Emperor Han Yuan, constrained by various powers and the Empress Dowager's influence, has refrained from taking action against her. However, with her absence from the palace, the moment to confront her has arrived. By rendering her powerless, the emperor would eliminate a significant threat, and given that her actions occur outside the palace, others would not suspect him. Contemplating this, Su Changxiao inquired, "Mother, what do you wish for us to do?" The empress replied coldly, "The Long Princess currently resides in the Li Wang mansion and is certainly colluding with Princess Li. Yun Ruoyue is presently attending to the Empress Dowager's ailments, and I shall spare her this time. But the Long Princess cannot be so fortunate. You must act swiftly to deal with her while she is outside the palace." Chapter 456. Who is the pawn? What should we do? Should we send someone to kill her, or? Su Changxiao narrowed her eyes menacingly, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. No, killing her would complicate matters. Various factions and former officials would undoubtedly investigate, creating a troublesome situation. And Chu Xuancheng would not let it go easily. As for a woman, once her honor and purity are tarnished, it is akin to death. A woman of loose morals will not be believed, and thus, her existence would become more wretched than death. You understand what must be done, correct? The empress fixed her gaze directly on Su Changshao. Upon hearing this, Su Changshao instantly comprehended. Lady Wei remarked, Changshao, your mother wishes us to devise a scheme to ruin the Long Princess's reputation. The day after tomorrow, I will host a plum blossom banquet at the Duke's mansion, and I would like to invite the Long Princess as a guest to facilitate our plans. However, I am not well acquainted with her, and as the Empress's sister, she may be hesitant to accept my invitation. Do you have any clever strategies to persuade her to attend? The reason they summoned Su Changshao to the palace was precisely this. They were unable to entice the Long Princess themselves, hoping that the resourceful Su Changshao might have a solution. With a confident smile, Su Changshao replied, Aunt, while I cannot guarantee success in all matters, this task is well within my capabilities. Really? The Long Princess is no ordinary individual. Despite lacking protection, she possesses a proud disposition, making her difficult to persuade. How will you manage to convince her? Lady Wei asked, astonished. Su Changshao smiled calmly. I have my own methods, which I shall share with you in due course. Upon returning to the Jin Wangfu, Su Changshao summoned her most trusted confidant, Fangfang, instructing her to deliver a letter to Nangong Rou of the Li Wangfu. Is the princess intending to have the secondary consort undertake a task? Fangfang inquired, her face lighting up with pride. Su Changshao narrowed her eyes, a chilling glimmer within. After nurturing my forces for so long, it is time to deploy them. I have schemed extensively, and it is only fitting that I put my plans into action. Fangfang smirked. The princess is indeed astute. Who would have imagined that although she did not marry the Li Wang, she had already placed her own people by his side? This strategy is truly masterful. Even if she is not beside the Li Wang, he cannot escape her influence, for the one he cherishes is, in fact, hers. A cold smile crept across Su Changshao's lips. Had I not prepared in advance, the Li Wang's heart might have been stolen by some enchanting vixen. I intend to make it clear that even if I cannot wed him, he shall not take another woman. Those who remain by his side must be mine. She sought to control Chu Xuancheng's affections, ensuring that even in love, he would be enamored with a woman bearing a striking resemblance to her. She yearned for him to be perpetually reminded of her, so that each time he gazed upon Nangong Rou, her image would dominate his thoughts. When she abandoned Chu Xuancheng to marry Jin Wang, she had discreetly dispatched individuals to seek a woman who resembled her, one who could capture Chu Xuancheng's heart and keep him eternally tethered to her memory. By fortuitous chance, she found her, Nangong Rou, a lady of noble birth, bearing a resemblance to her of approximately 60 to 70%. Su Changshao had financially incentivized Nangong Rou and trained her meticulously. During a period when Chu Xuancheng was despondent and often intoxicated at taverns, she orchestrated a plan one snowy night. She sent her people to divert his guards, allowing him to stumble home in a drunken haze. On that fateful evening, she had surreptitiously dosed his drink, leading him to collapse in the snow. Subsequently, she dispatched Nangong Rou in a carriage to fortuitously rescue him. Grateful for her timely intervention and enchanted by her resemblance to Su Changshao, Chu Xuancheng grew fond of her, ultimately regarding her as a confidant and marrying her. This fulfilled Su Changshao's objective. She sought to ensure that Chu Xuancheng remained under her influence, loving only the women she permitted him to care for. In the Li Wangfu, upon receiving the letter from Fangfang through Danner, Nangong Rou meticulously examined its contents before hastily incinerating it. Accompanying the letter were two invitations, one addressed to her, the other to the Grand Princess. What does the princess wish of you? Danner inquired, her curiosity piqued. She has asked me to persuade the Grand Princess to attend the plum appreciation banquet hosted by the Wei State's lady in 2 days, Nangong Rou replied, her brow furrowing thoughtfully. Danner paused, but the Grand Princess has always held disdain for the Wei State's lady. Given her temperament, she would never attend. Moreover, why would the Wei State's lady extend an invitation to the Grand Princess in the first place? That is none of our concern. Those who offer undue favors are either deceitful or thieving. What good can come from their invitation to the Grand Princess? Within Nangong Rou's heart, a suspicion began to form. So, are you suggesting we persuade the Grand Princess to attend? If the Lady of Wei were to bring harm to her, the prince would surely be enraged, Danner remarked. Observing how the ladies served the grand princess with such diligence each day, she assumed it was out of genuine concern. Little did she know, Nangong Rou coldly retorted, "What does it have to do with me? Everyone has their fate, predetermined by heaven. If misfortune were to befall her, it would not concern me. This is a directive from Chu Xuancheng, and I dare not disobey." This was a plot specifically aimed at the grand princess, and she was bound to follow orders. Danaer lowered her head, astonished that the lady's intentions towards the grand princess were insincere. How ruthless the lady was, not only to Chuyer, but also to the grand princess. Her heart trembled with fear, knowing she dared not offend the lady. At that moment, Nangong Rou suddenly devised a plan and said, "Danaer, the Lady of Wei will certainly not invite Yun Ruoyue. Should I forge an invitation to summon her? It would be amusing to see her embarrass herself in person." Danaer replied, "Indeed, everyone knows our princess is rather simple-minded. She would hardly appreciate the beauty of plum blossoms, let alone master the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. At the banquet, there will be many talented ladies, and we can surely diminish the princess's arrogance." Nangong Rou nodded with satisfaction. Exactly, and since the Lady of Wei did not extend an invitation, her uninvited presence and the forgery will surely leave her humiliated. Yes, it would be best to make her lose all face and be unable to show herself in public. After devising their scheme, Nangong Rou took the invitation meant for the grand princess and proceeded to Yunxian Pavilion. Upon hearing that the Lady of Wei wished to invite her to the plum blossom banquet, the grand princess's expression darkened. "I have no ties with her. Why would she invite me? She is the queen's sister, and I shall not attend." Nangong Rou had anticipated this reaction. With a gentle smile, she coaxed, "Although the Lady of Wei is the queen's sister, her reputation is impeccable. She is known for her generosity, kindness, and is quite the opposite of the queen. Sister, do you not often feel stifled within the palace? This is a splendid opportunity for you to befriend the noble ladies of the city." "What do you mean by that?" The grand princess squinted. Having spent years in seclusion, she was unfamiliar with the noble ladies and their social circles. If she wished to venture out for any matter, they would hardly recognize her and would not grant her favor. If she took the initiative to befriend them, it could potentially benefit the prince. As the saying goes, when one is outside, they rely on friends. It is essential for you to cultivate friendships, dear sister. Those ladies are quite adept at socializing. If you are willing to befriend them, you need not worry about lacking entertainment in the future. Furthermore, during such enjoyable gatherings, you can foster relationships that may assist the prince in his endeavors," Nangong Rou continued. The grand princess pondered this and reluctantly nodded. She was not one to enjoy frivolity, nor did she wish to lower her status by mingling with these ordinary ladies. However, if it could aid Xuancheng, she would not hesitate. For Xuancheng's sake, she would willingly seek out these ladies, no matter the cost. "Very well, the date is set for the day after tomorrow, is it not? Let us prepare in the meantime," the princess remarked, then inquired, "Aside from myself, whom else has the Lady of Wei invited?" Her gaze drifted momentarily towards the Feiyue Pavilion. Nangong Rou chuckled softly. "At present, she has only invited you and me. As for whether she will extend an invitation to the princess consort, I cannot say. Should she invite that dimwit Yun Ruoyue, I shall forego attending to avoid embarrassment." The princess bore no guilt for previously misjudging Yun Ruoyue. On the contrary, Aunt May incessantly whispered in her ear, claiming that Xuancheng had developed a rift with her due to that incident, which fueled her disdain for Yun Ruoyue. Last time, Xuancheng had even requested that she apologize to Yun Ruoyue, a gesture she refused, leading Xuancheng to blame her for the discord. Aunt May suggested that it was undoubtedly Yun Ruoyue who had whispered ill of her to Xuancheng, hence the estrangement. Thus, her aversion to Yun Ruoyue intensified. Nangong Rou reassured her elder sister, "Rest assured, it is unlikely she will be present. I shall accompany you instead." With that, she coldly rolled her eyes, a chilling glint in her gaze. Upon returning from the Xian Pavilion, Nangong Rou entrusted her invitation to Danaer, instructing her to find someone to create an identical invitation. However, the name inscribed on that invitation was to be altered to Princess Consort Li, Yun Ruoyue. In no time, the invitation was crafted. Subsequently, Danaer bribed the doorman, Wang Wu, to deliver this invitation to Yun Ruoyue. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue was engrossed in studying medical texts from this era. She believed that to treat ailments effectively here, one must integrate both Eastern and Western medicine. Her medical knowledge primarily consisted of Western pharmaceuticals, with scant familiarity with traditional Chinese medicine. Yet, Certain conditions necessitate the use of herbal remedies. Therefore, she resolved to reacquaint herself with Chinese medicinal knowledge to enrich her expertise and master both disciplines. Your Highness, the doorman has arrived. He brings an invitation from the Lady of Wei, wishing to invite you to her plum appreciation banquet the day after tomorrow. Feng Er announced as she entered, holding forth an invitation. The Lady of Wei? Yun Ruoyue mused, stirring her memories. She recalled that there was indeed a prominent lady in Xuancheng, renowned for her high profile. It was said that her husband had perished while saving the emperor, posthumously honored as Duke of Wei. While she was bestowed the title of first-rank Lady of Wei, she possessed a bountiful fief named Wei, making her the most esteemed widow in Xuancheng. They had never been acquainted. Why would she invite her to the banquet? Show me the invitation, Yun Ruoyue commanded, stepping outside to take the invitation from Feng Er. Chapter 459. Attending the banquet, as she opened the invitation, she found it exquisitely designed, adorned with lotus flowers and elegant maidens as the backdrop, embellished with gold foil. The calligraphy was grand and powerful, its strokes vigorous and expressive, suggesting the writer possessed remarkable skill in the art of writing. Whose handwriting is this? It is exceptionally beautiful, Yun Ruoyue inquired. It must be the Lady of Wei's handwriting. I have heard she excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry, renowned for her eloquence and artistry. People in Xuancheng often seek her for her writing, Feng Er replied with a smile. Yun Ruoyue nodded. This lady was indeed extraordinary. Although she was merely a woman, her handwriting bore the vigor of a man, infused with masculine strength, making her truly remarkable. Typically, a woman's script is gentle and delicate. Yet the words of the Wei Kingdom's lady were grand and magnificent, flowing like clouds and water, each stroke dissipating like smoke, effortlessly elegant and unrestrained, truly unique. Your Highness, will you go? Feng Er inquired. This invitation was delivered by Wang Wu. Where is he? Yun Ruoyue asked, feeling somewhat perplexed as she was not acquainted with the lady of the Wei Kingdom. There is someone waiting outside, Feng Er replied. Yun Ruoyue stepped outside and saw Wang Wu waiting there, so she asked, Wang Wu, who sent this invitation? Wang Wu hesitated momentarily before replying. It was a stranger, likely the doorkeeper from the Wei lady's household. After delivering the invitation to me, he left. Did he mention why the lady of the Wei Kingdom wishes to invite me? He did say that the Wei lady has heard of the princess's exceptional medical skills and admires her greatly. She has some minor ailments and wishes to seize this opportunity to seek your assistance while also forming a connection. Wang Wu recounted the words that Danner had taught him. Ah, I see. So the lady of the Wei Kingdom seeks my help for her health. No wonder she extended the invitation. With this realization, Yun Ruoyue understood. Very well, I shall attend. You may leave now, Yun Ruoyue declared. Although she was initially disinclined to partake in such gatherings, the plea for her medical expertise was one she could not refuse, as a healer's compassion often outweighs personal reservations. Thus, she decided to prepare for the occasion. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the plum blossom banquet arrived. Early that morning, Nangong Rou and the Grand Princess began their elaborate preparations, each adorning themselves splendidly, aiming to outshine the others and captivate all present. Such gatherings typically existed for women to showcase their beauty and for matchmaking purposes. Bored aristocratic ladies relished in organizing these events. At the banquet, both men and women mingled, allowing the unmarried to discreetly observe one another. Should a suitable match be found, families would later be approached for proposals. Regardless of gender, all sought to present themselves exquisitely, hoping to attract the attention of their beloved amidst the crowd. The Grand Princess had not attended such an event for many years and thus adorned herself with utmost elegance. Nangong Rou, too, adorned herself with every available ornament, eager to ensure no one overlooked her wealth of jewelry. She was determined to outshine Yun Ruoyue at the banquet. Unaware that she had unwittingly stepped into Nangong Rou's trap, Yun Ruoyue prepared herself for her visit, focusing solely on her role as a healer. Though she had not put much effort into her appearance, she still requested Feng Er to style her hair into a special flying fairy bun and donned a moon-white gown that Chu Xuancheng had previously gifted her. Chapter 460. Outshining the crowd, the gown was embroidered with delicate white magnolias, presenting an air of simplicity and elegance. The fabric appeared to be of fine quality, shimmering as if infused with light, neither overshadowing others nor tarnishing Chu Xuancheng's reputation. Upon her head rested a single ice jade butterfly hairpin, and she adorned herself with no lavish ornaments. Yet, She exuded a fresh and ethereal charm, reminiscent of an otherworldly fairy. As Yun Ruoyue's primary purpose was to attend to the health of the lady of the Wei family rather than to indulge in the viewing of plum blossoms, she had merely dressed in a casual manner. Once she was ready, she took her medicinal box and, accompanied by Fenger, boarded the carriage of the Wang residence, making her way to the Duke's manor. However, the two grand carriages embroidered with the character Li had already been requisitioned by the princess and Nangong Rou. By the time it was Yun Ruoyue's turn, only a modest green carriage remained, devoid of any royal insignia or floral embellishments. It appeared to be a seldom used spare vehicle. Meanwhile, Nangong Rou and the princess had already arrived at the Duke's manor. Upon her arrival at the Duke's estate, Yun Ruoyue and Fenger disembarked from the carriage, only to find a multitude of carriages gathered at the entrance, where numerous official wives and noble women were waiting, each presenting their invitation cards to the doorman for inspection before being granted entry. As soon as she emerged from the carriage, all eyes turned towards her. The moment they beheld her face and her flowing white attire, gasps of admiration filled the air. Who is this stunning beauty? They wondered. Her enchanting visage is unparalleled, and her attire resembles that of a celestial being descending to earth. How have I never encountered such a figure in the capital before? Indeed, I too have never seen such exquisite beauty. From whence does she hail? Her carriage appears rather humble, lacking any insignia. I wonder which family she belongs to. Look at her hairstyle. She must be a married woman. Yet, there has been no word of any lady in the capital possessing such beauty. Her demeanor is extraordinarily noble. I cannot discern which family she represents. It is truly remarkable that such an elegant lady travels in such an ordinary carriage. Observe closely. This carriage is not as simple as it seems. The intricate patterns are embroidered with great care, and it features double-sided embroidery, although it appears unassuming. The materials are exceedingly rare and of the highest quality, typically reserved for the palace. Furthermore, examine the lady's attire. While it may appear understated, it shimmers with silver and showcases intricate patterns. This fabric, known as floating light brocade, surpasses Yun brocade in quality. One glance reveals its significant value, indicating that this lady hails from a prominent family. Upon hearing such remarks, the onlookers were eager to approach Yun Ruoyue for acquaintance. Little did they know, this was the same ugly duckling they had previously scorned. Their reaction would surely have been one of disbelief. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback to find herself the subject of such gossip as she stepped from the carriage. Hastily, she guided Fenger towards the Duke's manor to evade further scrutiny from the women. Approaching the doorman, she presented her invitation card, which he examined before exclaiming, "Ah, it is the lady of the Li Wang residence. Please, come in." Receiving her invitation back, Yun Ruoyue entered the manor, and as she did, the murmurs began anew. It turns out she is the lady of the Li Wang mansion, which explains her noble demeanor. With such exquisite beauty, she must be the newly favored concubine of Li Wang, the renowned beauty Nangong Rou. Chapter 461. Is the celestial being Madame Rou? Indeed, the Li Wang mansion has only two mistresses. Aside from the first beauty, who else could it be? Do not mistakenly think it is the uncherished and unattractive Wang Fei, for the ladies of Wei Kingdom would never extend an invitation to that plain consort. Yes, it is said that the Li Wang Fei is both ugly and lacking in virtue, bearing a large, unsightly blemish upon her face, dark and repulsive, rendering her unfit for public view. How could she possibly grace such an occasion? I would disdain to associate with such a hideous creature, should she attend the banquet. I would take my leave, for sharing space with her would tarnish our standing. Would you not agree? Certainly. Who would wish to forge ties with a consort devoid of beauty and grace? Many of the women here are unaware that Yun Ruoyue has transformed into a striking beauty and has become a physician. After all, this place lacks newspapers and television, and news spreads slowly, particularly regarding the affairs of the royal family, which remain concealed from the common folk. Thus, they continue to perceive Yun Ruoyue as the same foolish and unattractive girl of yore, entirely oblivious to her remarkable metamorphosis. Upon entering the Duke's residence, Yun Ruoyue and Fenger were greeted and guided toward the floral hall. Along the way, the courtyard was adorned with blooming red plums, their delicate petals dusted with white snow, standing proudly in vibrant crimson. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a delightful fragrance as blossoms and snowflakes fell, resembling a fusion of red rain and silver stars, a scene of unparalleled beauty. Soon, they arrived at the floral hall, which radiated warmth. Inside, Numerous ladies and young misses were already seated or standing. Upon Yun Ruoyue's entrance, curious and unfamiliar gazes were cast upon her. As the attendees were well acquainted with one another and had yet to meet her, thus their scrutiny felt somewhat peculiar. Scanning the floral hall, Yun Ruoyue noted the absence of the Wei Kingdom's lady. The current occupants were engaged in tea and light refreshments. Consequently, she and Fenger found a spot and commenced sipping tea. "Which household do you hail from, madam?" inquired a nearby female guest. Yun Ruoyue glanced around, realizing no other ladies were near her, and then recognized the question was directed at her. She replied, "From the Li Wang mansion." "The Li Wang mansion?" The woman's face lit up with eagerness, her expression one of flattery. "Are you Madame Rou of the Li Wang mansion? Greetings. I am the wife of Lu Yuanwei from the eastern part of the city." Others, upon hearing this, gathered around with expressions of sycophancy. "So it is the most cherished Madame Rou of Li Wang. No wonder she is so beautiful, resembling a celestial being. Indeed, who could marry Li Wang if she were but an ordinary woman? Li Wang, handsome and valiant, renowned for his military prowess, surely deserves a stunning beauty to match him. Madame Rou, we were unaware it was you and did not greet you. Please forgive our oversight." Upon hearing their words, Yun Ruoyue was taken aback, realizing that they mistook her for Nangong Rou. How deeply she had fallen from grace to possess such little presence before these ladies. "Is everyone here?" At that moment, the cheerful laughter of the Lady of Wei resonated from outside, prompting everyone to swiftly turn and face her direction. Entering with her were two extraordinarily beautiful maidens. The one to her left was clad in a striking red garment, exuding an air of authority and dignified elegance. Her haughty gaze betrayed her elevated status. Chapter 462, The Arrogant Princess. To her right, the maiden in pink, while undeniably lovely, lacked the poise of her counterpart on the left. Though her makeup was meticulously applied, she emanated a rather modest aura, devoid of the grace and refinement expected in such company. Yet, beauty she possessed. Yun Ruoyue glanced up and recognized the lady on the left as the esteemed princess. The one on the right was Nangong Rou. "What brought them here?" Yun Ruoyue inquired softly of Fenger. Fenger, seemingly perplexed, shook her head, suggesting they might have received an invitation from the Lady of Wei to attend the gathering. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Had she known these two would be present, she would have refrained from attending. Meanwhile, the Lady of Wei had taken the princess's hand and began introducing her to the guests. "I apologize for the wait. I would like to present the illustrious princess, who has graciously accepted my invitation. Her presence truly elevates this humble abode." A collective murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd at the mention of the princess. This was indeed a person of great renown, yet seldom seen. Born to the late emperor, she was bestowed with the title that bore her name, Jieyu. Her status surpassed that of all present, placing her several ranks above the Lady of Wei. Consequently, everyone hurried to pay their respects, exclaiming, "Your humble servant pays homage to the princess. May she enjoy longevity and prosperity." "No need for formalities," the princess replied coolly, her eyes reflecting the innate majesty of her lineage, exuding an unmistakable air of aloofness. Such arrogance was inherent. It could not be feigned by those lacking her noble standing. To Yun Ruoyue, the princess's haughty demeanor resembled that of a modern-day diva, radiating an attitude of superiority and disdain, suggesting a self-sufficient beauty that was distinctly individualistic. In contrast, Nangong Rou appeared rather ordinary, her smile somewhat insincere. Why had the princess, who typically shunned such gatherings, chosen to attend today? After finishing the introduction, the Lady of Wei promptly guided the princess to the most honored seat, then took Nangong Rou's hand, presenting her to the assembly. "This is Madame Rou of the Li Wang mansion. Today, she and the princess have come to the duke's residence to admire the plum blossoms. It is their first visit, so I implore the younger ladies to extend their utmost hospitality." The assembled matrons, already well acquainted with one another, exchanged puzzled glances towards Yun Ruoyue, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. "That is Madame Rou, but who then is this?" they murmured, their eyes now fixed upon Yun Ruoyue, including the Grand Princess and Nangong Rou. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue, the Grand Princess was momentarily taken aback, questioning her presence. Nangong Rou, with a cold smile, thought to herself that the show was about to begin. Even if she recognized Yun Ruoyue, she chose to remain silent, allowing Yun Ruoyue to experience a moment of embarrassment first. The Lady of Wei also spotted Yun Ruoyue, her expression filled with confusion. Who was she? Why had this lady never crossed her path before? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this. What was happening? If even the Lady of Wei had never seen her, how could she possibly be here? The Lady of Wei typically only invited acquaintances to her gatherings. Could this woman be an imposter, uninvited? Chapter 463, Uninvited Heavens. If that were the case, her audacity was astonishing. Indeed, utterly shameless. At that moment, Nangong Rou hurriedly approached the Lady of Wei, saying, "Madam, I apologize. This is my sister. I was unaware of how she came to be here. Did you send her an invitation? Your sister?" The Lady of Wei was taken aback. If she was indeed Nangong Ruo's sister, then there was no issue. They were of the same circle. Her primary objective today was to target the Grand Princess. And these matters were trivial. She did not recognize Yun Ruoyue. Nangong Rou quickly added, "She is not my biological sister. She is the princess of the Li Wangfu." At this, Nangong Rou feigned surprise and turned to Yun Ruoyue, exclaiming, "Sister, how did you come here? Did Madam send you an invitation?" The Lady of Wei replied coolly, "No, I did not extend any invitation to the Princess of Li." "Then that is strange. Sister, how did you arrive here?" Nangong Rou pretended to inquire innocently. The surrounding ladies regarded Yun Ruoyue with skepticism and disdain, while the Grand Princess glared at her in anger. What was she doing here uninvited? How embarrassing for the royal household. Yun Ruoyue, upon the appearance of both Nangong Rou and the Grand Princess, had anticipated that something was amiss. Indeed, the situation unfolded as she had foreseen. The Lady of Wei's expression of unfamiliarity confirmed her suspicion. She had been set up. The orchestrator of this scheme was undoubtedly Nangong Rou, as her presence here was no mere coincidence. Casting a calm glance at the assembly, she took the invitation from Feng'er and stated, "I came here upon receiving an invitation from the Lady of Wei. A servant from the Duke's residence conveyed that Madam was unwell and wished for my presence to offer medical assistance while also enjoying the flowers. Hence, I arrived. Madam, would you care to examine this invitation?" Upon hearing this, the Lady of Wei's countenance darkened considerably. What was the Princess of Li insinuating? Her health was perfectly fine. How could she be unwell? Was the princess cursing her? She had always been superstitious and could not abide curses. Thus, Yun Ruoyue's words ignited her fury. Yun Ruoyue remarked calmly, "This message was relayed to me by the gatekeeper of the Li Wangfu. If it were a falsehood, it would suggest treachery within the estate. However, I only decided to come after reviewing this invitation. Since Madam has not extended an invitation, I shall take my leave." Yun Ruoyue was not one to impose herself where she was unwelcome. If they did not desire her presence, she certainly had no inclination to linger. "Wait a moment. May I have a glance at the invitation in your hand?" The Lady of Wei spoke with a subtle politeness, her demeanor cultivated through years of social maneuvering at banquets, ensuring she never offended anyone. Upon hearing this, Feng'er took the invitation from Yun Ruoyue and handed it to the maid beside the Lady of Wei. The maid then presented the invitation to her mistress. As the Lady of Wei examined the document, her countenance darkened, transforming into an expression of deep displeasure. Suddenly, she coldly tossed the invitation onto the table, declaring, "This is not an invitation I authored. It is a forged imitation. My calligraphy is delicate and refined, not the robust strokes of a man. This is clearly penned by male hands. Furthermore, the lotus depicted is not at all reminiscent of my own artistry, and the gilding is not genuine gold leaf, but rather a cheap imitation. This is an audacious forgery. I must inquire, Princess Li, how did you come by this?" Chapter 464, The Forged Invitation. The surrounding ladies gasped in shock. "Goodness, the Princess Li truly has audacity to forge an invitation," they exclaimed. "To attend a banquet without an invitation is shameless enough, but to resort to such despicable means is utterly disgusting." Faced with their scorn, Yun Ruoyue replied icily, "I have stated that it was Wang Wu, the steward of the royal residence, who provided this to me. I shall certainly confront him for clarification upon my return. My apologies for the disturbance today, esteemed ladies." With that, she prepared to depart, feeling that as a princess, her standing should be considerably higher than that of the Duchess and these women. Yet, they looked down upon her, clearly dismissing her presence. Logically, the Duchess should extend her respect, yet in her presence, Yun Ruoyue found herself at a loss for words. However, the Duchess, aside from her title, was also the younger sister of the Empress, naturally placing her in a superior position. Perhaps she truly regarded Yun Ruoyue, the fallen princess, with disdain. "Hold on, Princess Li. Since you have arrived at the Duke's residence, you are now a guest here. It is unbecoming for the Duke's household to dismiss a guest. If you do not mind, why not stay for a cup of tea and enjoy the plum blossoms? The plums in my Duke's residence are currently in full bloom, and I dare say, nowhere else in the entire city of Xuancheng can boast blossoms as splendid as those here. The Lady of Wei interjected timely. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue halted her departure. She had no desire to leave in such a manner, knowing that doing so would invite mockery, suggesting she had been expelled from their presence, which would be too humiliating. This was a scheme set by Nangong Rou, and she simply could not leave without striking back. So, responding to the Lady of Wei, she said, "Very well. I shall impose upon you a little longer. Princess Li, please, take a seat here. The earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding. I hope you will not take it to heart. Rest assured, you are welcome to be a guest at the Duke's residence, and we shall be friends henceforth. Please do visit often." The Lady of Wei smiled warmly, though her eyes betrayed a chill. Her words were insincere, born from her inherently duplicitous nature, for she disliked offending others. She is the sister of the Queen, and the Prince and Princess Li are enemies of the Queen. How could she possibly cultivate a genuine friendship with her? She is merely putting on an act in front of everyone, pretending to retain her. Unexpectedly, the Princess Li, with such audacity, actually chose to stay. After nodding slightly, Yun Ruoyue resumed her previous position. At this moment, everyone began to scrutinize her closely. Rumors had it that the Princess Li was hideously ugly, a visage so unappealing that one would shy away from it. Yet here she stood, a stunning beauty. Could it be that the rumors were erroneous? Tales also claimed that the Princess Li had a tempestuous temperament, prone to fits of madness. Yet her demeanor was nothing short of regal, composed, and elegant. Far from resembling an unrefined, unattractive woman, she resembled a celestial being, radiant and extraordinary. Her grace and beauty eclipsing all present, leaving them in disbelief. Nangong Rou, seeing that the matter of the counterfeit invitation had been brushed aside, clenched her teeth in frustration. She would not easily let Yun Ruoyue off the hook. Suddenly, she directed her gaze towards Yun Ruoyue, feigning a soft voice. "Sister, where did you craft this counterfeit invitation? How impressive of you to devise such a scheme to infiltrate the Duke's residence." Though her voice was low, it was perfectly pitched for the surrounding ladies to hear. Upon hearing this, they immediately grew more suspicious of Yun Ruoyue. The whispers resumed, suggesting that the invitation was indeed forged by the Princess Li, and she had no shame in her attempts to gain entry to the Duke's residence. I agree. How dare she shift the blame onto the gatekeeper? What gatekeeper would dare to undertake such an act? The Duchess of the Duke, while magnanimous, could not dismiss her actions. Forging an invitation was a grave offense. It was hard to believe that someone could be so shameless. What could the Princess Li possibly seek? After all, she was a princess. Could it be that she wished to mooch off the Duke's household, seeking to befriend those who might benefit her? Who knows? However, such a person is not one I would dare to befriend. Her scheming is far too deep. She truly believes that the Duchess of the Duke wishes to keep her around, but in reality, the Duchess merely wanted to spare her some embarrassment without exposing her deceit. Hearing the scornful remarks, Yun Ruoyue coldly raised her gaze, directing a sharp look at Nangong Rou. "I have already stated that this invitation was not crafted by me. What do you mean by suggesting otherwise?" With an air of forthrightness, Yun Ruoyue raised her voice so all could hear. She was unafraid of embarrassment. She had no desire to maintain pretenses and cared little for others' opinions. Noticing Yun Ruoyue's raised voice, Nangong Rou's face flushed slightly. "That was not my intention. I previously overheard the servants mention that you were eager to befriend the noble women of the city, and when the Duchess of the Duke did not send you an invitation, I assumed you had created this one. This is not my doing. Surely, my dear sister knows who is responsible," Yun Ruoyue replied with a cold laugh. Her gaze fixed on Nangong Rou. Nangong Rou's countenance changed abruptly. "What do you mean by that, sister? I do not understand. What a remarkable coincidence. Today, my sister is coming to the Duke's residence, and I just happened to receive that fraudulent invitation. If one were unaware, they might think I possess an audacious demeanor, fabricating an invitation to attend the banquet. Why not, upon our return, interrogate that Wang Wu thoroughly, to ascertain whose orders he followed in deceiving me with a counterfeit invitation? Is it merely to embarrass me?" Yun Ruoyue unabashedly declared. As the saying goes, familial disgrace should not be aired in public. However, since Nangong Rou seeks to humiliate her, she intends to publicly expose the truth about Nangong Rou's deceit. The ladies present suddenly grasped the implication. Could it be that this counterfeit invitation was indeed a ploy by Nangong Rou to ensnare the princess of Li? Logically, a dignified princess, of a higher standing than those present, would have no need to resort to such forgery to attend a gathering. If she truly wished to come, she could merely inform the Lady of Wei. There would be no need for such underhanded tactics. The more they pondered, the more peculiar it seemed. Could it be that the princess of Li had genuinely been wronged? Seeing the doubt in the eyes of the assembly, Nangong Rou suddenly shed a few tears, shaking her head in a display of feigned innocence. Sister, I do not comprehend your intentions. I have only acted out of genuine concern for you. How can you say such things? At this juncture, a look of fear and shock flickered across her face. She cast a frightened glance at Yun Ruoyue, as though wary of a fierce tiger, and recoiled in a manner both pitiable and frail, as if she were the victim of Yun Ruoyue's bullying. Sister, I apologize. It is all my fault. I shall refrain from speaking carelessly henceforth. I will punish myself. Allow me to slap my own face 10 times. Will that suffice? With that, she truly began to strike her own cheek in front of the onlookers. Chapter 466. Self-inflicted punishment. This spectacle left the assembled guests utterly astonished. Good heavens! Nangong Rou, before everyone, was actually striking herself. This indicated just how formidable Yun Ruoyue must be to instill such fear in Nangong Rou. If she behaves this way in public, what must it be like within the Li Prince's residence? This Yun Ruoyue is certainly not a benign individual. The Princess Dowager looked at Nangong Rou's actions with confusion and quickly interjected, Rower, what are you doing? Stop this at once. With me present, she would not dare to harm you. Truly, Rower possesses an excessively timid disposition. This act is a disgrace to the royal household. Yes, elder sister, Nangong Rou promptly ceased, her eyes brimming with tears, retreating a couple of steps with an air of pitiful fragility. The others, observing this scene, cast daggers at Yun Ruoyue with their glances, as if they wished to devour her. Feng'er, seething with indignation, felt a strong urge to confront Nangong Rou, for her actions painted the princess as a venomous, treacherous figure, severely tarnishing her reputation. Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, regarding Nangong Rou with astonishment. Sister, what is the meaning of this? It is well known that the prince dotes on you, cherishing you as if you were precious, so why would I ever dare to bully you? Who are you attempting to deceive with this charade? The prince is not even present. Furthermore, it is common knowledge that he scarcely glances my way. Everyone acknowledges that I am merely the nominal princess, while you are the esteemed favorite of the household. As you observe the people outside, they are only aware of you, oblivious to my existence. With a prince backing you, who would dare to bully you? The way you present yourself might lead others to believe I am exceedingly cruel, a tyrant towards you. Yun Ruoyue's words prompted the rightful wives present to nod in agreement, for they were all too familiar with such anguish. Numerous concubines often employ the tactic of feigning weakness to win their husbands' affections, while the legitimate wives find themselves manipulated, losing their husbands' hearts in the process. Seeing that doubts still lingered among the crowd, Nangong Rou, realizing her strategy had failed to elicit sympathy, bit her lip and began to weep sorrowfully. Embodying the image of someone who had suffered immense injustice, yet dared not voice her grievances. Sister, I am sorry, it is all my fault, she sobbed, evoking pity from onlookers. However, before anyone could extend their sympathy, Yun Ruoyue spoke coolly, Sister, please cease your tears. Today is a splendid occasion, hosted by the Lady of Wei. Your weeping is rather unbecoming. The Lady of Wei, superstitious by nature, cast a cold glance at Nangong Rou, disapproving of her tears on such a fortuitous day. Madam Rou, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from crying. Those unaware might think we are bullying you. The Lady of Wei finally interjected, unable to tolerate the disruption. Despite being aware of Nangong Rou's connection to Chu Xuancheng, she could not endure her undermining the gathering. Indeed, her sobs were an ill omen, dampening the spirits of those present. A voice chimed in, echoing the sentiment. The Lady of Wei's expression darkened further. Nangong Rou, taken aback, quickly stifled her sobs and wiped her tears away with a handkerchief. She had anticipated that her act of feigned distress would garner sympathy and incite criticism towards Yun Ruoyue. To her surprise, Yun Ruoyue had effortlessly diffused the situation with just a few words. This tactic had worked for her in the past, during their youth. She had employed similar methods to tarnish Yun Ruoyue's reputation in their rivalry for the title of the most beautiful. Chapter 467. The Jealousy of the Princess Consort. In those times, she had succeeded, believing she would do so again. Yet, This time she faced failure. Previously, provoking Yun Ruoyue would elicit a fiery response. But now her demeanor was calm and unflappable, rendering Nangong Rou's efforts futile. What had transpired with Yun Ruoyue? She was no longer easily provoked. While some of the legitimate wives empathized with Yun Ruoyue's plight, naturally, there were also concubines who understood Nangong Rou's feelings. As they were all concubines, they shared similar experiences and could relate to her. At that moment, one concubine, noticing Nangong Rou's disadvantage, directed her ire toward Yun Ruoyue, asking pointedly, "Princess Consort Li, I heard that you once threatened to jump into a lake to prevent Prince Li from taking a concubine?" Yun Ruoyue responded, "Yes, and what of it?" The concubine continued, "Oh, Princess Consort Li, how could you act in such a manner? It is commonplace for men to have multiple wives and concubines. This has been the norm since ancient times. Which man does not take a concubine, especially one as dashing as Prince Li? Are you not afraid of being labeled as jealous for resorting to such threats?" Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She realized she had remained too naive. She initially believed that the woman was genuinely concerned about her incident of falling into the water, but to her astonishment, the woman's focus lay on the subject of taking concubines. It appeared that this woman, much like Nangong Rou, was also a concubine. Only those in similar circumstances could empathize with one another. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those nearby shifted dramatically. The revelation of the Princess Consort of Li's jealousy led to a wave of disdain from the crowd. It was a grave offense for a woman in her position to be labeled as jealous. Who would dare to marry into the residence of the Prince of Li under such a reputation? Furthermore, it was a natural right for men to take concubines. The Princess Consort's extreme measures were clearly unreasonable, painting her as a woman devoid of logic. Such a jealous woman was met with contempt, and no one wished to associate with her. Observing these thoughtless individuals swayed by the concubine's influence, Yun Ruoyue felt no urgency. She let out a sigh, musing that it wasn't her jealousy that drove her actions. Perhaps it was her deep affection for the prince that led her to make foolish decisions. In hindsight, all her efforts were in vain. No matter how much she did, he would not share a meal with her, nor utter a word, let alone glance her way. Each day, she resided alone in the attic, watching him shower affection upon other women, which weighed heavily on her heart. Being the legitimate wife was indeed a formidable task. One had to honor the elders, manage the household affairs, and graciously accept all concubines. Even if one were forged from steel, time would eventually wear down the spirit. Upon reaching this point, Yun Ruoyue quickly added, "I apologize, everyone. This is a private matter of the royal residence, and I shouldn't have brought it up. However, as a woman who lacks favor, I find myself devoid of even the right to feel jealous. With no other recourse, I leaped into the lake, wishing to end my life. Who could have known that I would fail, becoming the laughingstock of the entire city? Who could I share this feeling with?" Upon hearing her words, the legitimate wives all turned to Yun Ruoyue with sympathy, some even nodding in agreement. Among them, who was not in a similar predicament. They too had to honor their in-laws, raise their children, and manage the household, all while graciously accepting their husbands' concubines. Even if they harbored deep-seated resentment, they had to feign acceptance, enduring the continual addition of concubines to their households. Their jealousy surpassed that of Yun Ruoyue, yet they dared not express it as she had. In light of this, Yun Ruoyue emerged as a woman deserving of admiration. Her heartfelt revelations resonated with the audience, transforming their perception. They no longer regarded her as a jealous woman, but rather understood and sympathized with her plight. Meanwhile, they perceived Nangong Rou as cunning, feigning pity despite her privileged position. The true object of pity was, indeed, the Princess Consort of Li. Chapter 468. The Conspiracy of the Lady of Wei. At this moment, the legitimate wives united against Nangong Rou, beginning to express their disdain for her. Yun Ruoyue had no desire to portray herself as a victim in front of others. But her previous leap into the lake and her shameless forced marriage to Chu Xuancheng had already become a source of ridicule in the capital. Since everyone was aware of those events and continued to gossip about her behind her back, she found it more prudent to address the matter publicly, clarifying her position to prevent further misunderstandings and unwarranted scorn. Her candidness proved effective. At least the majority of the legitimate wives now stood in solidarity with her. "My dear Lady Li, your journey has been fraught with challenges. Indeed, none of us women have it easy. Since you have been granted a second chance at life, it is all the more imperative that you cherish it and live it fully. I have heard of your remarkable medical skills, and should I find myself in discomfort, I shall not hesitate to seek your assistance. Lady Wei interjected, adopting a sincere tone. Her knowledge of the lady's medical prowess was undoubtedly gleaned from the queen. She too was perplexed. How could the seemingly inept Lady Li suddenly possess such extraordinary medical expertise? Nevertheless, she understood that the lady before her was a physician, and it would be wise not to offend her, should the need arise in the future. Yun Ruoyue smiled gently. As long as I am able to assist, I shall do so without hesitation. Truly, Lady Li, your generosity is commendable. May I approach you for help should I find myself unwell? Inquired another lady eagerly. Of course, as long as I have the time and the necessary remedies, I will do my utmost to assist, Yun Ruoyue replied warmly. Oh, how wonderful! With such an accomplished lady physician, will our ailments finally have a remedy? The others exclaimed with excitement. They held physicians in the highest regard, particularly female ones. Unfortunately, in the state of Chu, female physicians were exceedingly rare, so much so that one could count them on their fingers. The prospect of securing a female physician's services was daunting, and most practitioners were only moderately skilled. The emergence of a highly skilled lady doctor was certainly a cause for celebration. Yet they were acutely aware that the esteemed Lady Li might not be inclined to treat ordinary women like themselves. In that moment, regret washed over them for their earlier treatment of Lady Li. They lamented their ignorance of her medical abilities. Had they known, they would not have dared to ridicule her. Upon hearing their remarks, an idea sparked in Yun Ruoyue's mind. She could establish a medical clinic, specifically for women, where she could impart her knowledge to female students. This would provide women with access to medical care, addressing the long-standing issue of health care for women in ancient times, a truly benevolent endeavor. At that juncture, Lady Wei stood and proclaimed, "All right, ladies, the hour grows late. Let us venture outside to enjoy the wine and the blooming plum blossoms. If we tarry any longer, the blossoms will begin to wilt. They have flourished splendidly in anticipation of your esteemed presence." Upon hearing the prospect of wine and blossoms, the ladies brightened. For the outer courtyard not only offered a view of the blossoms, but also of the male guests enjoying food and drink. Among these gentlemen were many handsome young men, and several of the ladies were eager to find suitable matches for their daughters, thus prompting their haste to observe the potential suitors. Indeed, this gathering served as a prime opportunity for such pursuits. Having spoken, Lady Wei personally assisted Princess Chong, who exchanged a knowing glance with Nangong Rou. With a beaming smile, she addressed the princess, "Your Highness, it is a rare occasion for you to visit the Duke's residence. Let us indulge in a splendid revelry today, vowing to drink until we are merry. What say you?" Chapter 469. The dandy Char Shu. Princess Chong cast a cold glance in her direction, her expression haughty. "I do not partake in alcohol when I am out." The atmosphere was rather stiff, leaving Lady Wei feeling quite embarrassed. Nangong Rou promptly stepped in to ease the tension, saying, "Elder sister, the lady means well. We need not indulge excessively. A modest sip to enliven the spirit will suffice." At the same time, she cast a discreet glance at the princess, who was keen on forging connections for Chu Xuancheng. Surely, wine would play a crucial role in that endeavor. Observing this, the princess endeavored to temper her typically aloof demeanor, mustering a smile that was more grimace than grin, and feigned cheerfulness. "Very well, I shall partake sparingly." Lady Wei quickly ushered her forward, saying, "This way, Your Highness." Once the princess had smiled, she coldly turned her face away, reverting to her usual haughty expression. Meanwhile, Lady Wei's lips curled into a sinister smile. She allowed the princess to bask in her arrogance for now, knowing that soon enough, her pride would be diminished. Seeing Lady Wei so obsequiously flattering the princess puzzled Yun Ruoyue. After all, Lady Wei was the queen's sister. Why would she seek to ingratiate herself with the princess? It struck her as rather peculiar. Though she had no intention of interfering with the princess, she recognized that the latter belonged to the Li Wangfu, and any mishap involving her could reflect poorly on the entire household. Thus, she feigned interest in admiring the plum blossoms from the rear of the gathering. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the princess. As the group exited the floral hall, traversed the corridor, and passed through the moon gate to the plum grove, they were captivated by the sight of the 10-mile stretch of plum trees. The courtyard was adorned with clusters of plum blossoms, their vibrant red petals contrasting beautifully with the pristine white snow. The blossoms were in full bloom, exuding a luscious crimson hue that was utterly enchanting, rendering the onlookers spellbound. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a fragrance that was both refreshing and invigorating. At that moment, A number of elegantly attired young gentlemen stood or sat near the plum grove. Upon noticing Lady Wei's arrival, they nodded and offered their salutations. Many of the young ladies flushed at the sight of the male guests. While some of the gentlemen maintained an air of calm, others exuded an aloof demeanor, and a few appeared quite playful. Among them was a young man clad in a green brocade robe, of average appearance, who approached Lady Wei with familiarity, calling out, "Mother." His gaze, however, flitted across the young ladies, revealing a rather frivolous nature. Ultimately, his eyes settled on the princess with a lewd intensity, seemingly rooted in place as if unable to tear himself away. The princess, however, remained oblivious to his attention, her expression cold as she gazed at the expanse of blooming plum trees. Yun Ruoyue overheard whispers among the crowd. "Isn't that Jiang Hong, Lady Wei's only son? What a surprise to see him here today. I thought he preferred the brothels over such gatherings. Perhaps he has taken a fancy to some maiden here and seeks to propose," another speculated. "Bah, my daughter would never entertain such a suitor. Why is it that Wei Guogong, a paragon of loyalty and bravery, has such a debauched son? Who knows? The Lady of Wei, a widow caring for her child, undoubtedly faces immense hardship. Without a father's guidance, the child is bound to go astray. If I were the Lady of Wei, having such a son, I would prefer to have a piece of char siu instead." Upon overhearing the discussions, Yun Ruoyue could not help but lower her voice in curiosity, inquiring about Jiang Hong and why he is so universally despised. Chapter 470. The prodigal son. A gossiping lady hurriedly leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Jiang Hong is notoriously known as a libertine in the city. He is the sole son of the Lady of Wei, who dotes on him excessively, nurturing a character marked by debauchery and irresponsibility. He neglects his studies, spending his days idling on the streets, teasing chickens, and strolling with birds, attracting attention frivolously. Not only has he developed a gambling addiction, but he also frequents the brothels, surrounding himself with a horde of entertainers. Rumor has it that he has cuckolded several reputable men in the city, stealing their wives. Who would dare to marry their daughter to such a man? Typically, he detests gatherings like this and rarely appears. It is indeed strange that he is present today." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the seemingly dignified Lady of Wei would raise such a son. The child is a reflection of parental failure. The transformation of this boy into a scoundrel cannot absolve her of responsibility as his mother. Despite Jiang Heng's debauchery, these ladies still cling to the Lady of Wei, eager to attend her gatherings. Clearly, they still yearn for her influence. Perhaps some would even consider marrying their daughters to Jiang Hong for financial gain. Casting another glance at Jiang Hong, she noticed his eyes, sharp and predatory, scanning the princess's figure, lingering suggestively upon her chest and back, his gaze lewd and impertinent. Observing the Lady of Wei's attentiveness towards the princess sent a jolt through Yun Ruoyue. Surely, the Lady of Wei does not harbor intentions towards the princess? At that moment, the Lady of Wei turned her gaze towards the assembly, extending her hand and declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, the food and drink are prepared and will be served shortly. Please take your seats." She then invited the princess to sit first, before finally seating herself with Jiang Hong. The others took their places according to their status, while Yun Ruoyue intentionally chose a seat further back to observe the movements of the princess and her companions. "Bring the wine," the Lady of Wei commanded, and a row of maidservants bearing fruits, pastries, and tea scurried into the courtyard. Beneath each table, silver charcoal glowed, ensuring warmth in the courtyard despite the chilly air. In no time, the maidservants presented exquisite dishes and fine wines. The Lady of Wei raised a cup and addressed everyone. "As the new year approaches, I am grateful for your presence in my home today. Let us celebrate in advance. I wish you all a prosperous new year. May you have smooth sailing, good fortune, and rise steadily in all your endeavors. I toast to you all. I shall drink first as a sign of respect. You may follow suit." With that, she tilted her head back and drained her cup, prompting the others to join in with their well wishes and toasts. The princess cast a disdainful glance at the wine cup before her, utterly disinclined to partake. Observing her reluctance, Nangong Rou hastily offered her a drink, saying, "Elder sister, do indulge in a cup. With so many eyes upon us, failing to honor the Lady of Wei would surely invite idle gossip." "Who dare speak ill of me?" retorted the princess with a sharp tone. Yet, after her outburst, she begrudgingly lifted the cup and took a sip. Upon finishing, her expression soured, as if she were unaccustomed to such potent wine. Much like the princess, Yun Ruoyue also harbored a distaste for strong alcoholic beverages. The wine from the Lady of Wei's household was excessively intoxicating, with a sharp and bitter taste that easily led to inebriation, rendering it quite unpalatable. Chapter 471. Challenging talents. Thus, she merely feigned enjoyment, discreetly pouring the contents of her cup onto the flowers and plants beside her. Fortunately, seated at the back, she attracted no attention. At that moment, the concubine who had previously remarked on Yun Ruoyue's jealousy stepped forward and addressed the Lady of Wei, saying, "I have heard that you are proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Might we be so fortunate today as to witness your talents?" Yun Ruoyue had already inquired about this concubine, who was a fourth-rank ceremonial maid named Lin Lang. She was a woman fond of gaiety, having captured her husband's heart, thus reigning over the ceremonial household. It was she who managed social engagements, embodying the archetype of a concubine ascending the ranks. And she was considered a role model among many others who took pride in her achievements. Yun Ruoyue also learned that Lin Lang had a good rapport with Nangong Rou, having observed a brief exchange between them earlier. Clearly, there existed a camaraderie among concubines, a mutual understanding and support for one another. The Lady of Wei relished praise, particularly enjoying the opportunity to showcase her talents before an audience. Each time she hosted a banquet, she reveled in the adulation akin to that of a star surrounded by admirers. Lin Lang's suggestion was perfectly aligned with her desires, and she feigned modesty, replying, "It hardly seems appropriate for me to perform alone. Anyone with talent here should feel free to share their gifts and join in the merriment." Lin Lang, with sycophantic flattery, chimed in, "Who among us would dare to compare with you, my lady? To be honest, our attendance at this banquet is solely to behold your artistry." "Very well then. I shall first play a piece on the guzheng to enliven the spirits," the Lady of Wei declared with a smile. Her reluctance was merely pretense, encouraged by Lin Lang. Her desire to perform surged forth. "Bring forth the guzheng," commanded the Lady of Wei. Immediately, attendants hastened to set up the instrument, their swift actions betraying prior preparation. Then, under the admiring gazes of the assembly, the Lady of Wei began to play. As the ethereal notes of the guzheng filled the air, the audience listened intently, sipping their drinks while becoming entranced by her performance. Even Yun Ruoyue, an outsider, could discern the Lady of Wei's exceptional skill and masterful technique. The piece concluded beautifully, eliciting a round of applause from the crowd. The Lady of Wei, in her modesty, offered a few humble words, only to be met with further compliments from her captivated audience. At this moment, Lin Lang and Nangong Rou exchanged a knowing glance, a subtle smirk gracing their lips. Her gaze swept toward Yun Ruoyue, the Princess of Li, and she inquired, "It is our first encounter at this gathering, and I presume your talents are quite remarkable. Would you be so kind as to entertain us with a performance?" The audience was taken aback, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Although they had never seen Yun Ruoyue in person, her reputation preceded her, infamous and widely known. Who could forget that she was perceived as a talentless, morally bankrupt individual, once considered unattractive but now transformed into a beauty? Yet, this transformation did not alter the fundamental truth of her perceived inadequacies. What talents could she possibly possess? Even if she had acquired medical skills, it did not imply she was adept in the arts. Lin Lang's inquiry was evidently designed to put her in a difficult position, to embarrass her publicly. Yun Ruoyue, who had been enjoying a delightful snack at the table, was startled when she was called upon, nearly choking in her surprise. She erupted into a fit of coughs, prompting Fenger to rush to her aid, gently patting her back. "Lin Lang," Nangong Rou interjected, feigning concern, "You frightened my sister. You know she lacks any artistic talent. Please do not make her uncomfortable." While her words ostensibly supported Yun Ruoyue, they were laced with sarcasm, insinuating her inadequacies. Is it possible that the esteemed Princess of Li possesses no talents whatsoever? How can she possibly hold such a title? I am well aware that Madame Rou excels in the arts, yet this princess seems to fall short. What a jest it would be if this news were to spread. Lin Lang smirked, her disdain palpable. Previously, Yun Ruoyue had targeted her regarding jealousy, elevating the status of the legitimate wife while diminishing that of the concubine. Thus, Lin Lang seized the opportunity to retaliate. She held Yun Ruoyue, an overlooked and uncherished princess, in contempt. Rumors circulated that the prince favored Nangong Rou, and it was only a matter of time before he dismissed this fallen princess. Once Yun Ruoyue was cast aside, her position would be beneath that of a mere concubine. Moreover, It would not be long before the current matron of the household passed away, allowing Linlang to ascend as the principal wife. She had no fear of Yun Ruoyue. Linlang, please do not speak so harshly, Nangong Rou replied, her eyes tenderly fixed on Yun Ruoyue. I know my sister possesses some talent. She can recite poetry. Let us not press her further. Upon hearing this, Linlang and several other women stifled their laughter behind their handkerchiefs. Reciting poetry? So, the princess's only talent is memorizing verses? I had anticipated something more impressive, they jeered. Who claimed that this princess is incapable of composing poetry? Suddenly, with an icy tone, Yun Ruoyue rose, brushing off her robes. Her gaze haughty as it swept across the assembly. Linlang, witnessing this, erupted into even more raucous laughter, incredulous as she exclaimed, Princess of Li, what did you just say? You claim you can compose poetry? Surely you jest. Her allies chimed in, laden with scorn. Her? A mere waste of space, and she believes she can create poetry? If she can indeed compose verses, I shall sever my own head to serve as a stool for everyone. Who could have anticipated that this Princess of Li, lacking in talent, would possess such audacity? Not only had she fabricated invitations, but she also boasted shamelessly. It was indeed a display of unrestrained arrogance. Some scholars in the crowd emitted disdainful hisses, utterly disbelieving that Yun Ruoyue, whom they deemed a simpleton, could compose poetry. They found her words too audacious, prompting their derision. Even these learned individuals, well versed in the classics, hesitated to claim poetic prowess, while this illiterate consort dared to make such bold declarations. It was truly laughable. Seeing her master mocked, Fenger hurriedly suggested to Yun Ruoyue, Your Highness, perhaps we should return home? What if you cannot compose a poem and end up embarrassed? She recalled having heard her mistress recite poetry while drinking, and it had been quite impressive. However, she had assumed it was merely recited from books. Given the presence of so many talented scholars today, if Yun Ruoyue were to recite a poem from memory, it would surely be discovered. At that point, she would be left with no way to redeem herself. Return home? I still wish to compose poetry. Once I finish, we can leave, Yun Ruoyue replied resolutely. Fenger, at a loss for words, felt a mix of exasperation and admiration for her mistress's courage. If Her Highness resorted to reciting poems from books and was caught, she would only be able to shield her from the ensuing ridicule. Amidst the cacophony of hisses, Yun Ruoyue declared coldly, Enough of this nonsense. If I claim I can compose poetry, I certainly can. Just name the theme, and I shall create a poem on the spot. Chapter 473. The exceptionally talented consort Yun Ruoyue had long researched the historical context of her era, aware that they were experiencing a cultural hiatus. Devoid of the works of literary giants like Li Bai, Du Fu, and Li Shangyin. Thus, she planned to recite the poems she had learned during her studies. Upon returning home, she intended to offer her gratitude to these masters by burning incense in their honor. When Linlang heard this, she scoffed, since the consort is so confident. Why not compose a poem on the theme of plum blossoms for us? With that, she crossed her arms and watched eagerly, anticipating her humiliation. The audience awaited Yun Ruoyue's failure, with some completely indifferent, engrossed in their drinks and snacks, dismissing her entirely. Yun Ruoyue surveyed the crowd, and then gazed at the distant plum blossoms, finally reciting, In the icy forest stands this form, not mingling with the peach and plum's perfumed storm. Suddenly, one night, a fragrance spreads, unfurling spring across the heavens threads. As her voice faded, an astonished silence enveloped the scene. No one had anticipated she would truly compose a poem in such a brief span. Nangong Rou and Linlang stood dumbfounded, while several young scholars at the back began to clap in appreciation. Bravo! What a splendid poem! They exclaimed. In the icy forest stands this form, not mingling with the peach and plum's perfumed storm. The poem's clever construction, using imagery to convey sentiment, clearly illustrated the consort's intent to express her distinction from the mundane. The plum blossom, able to bloom in harsh winter, symbolized purity and resilience, setting her apart from ordinary blossoms. The consort was indeed remarkable, effortlessly crafting a beautiful poem. The talented individuals are often those who take pride in their own nobility. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's poem, they found it immensely delightful and enjoyed likening themselves to elevated entities, setting themselves apart from the mundane world. The Princess of Li likely composed this poem to convey her noble sentiments and express her desire to remain untainted by worldly corruption. Suddenly, Linlang interjected, Is this truly composed by the Princess of Li? Or could it be that she merely copied it from a book? One scholar, named Xuancheng, responded, I have perused thousands of volumes of poetry and have yet to encounter such verses. If such fine poetry existed, I would surely remember it. Why must you cast doubt upon the Princess of Li? Indeed, it was apparent that the poem was of her own making, and others echoed. One should not underestimate the integrity of a gentleman by the narrow-mindedness of a petty individual. These scholars, being patrons of talent, naturally sought to defend Yun Ruoyue. Linlong's face flushed with embarrassment at their words, and with a hint of urgency in her gaze, she retorted, even if it were her work, what of it? Perhaps she had written it long ago and merely recited it now. If she truly possesses genuine talent, she ought to face the Lady of Wei in a challenge, composing a poem on the spot to prove her worth. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh. Wasn't that poem just a result of your prompt, Madame Linling? I composed it before you. Linling, caught off guard, turned crimson, her eyes darting. There are countless poems on the theme of plum blossoms. How can one ascertain whether it was pre-written or improvised? The Lady of Wei is exceptionally talented. I am confident that if she were to propose a topic, it would reveal your true capabilities. The assembled scholars regarded Yun Ruoyue with curiosity, pondering whether the Princess of Li truly possessed talent. The Lady of Wei, wishing to challenge Yun Ruoyue further, spoke, Princess of Li, I admire your talent greatly. Since everyone is so curious, why not allow me to propose a topic for you to try? Though her tone was diplomatic, it left Yun Ruoyue with no option to decline. To refuse would invite accusations of plagiarism, branding her devoid of true talent, resulting in harsher criticism. Reflecting on the myriad tang and song poems in her mind, Yun Ruoyue elegantly brushed her sleeves and calmly replied, Very well, madam, please present your topic. Her composure only deepened the crowd's intrigue. Could it be that the Princess of Li truly possessed remarkable skill? Then I shall propose a topic. Let us use numbers as our theme. Your poem must include the digits 1 through 10, encompassing all 10 numbers. What do you think of this challenge? The Lady of Wei smiled warmly, though her eyes were icy. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue briefly contemplated. The onlookers were in an uproar. Was the Lady of Wei genuinely attempting to ensnare the Princess of Li with such a formidable challenge? To require the inclusion of 10 numbers seemed insurmountable. As the silence enveloped Princess Li, it was evident that she had been cornered, and Lady Wei too was taken aback by the sudden complexity of the challenge posed. Even with a modicum of talent, how could Princess Li, not being a prodigy, possibly compose such a poem? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Lady Wei feigned concern, inquiring, Princess Li, do you find my question too difficult? Perhaps I should offer a simpler one? No need, Princess Li retorted with a cold smile. If you were to provide an easier question, it would only serve to mock my abilities. Lady Wei's expression faltered momentarily. Suddenly, Princess Li poured herself a cup of wine, tilted her head back to drink it down, and then, surveying the scenery around her, recited, One goes 2 or 3 miles, with smoke rising from 4 or 5 cottages, 6 or 7 pavilions, and 8 or 9 branches of flowers. Upon the conclusion of her verses, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, only to erupt into applause. A magnificent poem, they exclaimed. Princess, your composition is both simple and elegant, memorable and melodious. Though it appears straightforward, it encapsulates the essence of the mountain village. Such poetry is beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. Truly, you are a gifted poetess, having crafted this so swiftly. Feeling the warmth of their praises, Princess Li's cheeks flushed with an uncharacteristic hue. Master Xuancheng, I hope you don't mind my borrowing your poetic flair to impress, she jested. Acknowledging the pressure she had faced, she quickly bowed to the audience, modestly asserting, I merely composed this casually, without presumption. My knowledge is limited, and I have merely cast a stone to attract jade. You gentlemen are the true poets. We await your verses. Witnessing her remarkable talent, yet humble demeanor, the young scholars found their admiration for her deepening. At that moment, Linling, brimming with jealousy, sneered, Just one poem? I thought the princess had several up her sleeve. Provoked by Linlong's jibe, Princess Li's anger flared. She retorted, 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces, 1,000 pieces. 10,000 pieces, countless pieces, flying into the plum blossoms, never to be seen. With a piercing gaze directed at Linling, she continued, Madame Linling, I have now composed 3 poems. I have heard you are also a poetess of some repute. Why not share a few pieces of your own, perhaps inspired by numbers? Chapter 475. The princess is my idol. Linling was taken aback, She was no true poetess. In reality, she lacked any literary skill, and Princess Li's challenge was a deliberate ploy to undermine her. The young scholars, catching on to the jest, chimed in mockingly. Indeed, Madame Linlang. You have long questioned Princess Li's talent. Surely your own abilities must be quite impressive. Why not grace us with a few of your own poems? Under the pressure of their teasing, Linlong's face turned pale. Flustered, she stammered. I cannot read at all. How could I compose poetry? Please, do not put me in such a predicament. So, it was revealed that she was a complete illiterate, daring to challenge Princess Li, an affront to the princess's abilities. All this time, Linlang had sought to belittle Princess Li, but it turned out she was nothing but a pretender. Such arrogance from someone so devoid of talent. What a disgraceful display from a mere concubine, clearly neglected by her superior. Among the crowd were many with genuine talent and noble lineage. They were all invited by the esteemed eldest son of the president of Ingtian Academy, Xuancheng. Typically, those who host such gatherings would invite numerous talented scholars and beautiful ladies to elevate the event's prestige, enhancing its intellectual charm and enjoyment. These scholars, currently engaged in their studies and examinations, possessed hearts filled with righteousness and benevolence. Most of them were of noble character, favoring straightforward counsel, and were unyielding in their principles, never bowing to the whims of material gain. Their critiques, though devoid of vulgarity, were delivered with piercing intensity. Linlang, having crossed paths with such scholars, found herself in misfortune. Faced with their scornful remarks, she felt utterly humiliated and hastily returned to her seat, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to hide in. Initially, she had heeded Nangong Rou's advice to embarrass Yun Ruoyue, but ultimately, she had become the one ridiculed. Truly, a case of losing the hen while trying to steal the eggs. At that moment, Xuancheng gazed at Yun Ruoyue with admiration and inquired, Princess Li, was that last poem of yours a tribute to snow? 1, 2, 3, 4 flakes, 5, 6, 7, 8, harmonious, 9, 10 flakes, thousands, millions, countless flakes, all flying in. Unseen among the plum blossoms. This poem is truly exquisite. It not only encompasses the numbers from 1 to 10, but also the concepts of thousands and millions, harmoniously complementing the plum blossoms, evoking the image of drifting white snow. Your talent is remarkable. I am in awe. The other scholars also looked at Yun Ruoyue with admiration, utterly captivated by her brilliance, no longer doubting her intellectual prowess. Yun Ruoyue smiled politely at Xuancheng, replying, I merely composed it casually. Young master, your ability to grasp the essence of the poem is commendable as well. Alas, compared to Princess Li, we are but inconspicuous grains in the vast sea. You are truly exceptional, with profound knowledge and talent, your poetry extraordinarily striking, deserving of our utmost respect. Xuancheng stood, placing his hand on his chest, bowing deeply to Yun Ruoyue in a gesture of admiration. The others echoed, a mere woman possesses such remarkable talent, surpassing that of men. It is indeed impressive. Who dares say women are inferior to men? From this day forth, I shall have an idol, and that is the talented Princess Li. Did you know? Princess Li is not only a gifted scholar, but also a divine physician, one remarked. My mother told me she not only healed a vice commander's severed hand, but also cured the current Empress Dowager's tuberculosis. Her medical skills are extraordinary. What? She is also a divine physician? How did this come to be? Please, enlighten us. Very well, I shall elaborate. These matters are quite secretive, known to very few. Thus, what was intended to be an occasion for Yun Ruoyue's embarrassment transformed into a gathering where she was revered. Particularly among the scholars, each became a devoted admirer of hers. Feeling the weight of their adoration, Yun Ruoyue's face burned crimson. Forgive me, titans of the poetry realm. I have unwittingly borrowed your brilliance to elevate my own. At that moment, she noticed Jiang Heng, who had been fixated on the princess, now gazing at her with an unmistakably lascivious glint in his eyes. His frivolous gaze swept over her, making her feel quite uncomfortable. She cast him a cold glare, turning her face away and using the food and wine on the table as a shield to prevent that debauched young man from looking at her any further. Wasn't Jiang Heng's target the princess? How did it shift to her? Yet, the more she concealed herself, the more lascivious his gaze became. Seizing the opportunity to reach for the wine, he rose, his eyes firmly locked onto her. Yun Ruoyue shot a disdainful glance at the man. suspecting that her earlier display of poetic talent had drawn this scion's attention. Feng'er, I no longer wish to remain here. Accompany me to the lavatory. Yun Ruoyue said to Feng'er, rising to leave. Yes, Your Highness. Feng'er quickly followed behind her. Once they exited the courtyard, they headed towards the lakeside. Feng'er, noticing their direction, paused. Your Highness, did you not say you were going to the lavatory? That was a pretense. Did you not notice that the sole son of the Wei family was staring at me just now? His gaze was rather frivolous and exceedingly distasteful, Yun Ruoyue replied, her annoyance evident. Indeed, I noticed. He was initially fixated on the princess, but once he saw you reciting poetry, he shifted his attention. Your Highness, could it be that this libertine has taken a liking to you? Feng'er remarked, her anger rising. How dare he presume? Even if I were not married, I would never deign to look at a man of his ilk. I refuse to return to the banquet. Let us stroll by the lake and enjoy the scenery before heading back to the estate, Yun Ruoyue declared, adamant in her decision to avoid further unwanted attention from that rake. Very well, when we return to the estate, I shall ensure that Wang Wu pays for his audacity in attempting to embarrass you with that false notice, Feng'er vowed, her frustration palpable. Suddenly, Feng'er doubled over in discomfort, clutching her abdomen. Your Highness, something is amiss. I feel a sharp pain and must visit the lavatory. Then go quickly. I shall wait for you here, Yun Ruoyue instructed. Do not wander off. Stay right here, Feng'er cautioned as she hurried away. Fear not. I am not a child. Do you truly think I would stray? Yun Ruoyue chuckled, shaking her head. As Feng'er attended to her needs, Yun Ruoyue stood by the lake, taking in the picturesque winter scenery surrounding the duke's residence. The estate was not only vast, but boasted exquisite views, a testament to the Duchess's appreciation for the finer things in life. Though somewhat indolent, she lacked the inclination to design the courtyards. Suddenly, a hand reached out and caressed Yun Ruoyue's face, startling her. Who dares? She exclaimed, turning swiftly. Her heart raced, and her face was one of shock as she turned to confront a smirking figure. Princess Li, what brings you here alone? Are you hiding from me? Who are you? We are not acquainted. What possessed you to touch my face? Do you realize that you have offended the royal family, a capital offense? Yun Ruoyue glared at Jiang Heng, feigning ignorance of his identity, her voice laced with fury. In Jiang Heng's eyes glimmered a lustful light as he jested. Just now, I gave you so many hints. Do you dare claim you do not recognize me? You are a distinguished guest of my mother. How could you not know me? He was not daunted by Yun Ruoyue's words. His audacity had always been considerable. In the capital city of Xuancheng, there was no one he feared. Seeing Jiang Heng's brazen demeanor, Yun Ruoyue shot him a cold glare. You followed me here. What exactly are your intentions? Jiang Heng smirked. The Princess of Li just made quite an impression. Your talents and beauty have certainly caught my attention. I have come to seek your company. So cease your pretense of innocence. As he spoke, he leaned in closer to Yun Ruoyue, inhaling her scent with a twisted expression of pleasure that bordered on repulsive. You pervert. Keep your distance. Yun Ruoyue quickly retreated a couple of steps, clenching her fists and glaring at Jiang Heng through gritted teeth. Princess of Li, to be noticed by me is a privilege. You, a fallen princess with little favor, are likely of no interest to the Prince of Li. Why not accompany me instead? I can offer you indulgences and knightly affection, just for you. What do you say? Jiang Heng concluded with a malevolent grin. Yun Ruoyue spat at him. You wish. Do you think you are worthy? Get away from me, or I shall not be polite. Huh? You, with your slender arms and legs, dare to threaten me? Here, in this secluded place, I could easily seize you and take what I desire. What would you do then? Jiang Heng's eyes burned with a predatory gleam. He relished such brazen acts of coercion, finding a perverse thrill in them. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue's face paled with terror. She glanced around, realizing there were neither servants nor guests in sight. It seemed this was all part of Jiang Heng's sinister scheme. She could only hope that Feng'er would return soon. Given Jiang Heng's calculated demeanor, she prayed he had not laid hands on Feng'er. Otherwise, who would come to her rescue? Before anyone arrived, she needed to keep Jiang Heng occupied. With a steely voice, she declared, How dare you, Jiang Heng? I am the Princess of Li. If you treat me this way, do you not fear the Prince of Li's wrath? As she spoke, she reached into her small bag, hoping to retrieve the electric baton from her medical kit. Jiang Heng let out a sinister laugh. The Prince of Li? How could he possibly avenge you when he despises you? He would relish your demise. If he were to learn that you had succumbed to me, he might very well kill you in a fit of rage. I advise you to submit to me willingly. Otherwise, you shall suffer. He chuckled darkly, his laughter echoing ominously. Yun Ruoyue's chest heaved with fury, flames of indignation igniting within her. She glared at Jiang Hong, thinking, even if he loathed me, he would never allow anyone to harm his princess. If you wish to live, you had best leave at once. Haha, did I hear you correctly? Jiang Heng's laughter boomed. You dare to threaten me? The crown prince has harmed you today. What can you do about it? No. What the crown prince has done is not merely harm, but an affront. Chapter 478. Kill him with that. He lunged forward, grasping the fabric of Yun Ruoyue's attire with a swift motion, accompanied by a gust of wind, revealing his prowess as a martial artist. Realizing this, Yun Ruoyue quickly retreated while retrieving the electric baton from her pouch, hastily activating it and aiming a fierce strike at Jiang Heng's chest. However, the baton seemed to malfunction, emitting only a faint crackling sound without incapacitating Jiang Hong. What was happening? Could it be out of power? Panic gripped Yun Ruoyue as she retreated further. If it were indeed powerless, her situation would be dire, and her actions had undoubtedly provoked Jiang Hong, inviting even harsher retaliation. Seeing Yun Ruoyue brandishing an unexpected implement, Jiang Heng's anger flared. You dare to ambush me, the crown prince? How audacious! You have chosen to disrespect me, and now you shall face the consequences. With that, his eyes gleaming with malice, he seized Yun Ruoyue, his left hand tightly gripping her waist, and leaned in to forcefully kiss her. In this critical moment, Yun Ruoyue instinctively pressed the electric baton once more, fiercely thrusting it against Jiang Heng's face. The crackling sound of electricity surged forth, causing Jiang Hong to tremble violently, swaying like a tree in the wind. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Ruoyue raised her leg and delivered a powerful kick to his lower body, resulting in a resounding thud as Jiang Hong collapsed heavily to the ground. Princess Li, what is this device? It hurts. I'm in agony. My whole body feels like it's cramping. Help, someone help. Jiang Hong writhed on the ground, shuddering in distress. Yun Ruoyue glanced at the baton in her hand, noticing that its light had extinguished once more. Indeed, it appeared to be out of power. Fortunately, it had managed to gather just enough charge to bring Jiang Hong down. She considered herself fortunate. Yet, despite its fleeting surge of energy, the power was feeble. Otherwise, he would have been rendered unconscious. She quickly stowed the baton away in her medical space, planning to recharge it when the opportunity arose, for her spirit would surely enter the space to replenish its energy. My lady, what has happened? What transpired? At that moment, Feng'er rushed over after finishing her business. This brute attempted to insult me, but I brought him down. Come, let us teach him a lesson and see if he dares to disrespect virtuous women again. Upon finishing her words, Yun Ruoyue rolled up her sleeves, ready to strike Jiang Hong. Feng'er, infuriated by the princess's words, seized a nearby broom and swung it with force towards Jiang Heng's face. The blow elicited a pained howl from Jiang Hong, his face contorted in agony. This rogue dared to lay hands on Princess Li. Had he lost all sense of reason? My lady, we shall beat him to a pulp, avenging your honor. With each word, Feng'er grew more enraged, and in a fit of fury, she leaped onto Jiang Heng's abdomen, stomping down with ferocity, eliciting cries from him that echoed like a slaughtered pig. Princess Li, cease your actions at once. How dare you assault the heir of the duke's residence? Do you not fear that I might bring your demise? Jiang Hong glared at Yun Ruoyue with anguish and fury. In response, Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh, placing her foot upon Jiang Heng's face, leaving an indelible imprint of her shoe. You wish to insult me, do you? Do you believe I am easily trifled with? If you dare lay a hand on me, I shall ensure both you and your mother meet your end. Chapter 479. The missing princess. With that, she and Feng'er swung their fists with the force of hammers, striking Jiang Hong mercilessly. You audacious fools. Stop at once. It hurts. It truly hurts. Jiang Hong grimaced in agony, his face contorted, marred by the blows he had received. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Yun Ruoyue quickly seized Feng'er's hand. Someone is coming. We must flee. If we escape, they will never know we were the assailants. I shall simply deny it. Do not run. Someone, come quickly. Princess Li has assaulted me. Jiang Hong shouted in a fit of rage upon realizing Yun Ruoyue's intent to escape. Ignoring him, she turned back, delivering a fierce kick to his face before dragging Feng'er swiftly into the grove of plum trees. Once hidden among the trees, they retraced their steps towards the banquet. By the time Jiang Heng's guards arrived, Yun Ruoyue and Feng'er had vanished without a trace. The guards rushed to Jiang Hong, who lay writhing on the ground. My lord, what has happened to you? Jiang Heng initially considered calling for the capture of Yun Ruoyue, but quickly reconsidered. If this incident escalated and reached the ears of the Princess Li, it could spell trouble for him. Furthermore, with so many guests present, should Yun Ruoyue reveal his indiscretions, he would find himself in a precarious position. He had pressing matters to attend to and could not afford any missteps. Gritting his teeth, he replied, I am fine. Just help me up and fetch some ice to soothe my face. At that moment, he dismissed the arrogance of his title. The guards, witnessing the grave injuries on his face, which appeared as though he had been thoroughly beaten, noticed the distinct imprint of a floral shoe on his cheek, his hair disheveled, and his demeanor utterly disarrayed. They quickly deduced that the heir had once again pursued a lady at the banquet, only to be met with retribution. While they expressed concern verbally, inwardly they thought, serves him right. Before long, Yun Ruoyue and Feng returned to the banquet. The Lady of Wei had hired a troupe of dancers, who were performing gracefully in the center of the hall, while the guests reveled in joyous conversation and copious drinking. However, Yun Ruoyue suddenly realized that the Grand Princess and Nangong Rou were nowhere to be found. The main seat was now occupied solely by the Lady of Wei, who was entertaining the guests. A sense of unease washed over her. She quickly inquired of a nearby lady, where have the Grand Princess and Consort Rou gone? The lady replied with a smile, it is said that the Grand Princess has become inebriated, and Consort Rou has taken her to a private chamber to rest. In disbelief, Yun Ruoyue paused. Can the Grand Princess truly become intoxicated after just a few cups? With Nangong Rou present, I cannot shake the feeling that something ominous is afoot. She feigned discomfort, clutching her abdomen. Feng, my stomach is acting up again. Accompany me to the restroom. With a subtle glance toward Feng, she hastily departed from the banquet. The lady observed Yun Ruoyue with a concerned expression. Your Highness, are you experiencing a bout of diarrhea? Do you require a physician? No need. I am a physician myself. Thank you for your concern, Yun Ruoyue replied, still holding her stomach, and hurriedly rushed away. The lady at the main table squinted her eyes in displeasure at this scene. Honestly, Yun Ruoyue hardly embodies the grace of a princess. Her running is rather unbecoming and lacks elegance. If Yun Ruoyue were aware of the lady's disparaging thoughts, she would retort, you are the one lacking elegance. Your entire family lacks it. Who can maintain grace when rushing to the restroom? She found that hard to believe. Chapter 480. So easily intoxicated. Meanwhile, a young maid named Hu led Nangong Rou and the Grand Princess toward a row of guest rooms in the Duke's residence. The Grand Princess, feeling unwell, leaned heavily against Nangong Rou, her body limp as if melted. Rower, do we have any hangover remedy? Please have them prepare some. I feel dreadful. She pondered how she could become so inebriated after just a few drinks. She recalled her tolerance for alcohol being rather good. Why was she in such a state today? Nangong Rou quickly steadied the Grand Princess. Elder sister, do not worry. I will help you to a guest room to rest. And the hangover remedy will be here shortly. What has come over me today? Why does the wine affect me so easily? I should have brought Aunt May along. She knows how to cure a hangover. The Grand Princess lamented, slightly intoxicated. Perhaps the alcohol is particularly potent. Elder sister, with the new year approaching, Aunt May had to stay at the palace to prepare for the festivities. Have no fear, I will take care of you. Nangong Rou reassured her. Thankfully, she had found an excuse to keep Aunt May at the palace and prevent her from accompanying them. Given Aunt May's character, even her greed would not allow her to let the Grand Princess come to harm, as any trouble would endanger her own life. However, upon learning that it was Nangong Rou taking the Grand Princess out for the banquet, Aunt May trusted her completely and did not follow them. All right, but I feel like I might be sick, yet nothing comes up. My head is spinning. I feel terrible. The Grand Princess expressed her discomfort. Just then, Suayu pointed towards a nearby guest room. Madame Rou, we have arrived. Please assist the princess inside to rest. I will prepare the hangover remedy. Go ahead, Nangong Rou replied. And with Danner, they helped the Grand Princess inside. The guest room was neatly arranged. Once inside, Nangong Rou helped the Grand Princess to the bed. Elder sister, rest here for a moment. I will check on the hangover remedy. Don't go. I want you to stay with me, the Grand Princess implored. Looking at Nangong Rou with reliance. I fear the servants may not do their tasks properly. It is better if I fetch the remedy myself. Danner will keep you company here. Do not worry, I will return swiftly. With that, she released the Grand Princess's hand, her face pale, and quickly exited the room. After she stepped outside, a twinge of regret washed over her. The princess had shown her such kindness and trust, yet she had betrayed her. However, She was bound to Su Changxiao, compelled to obey her commands, for failing to do so would cost her life. Apologies, dear princess, but she had acted out of necessity. Once Nangong Rou departed, the princess felt exceedingly intoxicated and closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Danner, noticing her pretense, realized that the medicine the Lady of Wei had placed in the princess's cup was indeed effective. Moments later, she suddenly spoke. Princess, why has the lady not yet arrived? Should I venture out to check? Please wait here. I shall return promptly. Yes, the sooner you go, the sooner you return, the princess replied, squinting uncomfortably. Too weary to concern herself with Danner. Her head throbbed painfully, her mind clouded and uneasy. After Danner ominously stepped outside, she swiftly closed the door behind her. At that moment, Nangong Rou had already rejoined Xiu, who had guided her earlier. She cast a sinister glance at Xiu, signaling that the lady was now in her chamber, and it was time for them to take charge. Rest assured, we shall ensure that the princess's reputation is utterly ruined, plunging her into an abyss of despair. Suiyu replied with a wicked smile. Chapter 481. A scheme in motion. Nangong Rou was startled by her gaze. The members of the duke's household were no insignificant players, and they were indeed ruthless. After completing her exchange with Xiu, she hurried to find Danner, and together they rushed towards the kitchen, intent on preparing a hangover remedy. To avoid raising the princess's suspicions, they needed to remain hidden, far from any tumult. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue and Feng'er were making their way to the guest chambers in the back courtyard of the duke's residence. Your Highness, with so many chambers in the duke's backyard, how are we to find the princess? Feng'er inquired, glancing at the rows of rooms before them. I do not know. We shall search each one until we find the princess and Nangong Rou, Yun Ruoyue replied, her heart pounding. The foolish princess had likely been duped, counting her own money after being sold out. The Lady of Wei was aligned with the Empress, and the factions of the Empress and Chu Xuancheng had always been at odds. It was evident that the Lady of Wei had no good intentions in inviting her to this banquet. She had been easily swayed by Nangong Rou's words. As expected, a few cups of wine had rendered her utterly intoxicated, and the manner of her inebriation was rather peculiar. On another front, Xiu found Jiang Heng by the lakeside, being supported by guards. At that moment, Jiang Heng was being tended to with ice against his swollen face, his hair disheveled and his appearance disheartened, which startled Xiu. Young master, what has happened to you? Nothing, just a little fall. How goes your mission? Jiang Heng recalled his mother's warning and quickly inquired of Xiu. She exchanged glances with the guards, while Jiang Heng glared fiercely at them, commanding, "Be gone. I have matters to discuss with Miss Xiu." Yes, young master, the guards replied, hastily retreating. Once they had left, Jiang Heng leaned in, a sly look in his eyes, and asked, Xiu, tell me, has my mother successfully intoxicated the princess? In a state of inebriation, Xiu gazed at the young master with a perplexed expression. Are you truly certain that you can accomplish this in such a condition? The young master appeared not as if he had merely fallen, but rather as if he had been assaulted. Why should I not succeed? I have merely stumbled and accidentally bruised my face. My health is perfectly fine. Rest assured, I shall ensure that the exquisite princess is utterly enchanted. Jiang Heng proclaimed with pride. This assignment was one he had whimsically requested from his mother. The previous day, while visiting her, he had eavesdropped on a conversation between her and Xiu. His mother had mentioned that they needed to collaborate with Nangong Rou to intoxicate the princess, and then find a debauched young man to deflower her. By doing so, the princess would be disgraced, thereby weakening the Li Wang's power. Upon hearing this, he had barged in and protested that seeking out a debauched youth would only benefit those men. Having encountered the princess before, he knew her beauty was unparalleled, and her talents in music, chess, literature, and painting were exceptional. He pleaded with his mother to allow him this opportunity. Initially, his mother declined, fearing that it might provoke trouble for the duke's household, and that he could face repercussions from Li Wang once the deed was done. He countered that once the princess was his, he could simply propose to Li Wang, bringing her into the duke's household as his consort. This would allow his mother to maintain control over the princess, and he would also possess a beautiful companion. It was the best of both worlds, far preferable to allowing the princess to marry someone else beyond their control. Ultimately, his mother relented and permitted him to proceed with his plan. Thus, they conspired that his mother would send someone to drug the princess's wine in advance, and once Nangong Rou assisted the princess to the private chamber, he would claim her. However, a certain Cheng Yaojin unexpectedly intervened. At the banquet, He had been captivated not only by Li Wangfei's stunning beauty, but also her remarkable intellect, igniting in him an infatuation. Despite his affection for Li Wangfei, he did not abandon his intention to deflower the princess. He had found Li Wangfei ethereal, her complexion fair and her demeanor elegant, which compelled him to pursue her, leading him to follow her after leaving the banquet. In this realm, few dared to covet Li Wangfei. His audacity stemmed from the belief that she would not dare to inform Li Wang of his advances, emboldening him to brazenly pursue her. Previously, he had engaged with the wives of officials, who remained silent out of fear of tarnishing their reputations. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded in his pursuits and had ended up with a battered visage, resembling a bruised pig. Now, with Li Wangfei unattainable, he turned his attention to the princess, for she too was renowned for her beauty, and he wished to savor the experience of being with her. Thus, despite the pain from his injuries, he stood upright before Xiu, determined to avoid her seeking out another. Xiu cast a dubious glance at Jiang Hong. Young master, could it be that you once again sought to take liberties with a virtuous woman and were met with retribution? In your current state, I truly hesitate to allow you to proceed. Shall we consult the lady first? If it turns out that you are unable, she might arrange for another debauched youth. Are you foolish? May I inquire with my mother now? Is it too late? As the princess's intoxication gradually wore off, there was hardly any time to spare. Rest assured, I am quite capable in matters of intimacy, Jiang Hong declared with eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, Xiu found his reasoning sound. Time was of the essence, and to avoid the uncertainties that night might bring, it was indeed prudent to act swiftly. Very well then, follow me at once, she instructed. Without hesitation, Jiang Hong playfully caressed Xiu's figure, eliciting a coy glare from her. Be careful, my dear adversary. We must not attract unwanted attention, lest it tarnish my reputation. Soon enough, the pair arrived at the door of the chamber. Xiu guided Jiang Hong to the entrance, urging him, quickly, enter and take action before the night grows long and dreams linger. Understood. Please summon my mother and the others. I intend to make this princess's experience unforgettable. Jiang Hong replied. With that, he swiftly pushed open the door and slipped inside, securing it behind him to prevent any interruptions that might jeopardize his plans. Upon entering, he beheld the enchanting figure of the beauty clad in red, resting serenely upon the bed. Captivated by the princess's exquisite features, he rubbed his hands together in excitement and grinned wickedly. Princess, your complexion is flushed. Are you, perchance, feeling the stirrings of spring? Do not be alarmed, for this air shall fulfill your request. The princess, who was initially at rest, was suddenly startled by the sound of Jiang Hong's voice. She widened her eyes in terror, gazing at Jiang Hong with a look of sheer fright. Who are you? What are you doing here? Where are Rower and Danner? What are Rower and Danner? This prince is entirely unfamiliar with them. Princess, it seems you are quite inebriated. Would you like me to assist you in sobering up? As Jiang Hong spoke, he lunged towards the princess, beginning to remove her garments. Chapter 483. A Beauty Rescues a Beauty. The princess, taken aback, quickly sat up, her heart racing. In a sudden surge of strength, she pushed herself backward toward the edge of the bed, exclaiming in disbelief, You are the son of the Lady of Wei? Should you dare to defy authority and insult me, I shall not let you escape unscathed. At the banquet just now, she seemed to have encountered this young lord before. He regarded her with a gaze that was both frivolous and unsettling, causing her discomfort, prompting her to turn her face away and disregard him. Now, with his visage marred, she momentarily failed to recognize him. Once she did, a wave of revulsion washed over her, making her feel as though she could retch. Jiang Hong then offered a cold smirk, proclaiming, Princess, you are already but a possession of mine. Why do you continue to feign such lofty ideals? You are but a fallen princess. Do you truly regard yourself as someone of great worth? The emperor harbors such disdain for you that even if I were to end your life today, he would utter not a single word against me. In fact, he might even take delight in my assistance in ridding him of this thorn in his side. You shameless wretch, you beast, begone at once. The princess, filled with rage, bellowed fiercely, her entire body trembling as she cried out, Come here, come here. Rower, Danner, where have you gone? Upon hearing the crown princess audaciously raise her voice, Jiang Hong was instantly alarmed. He hastily extended his hand, covering her mouth, and with a sharp slap, struck her face, exclaiming in fury, Wretched girl, do you still dare to call for help? This place is the domain of this young master. no matter how loudly you scream. No one will come. Allow me to impart a lesson to you." With that, he suddenly tore at the long princess's garments with great force, exposing her delicate, fair shoulders. Upon witnessing this, the long princess glared at him in a mix of sorrow and fury. Gritting her teeth, she fiercely sank her teeth into Xuancheng's palm, inflicting a sharp pain that made him howl. In retaliation, he struck her hard across the face, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, how dare you bite me? Are you seeking death?" As he released her from the pain, the long princess quickly retreated. At that moment, her lips were stained red with his blood, a testament to the ferocity of her bite. Xuancheng's hand bore a vivid crimson mark. Had he not withdrawn in time, flesh would have been torn away. After receiving 2 slaps from him, the long princess stared at him in terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. With a heart full of dread, she implored Xuancheng, "Please, have mercy and let me go. I shall reward you handsomely." Xuancheng let out a derisive laugh. "What could you possibly offer me? Do you think I have not seen the world? You are but a nominal princess, devoid of real power, merely a facade. Enough of your prattle. I have yet to experience a princess. Come, let me indulge myself." With that, he forcefully pulled the long princess towards him, pressing her down as he continued to tear at her clothing, his lips descending upon hers with a voracious kiss. As that grotesque mouth approached, the long princess yearned to bite her tongue in despair, resisting him with all her might, trembling in fear and apprehension. Just as Xuancheng was about to kiss her, the window nearby was suddenly thrust open, and a figure clad in pale moonlight, brandishing a brick and aided by another woman, leaped through the window. "Beast, you dare to insult a princess? Seek your death," Yun Ruoyue exclaimed as she jumped down, delivering a fierce blow to Xuancheng's skull with the brick. In an instant, he fell backward, collapsing onto the ground. A glance at his head revealed a wound, blood seeping from the impact. Fenger hurriedly entered through the window, her face etched with concern. "Your Highness, will you not have killed this young master?" She worried. "What will we say to Madame Wei if she discovers this? He is her most cherished son. Let him die, for he deserves it," Yun Ruoyue replied, checking Xuancheng's breath before adding, "Do not fret. Good people do not live long, while the wicked survive for ages. This vile creature will not perish just yet. There is nothing to worry about." "That is a relief," Fenger said, patting her chest in relief. She turned her attention to the long princess, asking, "Are you unharmed, Your Highness?" Yun Ruoyue looked at the long princess and found her still engulfed in fear, seated at the edge of the bed, her clothes in disarray, hair unkempt, and her garments torn. She trembled, clearly still in shock. She approached and waved in front of her. "Princess, are you frightened? Fear not, for the villain has been vanquished, and you are safe now." Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue and Fenger, the princess gradually regained her composure, disbelief etched on her face as she questioned, "How did you arrive here? What on earth is happening? This is no place to linger. We shall explain everything later. For now, we must escape," Yun Ruoyue declared, swiftly removing her outer garment and draping it over the princess. With Fenger supporting her, they unlatched the door and stepped outside. The princess remained in a state of shock and confusion, her steps unsteady. Were it not for Yun Ruoyue and Fenger's assistance, she would have been unable to move at all. Before long, they led the princess to another chamber to rest. Once inside, Yun Ruoyue instructed Fenger quickly, "Help the princess refresh her makeup. We have a formidable challenge ahead." Gradually, the princess began to regain her composure, her inebriation subsiding somewhat. With a puzzled expression, she turned to Yun Ruoyue. "Tell me, what is truly happening? I am uncertain, princess. Do you not comprehend?" Yun Ruoyue replied, "I do not. All I know is that I became intoxicated, and Rower helped me to this chamber to rest. Then she went to check on the sobriety soup, and finally, Dana went to find Rower. Suddenly, that wretched creature burst in, intending to take advantage of me," the princess said, her voice filled with indignation. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. It appeared the princess had placed too much trust in Nangong Rou, uncertain of any evidence linking her to this incident. Yun Ruoyue refrained from directly confronting Nangong Rou to avoid inciting the princess's ire. Instead, she chose to subtly suggest, hoping the princess would grasp the implications. "Given that concubine Rou and Danner were aware of your intoxication, how could they allow you to remain alone in the chamber?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "What do you imply?" Rower was concerned that the servants might be negligent. She went to supervise them in the kitchen. As for Danner, she had not seen Rower for a long time and went to urge her. Are you suggesting you suspect them? The princess's expression darkened at the mere thought of Yun Ruoyue questioning her trusted companion. Yun Ruoyue hesitated. Had she known the princess would react in such a manner, she would have refrained from extending her help. If not for the shared predicament, she would never have undertaken such a thankless task. Chapter 485. This is a trap. Her voice turned icy. Did you think I wished to save you? If you are so determined to defend them, then let it be as if I never spoke. Feng'er, let us depart. With that, Yun Ruoyue turned to leave. Wait. The princess quickly called after her, her tone softening considerably. How did you come to be here? What is truly going on? Will you not enlighten me? Feng'er, wishing to avoid discord between her mistress and the princess, promptly responded, earlier, I and the princess did not see you at the banquet. Inquiring with others revealed that you had become intoxicated and were assisted to the chamber by Lady Rou. The princess found it strange, as you usually handle your liquor well. How could you be so inebriated after just a few cups? Concerned for your well-being, we set out to find you. Yet, we searched for a long time without success. At last, we heard cries emanating from the doorway of that private chamber. The maid and the lady rushed over, eager to push the door open, only to discover it was firmly secured. In a state of desperation, we sought for a window. Fortunately, the lady discovered a window that was not tightly shut. She opened it, and the maid assisted her in climbing through, leading to the scene the princess later witnessed. The eldest princess was taken aback, realizing the truth. Had it not been for Yun Ruoyue and her companions arriving in time, her virtue would have been lost. Noticing the eldest princess still appeared bewildered, Yun Ruoyue remarked, I suspect this is a conspiracy aimed at you. Even this banquet was orchestrated to ensnare you. It is a trap designed to tarnish the princess's purity, allowing our enemies to strike a blow against Prince Li, depriving him of your support. A trap? This banquet was conceived to entrap me? The eldest princess felt a chill run down her spine, her disbelief palpable as she gazed at Jiang Curson. Jiang Curson nodded. Otherwise, why would the Lady of Wei host a banquet just before the new year? At this time, every household is preoccupied. Who has the time for such frivolities? She likely planned this gathering while you were outside the palace. Otherwise, once you returned, there would be no opportunity. The Lady of Wei had never been particularly familiar with her. Why would she show such ardor? Was it merely because of the princess's status? Furthermore, you consumed a few cups of wine and became intoxicated so rapidly? 3 cups. Normally, I could drink 10 without feeling inebriated, the eldest princess replied. After speaking, she began to tremble, her eyes reflecting a fierce coldness. If it were indeed the Lady of Wei attempting to harm her, she would not let her escape unscathed. Surely, something had been added to the wine. However, the cup was likely destroyed by now. If this is a performance, do you believe there will be a scene of capturing the adulterer? Yun Ruoyue inquired. The eldest princess looked horrified. What should we do? Stay here for now. I will summon Feng'er to keep you company. I will venture out to assess the situation, Yun Ruoyue instructed. Upon finishing her words, she quietly slipped outside. Once outside, she surveyed the layout of the courtyard. They were situated a considerable distance from the room where Jiang Heng was. So she stealthily approached that chamber to observe Jiang Heng's movements, hoping to determine whether he had awakened. To reach Jiang Heng, she had to navigate through a grove of bamboo. As she neared the bamboo grove, she suddenly spotted Nangong Rou and Danner stealthily approaching along a narrow path. She quickly concealed herself, keen to discern their intentions. Chapter 486. You are truly remarkable. Danner, did you see Jiang Heng enter just now? Nangong Rou inquired, gazing towards the chamber. Danner quickly nodded. I witnessed it myself. After seeing him enter, I hurried to find the lady. Upon hearing Danner's words, Yun Ruoyue sighed in relief, grateful that Danner had not noticed their window escapade. However, they too had approached with great caution, meticulously surveying the surroundings before proceeding to rescue the individual in peril. This is promising. As soon as Jiang Heng enters, matters will unfold swiftly. Soon, the lady from Wei will bring her entourage to catch them in the act. And then we shall witness a grand spectacle. Nangong Rou chuckled sinisterly. Observing her treacherous demeanor, Yun Ruoyue regretted not summoning the crown princess. Had the crown princess heard these words, she would undoubtedly have seen through Nangong Rou's schemes. Alas, she had miscalculated. At that moment, she noticed a pale blue figure approaching from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Lang's little maid. She quickly concealed herself, eager to see what Lin Lang wanted with Nangong Rou. In no time, Lin Lang discovered Nangong Rou and her maid in the path. Breathing heavily, she exclaimed, Rower, I've been searching for you everywhere. What are you doing here? Startled by Lin Long's sudden arrival, Nangong Rou trembled initially before feigning composure, replying, I came to use the restroom. What do you need from me? Lin Lang glanced around, leaned in closer to Nangong Rou, and with a conspiratorial glint in her eyes, said, The princess of Li from your household has gone missing. She claimed she was going to the restroom, yet I have not seen her return. What do you think she is up to? I have no idea. What could she possibly be doing? Nangong Rou responded, feigning ignorance. I also do not know. She seemed to have an upset stomach. Perhaps she is still battling it out in the restroom. She deserves it, Lin Lang remarked. Suddenly, she cast a knowing glance at Nangong Rou and continued, Rower, did you not ask me before how I managed to outmaneuver the First Lady and win the Master's affections? I shall tell you. I devised a plan that tarnished the First Lady's reputation, causing her to lose all favor. Moreover, her subsequent ill temper has led her to a grave ailment. She shall not survive much longer. Soon, the entire household will be under my dominion. Is that true? You are truly remarkable. What method did you employ? Pray, share it with me. Nangong Rou feigned innocence. In truth, she was equally capable of ruthlessness as Lin Lang. Lin Lang, brimming with pride, recounted, I bribed a ruffian to slip a drug into the First Lady's meal, compelling her into a compromising situation. I then brought the master to catch them in the act. They were found in disarray, utterly exposed. Tell me, can a man still love a woman who has betrayed him? The First Lady, already past her prime and lacking affection, would have been overlooked by the master had it not been for her children. Now, with her infidelity, he is even less inclined to regard her. For the sake of his reputation, the master suppressed the incident, punishing only the ruffian, leaving the First Lady unscathed. However, she has since lost all favor. In her fury, she has fallen gravely ill and is nearing death. The master has promised me that upon her demise, I shall be elevated to the position of his legitimate wife. Seeing Lin Long's triumphant demeanor, Nangong Rou couldn't help but admire the woman's tenacity. Yet, they were both concubines, sharing a common stance. She found herself not disliking Lin Lang. Rather, she felt a kinship with her and remarked, You are truly impressive. You did not come to me solely to discuss this matter, did you? Cleverly. I observed that the Princess of Li, after reciting a few lines of poetry, wore an expression of arrogance and self-satisfaction, which I found intolerable as she bullies you. Why don't we devise a scheme to bring about her downfall at the Duke's residence, causing a great uproar? In such a scenario, she would either meet her demise at the hands of the Prince of Li or be cast into the depths of despair. At that moment, the prince's estate would undoubtedly become your domain, Lin Lang sneered. Nangong Rou had harbored similar thoughts, but was not prepared to act on them just yet. Firstly, the prince had begun to harbor suspicions about her, and secondly, her immediate target was the eldest princess. As for Yun Ruoyue, she could be dealt with later. One step at a time would prevent any chaos. Hence, she replied, Lin Lang, I appreciate your goodwill, but how could I ever entertain such notions? She is my sister. Despite her mistreatment of me, we are still family. Are you not filled with contempt for her? As long as she resides in the prince's estate, you shall remain in the shadows. I tell you, among the male guests, I am acquainted with several debauched scions. At a moment like this, sending just one of them to confront her could spell her end. Today presents a splendid opportunity. If you do not seize it, you may find yourself regretting it. Lin Lang urged. Nangong Rou shook her head in terror. Lin Lang, how can you speak such words? How can you harbor such thoughts? I treat the princess as my own sister. I would never harm her. Furthermore, those debauched youths would never dare to act. Do they not fear the wrath of the Prince of Li? She sought to test if anyone truly had the audacity to plot against the Princess of Li. Lin Lang let out a cold laugh. Rower, we are of the same kind. Do not pretend to be a naive little rabbit. Deep down, you harbor even greater animosity towards the Princess of Li than I do. I bear her no grudge. There is no need for me to hate her. You both vie for the affections of the same man, and she stands as an obstacle to your ascent to the position of princess. Seize this opportunity, arrange for a ruffian to confront her, and we shall devise a way to incapacitate her and place her in a chamber without revealing her true identity to the ruffians, merely stating that she is a maid. If they believe her to be just a maid, they would not hesitate to act against her. Thus, we could reap the benefits while you ascend to become the Princess of Li. Do remember your good sister, Lin Lang proposed. Nangong Rou's gaze hardened with cold resolve. It became evident that Lin Lang did not genuinely wish to see Yun Ruoyue harmed, for her status commanded a certain respect and fear among the populace. However, portraying her as a mere maid would facilitate their plans. While the ruffians would not dare to target a princess, they might be emboldened to act against a simple maid. Yet, now was not the opportune time for action. She replied, "Linlang, our bond is strong. I have never forgotten you. When the day comes that you become the lady of ceremonies, do not forget me. Of course, we sisters shall support one another in our endeavors against our foes. By the way, do you plan to act today?" Linlang inquired with a scheming glint in her eyes. "Not at present. Today is not suitable. When the time is ripe. Should I require your assistance, I shall seek you out," Nangong Rou answered. "Very well, rest assured, should you need anything, just call upon me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. Soon, the ladies of the Wei family will arrive to enjoy the snow scenery. Let us make haste to avoid being seen," Linlang suggested. Upon hearing that the lady of Wei was approaching with her entourage, Nangong Rou could hardly spare a glance at Jiang Hong. She hastily took Danner and dashed towards the kitchen. As they ran, she called out to Linlang, "I must take my leave. The princess requires a hangover remedy, and I must prepare it personally." Chapter 488, Awakening. According to her original plan, she was in the kitchen concocting the hangover soup for the princess, completely oblivious to the events transpiring in the adjoining room. Seeing Nangong Rou and Danner hasten away, Linlang felt a twinge of confusion. How could they be in the kitchen brewing soup and suddenly find themselves here? And where was the princess? As she pondered these questions, she quickened her pace, intending to return to the Lady of Wei's group and join them in admiring the plum blossoms. Just as she had taken a few steps, a figure clad in moonlight blue suddenly lunged at her from behind, brandishing a stick aimed squarely at the back of her neck. Linlang gasped in alarm, her body going limp as she collapsed to the ground. Yun Ruoyue, witnessing Linlang rendered unconscious, coldly dusted off her hands and scolded, "Deserved." She had never anticipated that Linlang would harbor a grudge against her simply for a few words exchanged at the banquet. This Linlang had the audacity to conspire with Nangong Rou to tarnish her reputation and even jeopardize the position of the lady of the ceremony. Such a nefarious woman could not be allowed to go unpunished. Yun Ruoyue had always believed in the principle of treating others with respect. But if someone sought to ruin her, she would retaliate tenfold. Just when she had been struggling to find an appropriate companion for Jiang Hong, Linlang had conveniently presented herself, and this act could be deemed as a service to the people. After incapacitating Linlang, Yun Ruoyue quickly returned to the princess's chamber, forcefully pushing open the door and calling out to Fenger, "Fenger, step out for a moment. I have matters to discuss." She was unable to move Linlang alone, and time was of the essence, so she summoned Fenger. "What is it, Your Highness?" Fenger inquired. "Just a trivial matter. The princess will remain here while we attend to our business," Yun Ruoyue replied. The princess, having tidied herself, noticed that her attire had been slightly torn. Yet with her hair strategically placed, it was not immediately apparent. Sensing Yun Ruoyue's chill, she offered her outer garment, saying, "Here, wear this." Although she was unaware of Yun Ruoyue's intentions, she sensed that the gesture was for her benefit and did not feel threatened. Seeing the princess cover the torn fabric with her hair, Yun Ruoyue accepted the garment and donned it. Once dressed, she strode purposefully towards the exit. "Your Highness, is there anything I can assist you with?" Fenger whispered as she followed her outside. Yun Ruoyue recounted the conversation she had overheard between Linlang and Nangong Rou, along with the details of incapacitating Linlang. "This Linlang seeks to ruin my virtue. Thus, I shall return the favor in kind. Fenger, let us quickly transport her to Jiang Heng's chamber. A spectacle awaits us. By now, the Lady of Wei and her entourage must be on their way." Fenger, upon hearing that Linlang intended to harm the princess, was instantly incensed, nodding vigorously. "This vile woman, how dare she plot against you, Your Highness? We must not let her escape unscathed. She deserves to be utterly disgraced." Yun Ruoyue also nodded in agreement. As the two hastened to the bamboo grove, they found Linlang still lying there. Yun Ruoyue approached first, lifting Linlang's upper body while Fenger took hold of her legs, and together they carried her towards Jiang Heng's chamber. Fortunately, Linlang was quite slender, making their task effortless. Soon, they deposited Linlang into Jiang Heng's room. As they laid her down, Yun Ruoyue swiftly stripped away their outer garments, disheveling the bedding of the golden-threaded bed, and aggressively tore open Linlang's collar, leaving her with merely a bodice that bared large swathes of her snow-white skin, presenting an enticing sight. Chapter 489. Suspicions of Jiang Heng. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng, clad only in a pair of shorts, was bare-chested. After executing her plan, Yun Ruoyue carried the discarded garments outside and concealed them among the firewood before hastily departing with Fenger. They soon returned to the chamber, where Yun Ruoyue called for the Grand Princess, addressing her. "Your Highness, would you care to witness a splendid performance?" Although the Grand Princess harbored disdain for Yun Ruoyue, she could not bring herself to resent her today, given that Yun Ruoyue had saved her life. "Indeed, I would like to see who seeks to harm me," she replied. "Then do follow us," said Yun Ruoyue, leading Fenger and the Grand Princess to the door of Xuancheng's chamber. Yun Ruoyue then concealed the Grand Princess and Fenger behind the rear of the chamber, puncturing several holes in the paper window to ensure they could all observe the happenings within. They surrounded themselves with ample firewood, providing adequate cover so that they remained undetected while gaining a clear view of the unfolding events inside. At that moment, both occupants of the chamber stirred awake. Jiang Heng and Lin Lang awoke almost simultaneously, both groggily reaching for their heads. Jiang Heng squinted, surveying his surroundings, only to be startled by the realization that a woman lay beneath him. Shocked, he quickly turned his gaze towards her and was taken aback to find that the woman was not the Grand Princess, but rather Lin Lang, the concubine from the banquet. "What are you doing here? Where is the Grand Princess?" he exclaimed, his surprise palpable. Lin Lang, equally startled, gaped at him in terror, hastily crossing her arms over her chest. "Wasn't I in the bamboo grove? How did I end up here? Where is this place, and how did you get here? I have no idea how you got here. Were you the one who struck me with a brick?" Jiang Heng's eyes were filled with fury as he regarded Lin Lang. She quickly shook her head. "It wasn't me. I didn't hit you. I was knocked unconscious by someone else, and when I awoke, I found myself here. Do not attempt to deceive me. Were you not coveting this prince, which led you to strike me down, feigning victimhood merely to end up in my bed?" Jiang Heng's reasoning was peculiar, as he had concocted such a far-fetched explanation. No matter how splendid, Lin Lang is still a woman of delicate sensibilities. Upon hearing those words, she trembled with rage. Her face flushed with indignation. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am beginning to suspect you knocked me unconscious and brought me here to take advantage of me. You scoundrel. Your reputation is tarnished, and you have a penchant for such nefarious deeds. How dare you harm me? Are you not afraid I shall report you to the authorities?" "Report me?" Jiang Heng replied, his tone shifting as he realized the implications of his words. Did he not just admit to abducting Lin Lang? He quickly shook his head, insisting, "That is not what this noble son meant. I am also a victim in this situation. I was unconscious the entire time and did not lay a finger on you. Do not cast unfounded accusations upon me." "Accuse you? As a woman, how could I possibly accuse a man like you?" "Jiang Heng, do not attempt to wriggle out of this. You are the one who abducted me. What am I to do now? How shall I face my family?" At that moment, Lin Lang felt as though the very earth beneath her was crumbling. If this matter were to leak out, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. No, she could not afford to linger here with him. Chapter 490, a theatrical performance. She needed to leave immediately and warn him never to mention this again, as if it had never transpired. Thus, she glared at Jiang Heng with resentment, declaring, "Let today's events be forgotten. From now on, you shall not know me, nor I you. If you dare to speak of this incident, I assure you, I will not let it rest." Lin Lang was indeed fearful of Jiang Heng, and her voice lacked conviction. How could she threaten him? The Duke's household wielded immense power, far beyond her reach. Yet, she could not swallow her indignation over being taken and violated while unconscious, so she uttered a few fierce words before departing. Afterward, she turned to find her clothing, desperate to leave. However, after searching for a while, she found no trace of her garments. Panic set in as she stared at Jiang Heng. "Where are my clothes? What have you done with them?" Clad only in a bodice and a thin pair of underpants that fell short at her knees, how could she possibly face the world? Jiang Heng glanced around, equally perplexed. "Where are my clothes? They are missing as well." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside, numerous and chaotic, sending both into a state of alarm. "Who is coming? Quickly, we must find a place to hide," Lin Lang exclaimed, frantically searching the room. Hiding under the bed was not an option. It was too high for anyone to overlook. The room was sparsely furnished, offering little in the way of concealment. Suddenly, she spotted a wardrobe in the corner and dashed toward it, urging Jiang Heng, "Come quickly. We can hide in here." Jiang Heng had no desire to hide, for this scheme was orchestrated by him and his mother. According to the original plan, all he needed to do was assert that the crown princess had seduced him and express his willingness to marry her, and he would emerge unscathed. But now, the crown princess had been replaced by Lin Lang. In a moment of panic, he hurriedly ran over to hide in the wardrobe at Linlong's call. This cunning Linlang, if discovered, would certainly accuse him of knocking her unconscious and taking liberties with her. As a concubine of the ceremonial office, if anyone believed he had coerced Linlang, his mother would undoubtedly blame him, and the lord of the ceremonial office would also trouble him. Thus, he complied with Linlong's suggestion to hide in the wardrobe, hoping that when his mother entered, she would not see anyone and quickly leave with her entourage. At that moment, he thought that if his mother or the servants came to inspect the wardrobe, he could signal them discreetly, trusting that no one would dare to open the door, allowing him and Linlang to escape. Meanwhile, in the room behind, Yun Ruoyue and her companions could not help but stifle their laughter at the sight of Jiang Heng and Linlong's predicament, finding their appearance quite comical. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and to their alarm, the door was suddenly kicked open. Yun Ruoyue saw Madame Wei of the state striding in, accompanied by a throng of ladies attending the banquet, her demeanor fierce. One of her maidservants, Mu Qing, was leading the way with an eager expression. Mu Qing, did you truly see a man and a woman engaging in an affair within my residence? Madame Wei demanded as she entered. Mu Qing quickly nodded. Yes, my lady. I just saw two figures sneaking in. I hurried to report to you, and in such a short time, they should still be inside. Chapter 491. What is the meaning of this? How outrageous. To think someone dares to engage in such disgraceful conduct within my household. I will ensure they are unmasked, and I shall not let them go unpunished, Madame Wei declared furiously. Mu Qing glanced anxiously at the bed, only to find it in disarray, devoid of any person. She was momentarily stunned. Where have they gone? I clearly saw them come in. One of the ladies nearby remarked. Could it be they heard the commotion and fled through the window? No, look over there. What is that? Another lady exclaimed, pointing towards the wardrobe. Everyone turned to see a pink pant leg caught in the wardrobe door, slightly protruding. The wide fabric, adorned with an embroidered design of mandarin ducks playing in water, unmistakably belonged to a woman. A collective gasp echoed among the ladies, confirming that indeed, someone was hiding inside the wardrobe, frightened. My lady, who do you think is hiding in there? One lady inquired with a mischievous glint in her eye, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. How should I know? We must open it to find out, Madame Wei replied coldly. At this, both Jiang Heng and Linlang trembled in fear, particularly Linlang, whose entire body shook uncontrollably. She tugged at her pant leg, realizing that a portion of it was caught outside. It dawned on her that her pant leg had betrayed them. She had never anticipated they would be discovered so easily. She had thought they could hide a bit longer. Her heart raced to her throat. What to do? It was over for her. It was truly over. Jiang Heng grasped Linlong's hand firmly and whispered, Do not be anxious. When they arrive, I shall signal them with my gaze. I trust they will not dare to open the wardrobe. The wardrobe bore intricate cutouts, allowing anyone who approached to glimpse the concealed individual within. Once his household servants recognized him, they would undoubtedly refrain from making a scene. However, it was perplexing how the esteemed princess had been replaced by Linlang. Upon hearing this, Linlang felt a slight sense of relief. She fervently hoped that the duke's household would not dare to open the wardrobe upon seeing Jiang Heng. Otherwise, she would be trapped with no escape. Should her presence be discovered, she would reveal Jiang Heng's misdeeds, positioning herself as a victim, coerced into the situation. She never anticipated that after causing so much trouble for others without consequence, she would find herself ensnared today. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Madame Wei turned to see Nangong Rou and Danner entering with palpable urgency, Danner carrying a bowl of soup. As soon as Nangong Rou stepped inside, she asked with a look of confusion, Madam, what are you doing here? How did you come to be in this place? Madame Wei coldly replied, What business is it of yours? I came to prepare a hangover soup for the princess. Where is she? Nangong Rou inquired, concern etched on her face. Madame Wei cast a cold glance at the wardrobe and made a gesture that suggested she should look for herself. Is there someone inside? Could the princess be concealed within? Nangong Rou asked, perplexed. Nearby, a lady burst into laughter, saying, Madame Rou, you just assisted the princess to the guest room for rest. Which room did you take her to? This one, indeed. A little maid brought us here and then left. After I settled the princess inside to rest, Danner and I went to fetch the hangover soup, only to find no one in the kitchen. We had to prepare it ourselves. I have only just finished. Nangong Rou explained. Chapter 492. Capture and drown in a pig's cage. Which little maid led you here? Madame Wei asked with newfound seriousness. At that moment, a A round-faced maid standing next to Mu Qing piped up, "Madam, it was I who brought them here." Madame Wei glanced at Suyu and feigned inquiry. "Are you certain you guided the princess to this room for rest?" "I am certain. It is indeed this room," Suyu affirmed, her eyes cautiously darting towards the wardrobe. The implication that the princess might be inside rendered Madame Wei and the others hesitant to open the wardrobe. The gravity of the situation loomed large. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the crowd suddenly grasped the implications and began to murmur in alarm. Heavens, could the princess truly be inside the wardrobe? Is she engaging in an illicit affair with a rogue? It must be so. I cannot believe the princess would stoop to such depths. It is utterly disgraceful. A princess of the realm reduced to this level of depravity. Who, I wonder, is the man hidden within? Are you unaware? This princess has remained in the palace for so many years, and at 25, she remains unmarried. She must have long been yearning for love. Now that I have finally seized the opportunity to step outside, I must indulge in my desires, lest I be summoned back to the palace, deprived of even a glimpse of a man. Such is the nature of a woman. When loneliness consumes her, she is capable of anything. Hearing the discussions around her, the princess behind the firewood shed trembled with fury, wishing to rush out and slap each of them. It dawned on her that if Yun Ruoyue had not rescued her just now, remaining inside would have led to dire consequences. She would have become the target of scorn, her reputation utterly shattered, forced to live in disgrace. Her entire life would have been ruined. At that moment, Nangong Rou stepped forward, a look of grievance upon her face. Addressing the crowd, "Do not speak ill of the princess. She could never commit such an act. Surely, she has been wronged." Wronged? If she were truly wronged, why does she not come out? Why hide inside? Someone retorted, "I believe she is secretly meeting with a man, too ashamed to face us, hiding away like a coward." It is truly disgraceful. Yes, a woman who behaves in such a manner deserves to be punished severely. Upon hearing her name associated with the princess, Lin Lang felt even more compelled to remain hidden. If the Lady of Wei were to defend the princess's honor and call everyone outside, perhaps she might escape this predicament. Nangong Rou felt a surge of urgency. Her eyes glistened with tears. "Please do not speak so harshly of the princess. Even if she has committed such an act, it was likely out of necessity. She must have her own struggles or has been coerced. If she were coerced, why does she not emerge? Instead of hiding in the cupboard, she should come out honestly. Everyone has already seen her attire. What is there to hide?" Someone else chimed in. "Let us not pressure the princess any further. Lady, could you, for the sake of the Li Wangfu, please ask everyone to step outside? Otherwise, if this matter spreads, it would be unfavorable." Nangong Rou gazed gently at the Lady of Wei. Upon hearing Nangong Ruo's words, the princess was moved and remarked, "Ruoer is indeed kind to me." Yun Ruoyue replied coolly, "If she truly cared for your well-being, she would first ascertain whether you are indeed in that cupboard before making such statements." Her words, though seemingly for your benefit, effectively reveal that the one in the wardrobe is you, thus admitting to your affair with a man. Chapter 493. The appearance of the princess. The princess was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head in disbelief. "You speak nonsense. Ruoer is not that kind of person. She would never betray me." Since the princess refused to believe her, Yun Ruoyue saw no reason to continue the argument. She exchanged a glance with Fomer, signaling that it was time to prepare for their exit. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, the crowd continued to speculate about the wardrobe, eager to unveil the truth. The Lady of Wei, tasked by the Empress, understood the importance of completing this mission. Halfway through, she could not allow the moment to conclude without revealing the princess's disheveled state. She spoke, regardless of whether she is the eldest princess. "This is the residence of our noble house. Who dares to commit such a disgraceful act here, tarnishing our family's reputation? I shall not let this matter rest. Bring forth the wardrobe and drag out the person concealed within." "Madam, please pause. Do you not consider the implications of exposing the eldest princess publicly? What will become of our Li royal house? I implore you, for the sake of our house, to show some leniency towards her," Nangong Rou interjected. Aware of the eldest princess's presence in the wardrobe, to avoid raising suspicion, she chose to speak in her defense. Lady Wei replied, "Rou, it is not that I lack regard for the Li royal house, but the eldest princess has indeed engaged in actions contrary to morality. This matter has become known to all, and it directly impacts the reputation of our noble house. As the sole mistress, with only one son, such a scandal affects my honor, and I must reveal her to provide an explanation. Otherwise, malicious rumors will abound." and people will wonder what sort of place our noble house has become. I cannot bear such a burden. Seeing the situation escalate, Nangong Rou could only weep. Very well, do as you wish. Bring forth the wardrobe and drag out the person within. I shall see how much longer she can hide, Lady Wei commanded with fervor. Just as the servants prepared to approach the wardrobe, footsteps echoed from outside, and Yun Ruoyue, clad in a white robe adorned with magnolia flowers, entered hastily. Hold on. Who claims that the eldest princess is inside? One may indulge in reckless consumption, but words must not be spoken carelessly. If there is malicious slander, one must bear the consequences. Upon Yun Ruoyue's entrance, everyone was taken aback. Princess of Li, what do you mean by this? It was my maid who brought the eldest princess here to rest. If the one hidden within is not her, who else could it be? Lady Wei retorted coldly. This is your residence, and I cannot speak to that. Yet I can guarantee that the person inside is certainly not the eldest princess. This matter concerns the reputation of the Li royal house, so I urge you to choose your words wisely. Yun Ruoyue replied icily, raising her chin defiantly, her presence matching that of Lady Wei. Lady Wei regarded her with a frigid stare. How can you be so certain that the person inside is not the eldest princess? Surely, you do not claim this merely to protect the reputation of the Li royal house? What if we were to wager? If the person inside is indeed the eldest princess, I shall apologize to the noble house and to you. Conversely, if she is not, you must apologize to my noble house and to the eldest princess. Yun Ruoyue responded coolly, I accept your challenge. Lady Wei narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her. Why was the princess of Li so confident? Could it be that the eldest princess truly was not inside? It seemed implausible. She shook her head internally. This was her noble house, and everything was orchestrated by her people. There could be no mistake. The Li princess was surely hiding something. But Lady Wei was certain that the eldest princess was indeed within. Furthermore, her son was likely the one who had dragged the eldest princess into the wardrobe, and their furtive concealment only confirmed their illicit affair, rather than any coercion on her son's part. Very well, I wager with you, my lady. Come, open the wardrobe, declared the Lady of Wei. No need, I am present here, replied the princess. At that moment, outside the door, Danner supported a regal figure clad in crimson. The princess herself, who entered with an air of majesty, her countenance exuding nobility. The crowd was taken aback by this sudden proclamation. As they turned around, they beheld the princess in her resplendent red attire, assisted by Danner, her expression one of dignity and authority. Lady Wei, on what grounds do you presume that the person within is I? Do you possess the gift of foresight, or perhaps a penetrating gaze that reveals the truth of all? The princess articulated coldly. She had discerned the machinations of the Lady of Wei and was no longer inclined to engage in forced pleasantries. Her desire was to exact retribution. The Lady of Wei was taken aback by the princess's unexpected arrival. She stood there, her finger pointing in disbelief. How are you here? Were you not inside? Nangong Rou was equally astonished, her eyes wide with incredulity. If the occupant of the wardrobe was not the princess, then who could it be? Is it that the individual within is not I, and you are all disappointed? The princess retorted icily. No, how could that be? If the person inside is not the princess, I am rather pleased. It is preferable that she is not present, the Lady of Wei responded. Her smile strained yet filled with suspicion. Was it not Suiju and Muqing who had sworn that they had witnessed Hung entering the princess's chamber? How had the situation devolved into this? Elder sister, is it truly you? If you are unharmed, that is splendid, Nangong Rou exclaimed, rushing toward the princess, tears streaming as she inspected her. Elder sister, did anyone dare to mistreat you? Not at all. I have been perfectly well. Who would dare to harm me? The princess replied, her voice steady. Even if she had indeed endured mistreatment at the hands of Jiang Hong, she could not confess such a thing. Otherwise, the rumors would spiral out of control, perhaps suggesting she had been compromised. Just a moment ago, you were clearly in this room. How is it that you are now outside? Nangong Rou queried, her expression one of confusion. I merely reclined for a short spell, feeling somewhat sobered. Noticing your absence, I ventured out to seek you. To my surprise, I encountered Ruoyue outside, and we took a moment to admire the snowy scenery. Little did I expect to return to such a dramatic spectacle. It is indeed quite the performance, the princess replied, her gaze laced with sarcasm as she fixed her icy stare upon the Lady of Wei, as if she wished to reduce her to mere fragments. The Lady of Wei, feeling the weight of the princess's scrutiny, averted her gaze, recognizing the precarious nature of her own design and unable to counter the princess's words. could only manage an awkward chuckle. Xuancheng, perplexed, pondered the improbability of the situation. It was she who had personally escorted Jiang Heng into the chamber. She had seen the princess lying there just moments before. How could she have vanished so swiftly? Chapter 495. It is indeed Lady Lin Lang at this juncture. Yun Ruoyue turned her attention to the Lady of Wei, stating solemnly, "Madam, according to the wager we previously established, do you not owe an apology to the princess and to the Li Wangfu?" The lady from the Wei kingdom turned pale, her heart ablaze with indignation. Yet, she was compelled to say, "Indeed, I have misunderstood. I sincerely apologize to the crown princess and the Li Wangfu. If the one engaging in the affair is not the crown princess, then she has unjustly borne the brunt of accusations. I implore everyone to discern the truth and refrain from spreading falsehoods. Otherwise, we risk tarnishing the reputation of the Li Wangfu, which shall not be taken lightly." Yun Ruoyue remarked, with the Wei lady herself apologizing, and all having witnessed that the crown princess is not implicated, none would dare to speak recklessly. To do so would invite legal repercussions. The common folk do not contend with the authorities, and since the crown princess is indeed innocent, they would certainly remain silent. Thus, all nodded in agreement, assuring the princess that she is blameless, and no one would dare to speak out of turn. Who would challenge the Li Wangfu? The crown princess arrogantly declared, "Had I not arrived in time, I would have been sullied with slander. Now, I am quite eager to discover who resides within that wardrobe. I kindly request the lady to reveal her, so that I may clear my name of any unjust accusations." The Wei lady, her face stoic and teeth clenched, approached the wardrobe with a frigid demeanor. Suddenly, through the small lattice of the wardrobe, she glimpsed her son's face. At that moment, Jiang Heng was desperately signaling her with his eyes and shaking his head, imploring her not to open the wardrobe. Peering inside the wardrobe, she was struck with horror. There, hidden away, was Lady Lin Lang. She had not anticipated that the crown princess had been replaced by Lin Lang. This meant her son was entangled with someone else's concubine. If this were to leak, her son's reputation would be irreparably damaged. No wonder he did not emerge. It turned out he had been caught with another's concubine, thus donning a metaphorical green cap in front of the master of ceremonies. If the master were to discover this, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. At such a point, her son could face imperial punishment, or worse, the death penalty. With this realization, her heart sank. Her intentions to ensnare the crown princess had ensnared her instead. Jiang Heng continued to shake his head vigorously. Panic etched across his face as he mouthed a silent plea for her to refrain from opening the wardrobe. Lin Lang trembled, drenched in cold sweat. Observing their disheveled state, the Wei lady spoke gravely. "Crown Princess, Li Wangfei, today's events are but a misunderstanding, occurring within our noble residence. I bear full responsibility. However, for the sake of the woman's reputation inside, I believe it prudent for everyone to step outside while I bring her forth gradually. Earlier, upon discovering that I was within, were you not eager to drag me out? How is it that now, with the change of identity, your stance has shifted? Are you willing to tarnish my reputation, yet spare that of the woman inside? Could it be that she is a relative or a friend of yours, for you to protect her so fervently?" The crown princess mocked. "That is not my intention. It is merely that this woman's honor is paramount. Once exposed, her life will be irrevocably ruined. I believe that since you have come to our country's court as guests, you are all my friends. Regardless of who encounters such an incident, I would extend an opportunity rather than resort to total annihilation. Princess Chong, you are inherently benevolent and kind-hearted. I trust you too will grant her a chance for redemption, will you not?" Lady Wei forced a smile. Chapter 496. A difficult situation at this moment. She found herself in a precarious position, her heart filled with anxiety. She desperately wished for everyone to depart. Yet, it seemed as though they were all intent on opposing her, eagerly craning their necks to witness the unfolding drama, showing no inclination to leave. "When you attempted to drag me out just now, did you not consider granting me an opportunity?" Princess Chong exclaimed in anger. "Lady, I was not well acquainted with you before. The first time you invited me to a banquet, I nearly fell into a trap. Normally, I can drink 10 cups without becoming intoxicated, yet after only 3 of your cups, I find myself in this state. Could there be something sinister at play, or has someone plotted against me with malicious intent?" Upon hearing the princess's words, Lady Wei's face turned ashen. The princess's tone suggested she had discerned her scheme, evoking a discomforting and fearful sensation akin to being caught in wrongdoing. Trembling with fright, she replied, Princess, how could you say that? I invited you to the banquet because it is rare for you to leave the palace. I have long admired your talent and wish to befriend you. Please, do not misunderstand my intentions. Princess Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue merely suspected Lady Wei of plotting, but possessed no concrete evidence. Thus, they refrained from making direct accusations and opted for subtle hints to caution her. Enough of the grandiloquent words. Let us first ascertain who it is that the lady is so keen to protect, hidden within this wardrobe. With that, Princess Xuancheng swiftly approached and flung open the wardrobe doors. As she did so, two figures tumbled out. Everyone turned their gaze, and to their astonishment, it was none other than Lady Wei's only son, Jiang Heng, and the concubine Lin Lang from the ceremonial office. Jiang Heng was bare-chested, clad only in shorts, while Lin Lang donned merely a bandeau and sleep pants, exposing a portion of her fair shoulders, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Heavens! Within this wardrobe were none other than young Master Jiang and Lady Lin Lang. It is truly a case of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. Who would have imagined they were entangled together? If the lord of the ceremonial office were to discover this, would he not be driven to fury? I had thought it was Princess Xuancheng, yet it turned out to be Lin Lang. I heard that the lady of the ceremonial office is gravely ill and on the brink of death. The lord had promised that upon her demise, Lin Lang would be elevated to the primary wife. It appears now that such an opportunity will not present itself. Lin Lang, having forsaken a stable life, now finds herself entangled with Jiang Heng. Her fate is sealed. No wonder Lady Wei was reluctant to open the wardrobe. She must have seen who was inside and, in a bid to protect her son, chose not to reveal it. The fact that the heir of the Wei family has sullied the concubine of the ceremonial office is no trivial matter. It remains to be seen how Lady Wei will navigate this predicament. Should these two, having committed such a breach of propriety in public, not be subjected to punishment, perhaps by being submerged in a pond or confined in a pig cage. The final words were spoken by Yun Ruoyue. Earlier, when everyone thought she was the princess, did they not clamor to seize her and drown her in a pig's cage? Now, she is curious to see how they will react. These hypocrites immediately declared, "It is permissible to drown Lin Lang, but the heir must never be harmed." What if Lin Lang, with her flirtatious nature, was the one who seduced the heir first? The heir is also a victim. How could he be punished? Indeed, it was Lin Lang who violated her marital vows and enticed the heir, leading him astray. He is innocent and blameless, a victim of this scoundrel. Chapter 497. Meddling in affairs. Upon hearing these ladies' remarks, Yun Ruoyue perfectly grasped the essence of hypocrisy. In a secret affair, these women, eager to curry favor with the Lady of Wei, hastily condemned Lin Lang, portraying Jiang Heng as an innocent flower. They too are women. Yet they have the audacity to utter such words. Lin Lang, upon hearing this, quickly interjected, "You mustn't speak nonsense. I was coerced. Just moments ago, while walking outside, I was struck unconscious and brought here against my will. I have been framed. I did not seduce him." Jiang Heng, realizing Lin Lang was about to reveal his involvement, furiously retorted, "You were the one who seduced me. When have I ever abducted you? Indeed, Lin Lang, why did you come to this secluded courtyard? Were you not enticed by my son's youthful charm, leading you to entice him? You are clearly scheming." The Lady of Wei coldly added, "Enticed him? I, Lin Lang, would never lower myself to covet a man of such unremarkable achievements, a mere libertine. His reputation is dismal. How could I possibly seduce him?" Lin Lang exclaimed in anger. Now that she has fallen to such depths, she must staunchly defend herself and seek justice. She is not foolish enough to abandon her rightful position to pursue Jiang Heng. She holds no regard for him and would never jeopardize her future. Upon hearing Lin Lang's disdainful remarks, Jiang Heng's anger flared. With a darkened countenance, he pointed an accusing finger at her and shouted, "My reputation is tarnished? What do you think you are? Merely a concubine, daring to speak so boldly in the Duke's residence. Mother, she is the one who seduced me. Quickly take her away to drown her, lest she tarnish my name." Lin Lang, enraged by his words, trembled with fury and glared at Jiang Heng. "You dare! If my lord finds out, he will surely seek justice. Not only have you bullied me, but you also wish to dispose of me privately. Do you not recognize the law?" "The law? Huh? What is the law to me? I warn you, close your foul mouth at once, or do not blame me for being unmerciful," Jiang Heng threatened. Upon hearing his threat, Lin Lang recoiled in fear. Her eyes filled with indignation as she glared at him. "If the heir insults me and plots against me, everyone has heard. Should anything happen to me, It cannot be divorced from this heir's responsibility. I refuse to believe that the Duke's residents can act with impunity, harming innocent people. Seeing that Lin Lang was not easily intimidated, the Lady of Wei coldly commanded, "Lin Lang, be silent. You have seduced my son and now dare to cause a scene here. Seize this wanton woman and take her to the ceremonial office for punishment." At her command, individuals advanced to seize Lin Lang. Overcome with fear, Lin Lang trembled. Realizing that escape was futile today, the Lady of Wei, in a desperate bid to protect her son, placed all the blame squarely upon her. But wait. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue stepped forward coldly, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Lang. "Madam of the Duke, this is not solely Lin Lang's fault. How can you attribute all the blame to her? If your son could govern his desires, such a situation would never have arisen. Princess Li, you are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in the matters of the Duke's household." The Lady of Wei threatened, emboldened by her backing from the Empress. Fearless, she dismissed those she deemed insignificant. Chapter 498. The heavy accusation. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh. "I have no interest in your illicit affairs. Yet I distinctly heard your son declare, 'What is the law of the king?' This law, established by the royal family, serves to regulate the populace. It is the decree of the state, the guiding principle of governance. Even the current sovereign holds the law in high regard. How dare a mere duke's household show such contempt for it? Do you not even regard the emperor, daring to scorn both him and the laws that have been upheld through generations of royalty?" With this accusation, the Lady of Wei took 2 steps back. Her gaze icy as it fell upon Yun Ruoyue. Her resolve faltered, and her heart began to tremble. This Princess Li was formidable, effortlessly casting the Duke's household as lawbreakers. "That was not my intention," she rushed to clarify. "Hunger is merely young and immature, speaking without thought. I believe the Emperor and Empress will forgive him. You need not make an issue of it. His conquests have been numerous, and you still claim he is merely a child? In front of so many witnesses." He spoke with such audacity. If there were no one present, would he not disregard the entire state of Chu? Yun Ruoyue retorted. The Lady of Wei's expression hardened. "This is Hunger's fault. Rest assured, I will have him enter the palace to apologize to the Emperor. After all, the Empress was her sister, and she could surely persuade her to intercede on Hunger's behalf. Admitting it is his fault is a start. As for this affair, we are well aware that Lin Lang has no unsavory reputation, while your son is known to frequent the pleasure houses. We find it hard to believe that Lin Lang seduced him. Rather, we suspect he overpowered her and forced her against her will," Yun Ruoyue asserted. Jiang Hong, having been previously bested by Yun Ruoyue, was now seething with anger at her words, yet lacked the opportunity to retaliate. Now, pointing at her in fury, he exclaimed, "Wretched woman! What concern is it of yours regarding the Duke's household? You would do well to silence yourself, or you shall face the consequences. Is the young master threatening me publicly? It appears the Duke's household truly has no regard for the law. A mere heir dares to threaten a princess." Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Upon hearing this, Lady Wei hurriedly stepped forward and admonished Jiang Hong. "Do not speak. Your mother shall take charge of this matter. You need only to remain at ease." With his mother's stern rebuke, Jiang Hong immediately fell silent, for he understood that only she could protect him. No matter the misdeeds he had committed, his mother would staunchly defend him, and thus he felt no fear. After calming her son, Lady Wei's gaze turned sharp as a blade, piercing towards Yun Ruoyue. "I know my son well. Although he enjoys merriment, he is not so desperate as to settle for a mere concubine. With his status, what celestial beauty could he not have? Why would he seek out someone only a decrepit old man would desire? It is clear that Lin Lang must have seduced him. Such an opportunity would be foolish to refuse, and he momentarily fell for her wiles. Indeed, while Lin Lang's appearance was unremarkable, her youth was her only allure. The esteemed official likely regarded her only for her youthful form. Such a woman would not be worthy of her son's attention. This unexpected turn of events, with Lin Lang now in the fold, and Yun Ruoyue arriving at such an opportune moment, made Lady Wei's heart race. Could it be that Yun Ruoyue and the crown princess had discerned her scheme? Was this entire situation a ruse crafted by the two? If you hadn't mentioned he was your son, I would have thought him an innocent flower, while Lin Lang, the victim, has turned into a wolf, and Jiang Hong, the one who bullies, is now the aggrieved party?" Yun Ruoyue's cold voice rang out. Such words, uttered, would find no believer. Only Lady Wei, with her audacious demeanor, could voice them. You continuously assert my son has wronged her, yet where is the slightest mark of abuse upon her? Her garments remain intact, her hair unruffled. It is evident she consented. Lady Wei disdainfully glanced at Lin Lang, who revealed her skin. Is that so? Yun Ruoyue stepped closer, surveying Lin Lang's form. Finally, her gaze lingered on Lin Lang's nape, and she gasped, "Look! There is a red mark on Lin Lang's neck, bruised and swollen, clearly the result of a beating. This unequivocally indicates that Lin Lang did not fabricate her tale. She was indeed struck unconscious by Jiang Heng and brought here against her will. Hence, she is the victim. And Jiang Heng is the scoundrel. Lin Lang, you have been wronged. You may confidently return to your master and seek justice." Lin Lang gazed at Yun Ruoyue in disbelief. She had previously targeted her, yet here was Yun Ruoyue willing to assist. The complexity of this woman baffled her. In truth, Yun Ruoyue's intentions were not to genuinely aid her. She merely sought to leverage Lin Lang and the esteemed official to ensure that the emperor would duly reprimand Jiang Heng, thus curbing the arrogance of Lady Wei and the empress. If Lin Lang were to be silenced or disposed of, no voice would remain to plead her case, allowing Jiang Heng to evade the law's grasp. Now, Lin Lang finds herself as the victim, and soon, the esteemed official shall present a petition, which will certainly be most entertaining. Upon witnessing the injury on Lin Lang's nape, the crowd gasped in shock, their gazes fixed upon Jiang Heng. It appears that the princess consort speaks truthfully. Lin Lang has indeed been rendered unconscious by Jiang Heng, establishing her as the true victim. Consequently, the onlookers now regard Lin Lang with sympathy. The ladies who had earlier rushed to support Jiang Heng fell silent, hesitant to utter another word. With such evidence before them, they knew that defending Jiang Heng would only invite scorn. Jiang Heng must now rely on his own fortune. Lin Lang, touching her neck, fixed a resentful glare upon Jiang Heng and the Lady of Wei. "Madam, do you still intend to bind me?" she inquired. As the victim, should the Lady of Wei attempt to restrain her further, Lin Lang would be left with a formidable dilemma to present to the world. The Lady of Wei, realizing the gravity of the situation, dared not lay a finger on Lin Lang with so many eyes upon them. Suppressing her anger, she declared, "If it is indeed true that my son has wronged you, I shall have him go to the official's residence to seek atonement. Someone, fetch a new outfit for Madame Lin Lang to wear and escort her back to the official's estate." After speaking, she turned to Lin Lang and added, "Additionally, both my son and I shall accompany you to the official's residence to seek pardon." Hearing the Lady of Wei's words, Lin Lang finally felt a sense of relief. She believed that throughout their journey, the Lady of Wei would not dare to harm her, especially since so many knew it was she who was escorting Lin Lang home. If anything were to happen to her along the way, the Lady of Wei would undoubtedly be implicated. Jiang Heng, enraged by his mother's statement, retorted, "Mother, I shall not go. I did not strike her. She is framing me. I have never laid a hand on her, so why must I seek forgiveness?" Hunger. At such a moment, what further excuses can you offer? Silence yourself, the Lady of Wei implored, her voice filled with concern. If her son continued to be obstinate, he would face dire consequences. Since the events had transcribed, the only path to redemption lay in him proactively seeking the official's forgiveness. "Mother, do you not believe me? I speak the truth. I too was struck unconscious. I bear a mark upon my neck, proof that the scoundrel first incapacitated me before striking Lin Lang to frame me. I never touched her. You must trust me," Jiang Heng exclaimed, his face pale with urgency. The Lady of Wei glanced at his neck and indeed noticed a distinct bruise, as if he had been struck. Yun Ruoyue remarked coldly, "Look at the young master. Not only does he bear a mark on his neck, but his face is also marred. One wonders with whom he has fought to end up in such a state, yet he seeks to evade responsibility. Truly laughable." Jiang Heng shot a furious glare at Yun Ruoyue. Did she not know with whom he had clashed? This wretched woman was undoubtedly confident that he would not dare reveal the events that transpired by the lake that morning, which emboldened her insolence. Indeed, he feared to disclose it, believing she was timid enough not to inform the Prince of Li. However, witnessing her fiery disposition and her audacity to strike him, he felt a surge of cowardice, reluctant to expose the truth. Should he do so, Chu Xuancheng would surely not let him off lightly. He admitted to himself that he was merely a bully who preyed on the weak. Upon witnessing the scene, Lady Wei shot a disdainful glare at Jiang Heng, expressing her disappointment. "Whom have you been fighting with? How could you allow yourself to be reduced to this state? Truly, you have let me down. Someone, assist the young master in dressing appropriately. We must go to the ritual office to apologize." Jiang Hong, feeling the sting of his own mother's disbelief, simmered with frustration yet dared not unleash his wrath, instead burying his resentment deep within. He sensed that today's events were undoubtedly linked to Yun Ruoyue. Once he gathered the evidence, he would surely turn the tide. Thus, Jiang Hong was forcibly escorted away by Lady Wei's attendants, with Lin Lang also being led out. As the onlookers realized there was no spectacle left to witness, they dispersed to their homes. Yun Ruoyue and her companions boarded the carriage back to the Wangfu. Just as Yun Ruoyue was about to enter the carriage, the princess called out to her, "Thank you for today." Although her words expressed gratitude, her tone remained aloof and haughty, as if she never bowed to anyone. It was almost as if she felt it a privilege to express her thanks. Looking upon Yun Ruoyue with condescension, displeased by the princess's imperious demeanor, Yun Ruoyue waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I merely upheld the dignity of the Li Wangfu." If her gratitude was so insincere, there was no expectation of a gracious response in return. With that, she entered the carriage with Fenger. Observing Yun Ruoyue's retort, Nangong Rou seized the opportunity, her expression darkening as she coldly remarked, "Elder sister, she clearly holds you in contempt." How utterly outrageous. You were merely expressing your thanks, yet she claims to be maintaining the dignity of the Li Wangfu. Does she imply that you are embarrassing the Wangfu? Chapter 501. Continued provocation. The expression of the princess instantly darkened. Indeed, she dares. However, today, in your absence, I was nearly bullied by Jiang Hong. Fortunately, she arrived just in time, broke through the window, and incapacitated Jiang Hong, thus saving me. Otherwise, my fate would have been worse than Lin Lang's. If the Empress's faction had seized upon my misstep, they would not have spared me. Nangong Rou felt a jolt of realization. So that was the case. It was all Yun Ruoyue's fault for ruining her plans. Having failed, Chu Xuancheng would certainly not let her off the hook. "Elder sister, so you were almost bullied by Jiang Hong. Why did you not mention it earlier? Are you unharmed?" Thankfully, Yun Ruoyue arrived in time. "I am unscathed." After incapacitating Jiang Hong, she subdued Lin Lang and carried her into the room, leading to the earlier scene. "Hence, it is only right that I express my gratitude to her," the princess replied. Seeing the princess persistently thanking Yun Ruoyue, Nangong Rou felt a sense of foreboding. She did not wish for the princess to change her opinion of Yun Ruoyue. With a scheming tone, she said, "Elder sister, there is something I hesitate to mention. If I speak, you might accuse me of sowing discord between you and her. Yet, if I remain silent, I worry for you, fearing you may be too naive and fall prey to manipulation." "What do you mean, Rou? Why do you say this?" the princess inquired, her heart stirring with a hint of caution. "Elder sister, since the princess consort rescued you so promptly, why did you not present Jiang Hong to Lady Wei for her to deal with? Moreover, did she not appear rather opportunely? Could it be that she had been tracking Jiang Hong all along, waiting for the moment he would mistreat you, so she could emerge and stage a heroic rescue to earn your trust?" Nangong Rou speculated with a hint of malice. Upon hearing this, the princess suddenly had a moment of clarity and nodded in agreement. "You are right. Her appearance was too timely, resembling a meticulously orchestrated performance. I had no idea that this woman possessed such depth of cunning. Even I fell into her trap. Fortunately, Rou, your timely reminder has spared me from being deceived and misled by her." Nangong Rou, sensing the princess's intrigue, continued, "If she had indeed seen Jiang Hong enter that room, but chose not to intervene until you were in peril, did she not wait for the precise moment you were in danger to make her entrance?" "Yes, I had been entangled with Jiang Hong for quite some time, and it was only when he was about to strip me of my garments that she rushed in to incapacitate him," the princess recalled. "Precisely. Why did she not come in sooner? Was it not her intention to emerge at your most vulnerable moment, thereby earning your gratitude and altering your perception of her? To save someone, one must harbor genuine intentions. When ulterior motives taint the act of rescue, its essence transforms." "What do you think her true purpose is?" the princess inquired, perplexed. "Naturally, it is to gain the trust of the elder sister, hoping that she might speak favorably of her before the prince, all in an attempt to win his heart. Such despicable tactics are prevalent among the common folk. Yet you, dear sister, have long resided in the depths of the palace, untouched by such sordid schemes," Nangong Rou sneered. The princess was momentarily taken aback. Such tactics are indeed circulating among the populace? This method is utterly nefarious. Perhaps Jiang Hong is indeed under her manipulation. However, upon reflection, she shook her head. "No, If she were truly orchestrating this, she would not have placed the blame on Jiang Hong. It is far more likely that she stumbled into the situation, witnessing Jiang Heng's entrance into my quarters, and chose to remain outside, waiting for the moment he would harass me before intervening to gain my trust. Regardless of whether her actions were accidental or collusive, they do not alter the fact that she harbors profound cunning. She clearly knew that the figure in the wardrobe was not the elder sister, yet she continued to play her game with Madame Wei. Her intention was to buy time until the elder sister's reputation lay in tatters, at which point she would step forth as the hero. This maneuver is designed to curry favor with the Li Wangfu and win over the hearts of the elder sister's supporters, showcasing her own prowess. Did she not state that she feared you would tarnish the reputation of the Wangfu before offering her assistance? I suspect that had you not been associated with the Li Wangfu, she would not have come to your aid in such a situation. Her motivations are twofold: to establish her own authority and to garner your trust. Her concern for you is but a fade, a pursuit for her own gain. Nangong Rou coldly articulated, continuing her campaign of instigation. Upon hearing this, the princess was seized with rage, trembling uncontrollably. She struck the carriage roof with her palm and exclaimed, "That wretched woman! How deeply cunning she is! She delayed her appearance for so long, causing me to endure so much unnecessary suffering. And to be struck by that scoundrel twice, how infuriating! Were you harmed? Rest assured, my dear elder sister, I shall undoubtedly avenge you and alleviate your grievances. Were it I who witnessed you in peril, I would have rushed to your aid without a moment's hesitation, rather than calculating the time required to intervene." Nangong Rou gazed at the princess with concern. The princess covered her face, which had long since lost its color, and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Roer, you are truly kind to me. But where were you and Danner at that moment? I cried out for help, yet no one came to my rescue. It terrified me. You know?" Nangong Rou immediately embraced the princess, gently patting her back in comfort. "I waited for quite some time, yet Danner never arrived. I feared that you were too intoxicated to return home, so I ventured to the kitchen to search for her. To my surprise, all the stoves were in use, and Danner was foolishly waiting in line to get a pot for the wake-up soup. It was only when I offered a bit of silver to one of the cooks that I managed to procure a stove to prepare the soup for you. Alas, just as I finished, calamity struck." Upon hearing this, the princess felt her heart lighten as the knot within her unraveled. She took Nangong Rou's hand and said, "You truly care for me, knowing to prepare the wake-up soup. Just a moment ago, Yun Ruoyue claimed that you had intentionally distanced yourself. Thankfully, I did not heed her words. Otherwise, I would have wronged you." Nangong Rou's eyes widened, her heart tensed with unease. Did the lady truly say such a thing? Indeed. But fret not, I paid no mind to her words. I am well aware of the discord between you two. She seeks to sow discord, and I am not so naive. Yet, within, Nangong Rou seethed. That wretched woman dares to expose me before the princess. She must have learned too much of our machinations. It appears she cannot be allowed to remain. Meanwhile, Lady Wei personally accompanied her son to the Diany mansion, where Lord Qin Hong had just concluded his court duties. As he descended from his carriage, he spotted his beloved concubine disembarking from the duke's carriage, her eyes glistening with tears, her face pale, as if she had suffered some injustice. He hurriedly approached her, concern etched upon his face. "Lin Lang, what has happened? Why do you weep so? Has someone wronged you?" At that moment, Lady Wei had also pulled Jiang Hong down from the carriage, yet he wore a defiant expression, casting a haughty glance at Qin Hong before turning away dismissively. Upon seeing Qin Hong, Lady Wei quickly adopted a conciliatory tone. "Lord Qin, I sincerely apologize. My son has wronged your concubine, and I have brought him here to offer our apologies." As Qin Hong beheld the dissolute Jiang Hong, a sense of foreboding washed over him. What had transpired? How had his son wronged his concubine? By now, a throng of curious onlookers had gathered outside the Diany mansion, as some of the informed ladies from earlier had departed the duke's residence, spreading word of Jiang Heng's misdeeds towards Lin Lang. Many, driven by a penchant for gossip, congregated at the mansion's entrance, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Initially, everyone presumed that Lady Wei and Qin Hong would converse privately behind closed doors, yet to their astonishment, the two engaged in a discussion right at the entrance of the ceremonial gate. This unexpected turn of events promised to be quite the spectacle. Upon hearing Qin Hong's inquiry, a mischievous onlooker stepped forward to jest. "Lord Qin, are you truly unaware that your concubine has been trifled with by the heir of the duke's residence? A great green hat has been placed upon your head by Jiang Hong. who has not only rendered your concubine unconscious, but has also taken her away to indulge in carnal pleasures. The onlooker recounted the sordid details with unreserved zeal. What? Qin Hong, upon hearing this, felt as though struck by lightning. He gazed incredulously at Jiang Heng and Lin Lang, his heart racing with fury. Grasping his chest in anger, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Heng, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you so brazenly insult my concubine? Your audacity knows no bounds. I am tempted to end your life." He had long been aware of Jiang Heng's notorious reputation, having heard whispers of the latter's entanglements with the wives of court officials. As a censor, he had the authority to present grievances to the emperor regarding Jiang Heng's conduct. However, adhering to the adage that it is better to avoid trouble, he believed such scandals were irrelevant to him, assuming they could never touch his own life. Thus, he remained a passive observer, akin to a woman watching a house burn. Until today, when the flames reached his doorstep. At that moment, Lin Lang rushed to Qin Hong, tears streaming down her face as she looked at him with a pitiable expression. "My lord, I am so sorry. I too am a victim of his malice. My heart has not betrayed you. It is he who, relying on his noble status, has humiliated me, and in doing so, he has insulted you as well." To this day, Lin Lang genuinely believed that Jiang Heng had indeed violated her. Qin Hong, filled with rage, looked at Lin Lang with compassion and said, "My dear Lin Lang, you have suffered greatly. This scourge shall face justice today, for I will take it upon myself to rid the world of him." With that, he glared at Jiang Heng and, in a fit of fury, drew the sword from his personal guard, swinging it towards Jiang Heng. "You vile wretch, you dare to lay your hands on my wife. I shall have you castrated, rendering you a eunuch, and we shall see how you continue to mistreat women thereafter." Jiang Heng, skilled in martial arts, deftly sidestepped Qin Hong's attack and swiftly retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Qin Hong sprawling to the ground, lacking any martial prowess or evasive skill. Qin Hong fell hard, nearly landing on the tip of his own sword, which startled the onlookers. Chapter 504. To be punished for one's transgressions after falling in a most humiliating manner, Qin Hong, now filled with indignation, sprang to his feet and shouted at Jiang Heng, "You arrogant scion! Not only have you assaulted my concubine, but you also dare to strike me. I shall go to the palace and report you to the emperor. I refuse to believe that this time the emperor will protect you. I demand your head." Jiang Heng merely scoffed in response. "What a pitiful creature you are. Unable to contend with me, you resort to seeking the emperor's intervention. Let me remind you, I have never touched your concubine, and even if I had, what could you possibly do about it? Do not forget, the empress is my aunt. Will she assist you or the heir? Your arrogance knows no bounds, and you show no remorse. Today, I am determined to risk my very life to bring you down." Qin Hong felt a sharp pain in his chest from anger, while Lin Lang hurriedly patted his back and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing Jiang Heng's words, the onlookers erupted in furious condemnation. What an audacious and tyrannical heir! How dare he use the empress as a shield? If she were to indiscriminately support his wrongdoing, then she is unworthy of her title and should step down. Indeed, both the Duchess and the Empress are in cahoots, wielding their power to oppress the innocent. Jiang Heng has committed wrongs, yet shows no intent to repent, and even dares to threaten Lord Qin. He is truly despicable. If I possessed martial skills, I would personally rid the world of him, upholding justice. Yes, such a scourge deserves to be eradicated. He has no right to live, he must die. Hearing the crowd's words, Lady Wei trembled with anxiety. This has stirred the people's wrath. She rushed over and, in front of everyone, suddenly raised her hand and slapped Jiang Heng across the face. "You wretched child, you have done wrong and still dare to be defiant? Kneel and apologize to Lord Qin at once." Jiang Heng covered his face and shot a resentful glare at his mother. "I haven't insulted his concubine. Why should I kneel? Mother, can you not trust me just this once?" Lady Wei's face turned a ghastly pale. "I too wish to believe you. But tell me, what about you inspires trust? You've been a troublemaker since childhood, and now you've grown into a reckless wild stallion that I cannot control. For the sake of your widowed mother who has struggled to raise you, please heed my words this once." Jiang Heng, bewildered, replied, "Mother, why speak of such things? We feast on delicacies and live in luxury. Why paint such a pitiable picture? You." Lady Wei was so exasperated with her foolish son that she felt like jumping off a building. Though he appeared clever, in reality, he was merely crafty yet foolish. Drawing closer, She warned, "Listen to me this once. You have incited the people's anger. If you do not admit your mistakes to Lord Qin today, then prepare for your own demise. Acknowledging your faults may still afford you a chance to turn things around. Refusing to do so could very well cost you your life." Upon hearing his mother's warning, Jiang Heng finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He glanced at the crowd, each citizen brandishing their fists, declaring their intent to uphold justice by ending his life. His heart raced with anxiety, his face turned ashen, and his body trembled in fear of being torn apart by the enraged populace. Terrified, he grasped Lady Wei's sleeve, stammering, "Mother, they all seem intent on killing me. What should I do? Please help me. I do not wish to die. Now do you comprehend the seriousness of the situation? Kneel and admit your wrongdoing to Lord Qin at once." Lady Wei exclaimed angrily. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng fell to his knees before Qin Hong, murmuring softly, "Lord Qin, I recognize my mistakes. I should not have kicked you or threatened you. I swear, I truly did not lay a finger on your concubine. With a face like that, I couldn't muster any interest. I was struck unconscious, and when I awoke, she was there beneath me, bare-shouldered. I assure you, I did not touch her. We have been wronged." Upon hearing such words, Qin Hong's anger surged even more. How could Jiang Heng disdain Lin Long's appearance and brazenly speak of her being beneath him? It was a profound insult. "You scoundrel, silence yourself. I do not require your apology. Today, I demand your life." Qin Hong bellowed in grief and fury. "Lord Qin, my son speaks without a filter, a consequence of my indulgence. Please, have mercy and do not hold it against him," Lady Wei hastily interjected. "Rest assured, I will not let Lin Lang suffer in vain. I shall provide both you and her with a proper resolution. To make amends, I will search for several celestial beauties to compensate for your distress, and I shall also offer you a monetary recompense. You may name your price. As long as you do, we can negotiate." She then lowered her head, wiping her eyes with her sleeve, and began to weep. Upon hearing of the substantial compensation and the promise of exquisite beauties, Qin Hong felt a flicker of temptation. However, Lin Lang beside him was not in agreement. What would she be if celestial beings arrived? Would her standing in the ceremonial house remain intact? Even a fool would rise to refuse such an offer. She quickly adopted a look of sorrowful indignation, glaring at Lady Wei, and exclaimed, "Madam, what do you mean by this? Do you believe my lord is fickle and indecisive? That your monetary bribes could sway his heart? My lord is of unwavering integrity, a paragon of righteousness. He would never accept a bribe. You shall not tarnish his reputation. We desire neither your compensation nor your women. Those women are better suited for your debauched son. My lord is steadfast and honorable, unworthy of such distractions." Seeing Lin Lang speak thus, Qin Hong shot her an incredulous glare, vexed by her refusal without his consent. Although Lin Lang was his favored concubine, it was her youthful form he cherished. Had he encountered a more enchanting woman, one willing to devote herself to him as Lin Lang did, his affections would surely waver. His previous promise to elevate Lin Lang to the status of a primary wife was merely a common tactic employed by men to placate women. Not to mention, his legitimate wife was still alive. Even if she were to pass, he would not elevate Lin Lang. He would choose a suitable woman of noble birth to assume the role of his second wife, a position that would forever elude Lin Lang. It was unexpected that Lin Lang considered herself the mistress of the ceremonial house, refusing such generous offers without his approval. At that moment, he wished to express that he was not at all virtuous. He yearned for indecision, for change, and for both celestial beauties and a windfall. Swapping one Lin Lang for such bountiful benefits would be worth it. Yet, with Lin Lang having spoken, he found it difficult to voice any other thoughts, merely staring at her in frustration, silently hoping that Lady Wei would approach him privately to discuss matters further. Chapter 506. Changing One's Mind. The Lady of Wei, upon witnessing Lin Lang emerge to disrupt the proceedings, immediately covered her face with a handkerchief and began to weep softly. "Forgive me, Lin Lang," she implored. "This matter is indeed my son's fault, but could you not find it in your heart to pardon him, considering I am but a pitiful widow? You see, my husband passed away early, sacrificing himself to save the emperor, leaving us, mother and son, to navigate this meager existence. Throughout the years, I have toiled as a single mother, utterly exhausted and drained. Hunger has grown up lacking a father's love, developing a rebellious disposition, and I, a feeble mother, have been unable to rein him in. Must you truly force him into a corner? He has erred, yet I shall teach him slowly. He will surely amend his ways." If you do not grant him this one chance, he is lost, and how shall I face my husband in the afterlife? At this point, she tilted her head skyward and cried out, Husband, I am so sorry. You entrusted hunger to my care, yet I have failed to guide him properly. He has erred, and as his mother, I bear the burden of that fault. But do you understand the hardships I have endured as a lone woman raising him? I have nurtured him through trials and tribulations, enduring countless insults and derision. He has been called a fatherless wretch, bullied since childhood, which has fostered his insecurity and unruly behavior. These failings are mine, as I have not managed to teach him well, yet I have done my utmost. I am at my wit's end. Upon hearing the Lady of Wei's lamentations, the crowd's sympathy was rekindled. Her words resonated with truth. Raising a son alone as a widow is indeed a formidable challenge. However, as a lady of high rank, she had always lived in comfort, enjoying a life of privilege. And thus their sympathy quickly waned. Were it not for her indulgence and favoritism, Jiang Heng would not have become the way he is. A failure to educate one's child reflects the parent's shortcomings. Jiang Heng's current state is a result of the Lady of Wei's pampering, and she must bear the responsibility for her son's misdeeds. Nonetheless, her sincere acknowledgement of her faults softened the crowd's initial ire. At that moment, the Lady of Wei approached Qin Hong and whispered in his ear, Sir Qin, I recognize my son's mistakes. Why not we discuss this privately at the ceremonial office? Rest assured, we shall compensate fully for any losses. You have long desired a promotion, have you not? If you are willing to forgive my harm, I shall speak favorably of you before the Empress. Once she advocates for you, your ascension will be merely a matter of time. If wealth and celestial beings did not pique Qin Hong's interest significantly, then the prospect of promotion certainly was his most fervent desire. All men yearn for power, aspiring to ascend the ranks and command respect, and he was no exception. With the Lady of Wei's promise in hand, he no longer considered Lin Long's feelings, promptly asserting, For the sake of the Empress, let us proceed to discuss this in the estate. Someone, lead the way. Lin Lang, please withdraw for the moment. I shall speak with the lady personally. Lin Lang, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of indignation. A sudden realization struck her. It seemed her lord was prepared to abandon his quest for justice on her behalf. She replied immediately, My lord, are we to let the matter of Jiang Heng's bullying go just like that? Am I to be victimized without consequence? What will become of your dignity? Qin Hong quickly stepped forward to support Lin Long's shoulder, whispering to her, Lin Lang, it is unwise to make this public. Doing so would tarnish both our reputations. How shall I face others if it escalates? Rest assured, as long as the Duchess offers me something of value, you shall be the first to benefit. She has just promised me that she will speak favorably to the Empress on my behalf, seeking a promotion for me. When I rise in rank, your status will undoubtedly elevate as well. If I ascend from a 4th-rank official to a 3rd-rank one, you shall also become a 3rd-rank lady. Chapter 507. Amicable Negotiation. Lin Lang gazed at Qin Hong with skepticism. My lord, are you truly speaking the truth? When have I ever deceived you? He reassured her. Fear not. Even if celestial beings were to grace our household, they could not shake your standing. Once that yellow-faced woman has passed, I shall elevate you as my primary wife. At that juncture, you shall be the rightful mistress, and those heavenly beauties will be at your mercy. Qin Hong continued to weave his enticing narrative. Upon hearing his words, Lin Long's demeanor softened. The prospect of becoming a legitimate 3rd-rank lady filled her heart with elation. Very well. I shall heed your counsel this time and refrain from further disputes with them. Thus, the commotion at the entrance of the ceremonial residence concluded with Qin Hong and the Lady of Wei amicably entering the estate. Inside, they engaged in cordial discussions, and after a spirited exchange and negotiation, they ultimately reached an accord. Qin Hong consented to overlook Jiang Heng's transgressions and even agreed to shield him from the emperor's scrutiny. In return, the Lady of Wei was to compensate Qin Hong with 50,000 taels of silver, present him with 5 beautiful concubines, and guarantee his promotion. With such advantageous terms, Qin Hong felt his spirits lift considerably. He looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, touching his head, and suddenly felt that the burden upon him was not so heavy after all. Even if it were, it was a burden worth bearing. Meanwhile, the Lady of Wei had expended considerable effort and substantial wealth, her face grim as she brought Jiang Heng back home. Today had proven disastrous for her. She had lost both her son and a substantial sum, and now she had to compensate without daring to act haughtily. Her intentions to harm the Grand Princess had backfired spectacularly. Reflecting on the day's events, She sensed multiple discrepancies and decided she must question her son thoroughly before returning to the palace to confer with the empress and Su Changshao. At that moment, the chief physician of the duke's residence was treating Jiang Heng's wounds. The cool herbal balm applied to his injuries caused him to cry out in pain. "Be gentle. Are you capable of compensating me if you cause me harm?" Jiang Heng bellowed at the physician, venting his frustration after a day of repression. The physician, trembling with trepidation, replied, "Your Highness, please calm your fury. The application of this ointment is necessary. Without the pain, the wounds cannot heal. Unbearable agony. Switch to a remedy that does not sting." Jiang Heng protested, grimacing as he touched his injured face. "Doctor, pay him no mind. Simply administer this medication, even if it causes him great pain." At that moment, Lady Wei of the Wei Kingdom stormed in, her heart brimming with fury. Upon entering, she fixed her furious gaze upon Jiang Heng and exclaimed, "You worthless wretch! With so many unmarried maidens at your disposal, why do you sully yourself with someone else's concubine? Is it true what they say about you having a penchant for cuckolding?" Hearing his mother's reproach, Jiang Heng's face turned pale with anger. He pointed an accusatory finger at her. "Mother, if you do not believe me, who else will? I have stated unequivocally that I did not touch her. If I had, you would have already made amends. What reason would I have to deny it? I have been wronged all along, yet you choose to believe them over me." Lady Wei paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if her son had committed a wrongdoing, he would surely admit it, yet in this instance, he adamantly denied the accusation. Was there a deeper intrigue at play? Chapter 508. Seeking clarity, she quickly inquired, "You truly did not lay a hand on her? Then how did she end up in your chamber, with both of you nearly disrobed?" "How should I know? At that moment, I was engaged in tearing the princess's garments. And just as I reached out, someone struck me unconscious with a brick. When I regained consciousness, Lin Lang was beneath me, and the princess had vanished. Before long, you all arrived. Lin Lang, fearing discovery, urged me to hide in the wardrobe, and I, apprehensive of your accusations of stealing another's woman, complied. From beginning to end, I did not even touch Lin Lang's fingertips. I have no idea how she entered my room, and all our garments have inexplicably disappeared." Jiang Heng explained. Upon hearing this, Lady Wei pondered deeply, suddenly enlightened. Lin Lang had claimed she was abducted after being knocked unconscious. If what you say is true, then both you and Lin Lang were victims of foul play. It appears there was indeed a third party present at the scene. This individual first rendered you unconscious to rescue the princess, then incapacitated Lin Lang and carried her into your chamber while removing your garments, presumably waiting for our arrival. Their cunning is remarkable, orchestrating everything so flawlessly to besmirch our reputations. Who could this person be? Jiang Heng contemplated for a moment before voicing his suspicions. "Mother, I suspect it is the Princess of Li." "Her?" Lady Wei narrowed her eyes coldly. "Indeed, I must have offended her first, prompting this act of revenge. Furthermore, she seized the opportunity to rescue the princess, who belongs to the Li royal household. She could hardly stand by and do nothing, especially since they appeared simultaneously, precisely when needed. Do you not find this all too coincidental?" Jiang Heng reasoned. Lady Wei hesitated. "You have no grievances with her. How could you have offended her?" Jiang Heng lowered his gaze in a moment of guilt. "I know the Prince of Li does not regard her highly, so I made a jest by the lake. Who would have thought she could not take a joke and retaliated fiercely with her maid? What? The injury on your face was inflicted by her?" The matron of the Wei Kingdom rose abruptly, her voice laced with fury. "That wretched woman! How dare she lay a hand on you? You are skilled in martial arts, are you not? How could you possibly be bested by her?" She then produced an unusual weapon from her bag, one that crackled with an electric-like energy. "She shocked me with that thing, and I fell to the ground, utterly paralyzed. Were it not for that weapon, she would hardly stand a chance against my son." Jiang Heng recalled the harrowing events of that morning, his heart still racing with trepidation. The Princess of Li was indeed formidable, not to be trifled with. "Hold on. Let's set aside the matter of the weapon for now. You mentioned you were merely joking with her? That wretched creature could not have attacked you without cause. Did you perhaps lay hands on her?" The matron's expression shifted to one of alarm as she regarded Jiang Heng. She was taken aback by her son's audacity in attempting to provoke the Princess of Li. His boldness was astonishing. Jiang Heng lowered his gaze, remaining silent, which she interpreted as an admission of guilt. The matron was struck with shock, and in her fury, she struck her son with a fist. "You foolish boy! You dare to provoke the Princess of Li? Do you even comprehend who she is? Even if the Li King does not dote on her, He would never tolerate anyone encroaching upon her. If he were to learn of this, our entire duke's residence would be doomed. Chapter 509. A boost of resolve. Though the Li King found himself besieged on all fronts, he remained a formidable general, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops. To extinguish the power of a duke's residence, devoid of real influence, would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Why could this imbecile not grasp such a fundamental truth? Daring to entertain thoughts of the Princess of Li? Mother, I understand my mistake, Jiang Heng confessed. I should not have provoked that wretched woman. Yet, she has brought us to this plight. Will you not seek retribution on my behalf? Retribution? You were the first to bully her. How could we seek vengeance? You have brought this fate upon yourself. If you do not temper your behavior, I fear you shall bring ruin upon us all. The matron retorted, her anger palpable. After clarifying her son's circumstances, the matron wasted no time and hurried to the palace that very night. Upon her arrival, she found Chu Xuancheng already in attendance with the queen. A chill ran down her spine as she approached them. Sister, Xuancheng, our plan has failed. The queen regarded her coldly. I was already aware. What mischief have you wrought? Our scheme was meticulously crafted. How could it have faltered? Sister, there was interference from someone, which led to our failure, the matron explained, recounting Jiang Heng's words. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of the Princess of Li, our plan would have succeeded. She is the one who thwarted us. Her? Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. I had sensed she was different, but I never anticipated she would become this formidable. What possessed you to invite her into our residence? I did not extend an invitation. Someone forged a false notice, deceiving her into coming. I never imagined she would inadvertently save the crown princess and bring such calamity upon my son, the matron seethed. Someone forged a notice? Is such a thing truly possible? Who might this person be? Chu Xuancheng inquired. It must be your pawn, Nangong Rou. As I listened to Princess Li's words, it seemed she genuinely remained oblivious to the matter of the counterfeit invitation. She even insinuated publicly that someone intended to forge a false invitation to disgrace her, and that this person was none other than Nangong Rou. Lady Wei stated. Chu Xuancheng was immediately incensed, biting her lip in frustration. This Nangong Rou was truly a master of failure. Why did she summon Yun Ruoyue? Had she refrained from doing so, the plan would have succeeded. Upon my return, I shall certainly administer a thorough reprimand. However, it is of no use to blame her now, as this matter has reached its current state. To my knowledge, Nangong Rou and Princess Li have always been at odds. Her intention in calling for the princess was certainly to provoke her into making a public spectacle, thereby thwarting our efforts. This pawn still holds significant value. Keep her close and win her favor. Do not chastise her. We shall have ample opportunities to act again. The queen remarked. Chu Xuancheng sighed deeply, resigning to the situation. With the new year approaching, all the princes and their consorts would be summoned to the palace for the celebrations. On New Year's Eve, we shall devise a strategy to deal with them. The queen continued. Wise as ever, and, though we have not succeeded this time, we shall persist. There are no insurmountable obstacles in this world, only the lack of determination. As long as we remain steadfast, success will ultimately be ours. Chu Xuancheng motivated herself. One must simply persevere in any endeavor, and success will come in due time. She refused to believe that the Grand Princess and Yun Ruoyue could escape her grasp. Chapter 510. Wang Wu has fled upon returning to the Wang residence. Yun Ruoyue immediately dispatched the guard Li San to fetch the doorman, Wang Wu. This Wang Wu had the audacity to deceive her with a counterfeit invitation. He must have received some favor from Nangong Rou to act thus. However, before long, Li San and his companions returned empty-handed. Madam, Wang Wu has fled, Li San exclaimed, visibly alarmed. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She had anticipated such an outcome. Nangong Rou was meticulous in her schemes and would never leave Wang Wu behind for her to seize as an incriminating pawn. Quickly send someone to pursue him. If we can track him down, it would be ideal. If not, Nangong Rou has once again evaded us. Yes, madam. I shall lead a team to investigate at the city gates, Li San replied before departing. Ultimately, Li San searched through the night, but uncovered not even a trace of Wang Wu. This scenario fell well within Yun Ruoyue's expectations. Today had indeed been perilous. Fortunately, she had discerned the unusual conduct of Lady Wei and Nangong Rou, which prompted her to remain vigilant, thus safeguarding the Grand Princess. Regrettably, the Grand Princess remained as naive as ever, continuing to place her trust in Nangong Rou. In the Starry Pavilion, Mo Li recounted the events that transpired at the Duke's residence to Chu Xuancheng in meticulous detail, then stood aside in silence, awaiting the prince's response. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at the night scene outside, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Are you saying that Jiang Heng attempted to take liberties with the princess? Mo Li paused, surprised. Your Highness, I had thought your primary concern was the Grand Princess being ensnared in a plot. To my astonishment, after such careful deliberation, your concern lies with Jiang Heng's inappropriate conduct towards the princess. Indeed, your thought process is distinctly different from others. They all assumed he would be the first to express concern for the injured Princess Chang. But isn't the princess unharmed? The consort saved her. This Jiang Heng has grown increasingly audacious, disregarding even my authority, daring to covet the favor of Consort Li, Mo Li. Seek out Qin Hong and instruct him to enter the palace immediately to lodge a complaint, Chu Xuancheng commanded through gritted teeth. Upon finishing his words, he crushed the teacup in his hand, the resounding shatter symbolizing his wrath. My lord, what complaint shall we lodge? Mo Li inquired. Certainly, a complaint against Jiang Heng for placing a green hat upon me, Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. However, my lord, it is said that Qin Hong has accepted 50,000 taels from the Lady of Wei, who promised him an official position, claiming the empress would elevate him to the third rank. He has exchanged a mere concubine for such substantial benefits. He may be reluctant to file a complaint. Mo Li replied, somewhat troubled. Is that so? Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow icily. Do you not possess evidence of his bribery? Should he refuse to lodge a complaint, I shall present this evidence to the emperor. At that point, not only will he fail to secure an official promotion, but he may also lose his very position. Mo Li promptly gave a thumbs up. My lord is indeed astute. With this strategy, not only will he be unable to retain his position, but he may also lose his head. I shall attend to this at once. As the Lord's aides, they were tasked with gathering intelligence on the ministers within the capital. They were well aware of any bribery, collusion between officials and merchants, factionalism, or the appropriation of land and women by these ministers. Now, the intelligence they had been collecting would serve its purpose. Their reports contained information about the strengths, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities of these ministers, which would aid in managing them effectively. Chapter 511. The complaint to the Emperor Qin Hong, while appearing upright, had actually amassed considerable bribes through his position as the ceremonial officer. He was also implicated in the neglect of his wife while indulging his concubine, allowing her to harm his spouse. Once these charges were presented, his position would be untenable, and he would undoubtedly face punishment from the emperor. After leaving the Li Wang residence, Mo Li, with a stern expression, proceeded to the ceremonial office, laying out all the evidence of Qin Hong's bribery and neglect of his wife, causing Qin Hong to turn pale with shock. He had believed his actions were foolproof, yet the Li Wang had discovered them. If this evidence reached the emperor, his doom would be sealed. Trembling, he gazed at Mo Li, drenched in sweat, his face ashen. Commander Mo, how does the Lord wish for me to proceed? At this moment, he had no choice but to heed the Li Wang's words. Defiance would lead only to his demise. Mo Li must have come to warn him out of a desire to spare his life. Enter the palace tonight and lodge a complaint, Mo Li instructed coldly. That night, as the Empress, Su Changshao, and the Lady of Wei pondered how to deal with Yun Ruoyue, they were startled by the panicked voice of Eunuch Lu. Your Majesty, it is dire news. Minister Qin has entered the palace with a chest of silver notes to lodge a complaint. Which Minister Qin? The Empress stood abruptly, casting a cold glare at Eunuch Lu. Lu Gonggong cast a glance at the Lady of Wei, his face pale with shock. It was none other than Lord Qin Hong, who was currently kneeling before the throne, reporting the disgraceful conduct of young Master Jiang Hong towards his concubine. The emperor, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. You must go and see. Lu Gonggong, being aligned with the empress, promptly rushed to inform her of the grave situation. What? Qin Hong has actually come to the palace to lodge a complaint? After accepting my money, he dares to do such a thing. That deceitful old man. The Lady of Wei exclaimed with indignation. Turning to the empress with a beseeching expression, she implored, Sister, you must help him. If you do not intervene, the emperor will surely order his execution. The insult to a court official's concubine is a serious offense. The empress glared at the Lady of Wei in annoyance. Oh, I am at a loss for words. I warned you repeatedly not to indulge the boy. Had you not coddled him to this extent, he would not be in this predicament. This is all your fault. Sister, I acknowledge my mistakes. But this is not the time for blame. The emperor is furious and will certainly seek to punish Jiang Heng to appease the populace. You must plead for Heng. He is my only child. Surely, you do not wish for him to be executed? The lady of Wei began to weep pitifully. The empress, coldly brushing her sleeve, replied, "Very well, come with me at once." With that, they made their way to the front hall. At that moment in the front hall, Qin Hong knelt on the ground, a chest of silver notes beside him, as he tearfully addressed the furious Emperor Hong Yuan. "Your Majesty, I implore you to take my side. Jiang Heng is utterly lawless. He not only bullies my beloved concubine, but also scorns the law, dismissing it as mere nonsense. He boasts that the government is at his family's command, showing extreme arrogance and inciting great public outrage. Many citizens overheard his words, and those unaware might think he is under your protection, which could severely tarnish your Majesty's reputation." As he spoke, he gestured towards the pile of silver notes. "I had no intention of accepting these, but I feared the power of the Lady of Wei and thus complied. However, after receiving them, I found no peace. I could not eat or sleep, and my poor concubine trembled in terror, unable to utter a word. Seeing her plight, I felt I could not let this go unchallenged. Hence, I rushed to the palace to report this matter to your Majesty. I do not seek the Lady of Wei's silver. I only wish for justice for Lin Lang. I beseech you to take my side." Chapter 512. A single hand can make a sound upon finishing. He bowed deeply before Emperor Hong Yuan. The emperor, already on the brink of fury, could hardly contain himself. He bellowed, "How dare Jiang Heng insult a court official's wife and disregard the law? He has no regard for me whatsoever. Guards, apprehend Jiang Heng and imprison him. Have the chief of Jingzhou investigate this matter thoroughly. Once the truth is revealed, let him be dismembered and fed to the dogs." The empress and the Lady of Wei, who had just reached the doorway, were immediately struck with fear and rushed inside. "Please, your Majesty, grant us mercy." As the two individuals simultaneously rushed into the grand hall, the Lady of Wei swiftly knelt before the emperor, her face etched with terror. "I beseech your Majesty for mercy, to spare Hunger's life. It is the failure of parents to educate their child. Hunger has grown up without paternal guidance, and I have been overly lenient, neglecting my duty of discipline, which has led to his current state. I implore you to allow the Jiang family to retain a single descendant in this world. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me instead." The empress chimed in, "Indeed, your Majesty. Although Jiang Heng has erred, his transgressions do not warrant death. Moreover, my sister has already compensated Lord Qin, who previously stated that he would not pursue further responsibility from the Duke's estate. How is it that upon receiving the silver note, he has suddenly sought to bring forth a case against us in the palace? This seems rather untrustworthy." The emperor cast a fierce glare at the empress. Why should Lord Qin not have the right to present his case? The silver note was given by the Lady of Wei. Did he dare refuse it at that moment? Do not attempt to divert my attention with such arguments. The Lady of Wei has compensated Lord Qin and offered him certain advantages, indicating that Jiang Heng indeed committed a grave error. I believe no further investigation is necessary. I have long been aware of Jiang Heng's repeated misdeeds, his illicit pursuits of other men's wives, and his reckless lifestyle among the brothels. Such a debauched youth has long been deserving of punishment. Were it not for the debt of gratitude I owe to his father, Jiang Jing, for saving my life, he would have met his demise countless times already. This time, I shall show no mercy. Let us first castrate his lineage and see how he continues to wreak havoc upon others. Your Majesty, I implore you for mercy. He is my only son. If he becomes a eunuch, the Jiang family will have no heirs, and I shall not wish to live any longer." The Lady of Wei collapsed to the ground, her heart heavy with despair, her eyes vacant, her hands trembling uncontrollably from fear. Seeing her plight, the empress glanced at her sister with pity and softened her tone. "Your Majesty, as the saying goes, it takes two to tango. This cannot solely be Jiang Heng's fault. Perhaps, had that concubine not seduced him, he would not have fallen into her trap. He has been set up." Upon hearing this, Qin Hong was immediately filled with rage, his eyes blazing. He glared at the empress. "What do you mean by that, Empress? It is well known that Lin Lang was abducted after being struck down by Jiang Heng. To protect your nephew, you dare to cast aspersions upon Lin Lang, attempting to tarnish her reputation." Emperor Hongjun, consumed by fury, stepped forward and raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap across the empress's face. The sound echoed sharply, leaving her stunned, her cheeks swelling in pain. The hall fell silent. the tension palpable as if a pin could be heard dropping. She covered her face, incredulous as she looked at Emperor Han Yuan. "Your Majesty, why have you struck me? Did you not say that it takes two to create a sound?" The emperor retorted fiercely. "I am here to demonstrate that a single hand can indeed make a resounding clap." Chapter 5:13. To be confined for 3 months, Your Majesty, I acknowledge my faults. But I beseech you, in remembrance of the late Jiang Jing, do not castrate Jiang Hung. Grant him another chance. Otherwise, he shall not find peace in the afterlife. The empress bit her lip, her voice trembling with sorrow and indignation. The emperor had never struck her before. Now, before the eyes of all, he had done so for the first time. This leaves the dignity of the queen of this nation in tatters. As Emperor Han Yuan thought of Jiang Jing, he couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Over the years, had he truly turned a blind eye to Jiang Heng's misdeeds, if not for Jiang Jing? It was only out of respect for Jiang Jing that he feigned ignorance of those disgraceful acts. In the past, whenever Jiang Hung erred, indulging in affairs with the wives of officials, it was always the Lady of Wei who used her wealth to cover up the scandals. Now that these matters had reached the imperial court, how could he continue to shield him? Meanwhile, Qin Hong silently lamented that it would be best if the emperor dispatched someone to castrate Jiang Hong, for that would surely please Prince Li. With Prince Li's favor, his own life would be spared. At that moment, the Lady of Wei prostrated herself before the emperor, weeping profusely as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, Jiang Hong has erred. You may punish him as you see fit, but I beseech you not to castrate him. He is still young, unmarried, and the Jiang family has served the nation loyally. If he were to have no descendants, how could I face the ancestors of the Jiang family in the afterlife?" Upon hearing her words, Emperor Han Yuan felt a deep sense of empathy. As a man, the absence of heirs would mean the end of his lineage, rendering all the wealth and honor the Lady of Wei had accumulated as mere smoke. Furthermore, Jiang Jing had once shielded him from a sword, sacrificing himself for the emperor. Had Jiang Jing survived, perhaps he could have guided Jiang Hung to become a better man, preventing this current debacle. Caught in a dilemma, he found himself torn between the righteous indignation of Qin Hong and the son of his benefactor. No matter what choice he made, the conflict seemed insurmountable. Despite having been struck, the queen, with her indomitable spirit, urged, "Your Majesty, I implore you to spare Hunger this once. I believe he will not dare to err again. If he were to be castrated, it would dishearten the soldiers, who would then dare to serve you with unwavering loyalty. We can generously compensate for the grievances suffered by Lord Qin's concubine as a gesture of goodwill. I trust that Lord Qin, being a man of reason and generosity, will understand your predicament and not press you into a corner." Upon finishing her plea, the queen cast a cold glance towards Qin Hong. The moment he felt her gaze, he trembled in fear. The queen's words had adorned him with a lofty crown, seemingly blaming him for the emperor's predicament. How could he dare to pressure the emperor? He quickly responded, "Your Majesty, the Lady of Wei's demeanor is commendable. She has not shielded Jiang Hung and has taken responsibility for this incident herself. I do not wish for my domestic matters to trouble you. It is my humble opinion that Jiang Hung should receive a light punishment. There is no need for castration. Let him reflect on his actions in prison and strive to reform himself." Upon hearing Qin Hong's words, Emperor Han Yuan finally found a way out of his quandary. He sighed. "Indeed, Lord Qin displays great magnanimity. The Duke's household has wronged you. Please take these banknotes to soothe your concubine. They need not be returned to the Duke's estate." He then commanded, "Let it be known that Jiang Hung has committed a grave offense. He is to be immediately imprisoned for 3 months. After 3 months, if he shows genuine remorse, he may be released. If he remains obstinate and unrepentant, he shall continue to be confined." Chapter 5:14. The Prince Loves You. Grateful for the favor upon hearing that her son only needed to be confined for 3 months, the Lady of Wei immediately prostrated herself on the ground, bowing her head in gratitude to Emperor Han Yuan. Meanwhile, Qin Hong swiftly cast a glance at the stack of banknotes in the box. Fortunately, his banknotes had not flown away. He held a firm belief that the Lady of Wei would fulfill her other promises to him as well. As for the matter concerning Prince Li, he had done all he could. The emperor had dealt with Jiang Hong, and it was likely that Prince Li would spare him. At the Li prince's residence, upon receiving the news from the palace, Missouri Li promptly informed Chu Xuancheng. Upon learning that the empress had been slapped and Jiang Hung imprisoned for 3 months, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. How could he, a mere mortal, dare to provoke the Li princess? The punishment meted out was far from sufficient for someone who dared to offend her. Li, wait until Xuancheng is thrown into the depths of the prison. Then, show him a taste of retribution. Let us see who else would dare to entertain thoughts against the Li princess. Li hastily clasped his hands in respect, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure he experiences a fate worse than death in prison, making him regret offending our princess." It seemed that while he had been laboring tirelessly, the prince had been solely focused on avenging the princess, not even mentioning the eldest princess. Clearly, the princess's status in the prince's heart was on an upward trajectory. The next morning, Li relayed the events to Feng Er, who, in turn, excitedly shared the news with Yun Ruoyue. With a starry-eyed expression, she exclaimed, "Your Highness, it seems our prince cares for you. He knows you were wronged and is secretly avenging you. Now that Xuancheng has been thrown into prison, I heard from Li that the prince intends for him to be well taken care of in there, as a form of retribution for you." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Could it be true? Chu Xuancheng has always detested me. Would he truly seek vengeance on my behalf? What do you mean? Could it be true? Did you not say that anything is possible? Feng Er continued. Li also mentioned that upon hearing of Xuancheng's bullying towards you, the prince was furious and summoned Qin Hong to lodge a complaint in the palace, of course, regarding Xuancheng's insult towards his concubine, while keeping you and the eldest princess at a distance. Yet, we all know that the prince was, on the surface, avenging Lin Lang, but in reality, it was for you. At this point, Feng Er mimicked Chu Xuancheng's demeanor, adopting a commanding tone. The prince remarked that the Li princess is not someone he could provoke. The punishment meted out is far from sufficient. Wow, the way he spoke must have been incredibly cool and handsome, so charming indeed. Even Feng Er, who typically held disdain for the prince, had become one of his little admirers. Yun Ruoyue shook her head helplessly. You young girls are so easily deceived. He has committed 10 wrongs, yet you rally behind him for one good deed. Have you no conscience? Have you forgotten how he once commanded people to whip me 20 times? Upon hearing this, Feng Er quickly shook her head. I dare not forget, but your highness. That day was the prince's wedding celebration with concubine Rou. They were happily in their bridal chamber, preparing for their wedding night, and your actions disrupted their joyous occasion. His anger was quite understandable. Your highness, I am not advocating for the prince. I merely observe that he has recently changed, beginning to show interest and concern for you. Take, for instance, the incident when that sorcerer attempted to capture you and roast you over fire. The prince hurriedly came to your rescue amidst his busy schedule, demonstrating a significant shift in his feelings towards you. It is evident that he has developed affections for you. As for the past, should we not let it go? Perhaps you could find it in your heart to forgive him? Chapter 5:15. What gift to present? Yun Ruoyue cast a glance at Feng Er and remarked, Feng Er, I suspect you have accepted silver from Chu Xuancheng. Pray tell, what favors has he bestowed upon you that you now speak on his behalf? Feng Er, frightened, turned pale and quickly shook her head. No, your highness, the prince has not given me any benefits. I merely wish for you to enjoy a harmonious life with him. Hence my words. A harmonious life? Is he truly the type of man who fosters such a life? By the way, in a few days, it will be New Year's Eve, and all the princes and princesses will enter the palace for the night banquet. I heard from Princess Zhao that everyone is expected to prepare gifts for the emperor. What sort of gift do you think I should prepare? Yun Ruoyue inquired. Feng Er pondered for a moment and suggested, exquisite delicacies, fine silks, precious metals and gems, rare elixirs. Yun Ruoyue replied, setting aside the fact that your princess is rather impoverished and cannot possibly possess such items. Even if I were wealthy, I could not present such gifts. What sort of person is the emperor? Is he in need of gold and silver? What treasures has he not encountered? Whatever I present would surely not capture his interest. Furthermore, as a frugal individual, I cannot bear to spend silver on gifts for the emperor. Not only do I lack a personal treasury, but even the funds from the Li royal residence should not be squandered recklessly. To present treasures to the emperor, one must invest substantial sums. Mere trifles cannot procure anything of quality. However, would that not be excessively wasteful? There are numerous individuals far wealthier than I. Even if I were to sell myself to afford a treasure, it might still pale in comparison to the value of another's feather. Clearly, the matter of gift-giving requires careful deliberation. It must be innovative yet dignified. I must strategize thoroughly. Seeing the distress on her mistress's face regarding the gift, Feng Er offered reassurance. Your Highness, there is no need to worry about the gifts. Our prince will undoubtedly represent the Li royal residence with a grand gift. So you need not present one yourself. That will not do. I heard from Princess Zhao that although the royal residence will provide gifts, It is best for each princess to present something as a show of respect for the imperial family. While not mandatory, failing to do so would surely invite disdain and contempt from those who do give gifts, and I do not wish to be looked down upon, especially by Chu Xuancheng. Yun Ruoyue was aware that Chu Xuancheng had already spent lavishly to procure rare and exotic treasures from the common folk, intending to make a grand impression at the palace banquet. Given Chu Xuancheng's nature, she would undoubtedly scorn Yun Ruoyue if she appeared empty-handed. Thus, she resolved to venture into the streets to seek out any rare yet affordable treasures. With this thought, Yun Ruoyue set out with Feng from the Li royal residence, eager to immerse herself in the lively atmosphere of the streets during the festive season. As the new year approaches, the populace floods the streets to procure festive goods, creating a bustling scene filled with a throng of people. Soon, Yun Ruoyue and Feng arrive at the most vibrant thoroughfare in Shengjing City, Xihua Street. Along this avenue, shops abound, and numerous vendors peddle their wares, including handmade blush powders, gold and silver jewelry, candied hawthorns, clay figurines, sugar figures, various fruits and vegetables, and local delicacies. This delightful spectacle captivates Yun Ruoyue, who indulges in candied hawthorn skewers, sits at a street corner to savor bowls of wontons or tang yuan, and purchases some peculiar sugar figures for Feng to carry. Suddenly, as the crowd swells, a lavish blue carriage enters the street from a nearby alley. Its imposing size causes it to become wedged in the middle of the thoroughfare, forcing pedestrians to sidle past with great caution. "Miss, whose carriage is this? It's enormous. Given the congested market today, why would anyone drive such a vehicle here?" Feng expresses her annoyance at the obstruction. Yun Ruoyue glances at the carriage and muses that, much like in modern times, congestion is a universal affliction. At that moment, a courier clad in a yellow tunic, with a satchel slung over his back, gallops into the street atop a fine steed. The dust billows as the horse races forward, seemingly wild, knocking over several fruit stalls and eliciting screams from the crowd as they scramble to safety. The previously orderly street descends into chaos, filled with cries of alarm. "Miss, move aside," Feng urges, but before she can finish her warning, she rushes to pull her mistress away. In the tumult, an unseen hand inadvertently shoves Yun Ruoyue, sending her crashing towards the carriage. Just as she braces for the impact, a slender jade-like hand reaches out, steadying her waist and preventing her from falling. A gentle voice, as soothing as silk strings, whispers in her ear, "Miss, be careful." A faint fragrance of medicinal herbs wafts from within the carriage. Yun Ruoyue turns, the breeze lifting the white silk curtain, revealing a strikingly handsome young man clad in white brocade. His skin is as pale as snow, flawless, with lips tinted like ripe fruit and features that are nothing short of picturesque. His captivating eyes, clear and inviting, gaze at her with warmth. "Miss, are you unharmed?" Upon seeing his face, Yun Ruoyue is momentarily entranced, marveling at the breathtaking beauty before her. Heavens, such a stunning man exists in this world. The gentleman possesses a visage more exquisite than that of any woman, especially his deep, alluring eyes, reminiscent of a starlit sky, seemingly imbued with a gentle smile. Truly a reincarnation of Panin, blessed with ethereal looks. However, his complexion was pallid, and he appeared somewhat feeble. A thin blanket draped over his abdomen to ward off the chill, unmistakably a delicate beauty ensnared by illness. When the man spoke, Yun Ruoyue hastily withdrew her infatuated gaze and replied, "Thank you, I am fine." At that moment, Feng rushed towards Yun Ruoyue, exclaiming, "Miss, it's terrible. The horse is charging towards you, run." At this juncture, Yun Ruoyue stood on the right side of a cerulean carriage, and the agitated steed was barreling directly in her direction. If it continued its course, she was certain to be struck. Turning around, she beheld the furious horse bearing down upon her, and terror gripped her heart. "Help! Fear not, for I am here," the handsome man from the carriage intoned coolly, simultaneously producing several jade stones in his hand. With a swift flick of his fingers, he propelled the stones towards the horse's hooves. With a resounding neigh, the horse was struck by the jade stones, initially rearing in pain and pivoting in place, before its legs gave way, and it collapsed to the ground. In that instant, the station attendant atop the horse seized the opportunity to dismount, and fearing the horse would spiral into further madness, he drew his saber and severed the horse's head in one decisive stroke. "Oh my!" The onlookers gasped in horror as the head was cleaved from the body, blood splattering everywhere. The townsfolk turned away, unable to bear the gruesome sight. Yet, considering the havoc the rampaging horse could have wreaked upon the entire street, they felt it had met its deserved fate, unworthy of sympathy. With the horse's head severed, it could no longer exhibit its earlier fury. Observing the crisis averted, the attendant bowed apologetically to the crowd. "Forgive me, good people. I am Chui Fong, a station attendant from the border of the state of Chu. I carry urgent documents to present to the emperor," and the horse was startled by a piece of red cloth during our swift journey, resulting in its wild rampage. "Now that the horse is deceased, you are all safe. I must hasten to the palace to deliver these documents. I beg your understanding for my swift departure. As for the damages caused, please record them, and you may claim compensation from the government." With that, he paid no further heed to the crowd. Securing the document pouch under his arm, and with a nimble leap, he sped away, quickly vanishing from sight, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. The townsfolk, gazing at the lifeless horse and the scattered fruits and vegetables, began to regain their senses. They hurriedly rushed to collect their fallen produce. As for seeking compensation, who truly dared approach the authorities? Fortunately, no one was harmed. That was utterly terrifying. Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, her heart still racing. Just mere meters away, the horse had been on a collision course with her, and it was fortuitous that the handsome man in the carriage had intervened in time. Otherwise, she would have been trampled into a pulp. "It is a relief to see you unscathed," the man from the carriage spoke again, his voice warm and melodious. Yun Ruoyue felt her heart flutter at the sound. "Thank you once more. Had it not been for your timely interventions, my life may have been forfeit." Yun Ruoyue gazed adoringly at the man in the carriage, her bright, twinkling eyes reflecting admiration. "It is of no concern, should I refrain from acting. The horse might still harm me," the handsome man remarked, casting a fleeting glance at his abdomen, a trace of melancholy flickering in his eyes. "I have matters to attend to. If it poses no inconvenience to you, we shall take our leave." After speaking, he regarded Yun Ruoyue once more. Realizing that she had been leaning against the carriage wall, she quickly stepped back, apologizing. "Please, go ahead. I too have pressing matters and shall depart first." With that, she turned briskly, taking hold of Feng'er and hastily walking away. How embarrassing it was. She had unconsciously leaned against the carriage as if it were a comforting habit. Thankfully, no onlookers had witnessed her folly, lest they spin unflattering tales. Once the carriage had departed, Feng'er, noticing the inscription on its rear, exclaimed, "Miss, that handsome man in the carriage seems to be the virtuous prince. Look, there is the character for virtuous inscribed on it. This must belong to the prince's residence." Upon inspecting, Yun Ruoyue indeed saw the character for virtuous emblazoned there. Could it be that this was the fabled ailing beauty, the virtuous prince Chu Luyan? Suddenly, she recalled Feng'er's previous words and remarked, "Feng'er, did you not mention that this virtuous prince suffers from a severe illness? I noticed he was draped with a blanket, likely to conceal his condition." "Oh, miss, how I wish you had offered to examine him. Your medical expertise might have alleviated his suffering," Feng'er lamented. It hadn't occurred to her earlier. She had heard that the virtuous prince spent most of his time confined within the prince's residence, rarely venturing outside, presumably only for medical attention. If only Miss could have had the opportunity to assist him. "Do not worry. Should the chance arise, I shall extend my help," Yun Ruoyue replied. After all, he had not sought her out for treatment. It would not be proper for her to intrude. Shortly thereafter, Yun Ruoyue and Feng'er strolled into a more bustling street. Here, in addition to the usual daily necessities, various wild delicacies were on offer. Villagers had captured numerous wild chickens, hares, wild boars, and serpents from the mountains to sell in the marketplace. Yun Ruoyue glanced at the offerings and said to Feng'er, "These are all rather mundane items, lacking in rarity. Let us continue and explore another street. Parrots for sale. Parrots for sale. This one can talk. Would you care to listen?" At that moment, Yun Ruoyue spotted a middle-aged man in his 40s at the street corner. His skin was dark, his figure lean, and he wore a triangular straw hat, an unmistakable sign of a humble farmer. As she looked closer, she noticed a birdcage in his hands, within which perched a striking parrot, its feathers a pristine white, smooth to the touch, crowned with a golden hue resembling that of a goose. The parrot's cheeks bore round, red spots, reminiscent of a sunset, making it an exceptionally captivating sight. This parrot exuded an air of regal pride, akin to a princess, and was a rare breed indeed. Upon encountering the pristine white parrot, Feng'er immediately grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand, her face alight with joy. "Miss, look at this parrot. It is the most beautiful one on this street." Shall we purchase it as a gift? Such a noble parrot must be a rare treasure. The emperor would surely adore it. Yun Ruoyue leaned closer, momentarily silent. At that moment, a throng of onlookers was drawn to the parrot, encircling the man holding it with curious gazes fixed upon the avian marvel. Suddenly, the farmer gestured at the parrot, which astonishingly began to speak in a cheerful tone. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! May flowers bloom in prosperity and good fortune be yours. As the bird's voice resonated, the crowd erupted in excitement. Good heavens! This parrot can talk. How remarkable! I've only heard a minus speak, and it could only manage simple words. Nothing as fluent as this parrot. This is extraordinary. Sir, how much for this parrot? I could buy it to entertain the children. The farmer, with a sincere expression, replied, I'm not certain of its worth. You may bid as you please. I shall sell it to the highest bidder. Ah, in that case, I shall offer 1 tael of silver, someone proposed. The surrounding crowd shot him disdainful glances. Such a precious parrot, and you offer merely 1 tael? Are you taking advantage of the farmer's ignorance? I bid 2 taels. Another countered. Is that so? Then I shall bid 3 taels, surpassing your offer. I offer 4 taels. You are all too stingy. For a parrot of this caliber, if sold to a wealthy family, it would fetch no less than 10 taels of silver. I bid 8 taels. Upon hearing the bids, the farmer looked eagerly at the man who had offered 8 taels. At least you know its worth. However, I must tell you, I exerted great effort to catch this parrot in the deep mountains and forests. Its beauty and ability to speak set it apart. Ordinary parrots require months of training to speak, yet this one is exceptionally intelligent. Whatever you teach it, it learns immediately. Thus, dear sir, 8 taels is rather insufficient. My mother is gravely ill and requires funds for treatment, and I have young children to support. What? It learns with just 1 lesson? What a miraculous parrot. Demonstrate its abilities for me. If it performs well, I could offer 20 taels. The man who had initially bid 8 taels declared. Very well, what would you like it to say? The farmer inquired. Have it say, I am the most handsome, charming, and dashing. All the beauties on the street adore me. The man with the wrinkled face proclaimed with a boastful air. The farmer promptly turned to the parrot, commanding, shall buy. Speak. The parrot lifted its regal head, its golden crown glimmering in the sunlight, exuding an aura of grandeur. With a dismissive glance at the man, it retorted, You are not handsome at all. You are the ugliest, short and dark, the most unattractive person on this street, and no one likes you. At this, Yun Ruoyue could no longer contain herself and doubled over in laughter. The crowd erupted into hearty guffaws. Incredible. This parrot remarkably comprehends human speech and even has the audacity to utter insults. Upon hearing this, the stout man, infuriated, puffed up his beard and exclaimed, What a wretched parrot! How dare it insult me? I shall take my leave. With that, he furiously waved his sleeve and strode away, leaving behind a crowd still in fits of laughter. The peasant, realizing his esteemed patron had been driven away, shot a furious glare at the parrot. Shall buy. I have warned you against speaking carelessly. Look what you've done. You've frightened him off. How am I to gather my mother's medical expenses now? At that moment, a voice interjected, Good sir, I shall take that parrot off your hands. Name your price. Observing that other potential buyers were preparing to bid, Yun Ruoyue hastened to the peasant. She understood the urgency. Not many affluent individuals had gathered yet, and she needed to secure this parrot swiftly. Such a rare treasure, once encountered, should never be haggled over, lest she miss this opportunity. If those with wealth discovered it, acquiring it would become impossible. From her keen observation, she recognized that this was an exceedingly rare phoenix parrot, known for its remarkable intelligence, capable of understanding simple human language and mimicking speech with great speed. Such parrots were seldom found, and one could easily fetch a fortune. However, the onlookers and the peasant seemed oblivious to its true worth, offering only 5 to 8 taels. Upon hearing this, the peasant looked incredulously at Yun Ruoyue. Miss, are you certain I can set the price? Indeed, but this is not the place for negotiations. Let us find a more suitable venue, Yun Ruoyue replied. Very well, I shall accompany you, the peasant, named Taiju, said with an earnest smile. As they prepared to leave, the others expressed their disappointment, waving their hands in dismay. Why are they leaving? Is someone buying it already? I haven't even made my bid. I'll offer 30 taels. Chapter 520. The purchase. If only I had been willing to bid 50 taels earlier, I could have resold it to the nobility for at least 150 taels, reaping a profit of 100 taels. Despite hearing the bids, Taiju remained steadfast, and continued walking with Yun Ruoyue, finding her demeanor far more trustworthy than that of the wealthy men. Soon, Yun Ruoyue and Feng found a tavern and booked a private room, inviting Taizhu inside. Aware that the peasant must be hungry, Yun Ruoyue called for an array of fine wines and exquisite dishes. When the sumptuous feast arrived, its delightful aroma filled the air, and the sight was so appetizing that Taizhu's mouth watered. However, he refrained from partaking, knowing that indulging in the meal might complicate their negotiations. Noticing Taizhu's desire to eat but hesitance to do so, Yun Ruoyue introduced herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiaoyu, and this is Feng. May I inquire your honorable name, good sir?" "I am Taizhu. Greetings, Miss Xiaoyu and Miss Feng." Taizhu felt a flush of warmth spread across his dark face at the proximity of such captivating ladies. "Hello. Let us be straightforward and concise. What price do you wish to set for your parrot?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. Taizhu pondered for a moment, somewhat bashfully extending 2 fingers in a scissor-like gesture. "How about this amount? What does that signify?" Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning behind Taizhu's words. 200 taels, is that acceptable?" Taizhu replied, having just overheard individuals mention that if it were sold to influential nobles, it could fetch 150 taels. Thus, he reasoned that requesting 200 taels from the young lady shouldn't be considered greedy, should it? "This parrot, did you capture it in the mountains? It must have been unclaimed before." Yun Ruoyue sought to ascertain whether the parrot belonged to anyone else. If it did, purchasing it would be inappropriate. "Indeed. I caught it in the deep forest at the edge of our village. I had gone up the mountain to search for cattle, wandered into the woods, and ultimately found this parrot, which had fallen to the ground with an injured wing. I took it home and bandaged its wound," said Taizhu. "To be honest, this parrot is quite adorable, and I had no desire to sell it. However, my mother's illness has worsened, and we can scarcely afford to eat, let alone appreciate a parrot. Thus, I thought to sell it, hoping to fetch a fair price to aid in my mother's treatment." Yun Ruoyue, having confirmed the parrot's origins, stated, "Very well, I shall take this parrot. I offer you 1,000 taels. How does that sound?" 1,000 taels? Taizhu could scarcely believe it, rising in astonishment. "Isn't that rather excessive? That would suffice for a lifetime of prosperity for my family." "What? If you believe it insufficient, I can certainly increase my offer." Yun Ruoyue felt that Taizhu, being a mere villager, might attract trouble if given too much money all at once. Therefore, providing a reasonable price seemed prudent. "That is not my intention. I simply think 1,000 taels is far too much. Young lady, we are fated to meet. Perhaps you could settle for 200 taels instead. I am not a professional merchant. My purpose in selling it is not for profit, but solely to fund my mother's medical expenses. Any amount sufficient for her treatment would suffice. No need for that. I insist on 1,000 taels. Feng, please hand me the banknotes." Upon hearing this, Feng rummaged through her pocket and produced 10 100-tael notes. "Miss, fortunately, we withdrew ample banknotes today. Had you offered more, we might not have had enough. Currently, if the young lady desired cash, she could directly withdraw from the treasury without any objection. It was the best course of action." Yun Ruoyue inquired, "Do you have any small silver coins? Let us give Taizhu some as well." Feng promptly extracted a handful of small silver coins. Yun Ruoyue took the banknotes and coins, handing them all to Taizhu. "Keep this banknote secure. Do not let anyone know you possess money. If you require silver, visit the pawn shop to exchange this 100-tael note for small coins, ensuring no one targets you. Retain the remaining coins for your journey." Taizhu was taken aback by the young lady's kindness, moved to tears. "Thank you, young lady, I understand." "Not at all. I am also quite hungry. Let us begin our meal," Yun Ruoyue said, taking the lead and using her chopsticks to enjoy the food alongside Feng. Seeing this, Taizhu followed suit and picked up his chopsticks to partake in the feast. Heavens! This parrot truly is his lucky bird. Not only had he sold it for such a sum, but he was also indulging in exquisite delicacies he had never tasted before. His gluttony led him to consume 5 bowls of rice in one sitting. Meanwhile, the nearby cockatiel, witnessing the feast, began to salivate and called out, I'm hungry, I want to eat." In a hurry, Taizhu offered it a piece of braised pork, saying, "My dear, Xiaobai adores meat. It nearly devoured all the cured meat in my home within a month." This parrot had a penchant for pilfering his meat, and he often chased it away with a broom, only to realize now that it was his auspicious bird. If given the chance to return home, he would ensure it was well fed and cared for. Upon observing this, Yun Ruoyue couldn't help but smile, and she offered Xiaobai several pieces of braised spare ribs. Grateful for the new master's generosity, Xiaobai eagerly extended its beak to partake, and upon tasting the meat, it joyfully flapped its wings in delight. Having been charmed by the offerings and accepting Yun Ruoyue as its new master, after satisfying their appetites, Yun Ruoyue inquired of Taizhu, "How do you usually train Xiaobai?" Taizhu replied, "I was initially unaware that it could talk. One day it suddenly proclaimed its hunger and desire for food, and that's when I discovered its gift for speech. I had heard that parrots can learn to talk with training, so I attempted it, and to my surprise, it exhibited remarkable intelligence and learned quickly." He then gestured with his hands and clapped, stating, "During my training, I used various gestures and movements. For instance, when I clap, it recites auspicious phrases. Listen." After his demonstration, the cockatiel indeed chirped, "Happy New Year, Happy New Year." "Can it utter inauspicious phrases?" Yun Ruoyue asked. "Indeed. It not only delights in cursing others, but also enjoys insulting them. However, I discovered that it requires gestures to do so. Once, when a landlord came to collect rent, he was rather overbearing and quite unpleasant. I made an obscene gesture at Xiaobai, and it immediately cursed the landlord, causing him great anger. The landlord threatened to roast Xiaobai on the spot, but I pleaded with him, promising to pay an additional month's rent, which spared the parrot," Taizhu recounted, still shaken by the memory. Chapter 522. Delivering medicine. At that moment, his frustration with the landlord had prompted the gesture, nearly leading to a grave mistake. However, why did this young lady inquire in such a manner? Most would wish for the parrot to speak only pleasant words. Yet, she seemed to desire the opposite. Nevertheless, it was not his place to question further. Hearing that Xiaobai could also curse with gestures deepened Yun Ruoyue's intrigue. She said to Taizhu, "Please teach me all the gestures you know." "No problem, but these gestures can be deduced on your own as well. Just inform the parrot what to say while you gesture, practice a few times, and it will learn. It is quite clever," Taizhu explained. "I see," Yun Ruoyue mused, growing fonder of the parrot. After learning several gestures from Taizhu, she inquired, "By the way, what illness afflicts your mother?" As a doctor, she felt that if she had the opportunity to help, she would do her utmost to assist. "My mother has contracted a cold, a condition that is neither particularly severe nor trivial, yet it can indeed prove fatal. She has been suffering from fever and cough for the past 2 to 3 months, feeling lethargic daily, unable to eat or sleep comfortably. Given her naturally frail constitution and the cold environment at home, I fear that if her illness continues, she may not survive this winter." Iron Pill expressed with a furrowed brow. Yun Ruoyue nodded, realizing that it was merely a cold. Fortunately, it was not a rare or insurmountable illness. Since it was just a cold, it could be easily treated. In ancient times, without antibiotics or cold remedies, such infections often led to death. However, her medical system was equipped with medications, which made all the difference. She declared, "I am a physician. You need not seek another doctor. I shall prescribe a few doses of medicine for your mother. Take them home and ensure she wears warm clothing. She will be fine." Iron Pill's eyes brightened with surprise. "You are a doctor? You are truly remarkable." Feng'er interjected with pride, "Indeed, my lady is a renowned physician in Xuancheng." Yun Ruoyue promptly reminded Feng'er to refrain from speaking too much, lest they inadvertently reveal their identities. Feng'er quickly fell silent, sticking out her tongue playfully. Iron Pill, understanding that some inquiries were best left unasked, wisely refrained from probing into Yun Ruoyue's identity. "Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my mother," he said earnestly. "Not at all. I will provide you with the medicine shortly. Administer it to your mother 3 times a day, as per the instructions I will write for you. It appears her respiratory system is infected. The medicine I prescribe will disperse the wind and clear the lungs, alleviating her cough and soothing her throat. It is effective against cough caused by wind attacking the lungs, including symptoms such as throat irritation, phlegm, as well as fever, headache, runny nose, and sore throat induced by the cold. Should anyone else in your household fall ill with a cold, this medicine can also be utilized." Once she finished speaking, Yun Ruoyue retrieved the medicine she had prepared in a cloth bag from her system space. Iron Pill gazed in astonishment at the oddly packaged medicines, marveling at her ingenuity. Indeed, her medications were unlike any he had seen before. "Thank you, kind lady. You are truly a benevolent soul. With you as a companion, Little Bai will surely enjoy a better life," he said gratefully. Subsequently, Yun Ruoyue wrote down the dosage instructions before handing him the medicine. After placing the medicine into his bundle, Iron Pill suddenly glanced at the remaining dishes on the table and said, "Lady, there are still so many meat dishes left uneaten. It seems such a pity. Perhaps I should pack them up to take home for my mother and wife and children?" "Very well, go ahead and pack them," she replied. "Fenger, please ask the waiter to bring Iron Pill some more dishes, all to be charged to my account." During their meal, they had used public chopsticks, so the food remained quite clean and suitable for packing. Yun Ruoyue appreciated Iron Pill's filial piety and his kindness towards his family. Thus, she was inclined to purchase him additional dishes. Iron Pill quickly waved his hand, declining, "No need for that. This is more than enough for us. Any extra would go to waste." In truth, he could have eaten more, but his humble nature and kind heart led him to express gratitude and contentment, never succumbing to greed. Observing his steadfastness, Yun Ruoyue chose not to press the matter further. As she was about to leave, she insisted that Taizhu keep this matter a secret. Taizhu nodded earnestly, thumping his chest, assuring her, "Rest assured, Miss, I haven't sold your parrot to anyone. I can't recall to whom it was sold, nor have I ever met you. I don't know you." With Taizhu's promise secured, Yun Ruoyue instructed the waiter to fetch a piece of blue cloth to cover the birdcage, and then asked Fenger to carry it as they departed from the tavern. Upon exiting, Fenger, her face alight with joy, exclaimed, "Miss, this is wonderful. You finally have a gift for the emperor. This parrot is so precious and can utter auspicious words. When it speaks blessings to the emperor, he will surely be delighted, and you will gain much face." "Who said it was a gift for the emperor? I intend to profit from it," Yun Ruoyue replied. "What?" Fenger gasped, quickly leaning closer to whisper, "Miss, why not present it to the emperor? This is a splendid opportunity to win his favor. Who do you plan to sell it to?" The emperor harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Li Wangfu. They have always been at odds. Even if I offered him mountains of gold and silver, he would not truly be pleased, nor would he spare the Li Wangfu. I shall not part with anything worth more than 10 taels of silver. I intend to sell the parrot to the Princess of Jin, Yun Ruoyue declared. "What? You plan to sell it to the Princess of Jin? Such a beautiful parrot. Wouldn't he that be giving her a bargain?" Fenger exclaimed in shock. "Who says it would be a bargain? Whether it brings fortune or misfortune remains uncertain," Yun Ruoyue replied. After speaking, she took Fenger to a nearby tailor shop. Upon entering, they swiftly purchased 2 plain sets of male attire and changed into them. Once dressed, they appeared as 2 exceptionally refined scholars. Then, carrying the parrot, they sought out another tavern and booked a private room. "Miss, why have we come to the tavern again? Did we not just eat? Are you hungry?" Fenger questioned, puzzled as they entered the room. "I am not hungry. You stand guard at the door. Do not let anyone near. I will teach Xiaobai to speak," Yun Ruoyue instructed. "What will you teach Xiaobai to say?" Fenger asked curiously as she walked to the door. "You will find out shortly," Yun Ruoyue replied, placing the birdcage on the table. She then lifted the cloth covering it, revealing a cunning yet polite smile to Xiaobai inside. "Hello, Xiaobai. I am your new master. You may call me Xiaoye." "Xiaoye, Xiaoye." The perceptive parrot immediately echoed upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's name. Yun Ruoyue clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "How clever!" However, Xiaobai interpreted her clapping as a gesture and suddenly proclaimed, "Happy New Year, auspicious and prosperous. May all go smoothly." Chapter 524. Training the parrot. Yun Ruoyue quickly halted, saying, "Xiaobai, although I am now your master, you must be apart from me for a while. I need you to assist me with a task, and once it is completed, I will buy you back." Of course, Xiaobai could not comprehend Yun Ruoyue's complex and lengthy statement. It merely gazed at her with its noble, disdainful eyes, round and glimmering. Yun Ruoyue observed that Xiaobai was somewhat perplexed by her previous instructions, so she refrained from further elaboration. With a playful gesture, she raised her middle finger towards Xiaobai, who, in a sudden display of defiance, placed her wings on her hips and exclaimed vehemently, "We are doomed. The Lord is about to perish." Yun Ruoyue chuckled softly, clarifying, "That is not what I intended for you to say. From now on, let us redefine the meaning of this gesture. Allow me to teach you. When I raise my middle finger, you shall proclaim, 'The emperor has passed away. The empress has passed away.'" With a hint of confusion, Xiaobai glanced at Yun Ruoyue but complied, shouting, "We are doomed. The Lord is about to perish." Taken aback, Yun Ruoyue realized that Xiaobai might not be as astute as Ji Zhu had suggested. Thus, she resolved to impart further instruction. After several repetitions, Xiaobai finally grasped the new phrase. This time, upon Yun Ruoyue's signal, Xiaobai shouted, "The emperor has passed away." The empress has passed away. Seeing Xiaobai successfully adopt the new terminology, Yun Ruoyue took the opportunity to teach her additional phrases before concluding the lesson. The words Xiaobai had just uttered sent a shiver down the spine of the gatekeeper, Feng'er, who trembled with fear. As soon as the lesson ended, she anxiously implored, "Miss, how could you teach Xiaobai such words? Such utterances are profoundly disrespectful. If the emperor hears them, it could lead to execution." With a calm demeanor, Yun Ruoyue exited, eager to witness the moment Xiaobai would utter those words. "Is she not yours?" Feng'er asked, bewildered. "I have mentioned my intention to sell Xiaobai to the Princess of Jin." "Feng'er, await my news." Just then, the caged Xiaobai caught sight of the roasted meats at the tavern and cried out, "I am hungry. I want meat." Her shrill voice instantly captured the attention of all the patrons in the hall, who turned their curious gazes towards them. Yun Ruoyue exchanged a knowing glance with Feng'er. "You desire meat, do you? Very well, I shall procure a large roasted chicken for you." With that, she hurriedly grasped the birdcage and dashed outside. It was imperative that no one discover that the parrot belonged to her. Absolute discretion was necessary until her plans came to fruition. To soothe Xiaobai, Yun Ruoyue soon returned with a roasted chicken, leading Feng'er to a secluded alley where she tore off a chicken leg for Xiaobai. The moment Xiaobai laid eyes on the leg, she chirped joyfully. Once Xiaobai was satisfied, Yun Ruoyue gently admonished, "Xiaobai, you have consumed my food and drink. You must adhere to my commands. When you return to my side, I assure you, I shall provide for you splendidly every day." Although Xiaobai did not fully comprehend her words, she understood the mention of food and eagerly nodded in agreement. Previously, Yun Ruoyue had learned that Yuan, Chu Xuancheng's maid, had been scouring the streets in search of the rarest gifts for the emperor. Earlier, she had spotted Yuan leading a group of servants in pursuit of treasures, which aligned perfectly with her intentions. Chapter 525. The fish is hooked. Subsequently, she picked up a piece of gray charcoal from the roadside and darkened her eyebrows slightly, bestowing upon herself a striking, masculine appearance. She intended to masquerade as a second-hand dealer in parrots, for she had been seen in women's attire while purchasing the birds that morning. Now, adopting a new identity to sell the parrot, she believed no one would connect her to the transaction. After preparing herself, she felt she resembled a genuine dealer and set forth, birdcage in hand, towards the bustling street. Upon arrival, she scanned the area, hoping to catch sight of a familiar round figure. Suddenly, she spotted Yuan leading her attendants, each well-fed and emerging from a small eatery. Yuan, slightly plump from her indulgence, even let out a burp. From a distance, Yun Ruoyue could smell the aroma of garlic ribs emanating from Yuan's mouth. As they exited, she hastily lifted the cloth covering the birdcage and, lowering her voice to feign masculinity, began to call out, "Birds for sale. Freshly caught little birds. Come one, come all, don't miss out, step right up." Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's proclamation, Xiaobai was instantly startled, its feathers bristling in fear. This new master was terrifying, intent on selling it like a mere commodity. Its fate seemed truly tragic. Hidden in a corner, Feng'er heard the commotion and felt anxious for the princess. The princess's tone resembled that of a street vendor selling roasted chickens, clearly lacking in salesmanship. Would she be able to impress Yuan? Yuan, look over there. Someone is selling birds, and that one seems to be a parrot, so regal and beautiful. An attendant exclaimed, noticing the parrot in Yun Ruoyue's possession. Yuan looked up and her eyes widened at the sight of the parrot with its shimmering head. "Wow, this parrot is stunning. I have never seen such beauty. If I could bring it home, the princess would surely adore it. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry over and inquire about the price," the curious attendant urged. As Yun Ruoyue called out, a crowd began to gather around her. Yuan and her entourage quickly pushed their way through the throng. With her ample size and strength, Yuan shoved forward, causing a minor commotion as the people nearly toppled over. She approached Yun Ruoyue and exclaimed, "Wow, your parrot is exquisite. What is the asking price?" Yun Ruoyue, casting a mysterious glance her way, replied, "The highest bidder wins." "Are you suggesting we make our own offers? But do enlighten us about what makes this parrot so special, so we can determine a fair price," Yuan countered. Yun Ruoyue then clapped her hands, prompting the parrot to promptly exclaim, "Happy New Year, beautiful lady, may you be blessed, a celestial being descends, marry a wealthy man." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She had never taught Xiaobai such phrases. It was astonishing that the parrot could speak at all, albeit in a positive manner. This must have been something taught by Tai Zhu or his family, which Xiaobai had retained. Upon hearing this, Yuan joyfully pointed to herself, elated. Is it complimenting me? It can talk. How clever. The princess will surely love it. Of course, you are the only woman here. Who else could it be praising? Yun Ruoyue retorted with a stiff smile. Ah, dear Xiaobai, your ability to speak with such audacity is quite remarkable, yet it is pleasing to witness Yuan's delight. Chapter 526, The Despicable Middleman. Might it utter other phrases as well? If it can, the cost is of no concern. The Duke of Jin's residence can afford it. Yuan cheerfully declared. Indeed, it possesses intelligence, acquiring many phrases with ease. Xiaobai, share some auspicious words with everyone, Yun Ruoyue suggested, clapping her hands twice. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Xiaobai exclaimed. This time, Yun Ruoyue felt satisfied, for she had previously taught Xiaobai this phrase. Upon hearing it, Yuan was utterly astounded, exclaiming, How extraordinary! This parrot can even say long live the emperor. If such a gift were presented to the emperor, surely we, the Duchess of Jin, would be the most illustrious woman at the palace banquet. Are you truly from the Duke of Jin's residence? I am honored. Do you wish to acquire this parrot? Yun Ruoyue inquired. Yuan, with a hint of pride, raised her chin and responded, Indeed, we are from the Duke of Jin's residence. But fear not. Our status shall not influence your pricing. Rather, you may propose a price, and if it seems fair, I shall purchase it. Yun Ruoyue pondered for a moment. Allowing her to set the price could result in an unfavorable outcome. She promptly shook her head, stating, No, the rules of trading are well established. It must be a bidding process, with the highest bidder prevailing. At that moment, a bystander remarked, I encountered this parrot earlier today, sold by a rugged man from the mountains. I regret not offering more at that time. He sold it to 2 ladies. And now it appears to be in your possession. Surely, it was not stolen? Yun Ruoyue glanced at the onlooker, recognizing him as the middle-aged man who had offered 8 taels earlier. For convenience, she would refer to him as 8 taels. When 8 taels publicly recognized her, Yun Ruoyue's heart momentarily skipped a beat, but she quickly regained her composure, responding calmly, Those 2 ladies are mere resellers. They purchased it to profit. To be frank, I acquired it from them for 500 taels. You are willing to pay 500 taels, indicating your fondness for this parrot. Why then do you seek to sell it? 8 taels inquired, his wrinkled face turned toward the sun. Because I am a third-party reseller, Yun Ruoyue replied with poise. 8 taels shot her an incredulous glare, exclaiming, You middlemen are truly insufferable, maliciously inflating prices and snatching treasures from those who genuinely desire them, only to sell them at exorbitant rates. It is utterly detestable. Do not fret, for despite being a third-party reseller, I invested in learning the original owner's training methods, Yun Ruoyue asserted. 8 taels scoffed, the despicable middlemen, merely profiting from the price difference, utterly shameless. Enough of your complaints. We, the Duke of Jin's residence, wish to purchase. Yuan interjected, pushing 8 taels aside with disdain. She turned to Yun Ruoyue, smiling. Dear sir, you are willing to pay 500 taels, are you not? I shall offer 1,000 taels. Upon hearing Yuan's audacity, 8 taels, incensed, retorted, Do you think the Duke of Jin's residence is so formidable? I shall bid 1,001 taels, outbidding you by a mere tael. Yun Ruoyue observed 8 taels, noting his attire resembling that of a wealthy gentleman, suggesting he was indeed a man of means. However, he only agreed to offer 8 taels in the morning, which was rather stingy. She understood him. Sometimes, she too wished to spend the least and acquire the most advantageous items. Upon realizing that such funds were insufficient, if she genuinely cherished something, she would hastily increase her bid, fearing it might slip away. Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed angrily, How dare you be so shameless? You're only 1 tael more than I am. Are you wealthier than our Jin Wangfu? Looking at your wrinkled, tangerine-like visage, I suspect you are merely a facade of strength, likely unable to produce even 10 taels of silver. The attendant interjected, Away with you. How can you dare to pretend to be affluent without the means to back it up, trying to compete with our Jin Wangfu? Begone. Upon hearing himself being belittled, the 8 taels silver quickly felt the urge to assert himself. He reached for his waist and dramatically revealed a thick stack of banknotes, shaking them at Yuan. Open your eyes and behold. I possess wealth, ample wealth. He was indeed a local tycoon, not particularly influential, yet undeniably affluent. Typically, He would never dare offend those from the Jin Wangfu. But today, this plump girl had gone too far, compelling him to contend for the parrot. Seeing the substantial stack of banknotes, Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. How could this fellow be so wealthy, yet so miserly in the morning? It was perplexing. He was clearly affluent, but chose to present himself as impoverished, truly a miser. If he had been willing to bid higher earlier, the parrot would have already belonged to him. Yuan cast a glance at the banknotes held by the eight-tailed silver and sneered disdainfully. Those banknotes must be counterfeit. Do you think you are the only one with banknotes? Xiao Wu, show them your banknotes. At her command, the attendant named Xiao Wu promptly rummaged through his bulging chest pocket, producing a substantial handful of banknotes. Enough of this chatter. Place your bid. The eight-tailed silver, feeling humiliated by the two, was instantly enraged, retorting, haven't I already placed a bid? I am offering one tael more than you. It is your turn to bid. Furthermore, my banknotes are authentic. If you doubt it, summon someone to verify. Yuan coldly replied, I do not care whether they are genuine or not. It is my turn to bid, and I shall offer 5,000 taels. If you cannot match it, you should leave at once. 5,000 taels. The crowd erupted into various exclamations, astonished by the wealth of the Jin Wangfu, making an initial bid of 5,000 taels. It was clear that the eight-tailed silver stood no chance against such a formidable offer. Yun Ruoyue had not anticipated Yuan being so willing to bid. It seemed that Chu Xuancheng had indeed invested heavily to secure the top spot at the palace banquet. Originally, she had called upon Feng to discreetly prepare to inflate the price, intending to swindle Yuan. Little did she know, the eight-tailed silver had inadvertently assisted her. Upon hearing that staggering figure, the eight-tailed silver smirked disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan, and calmly stated, I bid 5,001 taels. Yuan was instantly infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. How can you be so shameless, increasing it by just one tael? The eight-tailed silver glanced at her sideways. What concern is it of yours? Who decreed that I cannot raise it by a mere one tael? As long as my bid surpasses yours, that suffices. If you lack the funds to compete, you should vacate. He returned Yuan's words to her, leaving her fuming. Yuan, infuriated, pointed at him, her fingertips trembling with indignation. You audacious rogue, what is your name? If I report this matter to our esteemed lord, he shall not spare you. Observing Yuan's inability to best him, Yun Ruoyue swiftly interjected, my dear lady, in my business dealings, I uphold the principles of fairness and justice. No matter how formidable the Jin Wangfu may be, you cannot resort to such intimidation. Should you continue to invoke the Jin Wangfu to pressure me, I shall refrain from selling to you. Yuan heard nothing but the term lady, and her demeanor shifted. She gazed at Yun Ruoyue with a charming smile, her heart fluttering with delight as she playfully twirled a strand of her hair. Wow, this handsome gentleman actually called me a lady. She felt elated, unknowingly developing a crush on him, as he was the first to bestow upon her such a title. Little did she know, to Yun Ruoyue, the term lady was a universal compliment for all women of modern times. Chapter 528. Deceived, whether it be the elderly women on the bus, the affluent ladies in luxury cars, or the young girls on bicycles, all were addressed as ladies. It had become as commonplace as greeting someone with hello. Captivated by Yun Ruoyue's penetrating gaze, she promptly reined in her haughty demeanor and, in a soft, gentle voice, addressed Yin, in light of this handsome gentleman, I shall not hold it against you. I offer 10,000 taels. The deal is yours. Upon witnessing Yuan's sudden change in expression and her delicate tone, Yin felt a wave of discomfort wash over him and turned away, retching into an empty space. The other men surrounding them, upon seeing this, also turned away, dramatically clutching their chests and pretending to retch. Yuan, witnessing this, bit her lip in indignation. Shut your mouths. What are you gagging for? You impoverished wretches, can you even afford the price? If not, then be gone. With a haughty air, she declared, fine, I shall offer 10,001 taels. Yin, after recovering from his momentary nausea, coldly retorted, you shameless scoundrel. Merely adding one tael? I will bid 20,000 taels. Yuan, outraged, exclaimed, you cannot possibly offer more? I shall bid 50,000 taels. If you have the gall, then raise your bid. I'll consider you impressive if you add a single tael. She was determined to prove that this ordinary country bumpkin could not possibly rival the wealth of the Jin Wangfu. Yin, however, took a step back, his composure unshaken, and suddenly glanced anxiously into the distance. "Oh no, I left my soup boiling this morning. I must take my leave. You may continue bidding without concern for me." With that, he swiftly retreated. Seeing him flee, Yuan's expression brightened with triumph. With such skills, he dares to contend with the Jin Wangfu? Humph. Suddenly, her companion Xiao Wu realized something and cautiously remarked, "Sister Yuan, it seems that man was toying with you. He deliberately inflated your price, and, upon seeing it rise, he fled." "What?" Yuan gasped, suddenly aware that she had been outsmarted. Surely this parrot, no matter how exquisite, could not be valued at 50,000 taels. "I cannot believe I called out such an exorbitant price merely out of spite." Although the princess had declared that any precious treasure, regardless of its cost, must be purchased, spending 50,000 taels on a mere bird seemed excessively extravagant. Yet, having already placed a bid, how was she to justify this to the dashing gentleman? If she were to retract her offer, she would surely face scorn. Yun Ruoyue had not anticipated that the price would escalate to 50,000 taels. She had merely hoped for a sale of 5,000 at most. The shock left her momentarily disoriented. Regaining her composure, she turned to Yuan and said, "My dear, are you having second thoughts? It's perfectly all right. If you wish to withdraw, you are free to do so. I shall not pressure you into a sale. My Xianfeng parrot is not difficult to sell. I apologize, but 50,000 taels is far too steep. I must first consult my master before making a decision. Is that acceptable?" Yuan replied, her face betraying her anxiety. The onlookers, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter at Yuan's expense. How embarrassing it was for her to backtrack after boldly claiming to bid 50,000 taels. It was a disgrace to the Jin Wangfu. It appeared that the people of Jin Wangfu had a penchant for flip-flopping. How could such individuals aspire to great achievements? If they couldn't muster 50,000 taels, they had no right to look down upon the wealthy patrons, who were undoubtedly far more affluent than they. Hearing the ridicule, Yuan's plump face flushed with both shame and anger. It dawned on her that she had been outmaneuvered by the wealthy patron. However, it was her own volition that had led her to this price. Who could she blame? When she glanced again at Yun Ruoyue, she noted the youth's striking features and ethereal elegance, igniting a fervor in her heart. Her gaze then shifted to the Xianfeng parrot, which sported a resplendent golden crown and glistening plumage, unmarred by any imperfections, clearly a rare and exquisite creature. Was such a parrot truly worth 50,000 taels? Noticing Yuan deep in contemplation, Yun Ruoyue decided to give her a gentle nudge. She clapped her hands lightly, prompting the parrot to exclaim, "Long live the emperor! May the emperor enjoy eternal prosperity and boundless blessings." The astonishment on Yuan's face was palpable. The parrot's eloquence was truly remarkable. This is merely a fraction of its capabilities. Xiaobai is extraordinarily intelligent. It can effortlessly mimic any phrase you wish. It comprehends human speech and can engage in conversation, truly a divine bird, Yun Ruoyue extolled, employing sales tactics that nearly elevated the parrot to human status. "Really? If I teach it, will it learn?" Yuan inquired, seeking justification for her desire to acquire the parrot. "Of course. It is a divine creature. Whatever you teach it, it will promptly learn. Moreover, with simple gestures, it will respond with the words you wish to hear. Just give it a try. Pretend to pick your nose," Yun Ruoyue suggested. This gesture had been devised by Taizhu, who had advised her that other gestures were prone to confusion, thus creating the distinctive act of nose-picking. Whenever someone performed this action, Xiaobai would proclaim, "Fair maiden, you are destined to marry a wealthy husband." Given Yuan's vanity, she would surely relish such compliments. Yuan was utterly astonished and bashfully made a gesture of picking her nose. "All right, you speak," she said. Xiaobai cast a disdainful glance at Yuan and suddenly exclaimed, "Your nose-picking pose is quite ungraceful." In that moment, it felt as though a thunderbolt struck Yuan's head. How could this bird dare to call her ugly? Yun Ruoyue quickly shot a glare at Xiaobai. "What nonsense are you spouting, Xiaobai? Quickly retract your words. How did your previous owner teach you?" After saying this, Yun Ruoyue turned to Yuan and apologetically said, "I am truly sorry, my lady. When its previous owner sold it to me, it was certainly not like this. I do not understand how it has changed." Yuan, feeling both ashamed and indignant, wished to find a hole to burrow into. Her eyes brimmed with tears at the injustice of it all. Just as Yun Ruoyue feared this transaction would fall through, Xiaobai raised its proud head and said, "Do not weep, fair maiden. You shall surely marry a wealthy gentleman." Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Yuan immediately lifted her head, staring at Xiao Bai in disbelief. Xiao Bai continued to gaze at her and proclaimed, "My lady, I admire you. You are the most beautiful in the state of Chu. Please take me home." Yuan's heart soared at Xiao Bai's declaration. At that moment, she truly wished to purchase Xiao Bai, but the thought of the hefty sum of 50,000 taels made her hesitate. "Young master, how about this? I shall send someone back to inquire. If the princess consents, I will proceed with the purchase. My dear lady, I do not have the luxury of time. If you do not want it, I will take it to the Prince of Li's residence to see if the princess desires it," Yun Ruoyue stated, turning to leave. Upon hearing that Yun Ruoyue intended to sell Xiao Bai to the Princess of Li, Yuan became anxious and grasped her arm. "You cannot sell it to the Princess of Li. To be candid, she is a bitter rival of our princess. If you sell it to her and she steals the spotlight, our princess will undoubtedly be overshadowed." Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow coldly. "That is of no concern to me. It is your affair. I heard that the Princess of Li is also spending lavishly in search of treasures to make a grand impression at the palace banquet. The Li family is wealthy enough to afford this 50,000 taels. I shall give it a try." Yuan, hearing this, grew frantic. "Wait, I will buy it. 50,000 taels is acceptable. My princess has stated that as long as she desires something, no one can contest her claim. Xiao Wu, hand over the money." Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and quickly retrieved a large stack of silver notes from his bundle. After meticulously counting for a while, he presented the notes to Yun Ruoyue. Looking at the crisp silver notes, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of excitement. She had struck gold. Yet, she maintained an air of composure and remarked as she accepted the notes, "Very well, very well. In light of our fateful encounter, I shall sell it to you, regardless of how much others may offer." With that, she handed the birdcage to Yuan. Upon receiving the cage, Yuan's face lit up with pride. "By the way, where did this bird come from?" Yun Ruoyue rolled her eyes and fabricated. "It is said to have been brought from foreign lands. This bird is called Xianfeng, akin to the legendary phoenix. It is the only one of its kind in the state of Chu, truly unique. There are rumors that whoever possesses this bird may one day rise to great heights and wield unparalleled power. The most powerful woman in the world?" Yuan was instantly filled with joy. Could it be that she was referring to the Queen Mother? The position of the Queen was the ultimate aspiration of every noble lady. It seemed to carry a profound significance. Subsequently, Yun Ruoyue briefly instructed Yuan on how to train the parrot to speak before taking her leave. As soon as she exited the marketplace, she swiftly darted into an alley to meet with Feng. Once reunited and confirming that no one was following her, she exhaled a sigh of relief. "Miss, you are truly remarkable. The parrot you bought for 1,000 taels sold for an astonishing 50,000. You are indeed a prodigy in commerce," Feng exclaimed, giving Yun Ruoyue a thumbs up. She had been discreetly observing the entire sales process from a distance and concluded that even if her mistress did not become a consort, she could easily amass great wealth. "It is not merely my intelligence. It is that the other party was rather foolish. Now, let's secure the banknotes and store them away. Once I part ways with Prince Chu Xuancheng, these will serve as our seed capital for establishing a medical clinic," Yun Ruoyue declared, dividing the banknotes with Feng. Tucking the remainder into her small cloth pouch, Feng clutched the hefty stack of banknotes, her excitement palpable. It was her first time witnessing such a sum. Suddenly, recalling her mistress's earlier words, she hurriedly asked, "Miss, are you truly going to divorce the prince and open a clinic?" "Of course. That conviction has always resided in my mind. Unwavering," Yun Ruoyue replied. "What if the prince does not agree?" Feng felt that her mistress's desire to part ways with the prince was a monumental challenge. When the time is ripe, even if he resists, he shall have no choice but to acquiesce. Having concluded their discussion, the pair proceeded homeward. Having earned sufficient profit for the day, Yun Ruoyue had no intention of purchasing further gifts and decided to return to the royal residence. Chapter 531. Someone has fainted, miss. You sold the parrot to the Princess of Jin. She will undoubtedly steal the spotlight. What will you do then? Have you thought of a gift for the emperor? Feng inquired as they walked. I am still contemplating. If I cannot think of anything, I shall forego the gift, Yun Ruoyue replied nonchalantly, shaking her hand. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon her face, illuminating her with a radiant brilliance. As they walked, a commotion suddenly erupted ahead. Oh no, someone has fainted. Yun Ruoyue looked up to see a large crowd gathered at the entrance of a nearby tavern. Beside the throng stood a blue carriage. Yun Ruoyue paused. recognizing it as the very carriage they had encountered earlier that morning. Could it be that the esteemed prince had collapsed? My lord has fainted. Who will come to his aid? A young servant shouted in distress. Quickly, fetch a doctor. There is a clinic in the east of the city. Someone nearby urged. Isn't that too far? The esteemed prince already suffers from a peculiar ailment. By the time the doctor arrives, he may be beyond help. Look at the prince's abdomen. Good heavens, it is enormous, resembling that of a pregnant woman. How unsightly. It is said that those afflicted with such a condition are ill-fated, which has caused the prince to be neglected. We have only heard rumors until now, but seeing him in person confirms it. The rumors were indeed true. The prince is quite the sight, and what a pity for such a handsome face to be marred by such a deformity. Upon hearing the scornful remarks of the crowd, Yun Ruoyue's sense of justice surged within her, prompting her to stride forward in indignation. What a bizarre spectacle. This individual is merely unwell. As she approached, a handsome young man with striking features emerged from the throng. Someone immediately retorted, You, the young master, what do you know? Even Master Qing Yun has deemed this a peculiar ailment. If he cannot remedy it, what makes you think you can intervene? Master Qing Yun considers it a peculiar ailment? That merely indicates his ignorance. Stand aside and allow me to assess the situation, Yun Ruoyue declared, pushing her way into the crowd. A voice from the back scoffed. You dare suggest Master Qing Yun is uninformed? Such arrogance. Can you cure his peculiar affliction? This matter does not concern you. Yun Ruoyue dismissed the onlookers with disdain. Upon entering the circle, she beheld a man clad in elegant white garments lying on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, clearly unconscious. It was the virtuous king. Though he had succumbed to unconsciousness, his abdomen protruded grotesquely, garnering the attention and whispers of those nearby. His attendant was sobbing fervently at his side. Understanding that all individuals value their dignity and abhor public scrutiny, Yun Ruoyue swiftly removed her azure outer garment and draped it over the king's midsection to obscure the unsightly sight. Once she had covered him, she noticed the crowd had grown larger and hastily implored, I kindly ask you all to disperse. The patient requires fresh air for his recovery. Upon her request, the onlookers promptly retreated, creating space around the king. With the area ventilated, Yun Ruoyue quickly examined the king's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The attendant, still weeping, inquired, Miss, do you have any medical knowledge? Yes, but please refrain from your lamentations, Yun Ruoyue replied. She then began to pat the king's shoulders while calling out to him. Yet he showed no response. Subsequently, she unfastened his outer garment, felt for his carotid pulse, observed the rise and fall of his chest, and leaned closer to listen to his heartbeat. Chapter 532. The virtuous king is violated. This action stunned all present. Good heavens, she has removed the virtuous king's clothing. What is she attempting to do? One exclaimed. You fool, can't you see she is violating the king? Another accused. She is shamelessly taking advantage of the situation to insult him in broad daylight. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Feng'er, who had followed, was both amused and exasperated. Although shocked by her mistress's actions, she recognized the seriousness in Yun Ruoyue's demeanor and understood that she was saving a life, not violating the king. You are mistaken. My young mistress is not violating the virtuous king. She is saving him. She possesses medical skills. Saving him? By fondling and caressing him. Is that how one saves another? A voice retorted. It seems your young mistress is merely using this as an excuse to insult someone as handsome as the virtuous king. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue cast a piercing gaze upon the crowd, her eyes sharp as daggers. Can you save a life? She challenged. No, the crowd replied, shaking their heads in unison. Then cease your futile chatter. Silence, Yun Ruoyue commanded. Upon finishing her words, she turned her gaze towards the young servant beside the prince. Observing the situation, she deduced that the prince had fainted due to the excessive pressure on his organs from his distended abdomen, resulting in oxygen deprivation. I must administer cardiopulmonary resuscitation immediately, or he shall soon lose his life, she declared. What is cardiopulmonary resuscitation? The young servant inquired, his expression one of confusion. It is an emergency technique. Precisely what your prince needs in this critical moment. Time is of the essence. If you trust me, allow me to proceed with the rescue. Regardless of what others may say, do not permit anyone to approach or disturb me while I save him. Should anyone interfere and I fail to revive him, it will no longer be my concern, Yun Ruoyue stated firmly. The young servant, utterly at a loss, felt as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Hearing of a possible solution, he relented. Very well, do what you must. Though uncertain of the abilities of this young lady, he recognized that there were no other physicians present, and thus he had no choice but to place his hopes in her hands. With the servant's consent, Yun Ruoyue quickly knelt before the prince, interlocking her fingers, and commenced external chest compressions. She delivered 30 compressions in succession, checking the prince's mouth and nose intermittently for signs of breath. Onlookers gazed in shock, bewildered by her actions. What is she doing? Why is she pressing on the prince's chest? What sort of treatment is this? Some murmured. Others lewdly speculated, deeming her actions as a form of indecency, a disgraceful affront. Unfazed by their judgment, Yun Ruoyue, upon noting the prince's lack of response, recognized that his airway was obstructed and needed urgent clearing. She carefully elevated his head to ensure the airway was straight, then pinched his nose and began mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The moment she initiated artificial respiration, the atmosphere erupted with astonishment. Even Fenger was taken aback. How shameless! How utterly shameless! She dares to kiss the prince. The renowned prince was being subjected to such an indignity at the hands of a man, an utter disgrace, an affront, an insult. This person is the epitome of disgrace. We cannot allow him to continue his brazen actions towards the prince. We must intervene. Yet, the young servant, having previously pledged to allow Yun Ruoyue to save the prince, stood resolutely in front of her as others attempted to push through. Everyone, please calm down. Perhaps he truly is saving him. Let us place our faith in him. Even if it is a desperate gamble. Rest assured, my master possesses exceptional medical skills. He will revive the prince, Fenger declared, positioning herself in front of the crowd. Please. You and your master are in cahoots. Perhaps you all conspire to publicly humiliate the prince. Poor prince, subjected to such disgrace. The crowd, now incensed, rallied together, rolling up their sleeves and preparing to confront Yun Ruoyue. Just then, a faint cough emanated from the prince's lips. Everyone was momentarily stunned as, under the gentle kiss of Yun Ruoyue, the Prince of Virtue slowly opened his eyes, signaling the return of life. Astonishingly, he had been awakened by a kiss. Could such an act truly bring someone back from the brink? As he opened his eyes, he found himself gazing into a remarkably handsome face, which struck him as somewhat familiar, as though he had encountered it before. However, he could not immediately recall where he had seen it. At that moment, he felt a tingling sensation in his lips and a softness in his limbs. Even as he regained consciousness, he did not awaken right away, although still in a stupor. He was aware of a pair of warm lips that had been tenderly kissing him. With each kiss, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Upon finally opening his eyes, he was startled to discover that the owner of those lips was, in fact, a striking young man. The instant he realized this, his face blanched and his expression turned icy, an overwhelming wave of anger and hostility surging within him. "My lord, you have awakened. How wonderful!" exclaimed the servant nearby. Rushing forward, the Prince of Virtue gently moved his lips. The servant quickly handed him a water flask and assisted him in sitting up to drink. Having been parched for far too long, the sight of water compelled him to gulp it down eagerly, feeling somewhat rejuvenated afterward. "My lord, do you feel any better?" the servant inquired anxiously. The prince nodded faintly. "I am much improved." "Really? It was thanks to this young gentleman that you were saved. Had it not been for him, your situation could have been dire," the servant expressed gratefully, looking at Yun Ruoyue with admiration. Yun Ruoyue hurriedly waved her hand, saying, "I merely happened to pass by and assisted your lord. It was a trivial matter, nothing worth mentioning." As the Prince of Virtue pieced together the events leading up to his awakening, he gradually understood that this handsome young man was indeed his savior. While he felt perplexed by the method of resuscitation, he rose and performed a respectful bow, saying, "I am deeply grateful, kind sir. May I inquire your esteemed name? I would like to express my gratitude in person at a later time." Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of anxiety. She did not wish for the prince to uncover her true identity. If word got out that the princess consort of the Li Kingdom had saved the prince in such an intimate manner, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Although she held no qualms about her actions, the conservative minds of the ancients would surely judge her harshly. "I am but a humble scholar, passing through and offering assistance as a mere coincidence. Please do not take it to heart. I must be on my way," Yun Ruoyue stated, preparing to make her exit. "Dear sir, please wait," the prince called out earnestly. "I do not yet know your name. If I wish to express my gratitude, it would be prudent to know whom I owe." He was not fond of being in debt to others. You may call me Xiaoye. I truly have matters to attend to," So I must leave now, Yun Ruoyue replied, fearing that lingering any longer might reveal her identity. She quickly took hold of Feng and made her escape. Once they departed, the crowd erupted into murmurs. The prince is truly unfortunate. Not only has he suffered from a grave illness, but he has also been forcibly kissed in public. What utter nonsense you speak. They mentioned that it was a remedy. Did you not see how that young man kissed the virtuous king, and the king awakened thereafter? Is there truly such a method of healing? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck for that lad. While he was kissing, the king happened to regain consciousness, and he simply capitalized on the moment. Just look at his slender frame. Does he resemble a physician? He carries not even a medicine box, and he bears no semblance of a healer. You are indeed correct. Upon your words, the virtuous king appears even more pitiable. All gazes were fixed upon him with sympathy, and he cast a cold glance at the crowd before swiftly ascending into the carriage. He wished not to be mocked, nor did he want anyone to see his belly. Once inside the carriage, he was suddenly reminded of that incident with the handsome young man's kiss. The young man's delicate face was as pale and rosy as snow, his large, dark eyes glistening with moisture, and his cherry-like lips were irresistibly alluring, causing the king's face to flush instantly. The name of that handsome young man was rather peculiar. Why was he called Little Moon? He was a man, yet bore a woman's name. Could it be that he misheard, and the lad was actually Little Fish, not Little Moon? For reasons unknown, though he professed a disinterest in men, the mere thought of Little Moon rescuing him made his heart race and his cheeks burn. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yun Ruoyue and Feng had arrived at a narrow alleyway before the Li King's estate. Before returning, they had deliberately visited a tailor's shop to change into the female garments they had stored there, leaving their male attire behind. As they strolled leisurely, clutching a large bundle of silver notes, they were suddenly startled by the sound of urgent hooves approaching from behind. Turning around, they beheld Chu Xuancheng clad in gleaming silver armor, adorned with a bright red cloak, and wearing a feathered helm, perched atop a magnificent steed of striking beauty. Following him were Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and a dozen soldiers, who, upon spotting the princess and Feng ahead, instinctively slowed their pace, dutifully trailing behind the two ladies. Upon seeing Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue was abruptly reminded of his prior examination of her medicinal water. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. He had been away at the military camp for 4 or 5 days, and after her experience at the banquet for the ladies of Wei, it was only now that she laid eyes on him again. The recollection of that night made her blush deeply, and she quickly took Feng's hand, hastening her steps forward. Your Highness, the prince is right behind you. Won't you greet him? Feng urged, catching hold of Yun Ruoyue to remind her. Yun Ruoyue, her face aflame, lowered her head, thinking, why should I greet him? He is not someone of significance to me. Upon hearing this, Feng was taken aback. Why did the princess suddenly become so awkward in front of the prince? Could it be because of their previous intimate encounter? Was it that the prince had not succeeded? Why then did the princess still seem to hold disdain for him? Did she perhaps wish for the prince to have succeeded? Chapter 535. The prince deceived them. Having spoken, Yun Ruoyue lifted her skirt, intending to move ahead once more. Yun Ruoyue. Chu Xuancheng, observing her actions, coldly tugged at the reins, and with a light leap, his steed bounded in front of Yun Ruoyue, startling her greatly. Why did you gallop towards me like that? You nearly gave me a heart attack, Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, panic evident as she patted her chest. Aren't you still alive? Where did you all go today? Chu Xuancheng's gaze shifted towards her, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Shopping, what is it to you? Are women not allowed to shop? Yun Ruoyue shrugged dismissively, flicking her sleeves. Shopping? Why wasn't I invited? Chu Xuancheng's voice turned icy. What? Yun Ruoyue looked at him incredulously, tilting her chin up defiantly. What business does a man have shopping with us women? It's not customary for men to tag along. At her words, Chu Xuancheng regarded her as though she were mad. Don't women generally enjoy our company while shopping? Are you an anomaly? He recalled how Nangong Rou had implored him several times to accompany her on her shopping excursions, to which he had always declined, citing his busy schedule. That may be true for others, but not for me. I prefer shopping with women, not with men. It feels restrictive, she retorted. Chu Xuancheng's brows twitched uncontrollably. Do you mean to say you fancy women? What do you mean fancy? I've always preferred women, all right. They are so beautiful, so pleasing to the eye, Yun Ruoyue replied. At this, Mo Li, who had been listening nearby, couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief. He cautiously edged closer to Chu Xuancheng and remarked, Your Highness, Didn't you say that your relationship with the princess had deepened that night? That you had conquered her with your masculine prowess? Why then? Does she still not heed your words? Cough. Chu Xuancheng shot Emily a glare. His silence was taken as acquiescence. Yun Ruoyue quickly grasped the implication. It turned out that Chu Xuancheng had been boasting in front of Mo Li and the others, claiming something that was entirely false, inciting her fury. With a face flushed with anger, she glared at him. Chu Xuancheng, we clearly did nothing that night. How dare you slander me before them, tarnishing my reputation? You ought to perish. With that, she seized a clump of mud and flung it at him with all her might. The mud hurtled toward his face. But he dodged just in time. Otherwise, his handsome visage would have been marred. At that moment, his expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot as he turned to cast an irate glance at Mo Li and the others. They all bowed their heads in contrition, yet the corners of their mouths betrayed suppressed amusement, as though they were privy to a grand secret about the prince. Yun Ruoyue gritted her teeth in frustration, her small face fixed in a glare at Chu Xuancheng. What else have you said to them? Nothing happened that night. If you continue to spread such nonsense, you shall never rest at the Feyue Pavilion again. With that, she pivoted on her heel and strode forward. At this moment, Mo Li accused Chu Xuancheng, Your Highness, did you deceive us? You didn't actually. Silence. Chu Xuancheng snapped, glaring at him. Simultaneously, he swiftly mounted his horse and galloped after Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue, does this mean that as long as I don't speak out of turn, you will allow me to rest at the Feyue Pavilion? He called out, urging his horse forward. As he swiftly passed by Yun Ruoyue, he bent down with agility, extending his long arm to lift her onto the horse's back. The movement was as fluid as flowing water. The posture exuded elegance and charm. His figure was tall and imposing. What are you doing? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed in surprise, her petite frame suddenly drawn to the front of Chu Xuancheng, who held her with an unyielding grip. Startled, she cried out, her face darkening with embarrassment. Let me go? There are so many people watching. How can you behave so inappropriately in public? I shall not release you, Chu Xuancheng retorted. Did you not claim that nothing transpired between us that night? I now intend to demonstrate to everyone that tonight, I shall indeed succeed. I wish to rest at the Feyue Pavilion. With that proclamation, he possessively encircled Yun Ruoyue and urged the horse forward with vigor, determined to conquer this woman. Mo Li and Feng Er, among others, gasped in astonishment. The prince is quite fierce, Mo Li remarked, gazing dreamily at Chu Xuancheng's retreating figure. He is so handsome, Feng Er exclaimed, cupping her hands to her face, filled with admiration. Your Highness, oh no, it seems the princess is unwilling. Mo Zhu interjected with a frown. Such nonsense. Does the princess truly prefer to be with you, rather than the prince? Mo Li shot a glare at Mo Zhu, visibly irked. Feng Er added coldly, Mo Zhu, I warn you, do not harbor any designs on our princess. Regardless of her reluctance, she belongs to the prince, and you have no part in this. Humph. Mo Zhu raised his hands innocently, insisting he was merely speaking the truth. Thus, before the eyes of the crowd, Chu Xuancheng first embraced Yun Ruoyue on horseback, and upon reaching the gates of the royal residence, he dismounted swiftly, cradling her in his arms as he carried her inside. Never before had Yun Ruoyue been held in such a manner. This was the cherished Princess Carrie she had longed for. Yet, the fact that it was her most despised man who held her caused her delicate features to scrunch in displeasure. As they passed, the maidservants and guards marveled at the sight, murmuring their astonishment. The prince is so intimately holding the princess. Could he be in love with her? They wondered. The way he carries her is so commanding, so majestic. At that moment, an unwelcome voice pierced through the air. You both have returned together? Yun Ruoyue looked up to see Nangong Rou gazing at them with a pitiful expression. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with resentment and accusation as they fixed upon Chu Xuancheng, as if to blame him for holding her sister. Put me down. Yun Ruoyue shot an indignant glare at Chu Xuancheng. Her little mistress was clearly envious. I assure you, we are merely acquaintances who happened to meet at the gate and return together. Please do not misunderstand, she hastily explained, fearing that Nangong Rou might think they had been out shopping together. I harbor no misunderstandings, sister. Have you perhaps sprained your ankle, or are you unwell? Is that why the prince is carrying you home? Nangong Rou was unconvinced that Chu Xuancheng would carry Yun Ruoyue without cause. It is certain that Yun Ruoyue has been injured, or perhaps she is feigning injury to deceive him into carrying her back. I feel perfectly well, my health is excellent. So do not worry, Yun Ruoyue assured. Despite her good health, the prince still chose to carry her. The glance that Nangong Rou cast at Xuancheng was filled with even more resentment than before. Yet, she dared not express her anger, fearing that the prince would consider her jealous. Thus, she proposed, "Your Highness, I have prepared a feast. Would you care to dine with me this evening?" Perhaps she hoped he would stay the night. Chapter 537. Another night at her place, no need. This evening, I shall rest at Feiyue Pavilion, Chu Xuancheng replied, dismissing Nangong Rou as he carried Yun Ruoyue away. Yun Ruoyue longed to struggle free but found it impossible, as his strength was overwhelming. Witnessing Chu Xuancheng's indifference toward her caused Nangong Rou's heart to plummet, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. "My lady, do not be disheartened. Perhaps His Highness believes he has pampered you excessively and wishes to share some affection with the princess, hence his choice to stay with her." Danner quickly offered a handkerchief to wipe Nangong Rou's tears. "How could that be? He is clearly still angry with me. If it weren't for your dropping the blade, he would not have stormed off in outrage. It has been so long, and he has yet to forgive me. What should I do? If this continues, will I have any place in the Li Wangfu?" Danner bit her lip in self-reproach. Previously, when the lady had cut her knee with the blade, she intended to elicit the prince's sympathy. However, when she accidentally dropped the blade, revealing it to the prince, he had left in a fit of anger. It was evident that he was genuinely upset. Recently, the prince had been at the military camp and had not sent anyone to convey messages to the lady, clearly neglecting her. Seeing her in sorrow, Danner felt equally distressed. She had hoped that after a few days of coldness, the prince would forgive her and reconcile. Yet, upon returning, he chose to embrace the princess and stay at Feiyue Pavilion. This left her at a loss for words on how to console the lady. Nangong Rou gazed toward Feiyue Pavilion with bitterness, declaring, "I have but one chance left. The prince promised he would grant me a child, and I believe he will fulfill that promise. I must patiently await this opportunity. Once I conceive his child, his heart shall undoubtedly return to me. Do not worry, my lady, the prince has been quite busy. After the new year, he will surely uphold his promise," Danner reassured her. Nangong Rou scoffed. "No matter how busy he is, he still finds time for Feiyue Pavilion." With a sorrowful sigh, she twisted her handkerchief and turned away, leaving in despondence. Yun Ruoyue had not anticipated that despite his previous failure, Chu Xuancheng would still opt to rest at Feiyue Pavilion. Once he set her down, she quickly distanced herself, determined to shift the conversation. "Your Highness, are you aware of the recent incident where the eldest princess was nearly ensnared by the Lady of Wei?" "I am aware. Emoli informed me that you saved the eldest princess. I extend my gratitude on her behalf," Chu Xuancheng acknowledged, understanding that with the eldest princess's proud nature, she would never express her thanks directly. Thus, he spoke for her. "Ah, we are all family. It is but a trivial matter. However, that is not what I meant. My intention was to convey that the gentle consort Rou was also startled at that moment. She has been unable to sleep well these past few days. Perhaps you could accompany her tonight?" Yun Ruoyue suggested with a smile. In an instant, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened. This woman seeks to drive him away once more. "Do you not require my company?" He replied coldly. "I am perfectly capable of eating and sleeping soundly. It is she who needs the care. You should tend to her." Yun Ruoyue insisted. "I shall not go. Someone, prepare water for bathing, meals, and sleep," Chu Xuancheng commanded with an icy tone. Upon hearing this, Fenger and the others hastily complied, preparing hot water for the prince and princess to bathe. Yun Ruoyue gritted her teeth in frustration. Could it be that she truly could not escape Chu Xuancheng's grasp this evening? Chapter 538. Truly not intentional, she felt the small pouch containing the anesthetic. If Chu Xuancheng were to make a move against her tonight, she would administer a dose. After bathing, dining, and brushing her teeth, the night had grown quite late. The maids, understanding, withdrew, leaving only Fenger to guard the outer chamber, ready to heed the prince's summons. Reluctantly, Yun Ruoyue made her way into the inner room, where Chu Xuancheng had already changed into a moonlight white robe and was seated on the bed. His raven hair cascaded down, sleek and straight like satin, shimmering with a faint silver glow, infused with the fragrance of shampoo that was quite pleasant. Upon noticing Yun Ruoyue's entrance, his beautiful eyes swept over her, and he gestured to the space beside him. "Why do you linger there? Come here at once. Am I a tiger?" Yun Ruoyue clenched the anesthetic in her sleeve, cautiously approaching him and sitting down beside him. If he dared to make a move, she would incapacitate him with a single jab. Chu Xuancheng turned his profile toward her, his gaze penetrating as if seeking to delve into her very soul. "What is it? Are you afraid of me?" "And no, not at all. I am not afraid of you." Yun Ruoyue stammered, though her heart raced, her hand still gripping the anesthetic needle. If Chu Xuancheng were to discover it, the consequences would be dire. If you are not afraid of me, then why does your body tremble? He inquired coldly. Yun Ruoyue quickly straightened her posture. Is that so? I do not feel it. What is this? Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng lunged, seizing her hand and revealing the anesthetic. The moment he laid eyes on the needle, his countenance darkened. This was the very needle Yun Ruoyue had previously used against him. Yun Ruoyue. Chu Xuancheng's voice turned frigid as ice, his teeth clenched. You dare to attempt to use this against me again. With that, he snatched the needle from her, swiftly aiming it at her. You wish to use this against me? Is it true that when it pierces your skin, you become immobile? Yun Ruoyue, frightened, retreated hastily, her pupils dilating. Do not approach me. If you come any closer, I will call for help. I am genuinely curious about the sensation of this needle-piercing flesh. When you used it on me, it must have felt quite exhilarating, yes? I too wish to experience such a sensation, Chu Xuancheng said, his tone chillingly calm. Yun Ruoyue hastily waved her hand, beads of cold sweat glistening on her forehead. You misunderstand. I had no intention of pricking you with the needle. I merely habitually conceal it in my sleeve for self-defense. Are you not afraid of injuring yourself? Chu Xuancheng continued to advance towards Yun Ruoyue. Suddenly, he seized her, his left hand gripping her body as his right brandished the anesthetic needle, inching closer to her face. Tell me, if I were to pierce your delicate visage with this needle, would you not suffer a stroke? Please, I truly did not mean to. I promise never to ambush you again. I swear I won't dare. Yun Ruoyue finally grasped the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot. Her attempts at subterfuge had backfired spectacularly. You truly won't dare? Chu Xuancheng's teeth clenched, his gaze piercing. This time, if he did not adequately warn her, she would surely attempt to ambush him again. The memory of his immobility from their last encounter ignited his anger. Yun Ruoyue nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, her large, tear-filled eyes gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. I genuinely won't. Please do not point that needle at me. What if you accidentally poke me? Chapter 539. Wishing for his departure, Chu Xuancheng snorted coldly, flinging the anesthetic needle to the ground. If you dare to ambush me again, rest assured, I shall not let you off lightly. With the threat lifted, Yun Ruoyue's courage returned. She retorted coldly, Who told you to sleep with me without my consent? If you leave immediately, I assure you I will not engage in such matters. In the end, she was compelled by circumstance, harboring her own grievances. Chu Xuancheng chuckled derisively. Other women would be eager for their husbands to rest with them, yet you repeatedly push me towards others. I truly question your sanity. It is you who lacks reason. I have made it clear before. I possess a cleanliness obsession. I find the notion of sharing a husband repugnant. My husband shall only have me. Since you have already married Nangong Rou and love her dearly, there is absolutely no possibility for us. I would rather die than share a chamber with you. You should abandon this notion and leave. Yun Ruoyue spoke coldly, voicing her true feelings. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. Historically, men having multiple wives was a given. What absurdity was this? This is my personal code of conduct. If you disagree, feel free to divorce me. Once you do, you may marry 10 or 8 wives, and it will have nothing to do with me. Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow defiantly. You. Chu Xuancheng ground his teeth in frustration. What of it if I have married her? I have yet to consummate that union. You are the only woman I have ever touched. Then go to her. She would welcome it. I shall not obstruct your good fortune, Yun Ruoyue replied dismissively. This man had reiterated several times that she was the only woman he had ever possessed in his life, as if to proclaim his virtue. You are utterly unreasonable. Chu Xuancheng retorted coldly, brushing off his sleeves as he rose and left the bed. Infuriated by Yun Ruoyue's behavior, he decided to depart. Upon seeing him storm away, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of delight and quickly called out, Then I shall not keep you, Your Highness. Safe travels. As she spoke, her voice unexpectedly lightened, indicating her cheerful mood. Are you so eager for me to leave? You seem quite delighted. Chu Xuancheng abruptly retracted his leg, declaring, The more you wish for my departure, the more I shall remain. I refuse to slink away only to be ridiculed by Mo Li and the others. Yun Ruoyue's smile froze at the corners of her mouth. You are not leaving, then? Indeed, I shall stay put. I have decided that I cannot be provoked into leaving, for that would surely align with your intentions. Chu Xuancheng concluded, seating himself in a chair and pouring himself a cup of tea. Yun Ruoyue ground her small teeth in frustration. If you stay, you must not touch me. Tonight, I shall sleep in the bed, while you can take the floor. She was resolute. She would not allow Chu Xuancheng to prevail. If he succeeded, He would undoubtedly flaunt it before Mo Li and the others, and she refused to become the subject of their mockery. With that, she scrambled onto the bed, hastily wrapping herself in a quilt, her eyes warily fixed on Chu Xuancheng. After finishing his tea, Chu Xuancheng stood up casually and walked to the bedside. As he sat down, he extended his arm, leaning over Yun Ruoyue. His eyes brimmed with tenderness, and his voice, low and husky, resonated with magnetism. "Do you think that by denying me, I shall be powerless?" With that, he closed his eyes and leaned in to kiss her lips. Chapter 540. My stomach hurts. Just as he was about to kiss her, Yun Ruoyue suddenly screamed, "Wait. My stomach hurts terribly." Chu Xuancheng paused, gazing at her in confusion. Was it genuine or feigned? This woman must be pretending. How could her pain strike at such a convenient moment? "It's true. My stomach and thighs ache. It's a prelude to my menstrual cycle. I always experience pain before it begins," Yun Ruoyue replied, her face pale and contorted in discomfort. After speaking, her body shook slightly in distress. Given her history of deceit, Chu Xuancheng was skeptical of her claims regarding her cycle. Suddenly, he reached out and pressed a point on her chest, rendering her motionless. She widened her eyes in fury, glaring at Chu Xuancheng. "What are you doing? Have you no mercy even now? You beast. Given your previous dishonesty, I cannot trust you without a personal examination," Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, commencing his inspection. You scoundrel. Fool." Yun Ruoyue spat furiously, her face a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Yet, she could not move. Had she been able, she would have drawn her sword against him. Before long, Chu Xuancheng raised his head, his expression grave. He gently pressed a finger, stating, "This time, you have indeed not deceived me." Upon his touch, Yun Ruoyue discovered she could move again. Enraged, she sprang up, rolling off the bed to retrieve a syringe from the floor, aiming it at Chu Xuancheng. "You scoundrel! Do you believe I won't kill you?" Just as her hand reached out, Chu Xuancheng seized her wrist, deftly disarming her of the syringe. Yun Ruoyue was not skilled in martial arts and was no match for Chu Xuancheng in this regard. Simultaneously, she felt an intense pain in her abdomen, as if it were a tempestuous sea within her. Lacking the inclination for revenge, she hurriedly clasped her stomach and dashed into the inner room, her face contorted in discomfort. Upon entering, she slammed the door with a resounding thud and began to discreetly adjust her clothing. "What are you doing?" Chu Xuancheng queried, momentarily taken aback by her sudden entrance and the door's closure. "What business is it of yours?" she retorted, her cheeks flushing as she soon re-emerged from the room. Lifting her skirt slightly, she thought to herself that she could hardly divulge to Chu Xuancheng that she had gone inside to deal with her monthly discomfort. Such matters were far too intimate to share with him. As Chu Xuancheng's gaze fell upon her, he noticed that her gait was unsteady, as if she were in great distress. Her complexion was notably pale, with beads of sweat accumulating on her forehead, prompting him to regard her with concern. "Are you in pain? Do you require a physician?" "No need. I am my own doctor. I just need to find a painkiller, and I shall be fine," Yun Ruoyue replied, sinking onto the bed while reaching for the cloth bag at the headboard. Externally, she appeared to rummage through the bag, yet internally, her consciousness had already delved into the medical system, seeking a painkiller. After an extensive search, she was unable to locate the medication, which vexed her immensely. Had she carelessly misplaced it during her last use? Her habit of disorganization had once again betrayed her, and her consciousness continued to sift through the space chaotically. Suddenly, she felt someone shaking her forcefully. A sharp pain shot through her face, evidently due to a vigorous pinch, which jolted her back to consciousness. "What is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind?" came Chu Xuancheng's urgent voice. As Yun Ruoyue lifted her gaze, she met Chu Xuancheng's anxious eyes. She instinctively touched her face, exclaiming, "Damn it, that hurts. What possessed you to daze off?" "I thought you were bewitched," he remarked. "I was not bewitched. I was searching for medicine. Your interruption has made it impossible for me to find it now." "Never mind. I shall endure," she declared, reclining against the pillow. Having searched in vain, she resolved to abandon the quest, reasoning that if she could endure the pain for 2 or 3 hours, it would eventually subside. Absolutely not. When in pain, one must take medicine. How can you simply endure it? "Wait here. I shall return shortly," Chu Xuancheng insisted before stepping outside. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. What was he going out for? Surely, he was not seeking a physician. If she required one, she would have summoned help already. For her, this was merely a minor inconvenience she faced monthly. Once outside, Chu Xuancheng spotted Feng'er dozing against the door. He gently tapped her shoulder. "Hey." Feng'er was startled awake. and upon recognizing the prince, she promptly inquired, "Your Highness, what is it?" Your Highness has come to visit during her menstrual discomfort. Her complexion pale and her abdomen in agony. Please summon a physician for her, Chu Xuancheng said, his face flushed with embarrassment at the mention of her condition. The princess truly has come to this plight. Each time, she experiences abdominal pain. We usually prepare sweetened water for her, which alleviates her discomfort without the need for a doctor, Feng'er replied. Then go prepare the sweetened water. I shall await your return here, he instructed. Yes, my lord, Feng'er said, hurrying out. The prince's concern for the princess was evident. He was willing to summon a doctor and even remain there to wait for her. Preparing sweetened water was a simple task. Just dissolve the sugar in boiling water. Soon, Feng'er returned with a steaming bowl of sweetened water. My lord, it is ready. Please take it to the princess, she urged. Chu Xuancheng nodded, accepting the bowl and making his way inside. Feng'er was astonished. The prince had truly listened to her and was taking care of the princess. Such an occurrence was indeed remarkable. As Yun Ruoyue lay in bed, groaning in discomfort, she was taken aback when Chu Xuancheng entered with a bowl of something. What have you brought? She asked, incredulity etched on her face. Sweetened water, he replied. Feng'er mentioned it alleviates your pain. He approached, offering the bowl to her. However, Yun Ruoyue dismissively remarked, that is merely Feng'er's opinion. This sweetened water is ineffective. Only painkillers will suffice. This concoction likely serves only as psychological comfort. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. Ineffective? Have you not consumed it in the past? That was when I was ignorant, believing what everyone said about its efficacy. Now, I recognize that only painkillers and antipyretics contain the necessary ingredients to relieve pain. This sweetened water will only contribute to weight gain, she sighed, genuinely unwilling to partake in it. Have you truly not located any painkillers? Chu Xuancheng inquired. No, I misplaced them. I distinctly recall placing them in my cloth bag, yet I cannot find them, she lamented, raking her fingers through her hair in frustration. It seemed she needed to amend her disorganized habits. Losing vital medications could lead to significant issues. What other methods might alleviate your pain? Chu Xuancheng suddenly sat at the foot of the bed, gazing earnestly at her. After some contemplation, Yun Ruoyue replied, I recall reading that gently patting my calves can also provide relief. Is that so? Chu Xuancheng responded, his large hands already grasping her foot as he began to pat her calves. You! Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson at his unexpected touch. Why was he so forward? She did not require his assistance. Yet, after a few gentle pats, she found her abdomen feeling somewhat better. Not caring that he was a man, she directed him, yes, there, continue, but apply more pressure. Chu Xuancheng complied, continuing the rhythmic patting as she requested. This is his first experience of caring for a woman in such a manner. In the past, he would have felt disdain, never imagining that he would find himself tending to a woman in this way. Yet now, an unexpected warmth fills his heart, a certain sweetness he cannot comprehend. As he continues to pat her, the woman on the bed surprisingly drifts into slumber, emitting gentle, rhythmic snores that sound endearingly charming. Upon noticing this, Chu Xuancheng rises, realizing that his hand has grown numb from the prolonged action. How long has he been doing this? The night has deepened, and weariness overtakes him. He lies down beside Yun Ruoyue, embracing her as he succumbs to sleep. Time swiftly passes, and the day of the new year arrives. Typically, Yun Ruoyue refrains from dining with the Grand Princess and her companions, but on this festive occasion, she and Chu Xuancheng join the Grand Princess at Yunshan Pavilion for a reunion dinner. After their meal, Nangong Rou casts a pitiful glance at Chu Xuancheng and says, Your Highness, tonight you, the Grand Princess, and the Princess Consort will attend the palace banquet, leaving me alone in the manor. I feel rather lonely. Perhaps I should return home to celebrate the new year with my parents? Her deliberately sorrowful tone is intended to coax Chu Xuancheng into allowing her to accompany them to the palace. This is her strategy of retreating to advance. In the past, Chu Xuancheng would never have permitted her to spend the new year alone. The mere thought of it would have shattered his heart. Thus, her words are calculated. Chu Xuancheng glances at Nangong Rou and nods. Very well, you may return. Mama Yu, Danner, prepare some New Year gifts to send to the minister's residence. We must not neglect the proprieties of the manor. Yes, Your Highness, Mama Yu and Danner respond. Nangong Rou is momentarily taken aback, tears welling in her eyes. Does the prince truly intend to leave her behind? She gazes imploringly at the Grand Princess, her expression one of deep grievance. The Grand Princess, known for her affection towards Nangong Rou, instantly discerns her intentions and addresses Chu Xuancheng. Xuancheng, let Ruoyue accompany us. After all, her presence is inconsequential. Allowing her to return to the Nangong residence alone may invite unwarranted gossip. Chu Xuancheng raises an eyebrow coolly. Sister, the Li Wangfu has only 3 slots. If she goes, you cannot. Shall we trade your place for hers? Why? The Grand Princess retorts, I am the Grand Princess. My attendance at such an event is essential. Otherwise, people may say the Li Wangfu disrespects the emperor. Both you and I must attend. Only Yun Ruoyue may forego the invitation, allowing her spot for Ruoyue. After all, they are all your wives, and no one will raise an objection. Chapter 543. The Palace Night Banquet. Yun Ruoyue, while sipping tea, inadvertently trembles. As an onlooker, she had been quietly enjoying her seeds and tea, but suddenly finds herself at the center of a storm. Hearing the Grand Princess's words, she promptly sets down her seeds and selflessly states, it is fine. Let my place be given to concubine Rou. I have no objections. She even wishes to raise both hands in support. She has no desire to attend that tedious palace banquet, nor to prepare gifts for the emperor. She has yet to prepare anything at all. After all, the princess consort has declared that the Li Wangfu will handle the gifts. So her own preparations are of little consequence. Moreover, she found herself in a place where no one was familiar to her, engaging in superficial social interactions with numerous strangers, which felt exceedingly constraining. She harbored a distaste for such gatherings, preferring the solace of her home with a good book or a peaceful slumber. Upon hearing this, Nangong Rou's face lit up with joy as she gazed at Yun Ruoyue. Thank you, sister. You are truly generous. That is unacceptable. Before Nangong Rou could fully relish her happiness, Chu Xuancheng's cold voice interrupted. This is a royal banquet. It is not something to be taken lightly. Anyone from the Li Wangfu may choose not to attend, but the Li Wangfei must be present. With that, he rose abruptly, addressing Yun Ruoyue. You must go and prepare at once. Dress in a manner befitting the occasion, lest you bring shame upon the Wangfu. He then turned and departed, leaving Nangong Rou and the Grand Princess exchanging glances in bewilderment. Recognizing the gravity of the situation as indicated by Chu Xuancheng's words, Yun Ruoyue understood that her attendance at the banquet was imperative. Moreover, she wished to inquire about the Empress's health. Thus she did not decline and swiftly followed him out. The Grand Princess observed their departing figures and, unable to contain her emotions, Nangong Rou burst into tears. The Grand Princess quickly consoled her, do not fret, Ruoyue. Such occasions are meant for her. Otherwise, they may accuse Xuancheng of favoring a concubine over his wife, which would reflect poorly on him. Upon hearing this, Nangong Rou nodded in understanding, acknowledging her sister's wisdom. You are right, elder sister. It was my concern for the Wangye that clouded my judgment. That is all that matters. You grasp the seriousness of this now. Satisfied with Nangong Rou's newfound maturity, the Grand Princess nodded approvingly. At Feiyue Pavilion, upon learning that the Wangfei was to attend the royal banquet, Feng'er and the others hastened to prepare her. Attending such an event was of great significance, and it was essential to adorn the Wangfei with both beauty and grace. Although Yun Ruoyue generally disdained overly elaborate adornments, she had no choice, as it was a request from Chu Xuancheng. Thus, she sat before the vanity, allowing Feng'er and the others to busy themselves. After midday, they completed her adornment. When Yun Ruoyue stood before the mirror, she was taken aback by the image reflected back at her. The woman, regal and ethereal like a celestial being, was indeed herself. Acknowledging her own vanity, she admitted to daringly likening herself to a goddess. This was, after all, the original owner's beauty, which she merely borrowed for the occasion. In the mirror, she donned a stone-blue royal consort's ceremonial robe, intricately embroidered with azure foxes, bordered by golden five-clawed dragons, with the sun and moon depicted within, and colorful clouds interspersed throughout. The fabric, woven from the finest brocade, exuded luxury, dignity, and elegance. Feng'er draped a pure white mink cloak adorned with embroidered auspicious clouds over her ceremonial robe. Her hair was adorned with jewels, and atop her coiffure rested the white jade crown of a royal consort, embedded with 6 pearls, 6 pieces of gold inlaid with jade, and numerous agate gems, shimmering brilliantly. As she walked, the crown produced a delightful tinkling sound, reminiscent of wind chimes, while the hem of her gown floated gracefully, radiating an air of nobility and authority. Chapter 544. Rumors are unreliable. Once Yun Ruoyue was fully adorned, she stepped outside to find Chu Xuancheng already waiting for her. Today, Chu Xuancheng donned a royal attire in a serene stone blue hue, perfectly complementing her own. The intricate patterns on his garment mirrored hers, albeit tailored in a masculine style. Adorning his head was a crown of white jade, while a ruby-studded jade belt encircled his waist, bestowing upon him an air of noble composure that commanded respect. Upon catching sight of each other, both were momentarily captivated, their eyes shimmering with astonishment. Yet, with a mere turn, they resumed their calm demeanor. At this juncture, the elegantly adorned Grand Princess made her entrance, clad in a resplendent crimson robe embellished with peonies and auspicious clouds. A princess crown, from which dangling pearls cascaded, crowned her head, enhancing her regal and radiant presence. Truly, she was the sister of the most handsome man, her beauty rivaling that of the renowned Nangong Rou, often hailed as the epitome of feminine grace. Once the trio was prepared, they embarked towards the imperial palace in their carriage. As per tradition, the Grand Princess traveled in her own carriage, while Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng shared one. Before long, they arrived at the palace. The hour now approaching the afternoon's Shin time, equivalent to around 4 o'clock in modern terms. Upon entering the palace, they first changed to the sedan chairs within, ultimately congregating outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The Hall of Supreme Harmony served as the venue for royal banquets and various festivities. It was rumored that today's gathering included not only members of the royal family, but also emissaries from neighboring nations. The presence of foreign envoys promised a more grandiose and opulent celebration than in previous years. Upon arrival, the Grand Princess first visited the Empress Dowager's quarters, while Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng proceeded into the hall to greet the attendees. As they stepped into the Hall of Supreme Harmony, they were met with a multitude of guests already seated. Upon their entrance, a buzz of conversation erupted among the assembly. The Prince of Li has arrived, behold. He grows ever more handsome, exuding an aura of martial prowess that is undeniably masculine. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the most beautiful man, said one. And that lady beside him, is she not the new Princess of Li he married last year? Wasn't she said to be a dullard and unattractive? Yet her demeanor now resembles that of a celestial being. Indeed, her grace is remarkable, elegant, and ethereal, perfectly matched with the Prince of Li. This is no ugly woman. She is clearly a stunning beauty. It seems the rumors were unfounded, another chimed in. Not merely unfounded. She is a skilled physician who has healed the scars upon her visage. You may not be aware, but the Princess of Li has become half a divine healer, having reattached the severed hand of Vice General Shun and stabilized the Empress Dowager's condition, earning the Emperor's high regard. Is that so? I seldom venture out, and I had not heard of this. How could a severed hand be restored? Questioned another. Indeed, historically, severed hands have never been successfully reattached. This is truly miraculous. Someone exclaimed. It depends on the physician's skill. The Princess of Li possesses remarkable medical prowess, enabling her to perform such feats. Vice General Shun's hand was severed by an assailant, yet through her deft touch, it was reattached, and astonishingly, it healed in no time. Just days ago, I encountered him on the street. He was able to wield a sword and practice martial arts. Indeed, it was restored. This assertion sparked an outburst of astonishment among the crowd. Yun Ruoyue, upon hearing the familiar and endearing praises, could not help but turn her head, only to discover that the one extolling her virtues was none other than the Princess of Zhao. She initially intended to express her admiration for the person who praised her, and upon realizing it was the Princess of Zhao, her joy intensified. The Princess of Zhao, noticing Yun Ruoyue approaching, quickly rose to her feet, eagerly stepping forward to embrace her. She then addressed the gathering, saying, I believe many of you are already acquainted with the Princess of Li. However, I must take this opportunity to introduce her once more. This virtuous and graceful beauty, possessing a kind heart, is none other than the Princess of Li, who rescued me on a previous occasion.